For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Saiwu peaks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top. Goddamn. Oh, filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Na'Vi taking on Vitality.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again! Ah! Give it up for the Blast Spring Final Grand Champions, Na'Vi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
Welcome to Blast Premier 2022. Twelve Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a BO1 rapid-fire round to set their place in a cross-group gauntlet. BO3 Gauntlet will see 6 teams automatically qualify for the season final. The remaining 6 teams will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. Whilst there, they will be joined by one top global team by way of exclusive invitation. A further 9 additional teams will enter the fray, thanks to Blast Premier regional qualifiers, making it a truly open tournament, where even amateur teams have a chance to unseat the pros. For the first time, each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle with a North America and rest of the world bracket. Victors of the showdown, 1 team from the European and CIS bracket, and 1 from the North America and rest of the world bracket, will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi, and grand finals. The champions of both the spring and fall seasons will be joined by exceptionally skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO Major, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams who top the global leaderboard. The Global Leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams accumulate points by winning matches and progressing as far as possible in these selected events. Teams hoping to qualify through the Global Leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events, including both Blast Premier seasons and several leading tournaments. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be opened up to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2022 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
Our second group wrapped at the Blast Fall season, and one that almost fell into the upside down. Thankfully for Na'Vi, though, they managed to pull themselves out of that nightmare as they net themselves the group crown and the top seed heading into next week's Gauntlet. Of course, Maniac, Pimp joined myself for all the action ensuing yesterday. It was a bumpy, turbulent ride for some of the teams in Group B.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi bamboozled everybody yesterday. That's what happened. We saw them lose in their first game against Complexity. We created this incredible narrative about how without Simple things would not go well. They would have to fight back through the Gauntlet. The Electronics said, ha, Bliet, I'm about to just wreck you. And that's exactly what they did. They strolled over to the best place, making easy work of Liquid.
16-3 against Complexity, 16-4 against Team Liquid. In a game that arguably was a bit more close, than the scoreboard suggested. But overall, Na'Vi just stepped up, as you said. We thought they were going to struggle without Simple. We thought that Hetrick could potentially have been a weak link, but he played well as well. A youngster coming in, getting his debut, Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and passing it with an A+ right there. Very, very impressed by Na'Vi yesterday.
Yeah, definitely impressive to see Na'Vi kind of powering up coming into the later stages of that group. But we do need to recap our CS Money plays of the day as well. You guys have been voting over on Instagram, and I do believe Halzak is coming in as our play number 3 match.
You're absolutely correct. We're looking at some headshots with the USP Halzak here in that toilet position on Overpass, kickstarting things for Complexity. I think he had a pretty good first day in this jersey. I like to see him. Great headshots over there.
Nafly single-handedly keeping Team Liquid alive against Complexity in a comeback right here. A 1v3. You see Nafly going up there, taking the duel, spraying through the smoke, pulling out the Tech 9 as well, and getting the job done. Nafly made sure Liquid won this game against Complexity.
Clutcher. And play of the day, finally, we have Yekinder, and that's going to be on Mirage, making plays with the rifle here, punishing that information gathering on the side of G2. Double kill very quickly, but that's not enough for him. He goes on to actually put the finisher in G2's faces from that B-apps position. Great cross placement, great shooting, absolute pristine work from Yekinder.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Yekinder as always. Wrapping up our CS Money Player of the Day, managing to take that #1 spot. Today, though, it's not just a special day because we've got Group C action on the cards, but it's happy birthday to our favorite CSGO, 10 years old today. I can hardly believe it. It's incredible.
It's been 10 years? Has it already been 10 years? Time has been flying. It's actually insane.
I feel like we blinked and all of this incredible stuff happened. We can take a look at the exact timeline of what's happened in the whole of this year's Counter-Strike franchise. So many cool moments going down here.
Oh my God, it's been quite a while. It's been quite a destiny we've been on with Counter-Strike. Just a quick reminder of how CSGO was when it came out. I think we've done God's work changing, updating it. The game is much better now, Jake. That wasn't too great when it came out.
I would agree. Val gets a lot of criticism for how they handle Counter-Strike, but the game that came out in the first place compared to now, it's 2 different games. You're spot on, right? Counter-Strike is basically absorbed our life, right? Everything we do right now, Matthew, you and I, Freya for that matter as well, the players here in this studio, they live and breathe Counter-Strike. There's so many people out there, you guys watching as well, who live and breathe Counter-Strike. It's a classic game, and according to me, obviously, not biased at all, the best game of all time.
Yeah.
Look at this, the old school pictures of Inferno
I love
right
this.
here, right there.
So many memories.
Arguably a better version as well, I must say.
That one was great. So many iconic moments, of course. Freiburg, Shocks with the AWP over there. Dust 2. Well, Dust 2, I don't share the same nostalgia when I see pictures of Dust 2. Somehow maybe my heart is linked to 1.6 now. It started, but that Inferno one was great.
Yeah, do you guys remember? Obviously, because you were playing sort of semi-professionally before Counter-Strike Go came out. Do you remember the launch of this particular iteration of CS?
Yeah, I remember being, as any human being, very, very much against the new Counter-Strike coming out. Trying to be like, oh my God, what is this game? And what did they do to my 1.6? What did they do to Source? They changed everything. But then after a few weeks, I just realized that this was where the future was headed. And again, they updated the game so quickly, it became very quickly nice and agreeable to play with.
I was young and dumb. I actually announced my retirement the first 2 weeks CSGO came out. I was like, I'm not going to play that game. It was too terrible to even touch. Gave it a couple of weeks and then I fell in love with it. Of course, Counter-Strike is always going to be Counter-Strike.
And look at you now, Pimp. And if for anybody that didn't know at home, played on Team Liquid. I don't think he mentions that.
Not yet.
Really?
We had it on the bingo card.
Yeah. We haven't
also been a stand-in for Astralis.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So many incredible memories. But I do want to get some of the memories of the players that we have here in attendance in Copenhagen from Banks.
Idiot.
So, Carrigan, you've got lots of memories from CSGO, but what is your best memory from the game?
I think it's the recent moment where we won Katowice, tried to win the tournament in Katowice 2 times, lost 2 times in the finals, so obviously winning. And the story we had that tournament, JKS and Rain and Robs out and in of the team. So definitely the scene we had in Katowice and the crowd there, the emotions, and also just having a big victory finally in my career.
I would probably say just loading up the game first time ever. That was maybe like 2014 for me. You know, I had played a lot of 1.6, but you know, loading up the game, CSGO, I never felt like you can, you know, kind of top 1.6 in a way that it's gonna feel better, and CSGO has kind of done that.
For me personally, it's probably a tie between my first big event win, which was E-League with Optic, and then also probably qualifying for my first major. Like those are huge moments in any player's career. So yeah, thinking back they're like stuck in my head a lot. And I could say like winning the major, which is a really highlight of my life, but those two really stick a lot, I think, for me.
I hope when they'll remove the Ortega. That will be my best memory.
So yeah, your best memory hasn't happened yet. You want Vertigo to go. I like that one. It's something different, that's for sure.
It's a good question, you know. You gave me a little bit of an edge. 30 seconds before the interview, had to think a lot. I think personally, it's probably playing the semi-final of the Stockholm Major. But overall, I think it's a little cheesy, but the way that Counter-Strike has developed throughout the last years, stadiums completely crowded, and just the scene being more organized, better, a lot of players and fans and talent getting into the action. I think Counter-Strike is at the best place it's ever been, and I think also for the people who have good memories, I think there's more and better memories to come.
I think it is when we qualified for the playoff at the major with Copenhagen Flames. It was a special moment. It was the biggest achievement of my career, so yeah, it was probably the best.
Yeah, I've been playing for a long time, it's true. To be fair, I have many good memories, but like in general, majors are my most memorable memories, I would say. Especially the in Katowice one, where I've been playing my first one with the crowd in Katowice, and it was just amazing to see also Virtus Pro winning it. It was just amazing.
For me personally, it's won Cologne 2018. But if I need to think of overall, maybe E-League finals. I think that was special, or like the Boston final, maybe something like this. This keeps in my mind always.
I absolutely love taking a trip down memory lane with these players. Anything else that you guys would throw into the ring as your kind of favorite CSGO memories?
Look, Tapson was right. Whenever you play majors, you keep these memories with you forever. Played 5 major, holla. But also just from 2013, 14, 15, I think it was the beginning of the traveling for me, and that I kept a lot of memories from that. Going to Jönköping, going to Sweden, Katowice, of course, Germany. When you started leaving dear old Switzerland to go on the way for Counter-Strike, that to me, I kept that in my heart.
Being a little biased, the first time I was inside Royal Arena, you know, exploring that arena when 12,000 Danish people just went absolutely batshit crazy for Astralis. That was a moment I always remember. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. So there's always good memories out there, as you said, you know, playing majors, traveling all the time. But being inside Royal Arena, you know, feeling that Counter-Strike in Denmark had made it to a point where we could fill out an arena with 12,000 people, without a doubt the highlight of my career.
Yeah, so many incredible memories, and we're going to continue making them there, as well as, of course, all these teams fighting for a spot at the fall finals as we head to Royal Arena once again in November. But Group C is now on the cards, making their debut here for the first time in Copenhagen for the fall season. It's going to be big, taking on Heroic, but not before EG face up against FaZe.
pretty excited to just start playing again. The team that we have now, the practice has been going super well. We're going to come into a lot of these tournaments as underdogs. My message to FaZe is that you guys have all to lose. We have pretty much nothing to lose. We're going to try to put on a show for you guys.
He'll actually get one more kill. Can he find Nico on there? Is a shot. Oh!
I'm very excited. First event of the season. It's kind of like a test to see how every team is doing after the break. VG, I don't know which roster you're playing with. I know you have like 20 people, but I still don't think any of you guys can take on us.
Twist is on his own. He actually could win this. He's ready and he's gonna get the 1-on-3.
I'm willing to show the people what I'm capable of. We can top the group. We are ready.
45 seconds to spare. Oh, he peeks. He's got it. Absent.
We have had a couple of good boot camps. We're gonna destroy everyone. Feeling very confident and ready for this.
It's down. You need to take more than a couple. Oh, and the burst is at the end.
Our final group ready to make their full debut, and 4 fresh faces eager to take to the floor here in Copenhagen. It's EG versus FaZe, Heroic versus Big to be opening up our day here for the full season. Interesting narratives coming into things, as we have had a few roster shuffles coming into it. Of course, this is the group overview of what was going to be going down today. All best of ones on the cards. Technically, no elimination, as they all will be progressing to that gauntlet next week, but it's exactly how they're seeded into it, which is incredibly crucial indeed. I want to start talking about Heroic coming into this one. Of course, they're going to be taking on Big in our second matchup here on this stream. And it's an interesting narrative when we're speaking about roster changes, because this one happened before the break. Of course, we saw Yabi taking to the floor in Cologne for the Danes.
Yes, and I do believe that Heroic have a little bit of a chip on their shoulders right now. Just as much as I'm ready to give them a bit of leeway when they're bringing Yabi, I think everyone, myself included, expected more from Heroic in Cologne.
Sure.
It was a letdown. It was a disappointment. We looked at that change, refresh out, Yabi in. We thought, okay, position for position. It's an upgrade in firepower. Yabi has got the momentum with him from what he gathered in Copenhagen Flames. It didn't materialize in Cologne. It was a bit of a letdown, and I'm looking forward to seeing more from Heroic.
I just want to give the context to people at home who may think, why did they change? Why is Refresh not part of this lineup anymore? Heroic were not okay with just being the 4th, 5th, 6th best team in the world, right? They feel they have potential to be up there fighting for trophies. They feel like they're a team that, despite having been in a semi-final at a major, they want to do even better. They thought bringing in Yabi could make them even better. They thought bringing in Yabi could put them to the next level, which is why we can allow ourselves to set the bar very, very high, because Heroic have been for the past 12 months a top 5, a top 6 teams consistently throughout the entire year. Now, bringing in Yabi, no, didn't look too good in Cologne, but that was early on, right? Now we got to see how it's going to pan out, and I think it's an upgrade in raw firepower and individual skill as well.
Yeah, expectations are high, demands are high on Yabi. I just think as well that Heroic is a very singular entity in the realm of Counter-Strike. I think they're one of the teams that has this sort of bubble feel to it. Feels like they're really, within each other. We know what has happened in the past. I think it put them, it linked them together. Sure. And as a newcomer, we have here Yabi event history on our stats. As a newcomer, I think it might take a little bit more time to be acclimated into this environment, to actually feel like you belong to the pack. You're not just the ugly duckling that's coming into the family, but you actually are one of the wolves. And I didn't see a wolf in Cologne. I think Yabi was very timid. He was very shy in the Counter-Strike that he was playing, maybe eager not to make mistakes. That cannot happen. He has to embrace, I guess, the craziness that Heroic sometimes put on a server, which he didn't in Cologne.
It also happened with Refresh when he first came into this lineup, when he was being introduced the first couple of tournaments. Heroic were winning, but Refresh as an individual didn't play too well. The same role Yabi's being slotted into now, so it makes an awful lot of sense as you're describing it right here. You need a bit of time in order to coming into Heroic and feel comfortable within the system that is very much Heroic's own.
Well, let's put that man under the microscope on the microphone with Banks.
So Yabi, you're now on Heroic, right? A chance to shine on a very top-tier Danish team. But I want to see, obviously you had the first event at Cologne. You didn't have much time with the guys. But what do you feel was like missing for you there? What was making it uncomfortable? Because just before that, we'd seen your own individual performances skyrocket. You were looking great.
I mean, we had a 2-week bootcamp, and it was the main goal was to get me into the things. And now after the break, we have been playing practice to get better. We can see we are getting better. The mistakes are getting fixed and stuff like that. So we are moving towards getting better instead of just putting me into the game. So yeah.
So all about the improvements now and getting you used to the system, so then you can shine and do what you do best. Yeah. But what would you say for you is the biggest difference from being on Copenhagen Flames to Heroic now? What's been the hardest thing for you to adjust to?
I don't really find anything hard to adjust to. Actually, yeah, it is. It's a lot of the same things I'm doing on this team as I did before. But yeah, I don't really find anything harder or something like that. It's the same, I would say.
And of course, we did see the debut of Yabi for this heroic lineup at Cologne, where it was, as you were saying, Matthew, a kind of lackluster result. There was more to be desired from heroic.
Yeah, look, a bunch of these games, as you can see on the right-hand side, were close games. We're talking 13-16 on 3 occurrences. It's not like they were completely in the wrong, but it's what Jacob was talking about. Prior to that change, heroic was a top 5-6 team. We were hoping to see more straight from the get-go. Didn't happen in Cologne.
Yeah, and of course they're going to be taking on Big as their first opponents here at the full groups. And they've had a little bit of a remix as well. Keto coming in the space of Tizian. But it kind of almost didn't feel like we saw Keto departing too much. Because
he was always there.
Yeah, there was some issues. You know, he was even stepping into the coaching role because they had a lot of COVID, unfortunately, positive tests last season. What are you thinking of this move, getting Keto back in replace of Tizian for this time?
I honestly think it's a good move for Keto, obviously, getting back to the lineup, but also for Big. I think Keto is a better individual than Tizian, and I think Keto has the abilities to play the same roles to the same quality, if not better than Tizian were able to. I do want to give some credit to Tizian. I think his career within Big has been tremendous. I think the fact that he found a role within that lineup, despite not being the most skilled individual, he still held up to his own. He's still a player that I want to, applaud for what he was doing. But I think Keto has another level to him. So in terms of raw firepower, in terms of having a team that is well-rounded now, I like that Keto is being reintroduced to it. He was coaching, he was standing in, and now he's finally back to the full squad. It's a good move in my eyes, and could potentially take Big closer to where they want to be.
They hope for it. I'm appreciative of the move as well as you are, Jacob. I think the next few weeks and months will answer a very important question when it comes to the whole Tizian debate in Big, right? I think you have polar opposite camps. You had the people on one hand who were saying, Tizian is insufficient, he's not good enough, he's not strong enough, get that guy out of here, he's not supposed to be on the server. Then on the opposite camp, you had people saying, it's about being selfless, it's about the role, he brings a lot, he's in hard situation, he's not in sexy positions, doesn't get a lot of resources. Well, Keto is about to answer that question for us, because if he steps into these roles, which he will, we know he will, but if he does better, then that's the proof of concept that it was actually Tizian who was inherently insufficient for the very top level, or maybe Keto will just absolutely drown in the ocean. We'll see in a few weeks.
Well, speaking of questions, I know Banks does have a couple for the head of the squad. It's Tabson.
So Tabson, for Big in the beginning of 2022, you guys went through a lot of ups and downs, right? So just give me your thoughts, give me your review of what happened in the start of that year.
Yeah, you said it completely right. I think we just went totally in the downs in the beginning, also in the ups, of course. We made some changes. Also, one of the most important changes was for me the coach. Bringing back Fatih into the team was like definitely a yes for sure. Nothing against the other coaches, of course, but
it's Gob.
Exactly, it's Gob, and also he just feels the same like I do, and that was for me the person which I needed the most. Other than that, yeah, we felt that we had the potential to compete, but we didn't have the feeling that we can win tournaments. So we just needed to make some changes as well.
And in terms of that now, these changes that have come through. Okay, Crimbo, we've touched on him. This young star is better and better every single time. But Keto coming back in, how do you explain that difference to me? What's that bringing to the table? And maybe you noticed some stuff when he was standing in that whole time.
Yeah, the most, I would say the most difference is that he took responsibility where he needed to take them in the academy team. Nice. And he was taking a challenge which many players wouldn't take, like getting downgraded, so to speak. Yep. And he did it really well. Like his motivation, also his standing, like his showing, he was always very professional, and that's something which I really look up to. And heads off, of course. Other than that, of course, he also takes now responsibility in the team. He wants to call more. He's taking some, I would say, edges in the team where maybe some players wouldn't take. Yep. And there's something really I take it for granted, because it's really nice to have something like that and take also a little bit off my shoulders.
Yeah. That's definitely something needed. And what I love of what you just said there as well with Keto is the fact that some players might get put to an academy roster and they have an ego or they have a bad attitude and they won't work out. But it sounds like he's really done a lot of work to improve himself. So a lot of respect for that. But you've come back. How much time did you get to practice? Did you do a boot camp and did you do anything else special before we got to Blast?
We did a small boot camp. After everyone, of course, went to vacation, we had some time off. No one was speaking to each other, just having some free time. Other than that, we had a boot camp with 4 days. We were grinding a lot. We did some new stuff. But the most important thing was to integrate, again, Keto to the team. Yep. Just feeling good about the vacation. And, of course, we did some new tactics here and there, of course. But the most important part was just to grind, get hours back in and feel the game again.
Very much looking forward to seeing Big taking on Heroic in our second matchup of the group here at the Blast Fall Groups. But Evil Geniuses are going to be debuting their new look roster against FaZe as our first treat of the day. And you might need a rocket science degree to understand the approach behind this new EG roster, because there's not just 5 players, there's a hell of a lot more than that, Matthew.
Danny took about 10 minutes in the green room to explain to me what the hell was happening in this project.
Thank you very much for that one, Danny.
And I'm just going to put it out there. I think EG was one of the most mismanaged projects in CSGO for quite a while. And I, for one, appreciate that they are trying to think of the game in a new way, because 100%. That wasn't working. What was happening in the last few years did not work at all, no matter how they tried. Now they're bringing a new solution out of the Pandora box. They have 15 players, they're shuffling around, and we get to meet some new faces today.
New blood, new motivation, new approach, and as you said, I like it a lot, because what was happening in EG prior to that was unacceptable. The money that was being thrown into this project, the salaries...
Might as well give it to me.
May as well just give it to me as well. There was so much money being thrown into the project, and they did absolutely nothing with CEST. So the fact that they're trying a new approach, the fact that they're trying to bring some new blood into what you can call the main roster, the one that we're seeing right here, I like the approach. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I have zero expectations whatsoever, but at least they're trying.
Yeah, no, it is an exciting new approach coming into things. And speaking of new blood coming into the roster, let's get a few thoughts from Nilan.
So Nilan, it's been a little while since we've seen you. Simon times, K23, now you're on EG. How did this offer come about? How did you get the chance to play for EG?
I don't know. I was just sitting in July, I think, and I get email from Soham Valens that do I want to join EG? So yeah, that was cool.
It was cool, right? I think it's a thing that people didn't expect, right? Because mainly it's a North American team. You've got a couple of European, like you've got Cirque playing in, right? But there is a situation where they've building this really big roster. So how is it working for you? How are you managing all of this?
We are just a big family, like 20 players, just big family, and that's it.
That's it, just try and make it work. Now, for your preparation going into this, you've been in boot camp in Serbia. How many days was that, and how did it go in general? Because obviously, it's not with the full roster you want. You've got Rush standing in.
Yeah, we actually was boot camping at Serbia for a week, I think. And I don't know, we'll see what will happen in Blast, but we are just playing with Rush, as you know. We'll do our best.
And when it comes to doing your best, your team you got to play against is FaZe for the opening game there in a best of one. What do you do as the in-game leader? What are you looking at to try and get an advantage here, to get a chance to take down FaZe?
I'm just going to try out Cold Kerrigan.
Woohoo! I like that, with a big smile on your face as well. But the lovely thing here is we do not know anything about you guys. People don't know how you play. People don't know what maps you're going to be able to do. So do you think the best of one gives you an advantage, at least against maybe some of the other teams as well?
I don't know. We're just going to play our game. Yeah, the other teams don't know what maps are we playing, but it does make sense, I mean, we're just going to play our game. That's it.
And how confident are you just in your map pool right now? How many maps would you say you have if you don't tell me the maps?
All 7.
All 7. Nilan, you're smiling. I'm not sure if I believe you yet, but we'll have to wait and see. Thank you very much for your time, man, and good luck going into the matches.
Sounds like that practice, that preparation for EG, it's been going exponentially well. All 7 maps in the map pool. You heard it here first.
They have 7 maps in the map pool, and he's going to out-call Kerrigan. Do you want any of that copium as well? Should I put some strawberry on it, or take it to the bank?
Yeah, moving on. Let's
Swiftly.
talk about another new addition to the side of EG, because Hex, I was actually catching up with Connor and Mo. They were telling me a little bit about the sort of young North American prodigy. He's going to be coming in. Again, another kind of question mark about this EG roster. And also, it should be automatic here in this A squad, but actually Rush is going to be standing in for him as well. So a lot of different moving parts, a lot of maybe unanticipated things.
And this is where it annoys me a little bit, because Hex, a young promising player coming in. I think that's interesting. Again, the new approach, trying to bring in some new blood to the team. It's not that I don't want to see Rush being the stand-in for Automatic, but once you have Automatic not being here for whatever reason, then bring in some other talent. We've seen Rush over and over again. He's been around for a long, long time. Fair enough if you still want to give a go at it, but do that in one of the other teams and then bring in some more of that new blood. This is kind of like a bag of mixed signals for me, right? You're having a new approach, you're having 15 players on contract, you're bringing in Hex, and then you still go back to Rush when you need a stand-in. Not too sure I like that one.
And maybe a red warning light as well, because our first opponent, it is going to be none other than FaZe Maniac.
FaZe indeed, FaZe who have reigned over 2022. That is for sure. I think the best of 5 against Navi and Cologne was the culmination of a great rivalry, and now they are currently sitting in their throne. I'm just going to put it out there. I think FaZe have absolutely nothing to prove here. And if anything, it might be the best time to play against them, because I would not bat an eye. I would not care if FaZe were to lose all their games today, because I have so much trust in that team, and I have so much trust in their power that in any case in the Gauntlet, they would come back. They might be a very easy target right now, because if you're FaZe, why would you not just relax a little bit?
Yeah. The most well-rounded roster in the entire world is FaZe. So you're right, even if they were to disappoint here a little bit, even if they were to lose a couple of maps, it should be just fine for these guys. They're coming in, they're going to have a way of ease into the season, and again, maybe even experiment with the map pool as well.
Exactly.
Trying to implement some new maps, trying to try out some new tactics. We get to see it right here on Inferno.
We're not
really, but still, let's see how the approach is going to be. I assume FaZe is just going to run down into EG's faces. I heard Kerrigan say it a couple of times. The way they want to win Counter-Strike game is by running down to the faces of their opponents, even against
they can do that.
EG. They can do that if they want to.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody is doubting FaZe coming into this, particularly looking at the last season. You alluded to it, Maniac, just raining terror over basically all of their opposition. They're managing to get that crown in Cologne as well. That was huge for Kerrigan and his own mentality. He was saying he would have actually regarded that season as a failure. They didn't get the crown, but they did, so all's restored.
That was an excellent season from Kerrigan. We can have a look at the predictions as well. I think all of us went with FaZe on that one. We didn't really give EG the time of day. Look, I would be surprised if FaZe are mentally able to bring in their 100% level right now, because we are post-break, because of what they've accomplished in 2022, but they do not need the 100% to win. They have so much talent, such a high level, that 80, hell, 70% will be enough for FaZe to win, and I have no doubt about it.
I want to hear what's up with Moses' mental state of mind right now for picking big against Heroic.
Big, yeah.
I mean, it's a close game. I can sort of like justify it in a sense, but I think we all agree that Heroic are supposed to be a better
Try to understand Jason for a long time now, and
yeah, that's not a good hole to go down. Well, before we get into that one, we have to get into the match upper hand. It is EG taking on none other than FaZe in their debut here in Copenhagen. It is going to be going down on Inferno, and it's coming up with Jason and Anders after this.
ready? Jason, how are you feeling? You ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready for this, absolutely. First look at EG. We got all the first look at Complexity yesterday with their new addition. Started out well, didn't end so well. Liquid looked good at the start, didn't end so well. Now we get EG. And who knows? They might not even look good at the start.
Could be another day for NA, maybe?
Maybe.
It's questionable. The odds are not looking favorable at the moment. I don't think that's really surprising. I don't think anyone knows what we're even going to get with this lineup, but it will be interesting to find out.
Yeah, that's, not just the new additions as well. You just add the extra gut punch of also Rush having to come back and step in for Automatic for the tournament. He was relegated down to one of the other rosters within the EG umbrella, I guess we'll call it.
Yeah, it's a lot happening, a lot going on, a lot unpacked over on that side. Let's see how it affects them. We're live with the game. It's on Inferno, and EG will be starting on the T side with FaZe on the CT side. So we'll see how that goes.
It's nice of us to give EG a nice, easy warm-up game to start things, to get comfortable with each other. Nothing like facing the #1 team in the world right out of the gate. There's my boy Breeze. He's back.
Well, at one point in time, Breeze was ranked very highly in the world. Oh, nice shot to bring down Kerrigan. That's beautiful. Yeah, keep it going like this.
Call it. Order the champagne. This game's done.
We're ready. A couple of kills. That's all you need. Roki taking a risk to try and bring the team back. I have to appreciate it because if he doesn't, the round is probably lost no matter what. So the fact that he got a kill and still escapes is pretty cool to see. And they're already here trying to go for the retake. The bomb's not quite planted yet, but just a matter of time.
Oh, yeah, this gives him a chance at the retake. Get a little bit lucky. One quick kill here. Good shot from Cirque. That puts down Brokey. It's just Twist left with his teammate Rops over towards the choke point. 2 on 3. There's no kit in either one of these players, so it's got to be fast.
Rops is certainly looking for it. Finding the corner. Twist is out of it, so that's unfortunate. Cirque going to land that kill, and now he's even being flanked in the middle of retake, so yeah, if there was a chance, it had to be probably a quick 2-2 and then trying to see if you can find that bomb defuse and force somebody out of it. Nicely played at the end for EG. Super conservative, not really showing any kind of a fight at the end, knowing that on the other side they had to come for that retake. So, well done. What a start.
Yeah, I mean, it helps when Breeze just bangs out 2 opening kills like that. You don't even really have to talk about tactics at that point. 5 on 3, you have complete banana control, just march towards that B bomb site. So, pistol round to the North Americans. Looking for an upset. Nobody predicted them, so it would just be oh so fitting if they were able to pull it off.
I feel like that's it's always a good time when that happens.
I guess we should say as well, we don't really get too much time, but I know they mentioned on the desk, happy birthday to Counter-Strike.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? 10 years.
Just flew by.
That's hard to it's hard to imagine. But yeah, it is true. Rain stepping into the fight just a little bit, hoping for anyone that he could find, but looks like EG want to stay safe over here in Banana. They were there initially, but they're backing off.
Didn't do a great job of that. Hex is down to 18 HP just through Molotovs and nades without even seeing anyone. So early victory in Banana for FaZe Clan, but now the rifles relocate towards middle. Deagle shoots out at Rap side corner. And EG's just patient behind all the utility. Minute left on the clock.
There's only one smoke left as well on Twist, so they can afford to be patient now. They're going to find out pretty soon that there's not that much more to slow them down with. And then they just have to avoid the Deagles.
This is a good time to just kind of go through the list of obstacles that EG has. Obviously, 2 new players with Nealon and Hex coming into the roster. Obviously, Rush coming back in for Automatic is an issue. We still have the question marks about Breeze and Cirque finding some kind of resurgent form, any kind of impactful form that they can have. And then you add, I mean, one of those 2 new players is the in-game leader. So you have an entirely new kind of philosophy and system of calling tactics within the team. So a lot of issues for EG coming into this match.
But then again, if they take down FaZe, what a start it will be. So a lot to win. If they manage to do that, that's going to give some confidence to everybody, surely. They managed to get past the pit, which is great news, and they're going to get the bomb plant. And FaZe, not surprised if they just kind of maybe linger around for a couple of kills, but ultimately save the win.
I gotta say, I brought it up as like an obstacle, and it truly is, but Rush, for me, has always been like one of those super underrated players in North America.
I agree.
Yeah, I've always liked seeing him on teams, and I mean, when you look at some of the biggest successes in North America, the old Optic lineup that kind of got one of the first big trophies for NA, the Cloud9 team that won the major, Rush has been involved in those. So I don't know. I really like Rush as a player. Happy to see him here.
I feel like if you spent a whole day watching just demos from Rush point of view, you'd have to constantly say, oh, he's creating like really great openings for his teammates here, or he's doing a lot of work in the background that you're not realizing. He's not going to get the credit for it, but he's really like, he's working all of the background
He's like the intangibles player.
Yeah, which is it's a thankless job because, again, it's really hard to see in the middle of a match. You might not realize like how many opportunities he actually created for the rest of the team. So it's just how it is, I guess.
He's had some odd downturns too. I mean, I don't want to say he's devoid from criticism in that sense either. He's had some rough stretches in the previous EG lineup as well coming into this, but I'd like to see him just have one really nice event on the way out. Go out on a high note.
Yeah, that would be nice. And I agree, Breeze and Suck. I mean, we definitely need to see a lot more out of those two. What was the high ranking for Breeze at one point? I swear he was he in the top 10 at one of these years?
Breeze?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he was in the top 10.
I swear he was high up there at one point. Anyway,
we can find out.
Certainly Circus and Orp are also super highly rated. But it's been a minute since we've seen anything like that, so want to get that back a little bit. They lose Breeze, speaking of which, early on in the round. 3-man stack over at the bomb site, and already EG have spent a lot of utility to try and burn out some of the back corners, but the one smoke really slowed them down. So now they don't have those nades anymore, and they don't have the bomb site. A little bit unfortunate here. Actually turned into a 4-man stack at the moment. Only Twist holding over at that A corner.
And they kind of had this similar sort of setup, not this much of a lean in the previous round where EG just kind of walked out Halls dry. X should be able to get at least one here. So we've evened things up at 4. Rops and Rain are tagged down very low. More danger from the Deagles. That's the FAMAS coming through, and it's been well traded by Hexed. Back to the A bomb site we go, where Twist has been waiting this whole time.
Yeah, standing out a little bit of an off angle, but walking in like that. I'm actually shocked that he got that kill. Well done. Goes to pick up the Galil and tries to buy a little bit of time with the flashbang. They're in some trouble now. 25 seconds. Neelan and Hext have to try and find a way to get that bomb plant at the very least. That's a strong headshot to bring down Twist. Well done. That might actually bring them back. The health there on Rops and on Rain, not looking that great at the moment. So a real chance now for EG to secure this third round, which they probably should have had all along, but gotta be real careful.
Yeah, what an attempt from Twist as well. Unfortunately, just the overpowering weaponry of EG is going to take his smart play out of any kind of position. Rops is the last one left. And this is just going to dwindle down. No kit, no time. Going to have to be aggressive at some point, and EG's playing this very smart. That's a shot and a half, but still goes down.
I was going to say, even if they don't challenge him there, if the bomb goes up, eventually he could actually bring one or both of them down. So there might have even been a world in which just staying alive for a long time there for Ops would have even worked out, but that's one hell of a shot.
I have the answer. Breeze in 2019 was the number 8 rated player in HLTV's top 20.
There we go.
Yeah, so you were correct. Number 8 in 19 and number 20 in 2020.
Some of those neurons in my brain found a...
Yeah, they're still firing. They've still got connections.
It's good times. Yeah, so, I mean, that's that. I don't know where he is now on the scoreboard, but it's going to be quite a bit lower. So, you want to see him return to some of that style. Maybe not, doesn't have to shoot straight back up to top 8, but just start to get back up there.
Yeah, we'll be content with just the first step forward at this point. 3-0 for EG. Solid start against FaZe here on Inferno. Brokey's going to be aggressive in Halls, peering down the stairs with the AWP. Rops aggressive as well for a 1-2 punch, and they might not need the second one.
Oh, that smoke is so close. Rob still had his back turned. If that hadn't gone up, he would have been dead, but as it turns out, instead, Breeze going down, trying to see if he could work the angle of it. That is so crazy. Rain, he saw just the foot before the flash came through, wanted to try and turn for it. Karrigan is here, though, and he's going to try and buy some time, slowing them down with a flashbang. Enough for Brokey to come on over and straight takedown Cirque. That's a great start here. Missed the shot on Neelan, though. And if he's quick about it, maybe get the kill on a bomb plant, but otherwise, they're going to get a lot closer, so has to hurry, and Karrigan real far back at the bomb side, able to find him. It's a good round here.
Yeah.
3 people surviving on the side of FaZe.
Yeah, nice patient play as well. Karrigan just doing a good job of kind of pouncing off all the aggression from his teammates. First, Rain pushing down Banana, grabs 1 kill after that, then Brokey with the op, and Karrigan just plays it slow and gets 1 more at the end. Op recovered as well, passed over to Brokey.
What were you doing, Jason, when CSGO came out? What plans in your life were derailed by this game?
Plans. What are these plans you speak of in 2012?
I'm sure you had something.
I was working at a car factory. I was making doing plastic mold injection.
There we go.
Making vehicle grills. Classic Michigan job.
Could have kept doing something useful for the world.
I worked a job that almost killed me, actually. So shout out to CSGO, got me out of there.
You end up injecting yourself with the plastic?
It's like, my job was like I was, we'll go through this while it's an eco round. Just, it's called a die setter. So I had like the big molds that weighed like, 10 tons, 12 tons, pick them up by cranes, drop them into a machine, bolt them in, put all the connections up. And one day the hook holding one of the 10-pound molds broke.
Oh.
And snapped and would have hit me if it weren't for a steel pole in front of me.
Nice.
Put a nice big dent in this thick steel pole. So I have that mounted in my house. The hook that almost killed me.
That's great. That's
It was about 12 inches away.
I like it. I mean, I don't like the part where you nearly died, but still. That's exciting. Yeah, so all right. That's a saved by Counter-Strike again. That's nice.
Yeah.
Ooh, good job. Rob's coming up with a couple of kills there. They only lose a single player. So it's worth keeping an eye on. 3 people living in the previous round, 4 of them in this round, and they're going to keep building the money, which is ultimately going to be a real big problem for EG if it goes like this. Oh, shit. Wow.
Right through the edge of the wall.
I was going to say the second one was harder than the first one. But
Yeah, it really was. Oh, you never know. Those little like slow creeps into your crosshair are really awkward shots at times. Here we go. Round 6, it's 3-2. EG with a 1-round lead. Banana control has been a struggle outside of the pistol round for EG. They've taken a lot of damage here. Previous round as well. Rain and Kerrigan did a good job shutting it down. And there's Twist with the deep nade to the bottom of mid to find a kill onto Nealon.
yeah, that's a struggle, definitely, and you're right. FaZe, but then again, I'm not really surprised. They do have a pretty good setup over here. Kerrigan and Rain. A lot of the time, you can probably trust Rain to try and hold this on his own if need be. Pop flash in hand for Rain if anything happens. And right now, FaZe look content to just have Twist on that slightly forward position in middle. That's kind of the most information they have at the moment. Brokey now taking over on the other side. So nice little back and forth going on over there. Twist falling back into the bomb side, but Brokey now taking the archway instead. So they keep having a look into what's happening in middle, which is great for the CT side. Get some information. Down to 40 seconds at the moment. Looks like they're going to come back and try and hit this bomb site, which could work out. Kerrigan has no more smokes, none of those Rain, so they have a chance at it.
It's kind of all they have left at this point. 40 seconds on the clock, you have no map control, you have no mid control, and your player down, yeah, just fall into the B hit. And you can see FaZe already knows it's coming. There's an early rotation to get Brokey over here as well. Likely to boost up Rain, but Kerrigan, he's going to get one. Rush looking in the wrong direction. There's the boost up and impact from Brokey's off. Still focused on Kerrigan and still can't get the job done. EG thrust back into Banana. It's just Cirque remaining, and he's going to go down nice and easy from Twists, and we're all tied up.
With nobody going down, so they're building even more money on the FaZe side of things. I think that was well done. But, I mean, again, I still think with the one smoke towards CT spawn and the fact that there were no counter nades coming out really from the CT side, if they'd got the opening kill on Kerrigan or Rain in there, that maybe could have worked out. It could have been fun to see. Just not possible here. Kerrigan doing a great job at minimizing his exposure, getting the kill, staying alive, and then getting the follow-up here. Just too much to handle. 3-3, all tied up, which is real bad news for EG. Again, if you want to cause an upset in a game like this, you really need to...
Especially starting on the T side of Inferno, like the first recipe for an upset here would be, you know, control the economy out of the pistol round, run up to like a 5-6-0 lead, something like that. Kerrigan with a little, you know, just perfunctory clear of logs or tree, didn't really go all the way deep, so there's still Nealon just hiding there. Just a P250 on him, but that could catch Kerrigan off guard.
Yeah, just pretending to do it, kind of like going through the motions a little bit. We'll see if timing is going to be with them. Oh, nicely done. Good start here, and Rain's going to be really careful. Shutdown, wallbang headshot from the Deagle through the board up there. And Breeze is going to be finding Twists, so this is looking amazing for EG, just as we talked about how they need to keep FaZe down and how this is a little bit of a worrying start. This kind of a round is huge for them.
Yeah, all provided by Nealon. All provided essentially by the kind of like 50% clear of tree from Kerrigan. One little mistake with massive consequences, and they're going to take the one-round lead, EG. Cool.
It's good, but ultimately the money on FaZe is still so strong at the moment. Even just winning 3 in a row, that they're gonna be good to buy.
And you're not going to get too many more rounds like that against FaZe. Yeah, but it's nice to have one, for sure. I mean, even part of the other issue too with that kind of not really clearing tree and thinking there's no danger in that point is Rain is also well overcommitted to that position where he gets stuck in a situation where he can't get out either. That's an even bigger disaster. The op goes down, so all that money built up, Brokey's going to have to reinvest everything he's got to get a full kit with the AWP.
Oh, it's real interesting now. That's actually losing a lot, yeah.
They're playing very slow in B.
And also... All right.
Kerrigan calling out, they're playing very slow in Banana, very slow in B, so imagine they're going to start holding their nades a little bit more FaZe, not going for the full utility dump all the way down, play for the late game, the late round situations.
Well, it's true. I mean, we talked about the previous round how, you know, even if EG didn't have a lot of options, they hit a bomb site with no grenades left, so that is true. Nice start from Brokey, taking down Cirque. Again, Banana early fight being won here behind the FaZe side.
That's actually huge. I mean, look at the B defenders. Look at Kerrigan and Rain. Only Rain has used, what, like a flashbang and a nade or a Molotov and a flashbang, whatever it might have been. But, I mean, really, 2 nades used, and Brokey's still able to find the opening pick with the op. So they kind of changed the look. While EG's expecting this barrage of utilities and fire to come at them, it's just an op peeking down with a clear line of sight.
They really do slow it down afterwards. Taking control of Boiler Room, though, and I'm assuming control of middle to follow it up, so it's kind of what we expect. But this time, Brokey's on the other side, so that is kind of the hallmark, I think, of any good Inferno AWPer is just being in a new position every time you get a kill. Keep moving, make it real hard to guess where the next fight's going to be happening. They don't have much of a choice here either. Might as well try and go through. Flash is pretty decent, but Rain is right on top. And that's a great couple of kills. Going to pick up the bomb here, Nealon, but I'm not sure what could be accomplished. Going to go for the bomb plant, and the grenade will actually take him down. No bomb plant allowed. Good defense, and obviously Brokey being very active with that AWP.
Yeah, EG's at the point now in the game, I think, where they've got to be able to, they've got to start putting some pressure on the A bomb site as well. They're going to have to start seeing if they can find some success there, which I would imagine is a pretty scary prospect, especially when you have Brokey like this shutting down Breeze over in Boiler. But, I mean, you've kind of gone back to the B bomb site with quite consistency, with a decent amount of consistency here, and if you can't establish success on the other side of the map, FaZe is going to be able to cheat and stack that bomb site.
A little bit more speed behind it this time. I mean, they were denied this kind of a play earlier just from, I think, nade damage, but quick boost over, trying to see if they can put some pressure on. There are 3 people here early on, so got to be real careful. And flashed in, running for his Rain, and he gets the headshot on Nealon right away, so I appreciate the change pace for EG trying to get that done, but they got caught by that flashbang perfectly.
Perfect. Ooh, nice shot from Brokey. 5 on 3. No one's gone down, and Brokey with this op is starting to be a force. 10 kills for him. He's been all over the map. We saw the pick on Breeze and Boiler in the previous round. We've seen a number of good kills down Banana as well. So it's starting to get real difficult for EG to read where that op is going to be positioned.
Rush actually getting hit through the smoke like that. Fairly annoying when you're just trying to get a little bit of control here. Cirque going to be spotted as well, and he's dead. Will be dead once Kerrigan comes through again. Shots from the smoke there from Kerrigan, and he's going to land a shot on Breeze as well, leaving Rush in pretty much an unwinnable position here. He's going to be found by Rain. I don't know even if trying to plant the bomb would have been a better choice necessarily, so
even if he wanted to, Kerrigan had just dropped into pit as well. Kerrigan was always going to be the snake in the grass to prevent that kind of a plant coming out. So FaZe is really starting to work EG, and outside of the hiccup of Kerrigan not checking all the way through tree, there's been no problems for FaZe since round 4.
So tricky for EG that one of the PCs apparently is blown up. Oh, it might not be the problem, I don't know. I'm just...
Yeah, we didn't actually get word on that one.
The little graphic just, you know, makes it look like it. So, either way, a little bit of a technical timeout as we get a chance to regroup on the EG side. They are playing the T side of Inferno, so I guess, you know, all things considered, things aren't looking so bad.
Yeah, they're not in a horrible place. You know, having 4 rounds at this stage of Inferno on T side, you get 1 or 2 more, and I think you're going to be pleased. You're going to be you're never going to be comfortable against FaZe, but you're going to be looking at the scoreboard with the number and saying, all right, this is an adequate number of rounds that we can work with.
Yeah, so we're going to play 2-1-2 right now.
I also feel like sometimes when you put together a lineup like this one, I mean, you at least, you want to be in a position where you get to play some of your rounds and get to show some of what you could do so that you have stuff to go back and look at. It can be kind of heartbreaking sometimes when you're playing, you know, the best team in the world and you get you get like 3 rounds overall, and you're like, well, there's not a lot to study. I mean, you can also study the rounds that you lost, I guess, but it's nice to have a sense of something working. I'd say EG are showing that right now, so it's a pretty decent position to be in. Unfortunately, though, for them, the money is not that great. The Eagles, a Glock, and a Tech 9 there on Hexed, and we'll see if that's going to be enough to create an opening. It was once, but like you pointed out, that's probably not going to be happening again here.
Ooh, Rain, he spotted one deep. Got to be careful about close. That's the Tech 9 caught yet again with a lack of information of where these pistols have positioned themselves. Up to Kerrigan to try and recover. He's found the equalizer. Now looking for the rebuttal from Hex, who's going to play this very passively, very conservatively.
Yeah, but still a bit scary, and it gives up an AK up there. So more to fight with on the EG side. Ticking past the minute mark now. Robs, that's a nice flashbang, timed perfectly. Couldn't find a kill on him, but still, good little trick. Bomb is at the bottom of T mid, so I want to be at least keeping an eye on that and make sure that that doesn't get lost in the middle of all of the chaos. But FaZe still seem like they're not under that much pressure here. Putting out their final smoke at about 40 seconds.
This ain't Vitality. Rush is going to go pick it up. No concerns with the bomb.
It's good. I like it. We have a couple of teams like that come into some really funky situations.
It's just funny that it's Vitality that I feel is like the most known for just leaving the bomb way back, because they have some of the most experienced players we have in the scene and overall. They've got like 7 or 8 major trophies between all of them.
Because everyone's thinking, well, we've got so much experience, someone else is going to be watching this, surely.
Yeah.
No problem.
I can forget about it because the other guys aren't going to.
Twist with a good finish there, but that was a 2-on-4 with almost no time and obviously no real utility to set it up with. So not too surprising that they come out on top of that one. And FaZe just seem to be getting back into the groove of things here. Still building that money. As we see if EG could find something else. Still seems to be very much focused on getting Banana and eventually executing into the B-bomb site. Haven't seen too many exciting wraps on the A-bomb side or even wraps through CT spawn into B. There are a lot of options on Inferno. But like you pointed out, I guess with a brand new in-game leader, there's just a limit to how deep you even push things.
Certainly, and a limit to like how much improv he can bring into the equation, because you're still trying to kind of figure out the comfort level of your team. And I mean, you can even see it in the pregame interview, Nealon, not the most confident answers, and I mean, understandably, he's in an entirely new situation with an entirely new group of players who play a completely different way of Counter-Strike than he's grown up in. So a lot of moving parts at the moment with EG. So I think this event for me with EG is just like, let's see what we're working with. You know?
I thought he had a great origin story.
Okay.
How did you get into EG? Well, got an email.
That's how easy it is.
It's great. Great stuff. 2-for-1 trade, though. It's a nice early headshot there over at Archway, but unfortunately, they get a little bit more back on the FaZe side. And again, the clock is running down. Speaking of that earlier hint that Kerrigan was talking about, you know, how they play slow over at the B-bomb site. Now we're a little bit later in, and they had a smoke down at about 45 seconds or so. They still have 2 Molotovs left, so you can tell FaZe are trying a little bit more to save some of the nades. Maybe not as many as you'd want over at the B-bomb side, but still. They should have something for a retake if it comes to it. 25 seconds, and I don't even know. They are almost not doing anything here.
This is a fake. I don't mind this at all. This isn't a bad fake whatsoever. They're using all the attention they've given to the B-bomb site throughout this half to pull an extra defender over. Brokey's now committed, but you have to get through ROPS. And yeah, that's hard. That's not easy. 8 seconds on the clock. Cirque just making his way up to the bomb. There's no time. I mean, I don't mind the fake call.
No, you're right.
Cirque had to be way more aggressive in trying to come through with Nealon to at least attempt to trade that kill, right? You can't just leave it up to Nealon to find it and get a free bomb site. You have to be there being aggressive with him to make sure you can get into that bomb site. The fake was sprung, and the fake worked. Just the other side of it never sprung into action.
Or even if everything had played out the same, but they had 20 more seconds on the clock, it could have been a very different round as well. But it felt like that was, yeah, it was real late, unfortunately.
It's just an opportunity that slips away, right? Because you're saying even if Circa's coming up a second or two after this, even if he's not there for the immediate trade, at least then you have the information of where Rops is positioned. At least then you can go for a fight with the information. Just no opportunity for that at all.
Looked like that little exchange in the middle could have been dangerous for Brokey and Hex both, but nobody dies, so they can both continue to fight in the round. Rain, that's a gap. Oh, no way! That's just random, right? He didn't hear it. There's no way.
I got nothing for you. I would assume so.
That's. It looked like there was no smoke on Rain's screen and you shot him right in the head as he jumped up, like he caught him.
It's all going wrong for EG. 2 Deagles and 2 AK-47s stalled out by utility. They've got 3 smokes to work with, 2 flashbangs. However, they do have 4 defenders here, and Rain is positioned at the car at Banana, so he's got a deep angle down. Rain also has a Molotov for defense if he does get pressured for whatever reason, so FaZe has complete control of the map, complete control of the situation, and no reason for them to feel uncomfortable.
Dylan probably realizing that there was someone jump spotting that one. So they have some good info. Carrigan is brought back, but it's possible that he just dropped a couple of nades behind Rain and just, you know, is now making his way back. Ooh, missed shot here from Twist, but eventually he'll make up for it with a double anyway, so all is forgiven. Carrigan showing up for a minute 2. Gonna lose a couple of players in this round, but with 20 seconds, it's hard to see how Breeze could easily win this one. Brokey's just waiting in, off angle. But even if he wasn't, even if he just stayed tucked deep in, that probably would have been a winning move as well, just because of the time that was left. So, an expensive round for FaZe, but they don't care anymore, I think.
No, not at all. I think at this point, you're exactly right. Let's see. Okay. Might have heard like a little footstep on the run to jump up, but regardless, good looking play. Twist even tucking himself into the cubby as Carrigan rotates over to add 1 on top of it. 8-4. 3 rounds left. And that's why FaZe kind of stops caring about any losses they incur in these rounds. Yeah. They've got money to buy no matter what happens.
They're in a good position. Circ on that AWP, nowhere near the output of Brokey. I mean, he's playing the T side of Inferno, so that could be part of it, but you'd love to see him try and open up some of these rounds because they need it. Nealon, though, opening up on Carrigan and not getting flashed to Brain, trying to set that up for his captain, but didn't work out this time. So another good opening on Banana that they absolutely have to build on. I feel like EG need the last 3 rounds here just to start to feel a little bit better about what's going on in Inferno. Going to be boosting up, so bringing Twist over. Does leave Arch very vulnerable at the moment. I still do. I mean, it's a risky play, but I love the fact that FaZe seem to be really determined to find out what's happening in middle pretty much all throughout this first half.
I just like that they're like challenging at these choke points, right? Like another kill for Brokey before any kind of control or any kind of presence can be established by EG. I like the fact that they're just like, you know, come test. We'll challenge all of these and see if you can actually gain map control. Twist has a big job to do boosted up.
Yes, he does, but it's a nice shot. He falls down and robs on the other side by Arch. He was spotted by Brokey out there, Breeze, so they knew what was coming. The fact that Brokey saw that just means everything. Cirque now on his own. Unbelievable return. Sends a bullet through the smoke to catch Twist. That is wild. But he still has a huge job on his hands here. 1 versus 2. Not sure quite where they're coming from, and they're already on top of him with the nade and the headshot, and that'll absolutely take him out. So, nice retake from FaZe, but that actually looked winnable for a minute there for EG.
Yeah, it just such a, I mean, a 1v2 at the B-bomb site, certainly winnable. It's just, I mean, you get this 1v2 with that fortunate shot through the smoke, and then the other 2 players are already there and arriving. Cirque doesn't have a whole lot of time, a whole lot of options in that situation.
Nothing you do about that?
No, not at all. 8-4.
Twist is one of the, I think, more inspirational players in sort of, in terms of his dedication to the game.
Sure.
It's so crazy. I mean, you obviously, you know, this better than most people, but yeah, I asked him a question at one point. I remember about, you know, the player break and like how he'd spend his time and all the rest of it. He's like, just kind of want to play more Counter-Strike. Like, it sounded like he didn't really want much of a player break at all.
No, it's easy. Yeah, I mean, he's a bit of a grinder, and I mean, obviously, when you're on the best team in the world and you've had the year that FaZe is having, it's easy to enjoy playing Counter-Strike and want to play more Counter-Strike, right? It's when you're losing, can you still find that motivation to keep playing?
Yeah, that is a good point. He's in a prime position at the moment, and his mechanics are crazy, so you can see how it's paying off as well. 9-4, and the 14th round is here. FaZe winning 5 in a row, and Robs might get the opening. Indeed, the timing is perfect for it. Very difficult when you're coming up the stairs like that on the T side. Rush out of the round. see. Still some banana control being attempted from the EG side, but again, they're being naded back here. Another deep Molotov to go back with a grenade on top. Ooh, actually, it does blow up Hexed anyway. Didn't think that was going to be enough damage.
Yeah, this is FaZe just taking all the liberties at the moment, now deep into the half, and they realize they've kind of put EG in a place where they are a little bit afraid to challenge, a little bit afraid to be aggressive and assertive. So FaZe is just like, yeah, if we're going to have this much space on the CT side, yeah, we'll push up, we'll throw nades down. Rain with some trigger discipline, calling it out to Kerrigan. Oh, that's awkward. That's really unfortunate.
I mean, they're still probably going to come out on top, but that trigger discipline almost backfiring a bit. Twist with a nice shot there at the end, and it's 10 on the board for FaZe.
Yep, Kerrigan just cracking up. He's like, thanks, man. I'll take those 2 kills.
Nicely done. I feel like that that issue of thinking that you probably just already got the kill and moving on to the next target is one of the more frustrating experiences.
Yeah, Rain's brain was obviously like double kill.
Yeah.
Double kill to triple kill. Gotta get that first one.
15th round. And the good start for EG based on winning the pistol, which got them the first 3 rounds. Is now...
You want me to put it in even worse terms for you?
Go on, tell me.
EG hasn't won a single gun round.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Nealon just...
They won the pistol in the 2 rounds after that. You know, one was a force buy, one was a save from FaZe, and then later on they just kind of won a sneaky round with pistols, so they caught Kerrigan off guard. But that was a save round that they won, was their 4th.
Trying to switch it up and going for an explosion out of apartments. I like it because they have been going a lot for the B-bomb site, so it's an attempt to try and change things up. They almost got shut down doing it, but now at least they have the bomb plant. Cirque and Breeze, 2 versus 3 with a bomb plant, and a pretty quick rotation coming in on the side of FaZe. So they are at least here. Not quite sure where the remaining player is. They probably know one of them is down towards that pit area, but graveyard for Breeze. I like this.
It's going to be a tough hold. Rain taking his time clearing things out. They're real deep into the timer. This retake has got to begin now. Breeze, important shot here on Rain. Nails it. Straight headshot. Traded by Twist with the off. Inside of the smoke. Cirque has one. He's spamming down. That's Brokey. Comes out the other side. Impossible for Cirque to know. And even that round is ripped away. 11-4 half for FaZe.
Oh, that is absolutely brutal. Going to be a hard recovery for EG in the second half, which is coming right up. Who's your favorite CS player of the last 10 years?
Mine is the GOAT.
The GOAT.
I love that the most about them, how calm they are.
We're all gonna get hate comments for this segment. I thought a lot about the sort of the 10-year thing. That changes things. You have to sort of think back quite a bit. For me, partly some 1.6 probably bias, and partly just the fact that he's an AWP player. So I picked Fallen.
Oh, it wasn't Markelov.
It could have been. It was tempting for a minute. I have a soft spot in my heart in general for AWP players, but especially the style that Fallen does, the kind of the ability to sort of, fight close range with it at the best of times.
Fallen will be swarmed, killing the short player, knowing that the second was still up on Grave. He waits, he wins.
I think it's so exciting, and it's like, there are players that play a more crazy and sometimes even more entertaining version of AWP, but usually they kind of fall flat on that. Like, it doesn't have the same return on investment over time.
For me, he's like the second most inventive and successful IGLs of all time.
Yep.
In terms of basically creating maps, like the way people play Train after the Luminosity SK days, all because of him. And he was doing it as an IGL opping, which until the point that he did that, no one believed that that was the right thing to do.
He's definitely hit some points that no other players have.
Yeah.
Where he's best player, arguably, and IGL and Opper, and creating the meta of this game in 2016.
I think for me, there are some players where even if you put them in a 1 versus 4 at the worst of times with only 20 seconds left, there's some part of me that always thinks he could still do this could really still happen,
Yeah.
And Fallen is just somehow forever in that category.
So my favorite CSGO player, it's always been Neo and Forest. But obviously Neo, he is still playing, but he's not been playing in a tier 1 LAN in a while now.
I think it's tough for me to say, but I think Forest or Neo, one of those two, because they also made the transfer from 1.6 to CSGO, and I feel like the way they are as human beings, I love that the most about them, how calm they are. Every time I talk with them, I just feel like it's a friend I have for life, you know. And
Welcome back, everybody. You know what I really wish, Jason? I wish that EG were allowed to bring all of the players and they could swap them out like between halves or even between rounds. Like a new guy just sits down. And,
You have like an extra 5 PCs set up, and it's just like tag in, join the server now.
Yeah, Europe.
Yeah, like a shift change in hockey.
That'd be amazing. They might need that right now because things have gone off the rails in a big way.
Quickly off the rails. Yeah, this is not ideal. This is not a great situation. We were mentioning at one point at like 4 to 6, it was like, okay, if they could just get together like 1 to 2 more rounds, then you have a little bit of you're okay with it. And obviously, they didn't get there. So a huge mountain to climb for EG, starting with the pistol.
Brokey clocking in at 16-4, which is pretty great. And Twist is there at 15 kills, 13 on carry. They're just having such a good time.
Well, it really shouldn't be super surprising to anyone. I mean, obviously, with Brokey's level of play this year, that's one factor. But also, new team, new in-game leader, shuffling players in, even Rush coming back in for automatic. You're going to be a little bit messy on your flashbangs and your timings and your utility to force map control and force operas off angle. So, yeah, Brokey had a bit of a field day in that first half. Had success everywhere he went.
And unfortunately, in some way, it might even be more tricky on the CT side because, you know, at least on the T side, like we saw, you can try to run some defaults. They had some rounds even in losing that they looked like they could have won, you know, some basic B executes that can work even at the worst of times. So on the CT side, though, I mean, getting the rotations down perfectly and saving all the nades and everything else, it might be very tricky. And you're playing up against Kerrigan as an in-game leader, which is never a good time.
Ooh, Nealon's on his horse trying to get over. Rush has to slow it down. There's the first kill. That's not bad. Kerrigan's a little bit blind. Missed shots from Rush. Nealon can't make it through the smoke. That's going to be the bomb site lost and overrun by the Glocks of EG. Hex is already here on the flank, and he looks like he wants to get tricky.
I thought he had the game. It looked like a knife out from Kerrigan, and he's going to go down. Oh, no. Rox is going to fall next, and now Rain and Brokey are the only ones alive here. 2 versus 2 with the bomb freshly planted, so there is a chance for EG to go for the retake. Brokey's going to find one and Rain on the other one. And even though it had a real opening there, EG, it'll be FaZe to pick it up.
I think that retake beginning was like the worst moment for FaZe. I have to imagine they were all reloading. Because when that initial contact comes in, nobody's able to really fight back. Super awkward. They still get it done. 12-4.
I mean, Kerrigan stayed alive, but I think his teammate was actually in the middle of that reload, even though he was buying time technically. But the fun and games are over, especially for EG. 12-4 right now. FaZe looking to close this one out really, really quickly. Again, we don't really be surprised, but would still like to see EG pick up some more rounds just to have a sense of, you know, of what might work, or just to get the roster a little bit of more experience in general playing against the top team like this one. Kerrigan with a couple of kills with a Mac 10, technically finding a third one in Breeze, so a lot of information to be handed over the rest of the team. Twist is ready if Breeze wants to come through. Smoke being set up here. Gonna be calling it in. So they've got the 2-man stack, so just a question of timing at the moment. There comes Breeze with the deagle, but Brokey's there to receive him on the other side. And Hex now 1 versus 4 inside of the bomb site. Brokey's gonna find him. He did have the 5-7, which has been having some highlights recently.
And look at how hard, I mean, just look at the style in which Twist kind of entered into water, into grill area. You know, like quietly just kind of walking there. So there was never any timing, never any sound cue for EG to get used to. They didn't know how to really spring the trap that they had set up. Even the players following in were kind of walking and silent as well. So no ability to track where FaZe was actually going. 13-4. FaZe just 3 rounds away from a nice quick start to their map of Blast Premier, their first map of Blast Premier.
That's a good opening, what we're seeing here. Good chance to get warmed up. They're having...
That's a laugh.
Having such a good time.
That's a GIF.
You don't ever really want to see your opponents laughing that way, do you?
No, like laughing is one thing. Laughing of like, what am I seeing is a whole different beast.
Condescending laugh. Well, you don't have to fight back harder. He's 19-4 right now, Broky. So I don't know what the record is, the current moment for the Blast ecosystem in terms of ratings. I don't think Broky's hitting it just yet, but you know, a couple of good, you know, quad kill rounds here. Maybe it's possible. Broky showing up with the Galil, and it's a nice triple spray down. If you're going to be winning this hard, at least make it a record, you know? Try and see if you can find it.
True. What is the, I'm trying to think, I wasn't keeping track of how long this run is at one point. What was it, like 4, what was it when EG got their 4th round?
I think it was 4-4.
Okay,
right?
That's not good.
I want to say.
I was hoping it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, well. They're getting beat up so bad that even you, Jason, started to take pity, which is rare.
It was 4-3.
All right.
They took a 1-round lead. So it's been, what, 11 straight now for FaZe. They've had no issues.
That's a real issue. They have rifles now, though. A pretty standard type setup. Nothing wrong with that. Running down to Nealon. It's actually going to work just fine. Running out of bullets, though, not that great. Kerrigan comes through with a punish, and because of that deeper smoke behind him, Rush can't really help out that easily, so quick trade out there. Kerrigan take a lot of damage, so maybe they can still win the round.
Quickly looking like they want to take advantage over towards A. They know a rotation is going to be heading towards the B bomb site. Breeze gets dropped. Important trade from Hex as he gets aggressive, but now FaZe is feeling Brokey and Rain like they have a 2v1 here. Reinforcements are coming. Good play from Hex to get aggressive, and Cirque has the line behind him. They finally stopped the run at 11.
Nicely done. That was a long battle from pretty much from the start of it by quad, and then it just kept going. Trading and trading and trading, but in the end, trading favorably for EG, so this really never stopped. You could see how they just keep going. 14-5. And you're right, finally putting a little bit of a slowdown on the FaZe side. Yeah, Chicken was stuck by the bench. NCT spawn.
Not the smartest animals.
No? No. I doubt it. I don't have any personal experience, but we'll take your word for it.
Ooh, aggression from the SMG. Nealon gets blinded right at the end. Never knew Twist was on the other side of things. He protects his Opper. He's going to start leading the way towards the B bomb site. They might not even be afraid to just challenge it off the bat, but smoke comes up and Twist is happy to wait. Early smoke caused at the B bomb site. So EG, even out of a victory, are going to have some utility problems in the later stages of this round.
Maybe for the same reason, the FaZe are quite happy to slow this down and just take a look around, see what happens. Not hearing anything more going down at the moment, so been a minute since that smoke evaporated over at the B bomb site. Putting a little bit of pressure on the archway is Rain. Still keeping 2 people here and 2 people at the B bomb site.
And Breeze is shifted over into the site itself. Previously, they were just holding on to Rap side with no real presence at the A bomb site. However, FaZe is lining up. This looks to be a fake. Looks to be Rain and Kerrigan applying pressure, showing presence. If that gets a kill, that would be huge, but it's handled well. All that's left is the 3-on-2 at the B bomb site. The fake falls flat.
And if they got either one of those kills, presumably it's going to work out beautifully. But now they actually could be in a little bit of trouble. 25 seconds. Molotov not quite spreading into the corner, so a chance for Rush to still have an impact with this M4. 20 seconds now on the clock. They started to make their way through, but Brokey gets blown up before they even get the bomb plant. And Rush will find a kill on Rops. Stops the bomb plant on Twist. Can't really keep doing that. And he's all alone. Looking to do some more damage. Again, the mechanics is doing great to watch. Look at all of this. A couple of more kills going his way, but they're still going to lose the round.
No, but those are nice kills at the end. That's a good play from Twist to come back for the fight and just see what you can get. 2 frags, take some money away. FaZe is going to be, I think, on a half buy in this next round. They're not going to try and force up, so any of that limiting of the money growth for EG is massive. And EG just barely recover.
You could see the plan in action there for FaZe, but great defense over at the A bomb side. If they don't actually get that defense in, it's possible that they would start to rotate people out of the B bomb side.
Yeah, if one of those kills comes out, Cirque leaves entirely. He's stuck in CT spawn, and then you never know what you can get. Maybe there's a little bit more time. There's not an op shot at Coffins to kind of take the attention away from Rush's position. That could have been dangerous. So Deagles for FaZe, which is still can present a problem.
Quite a few.
What were you doing in 2012 when Counter-Strike started?
I had gone through, I think, ditching my 3rd degree or something like that in university.
Nice. What was it?
It was physics and then biology and then English, and it's just, I'm not good at any of it, so.
You really had like a sliding scale of difficult degrees to go through. You started at physics and you're like, this is too much work. You go down to biology, too much work. English.
Exactly. You know who's good at physics, though? It's Carrigan. Landing it, doing the trigonometry with the deagle, hitting the headshots. I can't believe it, but somehow they're actually in this round. They're getting the bomb planet. Actually, EG are just walking away from it. Wow, they can't even do it. Yeah, physics very hard. Biology is very hard. English, very easy. But also boring at the same time. So yeah, I guess mostly I was just racking up student debt. That's
the American way.
Good way to spend time, I guess.
Nice.
My God.
Yeah, it's all you can do.
I remember, to be honest, years later, my wife told me this. She said, because at some point I think I had been Counter-Strike for a week, and I basically told her, I said, I'm gonna quit university for like the 5th time, and I'm gonna pursue this. You shouting into the microphone thing, and she was like, yeah, okay. And she told her parents, and her dad had said, like, are you sure that this is gonna actually, like, is this really like a good idea, in a concerned way?
Yeah.
Which I can appreciate. Like, I think that's a reasonable question.
No, it definitely is.
So he's got a lot of depth, and he's talking about video games. Is that
am I reading this right?
Yeah. Am I connecting all the dots? Tough times. 22nd round, and a steal. Not by FaZe, but just by Carrigan. Headshots all across the board with the deagle, and now they're 1 round away from taking it back here. Nice grenades, and the combination of Rush and Nealon to take down Twist, which seems like justice. I remember Nealon a couple of times burning alive at the bottom of Banana there, so good to get some revenge.
Yeah, that's a good sequence from EG. Double nade towards tree, force out the Opper. You're fighting with it as well through the smoke. Molotov to prevent anyone from re-peeking for the fight back. That's a kill and massive damage onto Brokey. So Rops is going to be put in position and activated to try and make something happen. We know he's somewhat of a maestro in this position and how he can find openings from a very difficult spot on the map to do it.
That flashbang is so good, but Breeze is just maybe a couple of inches further back. Otherwise, Rops would have definitely killed him right then. So nice setup here. AWP on Cirque to bring down Rain. Something I really miss. Cirque's AWPing at one point was a beautiful thing to watch.
It certainly was. Carrigan's going to get close up behind the B smoke. They're looking for someone to produce anything, and they're hoping the timing of this play from Carrigan is going to catch him off. He jumps into the spawn smoke, and he does find it. Creative way to find an entry, and you've got to be crapping your pants if you're Nealon right now. SMG, 1v3 it feels at this bomb site, hiding for the moment. Carrigan, he doesn't know where you are. Nealon's position given up, but they still need to clear him out. 15 seconds on the clock, and this has to be fast. Brokey can't find anything, and Nealon is going to survive. Hex and Cirque get the final 2 kills.
That was well done. I mean, even though it seems like he's not doing much, just the fact that he doesn't show himself to Carrigan for a long, long time back there. By the time he does, the backup is there, so well done. Nice, as you said, creative way for Carrigan to open it. I actually thought for a minute there they were going to be able to win the round even behind it, but couldn't find that last anchor on the B bomb site. So 15-7. Again, the chances for EG to win this are very, very, very low, but I think that they're getting enough on the board now that they have something to look for, and they're getting tested in a real way here.
No, but EG's one of those teams that it's important that you watch this game with the proper context of what kind of a position this team is in, right? Because if you put them in the same context as a FaZe or even as like a Liquid, should be contending to make it all the way to the fall finals out of the group stage, should be contending for incredible performances and great games, then this is going to be disappointing. But this is still very early in the lineup's lifeline, so yeah, I mean, this is really kind of an investigative tournament, it feels, for EG, just to see what they're working with and help them kind of plan the route they're going to take moving forward.
Getting up to 7 with the rifles that they have, they can make it a little bit of a run of this. Deagles, just a Glock on Carrigan. Rain already going down early on, and Breeze, he's going to continue. M4A4 in hand, so he's got some bullets still left. I thought the change to the M4A1 would have made a bigger difference inside of the server at a professional level, but so far I feel like it's still seeing a lot of M4A1s.
Yeah, no, definitely. Still very, very strong.
And no R8s, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is weird.
It's very sad.
Brokey and Kerrigan trying to find something with these Deagles. Nobody's in pit, nobody's home. Rush is in the bomb site, 2 clean kills. And EG continue to fight on, knocking on the doors of double digits.
They're getting there, slowly but surely. And still, I mean, taking a real fight to FaZe at the moment on that banana position. They're not afraid to go, and they trust in their nades. They know, they feels like they know what they're doing, so that's good. That's a good way to get started. And we're seeing Tech9s and Deagles now, so FaZe taking a deep breath before they're going to try and close it out in the next round, unless they can find a real cool opening here, which wouldn't leave that completely off the table either.
This is where it's going to be interesting to see the defense that EG mounts, because I mean, if FaZe gets space to work with towards A, like in hulls, and if they get brackets control with these pistols, they can set up a really, really deadly hulls pop, a swarm towards that bomb site. So I'm curious to see how EG decides what kind of aggression they're going to come out with. Breeze in the pit for the moment. You've got Hex and Quad underneath the balcony, and Cirque on rap side with the AWP. Even Rush is rotated over.
Nice Molotov on Hex. He's going to be forced forward while he's trying to get that spree. What a turnaround! A Tech9 twist is there with the kill as well, and now it's a 2-on-2. Rush very low on health, and Robs, he's hearing the footsteps. He knows where Breeze is. He's going to find him easily, and now it's all on Rush. A minute. The bomb is in the middle here, but I don't even think they realize. So Rush is running away, and that surely, I don't know, it might have been heard by Twist. They're going to pick up the bomb and go straight for this plant, so... Oh, wow. What a way to trade their way through there. FaZe probably going to win this one.
And this is the frustrating thing about Rops is, I mean, Breeze was watching for that exact play for a long, long time, and Rops waited until he knew it. Breeze had no other options but to shift his gaze away. Strong victory for FaZe, 16-8. EG's opening with his new roster is spoiled, but I don't think anyone expected to see the upset here today.
No, probably not. And they got a little bit on the board. They managed to show something. So, and again, playing against the best team in the world.
I never noticed that Rain's jersey number is 69. Shout out to our boy.
Yeah, there we go. Well, maybe we can investigate that some more. We've got James ready.
Thank you very much, guys. I've got Twist with me to the side here as FaZe do get their first best-of-1 win over that one. And, well, did you have any rust coming back in? You know, saw a bit of that fight at the beginning from him, at least.
I think first match of the season is always like a bit shaky. You know, it's just a different feeling. It's a special feeling. Kind of adrenaline comes back faster and you're not used to it. But I don't know, overall I'm pretty happy with the team performance. We're taking it, I guess, pretty slow and just trying to have fun and, you know, use our team play to carry us through.
And it did look like you were having fun. I saw the smiles on the faces, but you also need to make sure that you remember, you know, how to focus in and even on a game like this so you don't let anything go wrong.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we can't underestimate any team at this event, and you know, even though they have a stand-in, you know, they just make changes and stuff. They obviously still want to show a good performance for themselves and for their organization. So, of course, it's important that we take the match serious.
And in terms of the other teams in the group, there's Big and Heroic on the other side. Who do you think is the biggest threat to you here?
I would have to say probably Heroic in this group. I mean, they had unfortunately for them, they had an underwhelming performance with their debut with Yabi.
Yeah.
But I think Yabi is a really good player, and on paper it fits well for their team. But I don't think we should have any issues in this group.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's see how it goes down. Twist, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to go all the way back, and let's talk about your time in TSM, which became TQM, which became the entity we all know as Astralis now eventually. That was, I mean, first of all, you stepped into that team out of the fetish era of the in-game leader, and he brought in great CT sides. He was great on defense. They were known for their defensive halves. Offensive sides really struggled, and obviously, at that time in the existence, a team known for not being able to get over the hump and kind of win the big games. When you stepped into that team, like what did you really feel like was kind of your focus as the leader? Like what did you identify as the problem that you wanted to fix to make this team get to the next level?
I think
what I saw when I got the offer, I was pretty surprised because they're the best team in Denmark and one of the best in the world, right?
Yeah.
They just needed a little more extra to become the best. So yeah, when I got the offer, I was on the way out of CSGO basically, and I was on the way to finish my master degree. And
That's right.
Like, now CSGO is done. But they came in and I was like, okay, let's give it a year and see what happens. But one of the main concerns I had about the team was like, they felt flat on the T side. It felt like they had too slow paced and they were putting situations where they might do wrong decisions based off maybe some nerves and stuff like that. So I think what I brought was explosiveness. That means the players don't have to decide to go A or B in that moment. If I say A, we all explode and we trade. And I felt that made them better in that sense of how they reacted and we could trade.
Yeah.
Because that was the main concern when FaZe played. It felt like so slow paced and it felt obvious where they went that they couldn't use the skills.
It's very readable, yeah.
Yeah, but the CD side was always good, so I didn't change anything to that. So I think I just brought a new identity, new ideas to the table that I've never seen before. And I'm come from a different era of CS, right? I came from 1.6 and they had a source caller. So I think it just gave some fresh ideas to the table, and I think that's why we also overcame the situation and won some tournaments in that year.
Yeah, you guys did manage to get some trophies, but as you mentioned, kind of the big ones always still eluded you. Is that mostly like the mental game that you kind of just touched on, and what kind of we saw from the outside was just pressure got to this team and got to these guys? Like.
Here we go. We're back. It's a quick turnaround. We have got Heroic and Big, and the odds, they favor Heroic, but not that much. This is such an open game. It's a best of one. Anything could happen, and yet you were the only one, Jason, that picked Big for this one.
The only one with faith, the only one who believes. I like this. I like this Keto coming back into this lineup. I mean, for a lot of reasons, but I think they put it well. I think it was Tapson in the pregame or in the pre-show who was kind of saying in his interview with Banks that Keto's done great work like with the academy team and being like kind of a leadership figure for them, and then also like jumping back in, because remember, like the last few months for Big before the player break was like Gabi was out with an event, Crimbo was out for some events. You know, they've had players in and out, and Keto's always been the one they've called upon to come like fill that position. Like for 3 different players in this team, like Keto stood behind the team when Gabi was out. He played for Crimbo. Like he's been great. So I mean, reward him with that kind of a value, and played admirably as well.
I can appreciate it too. I think he's been doing a good job. I can really get behind it. And this is a dangerous team. And Heroic have gone through their own struggles. I think almost anything can happen right now.
Yeah, I have a certain level of admiration for Heroic, and this, I love the way Cadian is just kind of the center point of this team. Like he's just the emotional rock for this squad. Look, they're trying to bounce back. Remember, their debut with this new roster was not pretty. It was not anything to be happy about, not anything to talk about. Extremely disappointing. We kind of all give them a pass because I think the change came, like a week or 2 before Cologne. So now they've had the player break. They probably had a shorter player break than most teams to get, to start getting practice, start getting reps. And now we get to start actually judging this team for what it can become, because they were doing good. They were placing top 4s. They were semifinalists in all the big events with the previous roster. This Heroic team has to take a step forward, and that's a really hard step to take because the next one is championships.
Yeah, and that's obviously what this kind of a lineup is geared for. That's where they want to get to. So they're going to have to put in a lot of hard work. Gobi is still behind him after all these years. We talk about the anniversary here, the birthday, I guess, 10-year birthday for CSGO. But Gobi was a legend in 1.6.
Way back.
It's crazy.
I was looking it up over the break as well. I think his first recorded game on like Liquipedia is like 2005 or 2006, but I just know that can't be accurate. Like he was playing before that for sure. Yeah, they're just games that have missed the record books.
And obviously behind Heroic is CSGO, so
we've got it all.
Deep history here.
There's a cool mix in this matchup of the old and the new, and we're on the new nuke. Newish. Not really new.
Well, by history, sure it is. I mean, I can get behind it. Big are going to be on the CT side, Heroic on the T side. And Searson surely one of the secret weapons, or maybe not so secret for Big, with that AWP. A nice flashbang to set it up. Farman is down and out. Tessus will find Tabson. That is one hell of a flashbang to enter with.
Oh my lord. Peekaboo.
Crimbo. Just a little lurking in the vents.
Yeah, look, let's talk a little bit more about Big, because this is kind of a cool, I mean, this pistol round was so quick, it's already over. But, I mean, when you look at, like, the way this team is made with Tabson as the in-game leader who's been in CSGO for a long time, obviously, and kind of, you know, getting towards the later stages, I would guess, of his career, potentially. And Godby behind them, you have kind of a world where Big is sort of like bringing up the next generation of German players. Like, Tabson's great for his firepower, but it's his leadership that they need, and they're essentially putting the onus on these young stars, these young potential players out of Germany to be, like, the main skill focal point, right? Like, those 3 to 4 players on Big are the ones that they're expecting to take the reins and provide the firepower.
And that feels like a project that just has to succeed because of...
Yeah.
I mean, the legacy of German Counter-Strike goes back a really, really long ways.
Very scary teams and players, obviously, in 1.6.
Yep.
I'm not sure about how they did in Source at all, but, I mean, there's a long history of German players who were so good at 1.6.
You want to see that respected in the modern age. Yeah, it'd be amazing if they could start to really build that up. And they have been for a long time. On the Big side, so.
Well, and also think of it this way too, like it's kind of an odd juxtaposition, this big organization of where we're seeing teams like Vitality, and obviously FaZe is the big one you can play. We're seeing all these teams kind of transition to a mindset of international rosters. We get a bigger pool of players to pick from, bigger opportunity to find some gems, some diamonds in the rough. And Big is over here like, nope, we're really dedicated to German Counter-Strike. You know, we want our legacy to be that we're going to bring Germany back to the top of Counter-Strike.
I want them to succeed in that, because I think that would change the landscape quite a bit for European Counter-Strike for sure if they could be successful. So, be interested to see that. Early find on the Keto out there by the secret stairs. Nice little boost up in ramp will allow the scout to move around on Searson. He's had some scout moments too, so maybe a little bit tricky now that he's down. Oh, what a find, Tabson. Just walking up right behind Tessus. That is incredible.
Did Stown shoot? I think Tabson knows he's over here. I think he has the information. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Heroic could even drop down vents and really put a lot of pressure on Tabson to make a huge Heroic stand. No pun intended.
28 seconds. Smoke up. Gonna try and see if they get their way through. This could work too. Farman's moved out into the lobby. 19 seconds now, but they're at least gonna get the bomb out here. Nice headshot. Oh, you could tell he slowed it down. He was ready to get that aim, and he wants Cadian as well. He has the right idea. Very, very patient play, but Cadian's gonna be a little bit quicker on the trigger, and he'll get Tabson on top of it. So now it's a 2 versus 3 here, and a little bit of a kill with Crimbo there. MP9 in hand. Still in a weird position here, Heroic. That bomb is only just planted, so they gotta be careful. Crimbo, he's on the tear, a double kill, and Cadian on his own, found by Searson. And that is a tremendous amount of work. Big are gonna be excited about this.
That's what they want out of Crimbo. That's exactly why they bring him into this roster. A lot of the guys, Godby and Tabson, have both had great words saying Crimbo has the potential to be one of the best German Counter-Strike players, as we just discussed the whole situation in that region, but this is him delivering some huge kills. And Heroic gets beat by a little bit of trickery, a little bit of sneakiness. I don't know why I thought Shush had the bomb. That was a crazy moment for me, but good shooting with the Deagle from Crimbo.
Yeah, real good. I appreciate it, obviously, when people go for the crazy Deagle flicks, but sometimes it's really just something satisfying about people waiting the extra 2 milliseconds and then really securing that headshot. It looks good, too. So, Heroic punched right in the face. And gonna be down to some pistols. Single HE to blow up the door over there, but otherwise should be an easy round for Big to win here. They even upgrade, well, just the single AK, right? But it gives them a little bit more to work with. Hopefully, eventually, it'll give them the AWP on Searson. That's what we all want, really.
Yeah.
Secretly what we're here for.
Yeah, it really is. I'm excited to see him get that out. Here he is with the M4, grabs one before they drop down, is traded off, unfortunately. That's an M4 that can be recovered, but Heroic don't really have any utility to move forward, so Tabson in a good position to put a stop to this, and the bomb rolls out towards him. So this round seemingly starting to slip away from Heroic.
Cadian would love a mistake, but Tabson being very, very careful, and that reposition is not anywhere in Cadian's mind.
No, you'll never ever expect that angle. So 2-1 in the favor of Big. You gotta, I mean, look, you gotta say there's if we stick to the big conversation, there's got to be a large amount of confidence that the players in the organization have in CSGO to kind of work through some of his struggles he's had transitioning to LAN play, transition to big event play.
Yeah.
And we saw some of that rewarded briefly in small moments in Cologne.
Yeah.
He had some games there that made you say, okay, this is some of that skills that we've seen in all the online events starting to translate over. So, I mean, they need him to kind of deliver as the AWPer. AWPer is being so important in today's Counter-Strike. He's got to find that ability to kind of step up at these events.
And I'm sure it's like an active topic inside of the team, so they must have some confidence that, you know, given a little bit more time, they can really get there. And he is crazy when he's up and running, so it's hard to sort of, if you had to say, okay, well, if we don't trust in CSGO to really do it on LAN, then we'll find someone else. Well, then who could that be right now? It's hard to figure out. They had a couple of players, I think, that could have been interesting on the sort of academy side, but I don't know. Some of them might have moved to Valorant in the meantime. It's tricky out there to find AWPers of this caliber. 4th round. TeSS doesn't want to take a peek out there. Heroic would love to answer back really early on. And if you look at the money on the big side, if they can get this swift comeback and tie up the scoreline at 2-2, then the party might end a little bit early for the big side. Tabson, a little bit early on that peak for Stown, and he's going to be going down. That's
He might have wanted to peek before the smoke plumes, hoping someone's going to be like caught in transition or just frozen by the smoke about to pop. We see that frequently. Obviously didn't work here. Crimbo holds the line. Dink, but can't complete the kill. It's the Galil who wins out at the end of the day. And who drops down? It's Keto. Over towards Toxic side. However, Heroic want to challenge under Heaven and clear out any defense that's there. Nobody in position to get punished. Look at the nades for Heroic. They've got nothing left. No smokes to hide in this for this plant. No smokes to block off any of the doors or windows. And there's going to be 2 big players downstairs already. Keto and Tabson.
Especially with Keto's position back here. You wish you had a Molotov or anything to get rid of him, but great shot taking down Jabby, and now he can just buy time. Slowly but surely. Shush is going to be out of it. Tabson showing up at the defense down here, and this is just slowly slipping out of Heroic's hands. Cadian coming through with a good headshot, but we've got 18 seconds, and it's a 1 versus 3. He's going to go straight for the bomb plant, but they are on top of him. Tabson running for it, and he'll find him. Great job. Really nice read on the big side.
Yeah, even stops the plant. That's great job from Keto. That's phenomenal trust in Tabson, who's calling out, hey, I'm here. I'm at control side. I'm at window. I'm at doors. I can hold the line. Keto doesn't need to re-peek because nobody can actually move forward. And that's where, as you mentioned, not just the Molotov, but you're missing some kind of a smoke to block off those windows so that you can close the ground. You're missing some kind of a flashbang, anything to make these defenders off the angle to give you an avenue to get into this game. Even a couple nice headshots from Katie and don't get the bomb planted. And Big's defense is off and running. Taking some losses, I think the nice thing, one thing you can at least be happy about if you're Heroic is I think there's been enough damage done in these rounds to prevent CSGO from buying the AWP. So you're delaying the defense from picking up that weapon, which can make a whole new look on the CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, small victory in that sense, you're right. But some frustration I'm sensing too on the Heroic side. Probably feeling like the opening to that round was pretty good. 1-for-1 trade, you get the ramp. You might be lacking some nades, but don't think they were expecting that much of a fight down below. 3-1 in favor of the CT side, with Tabson at a 7-2 scoreline. Not bad. Stown is one of these players that we hope to be, calling out a lot more on the Heroic side. He's obviously Danish Counter-Strike, one of the shining lights at the moment. Cadian, though, the one to open up this round, hunting down Tabson. That is a nice start, and look at the speed behind this. He's relocating even further in. Gabby going down, and it's 4-on-4. Down there's one with a headshot, but TeSS is dropped immediately afterwards, and they know Cadian could be back here. They're going to take his entire team away from him and leaving him out here to just rot on his own.
Yeah, Cadian had two decisions to make with that kind of a pace. You could have just continued to be aggressive up towards Heaven and wrap around into the bomb site to help crack it open, or you put some faith that your teammates are going to be able to find one kill to maybe make that rotator from ramp feel like he has to make the play. Obviously chose the latter option, and it just doesn't come to fruition. Nobody was able to nobody rotated into his crosshair. Good hold from Big in a tough situation. Losing that first player outside can be tricky to handle, and they do it well here.
Yeah, even though your awareness, you could see inside of the A bomb site, they knew that there was a chance that KD would try and find the timing, but I think they would have been ready for it. Ooh, here we go. Run boost to try and get over. That is quick, but not quite on top of the box, so couldn't really find the fight, and instead he's just taking a lot of damage. And now CSGO has that AWP out, so it's a real moment in time here where Big could start to pick up a lot of rounds without Heroic being able to do much about it.
Yeah, but look at the way that Big is neutralized. I mean, a failed run boost, I think, or one that's called off. But, I mean, the counter utility, the counter aggression from Big. Heroic had thrown a fast wall of smokes outside that they don't even get to use. So now look at the utility again for Heroic. Just the 2 smokes remaining, 2 Molotovs and 2 flashbangs to work with a minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Crimbo shifting to a stronger, more secure position in ramp room.
Throw down the Molotov and slow them down just a bit more, but it's his last grenade to really try and defend with. 50 seconds on the clock here. It's down already, tagged up from earlier. Still playing this one solo outside just to get the information and find out what is happening. 40 seconds on the clock, and they need to make a move. Flashes come through. Oh, nice headshot. Shush able to take down Crimbo, but the return is just as good. tabseN will drop him, and it's back into a 4-on-4. And now there's not a lot of time on the clock. 25 seconds for the Danes to try and get something happening. tabseN might almost get caught here. It's real scary reloading out there in the open. CSGO missing a shot and trying to re-peek into it. There's the catch. Down, even low on health. I don't think tabseN realized that there was someone still out there. FaZe and Keto, 1 versus 2 now, and he almost could have had it. That is actually horrifying, but it'll be Heroic to pick it up.
Great play from Stown, lurking outside that whole time with 27 HP, just waiting and knowing his job is to get just 1 kill off of the play from his teammates. tabseN gets caught out in the open. Heroic even rotates back to the upper bomb site where there's 2 defenders. That could have been dangerous. This needs to be a hit. Those are the shots we need to see CSGO starting to land. That first one needs to be a kill.
Yeah, interesting position as well with the AWP. You're kind of boxed in there. Pistols on the CT side, and they are all running to try and put some pressure on. I'm pretty sure they know, so should be falling back. Should be a lot of guns trained here. They're going to lose down. Oh, actually, everyone else just ran downstairs. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't just take that fight straight up.
Well, going to be a victory for Heroic either way.
Yeah, they're going to win it no matter what, so.
Kaden got a pick through the squeaky door as well, and a tabseN crossing through that mini gap.
They give up an AK-47, so might be a path for a faster AWP back into the hands. Well, they certainly have it on Keto.
Yeah, Keto's going to be able to drop the AWP over. You imagine CSGO will drop a rifle over to FaZe most likely, who's only got 1900, so money's going to be okay for Big in the next round. But you don't want to allow Heroic to give you a harsh reset this early in the game.
Just the USB lost, so CSGO's going to be fine with the AK. Running quite far back. Hanging out by the forklift. Do you need a special license to operate a forklift? Or you just go do it?
You don't need a license, but you do need to be, you do need like a take a test. You need to be certified.
All right.
Which I guess is a similar concept, but you can do it in like a couple hours.
Okay.
I drove some forklifts in the factory. No big deal.
With or without the certification?
With the certification.
Nice, kom nu, vi har 3 T-runder allerede. Kom nu, Len.
Translation?
Kom nu, vi taber fucking anden runde, vi er allerede tilbage.
He's so excited. He says, great, we already have 3 rounds, which that's a lot of celebration for 3 rounds, I'm not gonna lie. But I feel like he said like 6 sentences in there and you condensed it to, great, we already won 3 rounds. Were there a lot of things in there that you just can't say on air? There were some swear words in there, but mostly he just repeated himself, you know, just emphasizing the fact that we should be excited. Like, you know, that's the summary, I think. He's just an excitable person. I feel like getting a birthday gift for Carrie and Scott, or for Katie, it's got to be one of the most exciting things. Like, he feels like he's
socks!
So happy.
Yeah, baby! Yeah. Woo! Wolf socks!
So excited, exactly. Oh. Technical pause. He was screaming so loud that broke the microphone. It's possible.
Destroyed all the audio equipment. Conversation with Big as well. Both teams talking it over.
He actually cannot even sit still in his chair.
I know.
During the technical time.
I'm just thinking, like, how weird is it that you just get that hyped up and you're hyping your teammate up and then boom, tech pause.
Well, I don't think the thing is, I'm not even worried about Cadian running out of steam for stuff like that. That is his bread and butter, isn't it? He's what he's good at.
He's gonna be just fine.
And it seems like the problem's solved pretty quickly.
Although, funnily enough, it's a long day of Counter-Strike when you think they're potentially like 4 or 5 best of ones that they can play.
Yeah, that's true.
To keep up that kind of level.
Yeah, you don't want to be running out of energy at the end of the day, so...
Back into the action, 4-3, 1-round lead for Big on the CT side. Op in the hands of Searson, Op in the hands of Cadian. And some money left over on the Searson side of things.
And Cadian's been playing pretty decently. He's 9-5 right now, so a lot of the reason why they had 3 rounds. And the economy for both teams is looking a little bit interesting. Probably a little bit more money on Heroic at the moment, but from Big's point of view, if they start to slip up right now, they could let the Danish team back into the mix, and that would be a disaster. Deep Molotov over towards Secret. Tabson. And Crimbo with a potential to set something up if they want to go and check out what's happening in the yard. See Tabson, yeah, he really wants to flash for maybe himself or maybe Crimbo into it, but they need some info. Crimbo's not going to go for it, though.
Yeah, it did look like Tabson was going to set that up for Crimbo to take a peek up the stairs, giving a lot of space over to Stown. He's going to have a duel down low if he wants to take it. Tabson with an opening kill. That's through door in towards lobby. Tabson now up the vent as well, finds safety. He's got Favin on top of the hut to protect him.
A lot of smoke down, but Favin has a really, really good view on what's going on, so patient with the gun, not trying to throw anything away. Underhanding a nade right down on top. That's a massive grenade. Look at the damage on Tess. It's 52 to him. Stown, though, still going to win the fight against Crimbo. It's a bit awkward, but Tabson, what a beautiful double return. Tessus and Jabby out of the round, and that's probably all they needed. Stown and Cadian, they might almost just save what they have here. They're just so far away from winning this one.
Yeah, it has to be. Although, look at the hunt from Tabson. He's already close by. Oh, he can catch him in transition if he hustles here. Yeah, Cadian's jumping. Can't set the feet for the op shot, and Stown down low has had nothing to do this whole round. Crimbo did push into him earlier, but no real ability to change the fortunes of Heroic here in round 8. So 5-3. We extended to a 2-round lead, and Big's economy gets a little bit of breathing room.
Quad kill for Tabson, too. Nice boost for him. And that was on the edge, at least, of the CT side, maybe being forced into another save. So they managed to avoid that. This is obviously just a classic angle. Shush finding himself at the wrong place at the wrong time, but this follow-up here is amazing.
Yeah, Yabby's got a smoke out as well to drop it in towards Mini. That's got to be frustrating. You say Jabby.
Jabby, Yabby, I don't, it's...
I thought the Scandinavian J's were wise.
It probably should be.
Okay.
But I'm trying to... I feel like I'm going to make things worse if all the Danish names, I try to make them more Danish, you know? I have the same problem with Farley, right? Like...
Yeah, and Mages. You say Mages. Weird.
Yeah, I'm trying, you know.
Trying to bridge the gap.
I feel like we should have there should be like almost like a Counter-Strike ethics board where everyone who wants to be a professional player has to submit their name, and we can kind of like say no. Like, that's not gonna work.
Yeah,
so.
This isn't allowed.
Yeah, we have to be able to pronounce it.
No more than 2 numbers in your name.
Exactly, you know. Keto, ooh, this is dangerous. He still does get the kill somehow, but traded it right away from Tessus, who is very low on health at the moment. Farman trying to find the kill, but Shush able to pick up the headshot. A nade? Is it going to be deep enough? Doesn't seem like it's hacked anywhere. Oh, there it is from Searson. Actually, I might have thrown it right in Cadian's face, but won't get the kill. And now it's a 3-on-4 with a quick bomb plant coming through from the Heroic side.
Yeah, this should be a save from Big. They should not even try and test this one. They've already backed way, way off to save these 3 weapons. So a knockout punch delivered by Heroic, and no chance for Big to get back into it. That early, you're just locked out by smokes and Molotovs. There's even one of each left on Tess's if they want to rethrow one and close off these choke points. I think Favin kind of gets caught, or Keto, excuse me, gets caught a little bit believing that Molotov was going to be spreading differently, so he's hoping that they're stuck fighting him in the flames, and it actually was only one player who was kind of stuck in the Molotov as well. So a couple miscues there on the upper bomb site on a fast hit from Heroic. Back to 5-4.
You know what I don't want to see, Jason, if I go visit the local nuclear power plant?
What's that?
Cups of coffee on the control panel.
Okay.
Just feel like that's
like just a problem waiting to happen.
Liquid in the electronics kind of stuff. Like, I just feel like that's not a...
Yeah.
It's not ideal.
No.
They have rules. I've never actually been to a nuclear power plant, but I'm just, to the back of my mind, I'm thinking.
I imagine they have to have some kind of protocol around that.
Yeah. certification, maybe.
You'd hope so.
Same for the forklift.
You'd hope so. 5-4.
Yeah.
Fast pace again. You think rinse and repeat, or are they just going to activate Shush to see what he can find? And nothing yet. Decent damage, and can't grab the player on top of the hut. Tapson finds a kill. That's on Shush. Oh, I don't know how he's won that. Stout had to have been so confused how Tapson was just wide swinging immediately. And down low, there's already defenders here.
Crimbo at the back. I don't think they realize yet. He should have one of them native for free, but they get to live a bit longer, and somehow Crimbo, without a kill in that battle, and it's a 3-on-3, although very low on health there. Two of them on the heroic side, so they're still in trouble. And Katie patiently waiting. Smoke might evaporate over at the one door, so they're going to be really, really careful. They're kind of triangulated in here. They're boxed in to the lower bomb site. They have still a Molotov and a smoker's full on Yabby, so got to be a bit careful. Keto. That could be one hell of a Molotov. Forces them out to a Tapson getting one, but Katie, and he nearly burns alive. He's going to get one of them. It's a one-on-one. 50 seconds still. He needs the headshot, and he cannot get it. Keto closing out the round and saving Big from a lot of trouble here.
That was kind of a weird, dangerous round. I like that Big he was willing to fight there, because that's a lot of time, even if you have them boxed in. If you just wait patiently and Heroic gets to dictate things, that can get a little bit awkward with how much time they have to just kind of slow things down and wait for a mistake. So Big just decides, let's not make a mistake. Let's just make the call to be aggressive. Let's make the call to throw utility and kind of begin this retake before they're actually comfortable in the site. And it works out. One-on-one lost.
Well, how it goes out to Shush as well, because the setup for him to get into Squeak was actually really cool, but it feels like what you want when you get flashed through there is the immediate fight, and it feels like every half second that goes past, you know, from there on out, the chances that you win is just, it drops immediately, or at least that you get the entry. Because you're just going deeper and deeper into the bomb site. There are more angles to recover. Yep. It just gets worse and worse. So he almost, I think, had the fight at Mini to begin with.
Oh, this is going to be cool. I hope Heroic pulls the trigger and moves forward. That was a cool setup initially from Searson and Tapson, but I don't think they got the aggression that they wanted, or at least not the timing of it. So Searson's kind of fallen back and left Tapson on his own. Still going to find a kill, but can't get into safety. Way too wide swung, but Searson on top of Blue Box comes back for more. Second kill, but down to just 16 HP.
That is exactly the kind of CSM we really want to see, and that big need. Oh, the shadow. I don't think Tess has realized. Oh, that is so funny. He's down and out, and could have just as well been a shot there for CSM, but he's going to quit the round with 3 in the bag, which is not at all somebody to be scoffed at here. Yabby on his own. 1 versus 4 that he's turned into a 1-on-3. He has the bomb in about 40 seconds. This can be done. But, man, you need to be quick with it.
I think, unfortunately, Searson going down, I don't think it's possible for Big to recover that. At least at the moment, nobody's even moving forward. You can understand why. Focus on the round win, but that AWP is going to be too far away for a big team that doesn't have a lot of money to work with. Yabby, or Jabby, going to go down.
Yeah, you could tell in his... This actually does make a lot of sense, even though it looks a little bit silly, but he never even checks that angle, and sometimes you'll see pro players do that, where they're kind of almost saying, well... There are maybe 5 different angles I need to cover. I'm going to try for like 3 or 4 of them. And then if they're in the other 2, I might just be dead. But otherwise, you're basically going into a bomb site and swinging like a full 360 to try and cover everything.
Yep.
It's not really going to work either, so...
No, you have to take risks, and sometimes it just does not work out. Well, there's a children's drawing of a nuclear reactor for you.
Concerning, too. 7-4. Nice little lead here for Big. I like what I'm seeing on the CT side.
Big nade.
Huge grenade. And the follow-up spray is even better. Farman with a good triple. And he had enough left for the last one. Didn't even get baited into the reload. So quad kill for him to shut it down. And it's 8 on the board for Big. Do you think Maui Snake woke up early to watch this big game? It's been... Yeah, another cheerleader for them for a while.
He did have the bold statement of Big to start the year.
He was almost not even close to being right.
There's still a few months left. We'll give him a break for the moment. Second timeout used from Heroic. They had a small stretch where things were starting to look good, like they were going to swing it into their favor, but they never got that, as we see so many times on the T side, they never got that like full economic advantage. Yeah. They never actually delivered that one round that could give them and let them build momentum. And Big now with a pretty comfortable lead for the moment.
Nice. 8-4. And the 13th round. 2 auto ranks. Good stuff. they need to win some of these rounds right now. I don't think 4 is going to be anywhere near enough for the heroic team on the T side. So preferably try and get up to 6 or something like that. You have a little bit of a basis to work from. Crimbo switching it up with a bit more aggression. They've been aggressive outside. Now we're looking at a little bit over towards the ramp. It's a nice way to make heroic feel uneasy on the T side.
Unfortunately, the smoke is thrown by his teammate, and it lands on Keto, which means it doesn't actually block off the squeaky door in any meaningful way. They've got to use a follow-up smoke to help him get to safety down the vents. All 4 players from Heroic are here, just flashbangs to work with.
Look at Katie walking through the smoke. What an incredibly bold play. But the gun barrel is showing he still wins the fight against Farman. That's crazy. What a risk to take, but it pays off. Tess is coming up with the headshot on Tamsin. That's really rolling the dice. And again, Big, they're almost in a position where saving might be a choice.
Yeah, it probably has to be, especially look at the positions on the map. They're so far away. No one's even postured for it. That's a round that, I mean, it feels like it should never happen. Obviously, helped out by Katie and taking that massive risk just coming through the smoke. But really, when you think about it, if you go all the way back, that round is created by the chaos of that missed smoke that hits Keto after his initial kill. True. They've got to use a second one. Instead of feeling safe falling back into the bomb site, he falls down the vents, which leads one lone defender at that site behind the vents.
And, you know, small little detail, but while he was going through the smoke there, he had one of his teammates kind of still put bullets through the smoke, which is obviously just a nice little trick to lure anyone on the CT side into maybe thinking, all right, they're just testing it. They're just shooting through to see if we can get anyone.
Fagan was so surprised to see him in that position. Yeah. I mean, you'd say he has the advantage in that fight, but his aim was just a little bit off. He just never expected the fight to occur there. 8-5. Big making a smart economic decision that's going to give them 2 rounds of buys regardless of what happens in the next round.
So excited still.
He's just giggling.
8-5. I mean, they have a real shot at it still. They can put together a nice first half if they can continue to convert some of these rounds. Money is decent on the big side in spite of everything, so probably going to be a struggle to the end here. We'll see if Heroic can get more than 5 on the board.
I think Heroic feels like this upper bomb site is the place that they can find the most success. Oh, I don't think Favin realizes he's out here. Searson, big job to do, blinded, but he saw the target earlier. Stown was able to wrap upon him. And Tabson is left, spamming through the smoke, but not enough bullets in the magazine to complete the kill. And now Big has to scramble to protect the lower bomb site, but no one's in position to go down.
Yeah, that's a real big issue. How do you actually get down here? You almost want to be able to catch one of them before the bomb goes down. At the very least, make it a 3-on-3. Yabby's very cautious about not just running into anyone in the control room there, but they have 1 minute and 10 seconds, so why wouldn't they be?
I think the play from Keto is the important one right now. Got 2 players downstairs.
Yeah, but if Shush sticks around, I mean, how's that even going to be working out? He's still out there. He's down. Does he see it? He does! Right at the edge! That is a creepy smoke.
I think Heroic is going to end up going right back up the vents to the upper bomb site, which is why I think Keto's play is so critical to this round. I don't think there's really an option. There's the Molotov, but Heroic, they're going to... Oh, they're trying to make the decision right now. Spam coming through, Crimbo with the off angle, but Kaden with the bomb is already in the vents.
Yeah, you are right. It looks like that's what's going to happen, Keto. This is the position you were talking about. Hanging out by that squeak door. Ooh, he looks for it, but Shush, one hell of a headshot. Tabson's going to be found. That is so ridiculous. Oh, he just swung that AK. And now Crimbo's on his own, trying to get down. 15 seconds. They're going to get the bomb plant down, and we'll get a 6th round. There's not much Crimbo can do about it.
This round is, I think, Big played it just about as perfectly as you could, and it's individual missed shots, missed plays. They set it up just about as well as you can and still miss the opportunities. And those are the heartbreaking rounds. Those are the painful ones.
Crimbo might get found here as well. Goes the other way. But, I mean, I agree. Everything about this seemed really nicely set up. A good idea. They lost Favin on top of the hut as well at the beginning, which is unfortunate. Otherwise, maybe could have been a little bit more of a solid defense.
There's a lot of chaos in that round. And yeah. Searson gets the kill at red box, but Sound had already pushed up way behind him to wrap upon that position. Crimbo's going to get a couple kills in garbage time. And as I mentioned, with the save in the previous round, Big's got enough money to drop some weapons and still put out a full loadout.
Now that there's no scoreboard on the... What's your sense of how many kills Tabson has? Because I kind of lost track at one point.
Up to 17?
He's up to 17.
Is it 17?
Crazy.
Yeah.
he was playing well earlier on, but I didn't realize he was looking this good.
Well, Heroic's been attacking, outside with 2 players quite frequently. They've been, obviously coming outdoor towards the upper bomb site. So Tapson's been at the center of a lot of the action in this. If you look at Crimbo with 7 kills, before that round he only had 4. He's the guy playing in secret. And while they've been attacking outside, they haven't really been challenging towards secret with any kind of volume. So tough for him to find more than just a few frags.
Look at this position for Stown. If you come back from the garage, he's waiting inside of the smoke and he still wins the fight. He had some unfortunate moments earlier, Stown. Out there, he got caught a couple of times, but that is seems like an unlikely victory for him.
What a timely smoke from Crimbo as well. Heroic was frothing at the mouth to get into ramp room. They were ready to hit it. Smoke is going to stall him out. 1 minute and 7 seconds to work with for Heroic, and it looks like they want to readjust to the outside yard. They've got 5 smokes still. 4 smokes. They got plenty to set up any kind of wall they want, but they're going at Searson's AWP.
Yeah, not necessarily a wise move. Stown going to feel the wrath of Searson outside first. He re-peeks it. He sees a couple of more people jumping down for sure. 45 seconds, and they don't really want to play around with that. Like, you know what, that's a bad move.
It's a lot of time being chewed off the clock. That kind of a play just to lose 1 player and fall away is eating 40 seconds off of the clock. Crimbo in advanced position, cuts down 2. There goes Tessus, and Cadian has got to push forward. He trades off the kill, but again, time is an enemy as well.
Nice confidence on Crimbo to take those fights. You could tell, oh, but Sisson's going to get caught. That's awkward. 2-on-3 into a 2-on-2, and the fight almost won by Shush. The bomb, though, is now lost with 10 seconds here, more or less, 14 maybe. I don't think this could be won by KD, and he just doesn't have the time to play this slow. Farman takes him down, and it is a nice end for Big. They did a lot of work here in the first half, and maybe even enough for the second half victory. We'll find out in just a minute.
I have no idea where he is. He can go B.
20 seconds.
Oh,
you have the bomb.
Oh, you have to run.
Let's kill him. Let's kill him.
Kill you guys. Oh, didn't.
Do
we have time?
Kill him. No, I don't have time. I think. Just try to kill him though.
Are we coming?
Oh,
I'm clearing B. Coming tunnels. He's tunnels, I think. T-spawn, I think. Likely, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, right. I think.
Oh! I'll tap B. Just scout him.
Thanks, God.
It's okay. It doesn't matter.
I didn't even set the bomb.
Ready? I smoke.
I will be able to resmoke fallen. More conscious house.
Smoke.
B minutes.
Mid. Maybe split.
Window.
Blind.
Window. Stand back.
That B.
Nice. That B1. Just go mid B.
Go B. Go
mid.
mid.
Go mid B.
That B second.
Nice. That B1 more. Let me one more mid.
Last mid.
AK window. Nice. AK window.
Let's go.
Nothing
Flash
second
B.
mid. Not picking.
Wait. Let's go close.
Mid pushing.
I'm a peek second mid.
All in 3.
Could be Vietnam. Second mid.
Boiler.
Pushing. I need help.
Where? In boiler.
Apps and second mid.
Come.
One more here. Slope.
Pull back now.
Apps one. Apps and second mid. Apps.
Banana.
You left too short. You left deep. Can be boiler.
You run way along.
I can still do apps smoke, guys.
One more mid.
One more second mid. The far back. Careful, he's going mid.
I'm in boiler.
I'm good B. I have smoke.
It was long corner, Jackie.
I'm adventuring. Yeah. I left apps, okay? I'm flanking holes. I'm peeking long now.
You want to go long?
Mid. Boiler.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
I don't see anything. I don't see city. I'm
Okay, jungle. Can we push this down?
Let's pick stairs together, guys. You ready?
Wait a bit. You ready?
Go. 3, 2, 1.
Dead.
One more stairs.
Dead.
Go city now.
We have city.
Get ramp. I'm only ramp behind.
Yeah, should be one
City dead.
episode.
I'm pushing city.
Upper jungle.
Nice, guys.
I took off.
Don't take up, Madden.
Okay.
Take it.
Venstre til venstre. Det er Eko. Bare kom under. Bare kom under.
To udenfor, gutter. Begge
Begge
rammer.
Tag V.
En af dem er gutter.
Jeg plantede diggene.
AK mod T-spawn. De var begge to.
Vi skal bare overleve, gutter 4.
Det er fint.
Byg økonomi. Nice, kom nu, vi har 3 T-runder allerede. Kom nu, Land. Kom nu, vi taber den anden runde, vi er allerede tilbage. Jeg kan lide det. Kom nu. Kom op, blå, kom op til mig. Jeg kan ikke få den AK her. Nej,
We got subtitles for the celebration of winning 3 or 4 rounds at the start.
Yeah, what a psychopath. He's right, though. He's 6 rounds after losing the second round. You got to be quite happy with that one on T side. Heroic found a way to make it work right at the end. A decent stretch of rounds. Some missed opportunities for Big where it felt like they had control and it still slipped away. A lot of pressure towards ramp room. Defense is going to drop back. 2 players rotate down low to defend against it. Now utility towards the upper bomb site is a little bit of a fake, but ramp room is still the target.
Nice play from CSGO, jumping up to make sure nobody is boosted up into that corner. Also holding secret at the same time, but it's Tessa's to start at the second round, or the second half here, with a nice shot. Jabby to follow it up. Cadian finally goes down, but it's still a 4 versus 3. And Crimbo looking for a target out here. A little bit scary when you're out in the open. He sees out, was maybe lucky to be alive, and he's going to try and make it in through secret, but it's called out. They know what's coming, and they still can't shut him down. Crimbo, nice shot, and could have had a chance at Shush with the dualies. It's a 2-on-2, and the bomb has been planted now. Tess is looking for it, and he finds Searson from below. Headshot pretty much straight through his own feet, and now Faven 1 versus 2. That bomb is still got a lot of time left. Oh, they're on top of Tess's. He could find him. That looked horrifying. That looked like he had no control over that fight, Tess's, at all.
No, he was still dropping down when they found the position. That was very close to a victory. Again, just such narrow margins on some of these rounds. Good shooting from Big to get themselves into the upper bomb site. This one, if Searson could have found a way to just stay alive, they might have sealed the round. That would have made it so much more difficult. But yeah, awkwardly shooting on the pallet he drops onto. 9-7. Heroic closing the gap. And now they're on the CT side. Now it gets easier.
And I mean, so much more of a reason why this is such a critical win here in the second half, because 9-6 is still a pretty good lead for Big, but that could evaporate right in front of us here. That could be gone really quickly.
Might be gone already. Deagle's picked up for Big. They're going to go for a buy in the next round with AK-47s due to the plant and the pistol. Looking for damage at the moment. Cadian's got an op already.
Just going to say that's a really quick AWP. Keep it in range of other players so that you can save it. Don't get lost somewhere really deep on the map. Even if the enemy team can't pick it up, just no reason to throw away that much money. Deagle spam through the walls.
Does that work?
Yeah, I think it does. But it's just so rare nowadays.
Well, they have the information at the very least that the Cadian op is on the board. They know where Stown is. They put a stop to him. Good headshot. Cadian's going to step up to the plate, shifting over. There goes the op. Okay, now this gets spicy. Another one from Searson. Handles the aim punch so well. And oh no, Heroic on the verge of losing another second round.
That did not seem like a fight that was worth taking at all from Cadian's point of view. He kind of knew they were there, but he just felt like he had to swing for it.
And if you're Heroic too at this point, like, how do you know what bomb site that is the priority to protect? How do you know where to shift?
We almost just have to hope that I mean, especially maybe the forward player here in Tess, is that he could find someone and interrupt whatever is going on, because otherwise, if you're in the wrong position, it's going to be all over. Oh, MP9, that's a great place to find yourself. 15 seconds now on the clock, so eventually Big gonna have to make a move. This might be a little bit of trouble for them. They're down below with the bomb, though, so at least they turned it into a 1 versus 2. Farman is gonna be there immediately with the bomb plant, but they are right on top of him, already catching him out in the open. It's a nice recovery from Heroic in a round that they could have just as well lost.
Yeah, and they get the AWP as well. They made sure to grab that one. Searson had brought it in towards Mini, so he gets dropped. They get to salvage that weapon. But man, that was way, way too close. And you can even see him there at the end, just talking over what they're seeing, why that fell apart so much, why that kind of, I think that was Stown and Cadian having the conversation of, this is what I saw, this is why I swung in this fashion, and this is how everything got ruined afterwards.
I think in this moment, from Cadian's point of view, he had like an awkward double scope, and then he didn't have the sensitivity to adjust to it either. There was something that went horribly wrong out in that moment. 9-8. Do you know they make special signs for radioactive waste? that are meant to be read like 10,000 years from now.
Yeah, I've heard about that. When they bury the materials like way out in no man's land.
They have to assume that people don't speak the same language almost, so they have to try and figure out what would look dangerous to a civilization that doesn't know any of our stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of cool and scary at the same time.
Fun fact of the day.
Yeah. 9-8. tabseN kind of stuck at the 17 kills here for just a minute in the second half, but they have rifles back on the side of Big. AKs, no AWP for CSGO.
They can take this round after the 3 kills they got in the previous. That would be magnificent for Big. Give them something early to celebrate about. Smoke down from tabseN off red box. Another smoke coming in, and a third to complete the wall.
One of the many different walls that can be put out there. Quite a few different versions of it, all with slightly different outcomes. CSGO not happy about that. Looking at his teammate like, can we get up here and throw these flashes through the windows?
Well, Heroic's not nervous at all about the wall that was set up outside. They have no one even glancing for any progression in the yard. They are unconcerned about any presence there. All focused towards the upper bomb site for the moment.
Molotov down. Gavi's gonna have to find a new home. And he will take FaZe down before he gets it, so that's a nice way to get a little bit of an escape. Otherwise, you get stuck up there. Nice shot onto tabseN on top of everything else. And this seemed like it was no problem. Maybe partly because of what you said. They didn't even really move to defend the yard at all.
Yeah, no strength in that hit. Even TeSeS was pushed up in ramp room to be able to pounce with the SMG as soon as the execute comes in. So we're all tied up at 9, and that's a free AK-47 upgrade. And that's 4 players surviving in a round that Heroic came into with a real shaky economy. So that starts to make him feel a tiny bit more comfortable.
I feel like those flashes that go through the ceiling windows on the A bomb side are... I don't know if a coin flip's in the right. I feel like sometimes they do nothing at all. I feel like this. Sometimes they can have a save. I think we saw it in the pistol round how much damage they could do, but sometimes it feels like just nothing happens.
Well, also, I mean, you can, you know, players now, you do the research, you see which flashbangs are being thrown, so when you're playing your position, you know exactly where you want to look away from, right?
Yeah. And when they don't work, you are running into very narrow choke points and you can get shut down, so it's kind of critical that they do work. Nade is going to be way too late, but they'll hear it. Stown is going to be calling it in, saying, yep, they're running down below, and with... Oh, what a find. I was going to say, with the push on ramp, they're going to be catching TeSeS. This is an absolute nightmare for Heroic. Cadian fighting for his life, and the double kill might bring them back into the round just a bit, but this is still a surprising opening.
The bomb dropped on the railing, so now they have to stop, and they have to look back, and good recovery from Crimbo. I didn't know if he was going to have the op out in hand. tabseN looking for one. Alert coming in. Stown has seen it. Dink onto Stown, and I think he's likely going to want to just back away with 10 health. No reason to go for this. So lost round, Heroic's going to have to rebuy. And Big, they let him get close. They let him tie things up, but they extend the lead to 1 just again.
That is such a surprising loss for Heroic here. Oh, they're going to find Stown as well. Never mind that the wall goes down, but they know that there's at least a couple of people rushing. Maybe he doesn't know if it's 2 or 3 or 5 rushing, but he knows there's more than one person rushing lower. And yet the people in ramp get caught off guard. You'd think that's the next logical part to that piece of the puzzle.
I think with... look, they had information, right? But never like the details of it. They knew there was fast pace towards secret from outside, but obviously you don't really fully realize the numbers of it, right? And dropping down vents, that timing's not there. All you're hearing is they're rushing outside, they're rushing down secret, but you don't know the exact location at that point. That communication obviously didn't come through. And then the rotationary reaction, or the reactionary rotation from ramp room is what catches them off guard. So yeah, that was just perfectly timed from Big.
I think that kind of confusion on the CT side for the rotations is one of the reasons why I still think Nuke is probably still my favorite map.
Coolest factors about it.
Yeah.
Because of the way the bomb sites are stacked. And I mean, you even get that a little bit on Vertigo, but it's harder to kind of pull off in the same way since you can hear everything across the map that you can't quickly get between the 2 bomb sites.
Of course, a little bit of of a distraction on one side of the map forces ramp to run around, and they get caught. And
so it's one of the factors that made some of the all-time great Nuke teams was their ability to kind of manage that. You know.
It's not an easy thing to solve. I even feel like sometimes you even have to think, depending on who on your team, if you're on the CT side, if you lose a player early on, you're playing a 4-on-5, you almost have to go through like the steps of saying, wait, so where are we not defending anymore? We lost someone in, you know, lower, so where are they going? Oh, this is a little bit of a crossfire though. TeS's nice headshot to bring down tabseN. Again, Heroic are on the verge of eco, and they have no grenades in this round. They just have the M4s and a single 570. If they get away with another round like this, where they actually get to save the economy and start to fight again, Big are going to be heartbroken.
Yeah, Big really need to reset at some point, and this is a perfect opportunity for it. Perfect fight taken down low with that crossfire. Big would have loved to have had the Molotov on the initial peak and not after the fact. TeS's has a big job to do. Plenty of teammates in the upper bomb site, needs to be aware of Heaven, needs to be able to have a staunch defense here. Oh, they're going to boost up on the other side, though.
It's going to give him a heart attack, surely. Oh, he has no idea, but he's still lightning fast. That's a nice shot. Crimbo down below, though, through the grid, and will take him down. So 3 versus 4. But the problem is the time. 20 seconds on the clock, and they need to find a bomb site right now. Cadian, are they going to be able to surprise him here? CSGO's up close, but he doesn't see it. The scope just blinding him to Cadian's position, and I think they can't win the round now. 10 seconds. They have to try and back out and save the guns if they can. A little bit more expensive as they take down Shusha. That's interesting, but Heroic, they get away with another one.
Yeah, they keep just sustaining, hanging on by their fingertips. Counter-terrorists win. 10-10. Plenty of money for Big to rebuy into it. 3 players with what, $6,000 to $7,000 of cash, so nothing too crazy on that side of things. But they're letting Heroic survive a little too long. They're letting them linger around, and at some point, Heroic might just snap into control.
Yeah, this.
Oh, they did have a Molotov. Just not deep enough to force tabseN away from that position.
I love this play so much. I'm shocked that TeS has got this one.
I am too.
Still not a great economy on the Heroic side. I mean, it is all the time close. So Big get another shot at it here. If they win this one, they're still in a good position. A nice run. tabseN's got the confidence back. He's up to 21 kills. And it's down. No more to say in the round.
They've been very comfortable moving across yard fast early in the round. Just hustling over towards Secret. Now let's see how they manage again. Yabby in the same position that TeS's was previously. The Molotov's deeper this time, which forces him off that angle. Shush spots numbers outside. 2 players down low, Cadian and Yabby.
They got TeS's up in heaven too, so I don't know what it would take for the CT side to get back into this round. Maybe what Shush is doing is part of the puzzle here. If you find a kill, turn it into a 4-on-3, maybe something could be done. Gotta find Keto at the very least. It's a start, but they need more.
Well, with this position now, hey, bomb site is open.
Oh.
Shush is going to get another one. This is slipping away yet again. Big just now getting the bomb plant in. Karimbo's up in the rafters.
They might still have it, though. Because
yeah, this is going to be a real hard retake, especially because Cadian and Yabby are lining up to come up vents.
If they would have been closer somehow, then all of this work for Shush would have been so much more impressive, but they're just so far away. And the fact that they got the kills now, it could be one of those scenarios where they almost get baited into trying the retake and then losing everything. Missed shot from CSGO, but the time is just, it's already so low on that bomb. They're gonna get the kill on CSGO, and now they're running for it. Crimbo, he'll take down one of them, and he's up on the rafters looking for it. Cadian with the shot, Favin still alive, and all he has to do is leave. Another 3 seconds, and they will win the round anyway. Nice shot onto Shush, and it will be Big to take the round.
Yeah, but it feels like it doesn't have to be this difficult. What a deep sigh of relief it's got to be from Gabi, just watching, not able to actually be involved. 3-on-3, good positioning as well. There was utility. There was a Molotov that wasn't used in that post plant for Big. There was some nades and some flashbangs, but that was sketchy. I can't believe Shush actually made this doable. 3-on-5. His double kill puts it into a 3-on-3. Made that real scary. Too many kills just drifting away from Big in critical moments in the rounds.
Favin just good understanding at the end, even though a lot of pressure on him there, just keeping it slowed down.
Kannst du... Gib mir Karim und Josef bitte Mausmucks geben. Ja, Meta-Maus.
Need a little bit more volume. We'll try and do this a little bit of German translation.
German's a little bit rusty?
Just a little bit. I'm mostly speaking it. I feel like the listening part is better. I'm seeing a Nova shotgun on Shush. You have to respect that.
It's full buy in the round for Heroic. Somewhat of a desperate scenario.
Ew, it's green though. What's up with that?
You don't like green shotguns?
No, obviously not. Gideon forward position here. I feel like Heroic surely can't have any more fortune left in them. Oh, Gideon, is he going to spot it? That's a lot of noise being made. Surely Tamsin hears that. Scary stuff to fall down, and he's going to get caught falling back in. Must be wondering, damn, he was there the whole time. Tessa's caught rotating back. The Molotov forced him into it, so Heroic trying to push into the round here and trying to shock big by having a little bit more weaponry than maybe they were expecting, but it's not working out at all.
What a great route from Tapson. He's thrown a couple different looks at him. Yeah, Kaden watching that back is going to be so frustrating that Tapson just stayed out of his vision the whole time. Tapson does eventually go down. That's an AK-47 recovered, and Heroic won't want to risk that for any kind of attempted retake. Back off and be happy with the one weapon. So 12-10, 2-round lead now for Big.
But that was all the money. They really invested into this round, Heroic. So even if it's just 2 rounds, very likely to be a third.
Still, M4, AK-47, shotgun into the next round. Don't have to buy anything. Don't have to... You can re-up a... Actually, probably shouldn't even touch any extra utility with the kind of money they're looking at the moment. But at least you've got some weapons to work with.
Don't throw away the shotgun. Whatever you do, never do that.
What do you think the name of that skin is?
Yeah, I did it.
Sour apple?
It could be.
The worst candy flavor.
I think I'll always put anything cherry lower, because real cherries taste great.
Yeah,
artificial cherry is like one of the worst things.
It certainly is.
Always feel like I might have been poisoned if I...
Now, banana. That's a flavor for candy.
Now what?
12-10. Back into the action. They do fully invest around those 3 rifles, Heroic. They buy up on Tess's and Cadian. This is... look, if Heroic loses this round, goes on to lose the match, I think you could really have a deep, long conversation around the decision to fully invest here.
Yeah, they're kind of pushing the limits of what's doable at the moment. But if it works out and if they get back into the game, it's a different question altogether. Stout very nearly caught off guard.
How has Tapson been able to catch so many people off guard and by surprise outside? He's been doing these kinds of plays this whole half, and still Heroic have not caught onto it and not gotten really aware of it.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I guess also on top of everything else, I mean, they know that they're not going to run into the AWP out there. So he's feeling super confident in doing it. But you still would have thought that maybe on the Heroic side that they start to realize, wait a minute, we have to be aware of that corner. Stolen AK, M4, FAMAS, couple of Deagles.
Yeah, but information is gained by Heroic. They have control of lobby. They know everyone's outside. Problem is, Tapson's already beat them to the lower bomb site to a certain extent. Although you'd have to wonder how aggressive Tapson is going to be down here in terms of getting information. The only player
opening the door could be real dangerous, and that's just so unfortunate. Stan was already in position. Tapson probably wanted to create more of a distraction by putting up a smoke and sort of pretending to be out there. They're in a lot of trouble here, Big, whether they know it or not. Cadian showing up, but oh, that's actually surprising that he got the kill. I thought maybe he would have just been knocked out.
They should know Stown is still down here. He had the kill earlier, so they have that information at least. There's still at least 1 defender at the lower bomb site. 15 seconds. I don't... Is Big saving?
Yeah, they must be.
What a weird round.
Didn't seem like at any point, I mean, not that much happened for Heroic to take this one.
Well, for Tapson to kind of go down to Secret alone and Control alone and then have everyone follow up with him after he dies, you know, 20 seconds later, that just feels like... And also, the other side of it, too, you're kind of letting Heroic off the economic noose in a certain way, right? Like, you've had that economic advantage, and now you're just saying, here, have this round where you get to survive with 4 players. Have some upgraded rifles.
Yeah, you can bring it back a little bit. That was a quick headshot. He was in a bad position there, Cadian.
Yeah, lucky they didn't actually get doubled up. Gobby getting involved in the conversation. Him and Tapson trying to find the solution, marshaling the troops. Tapson's been very, very vocal since Gobby came back as the coach of this team of how much of a relief it is to have a familiar voice and a trusted voice behind him.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. It sounds like an Astralis type strategy.
I heard that as well.
That is always interesting how teams name their strats. Obviously, there are a lot of
they name it after the team they steal it from.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, makes sense. 12-11, 24th round. Still, Tamsin is playing a great game. 22 kills on him. And over on the other side, Katie up at 20. So The captain's kind of battling it out a little bit on either side. I don't know who's going to win this one right now. It could go either way. The money for Heroic, still not great. Still need to keep fighting their way back into it. But then again, it's not really great on the big side either. It's down with only the 1 kill, but a lot of damage on the farm. And could have been enough maybe for a double almost. Keto going to be shot by the double push into lobby. They did it last round, and they're back at it again.
Yeah, Heroic has that feel now. They're like, all right, we'll keep taking over lobby from the CT side. Look what options you have now. I don't know how Big finds an escape out of this round.
You really need... We need to find at least one Heroic player looking the wrong way here. Under a minute, so they have a little bit of time to work with, but... Man... Right now they're frozen in time waiting for it.
Yeah, they're disjointed. Favin's in a position where he could make a play, but he took that dink earlier, so it's kind of like CSGO has to be the one to make a play. Crimbo is a bit nervous when you realize they've already taken over lobby. Like, what a risk to come down. This round is just going to kind of drift away.
Yeah, it feels like it. That minute is down to 30 seconds now. Yabi trying to play it very, very carefully, not showing himself too much, and that's what they should do, right? Play for time, slow this down as much as you possibly can, because Big, eventually, the clock will defeat them in the end. 18 seconds now. They're bringing the bomb down towards the lower part of the map.
They gotta run. I don't know why they're walking. They got smokes they gotta put up in this window. There's the first one. Cadian neutralized for the moment over towards the double doors. 7 seconds now on the clock. They've got to plant inside of it. They get the kill. The necessary kill, and the bomb goes down. Oh, a chance. A prayer for Big. They're bringing it back. 1v2 for CSGO.
Yeah, he has to hit the shot. He can't miss a single one. Smoke is up in front. That might make it even worse. But they haven't really found him yet. He still has a shot at it here. He can play Ring Around the Rosie if they come for him. Sees just a leg, but he wants the second player too. Oh, this is high risk and possibly high reward as well. They have no idea. How did he get back into this position? They do not have a kit currently picked up, so it's going to be a real long defuse at the moment. And CSGO, how is he just hidden back here? He takes down Jabby. Oh, this is a wild play. And now the flash is out. He misses the shot, but he might have done enough. They can't get it. He has to escape. What a play from CSGO. Waiting around without even firing the gun.
Oh, that's unbelievable. The heroic smoke is what gives him the space to make that play. I cannot believe they found a way back into that round.
This is so
I cannot believe it.
Unbelievable. He gets the kill, but that's not even necessary. Even if he missed that shot, he probably could have still lived.
Well, think of it this way, too. Like, even the movement that he has to hide behind that box in the corner, the time it takes Heroic to clear out every other angle in the bomb site where they don't realize where he's gone is the time they needed to actually defuse the bomb. What a play from CSGO in a 1v2. Heroic timeout. Big's out. Big can no longer call a timeout, so it's only Heroic that's going to be able to pause the action in the game and allow Gabi to get any kind of input here in the later stages of Nuke.
It's a very unusual way to run around. You know, a lot of the time, that's gonna somehow blow up in your face, but they just weren't ready. That's crazy. 13-11.
Yeah, 13-11. 2-round lead. Again, Heroic playing another round with the backs against the wall in terms of their finances. And they cannot afford to get reset in these final few rounds. That would be the red carpet for Big. Searson's going to get aggressive, misses the opportunity. Molotov down, he burns about half HP, but going to extinguish the flames and survive.
Grenade to follow him, he's almost dead, so...
And Big no longer wants to deal with CT side taking over lobby. They've put way more bodies here. It's not just Keto any longer. They've got 4 people here to hold down the fort. And actually, interesting enough for Heroic, a huge gamble towards the upper bomb site. They might have been thinking that, hey, we just called the timeout. Big might just call a pop at the upper bomb site.
Instead they go for the ramp room. Cadian is here, but there's an AWP train at the corner. Nicely done from Searson. His teammates taking it over. Cadian going to be frustrated in that one. And honestly, Heroic, they might...
dead.
Yeah, he might be, but they might still have to worry. Oh, they're going to go back. I was going to say, if that doesn't happen, it's almost close to Heroic just should be saving, because 4-on-5 with a bomb down, that's not a winnable round.
It all comes down to this fight in the lower bomb site. Now, they have 3 people here, so they're at least going to battle for it. It's just, can they actually have any success? Deagle over towards window, M4 as well. Oh, good tags. Good tags, checking Crimbo and tagging Keto as well. I don't know how Tesla has been so effective through the smoke with the Deagle, but Big is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, back from Shush. The FAMAS doing so much damage. There's no wall there at all, so Crimbo out of it. What a weird path here for Big to get into the bomb site. Shush comes charging through, and Heroic They're not giving up without a fight either. USP from Shush to bring him down, and CSGO again finding himself this time in a 1 versus 3. Shush gonna be the hero of the round. And Heroic, this is gonna get everyone fired up.
Oh, they still found a way to lose lobby. They still find a way to allow Heroic to take over lobby. Stound just creeps in behind the massive amounts of body, and tabseN can't believe it. He never expected it. Knife was out.
And if you, because of the studio setup, if you're big, you have to listen to the insane screams.
Cadian.
Oh, it's so funny, isn't it?
Oh my God. This T-side from Big, a team that I normally think of as a pretty strong tactical team, I feel like this T-side for me has just been, has lacked something. Oh, see ya. tabseN had, what, 17 kills at the end of the first half, 18 kills at the end of the first half. He's at 22 now, 21 now, so he's slowed down quite a bit.
Gravity did the work this time.
Yeah.
It's taken better men than me.
And yeah, you studied physics, so you know all about that.
I flunked out of physics, Jason.
Well, so
not because
at least you got the gravity, right?
We got.
That seems
we
to
did
be
talk about it.
The foundational physics thing that you learned first.
I came in there, I told them I want to try and see if I can stop gravity, and they said, Anders, you have to leave this department.
Failed.
We need to
immediately.
Need to get out. Crimbo and Farven. They've picked up an M4 at the very least. They've done a little bit of economic damage to Hurricane, taking down Tessus. They don't have any money still on the Danish side, so I mean, in light of that, Big should be feeling like, oh, we're really just all the time 1 round away from making this work. A little bit more damage in this round would be great. 4 surviving on the Heroic side is a little bit too much. Get another kill in there. There's one on Stout. Oh, and this is beautiful. And a bomb plant on top. This is great. Crimbo.
No,
he's
surely
been great
not.
so far. No, it's very unlikely, and he's out in the open. Shush has been accurate in this series as well, but that's amazing. 3 kills and a bomb plant. The Heroic economy is still absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, but Big's never been able to get that 1 win that seals it, that buries them. I have another chance at it here.
Yeah, that's I don't know if they make it back here, Heroic. It must be such a relief knowing that you played. Is this like the 4th round in a row now where they just they're all the time on the verge? They've had 3 crazy force-ups so far in this game.
Yeah, they've really had to struggle and labor to stay into this game. So in one sense, give some props over to them, but this isn't going to be like any kind of great feel-good win for Heroic. It's just like, whew, that was a difficult one.
Tied up. 27th round. Big with the bomb plant, able to still put a bind together, and maybe importantly, CSGO on that AWP. He's been doing an alright job, but nowhere near the heights of what we know CSGO can do. So if that's something that they have in store for us here in the last couple of rounds, that could absolutely change the outcome.
Oh, here's that timing hit. Heroics expected this at times. Look at all the utility. Look how blind Shush is. Cadian is going to hold him off, and FaZe burns due to the damage from Shush. And again, the strength of this hit is just taken away out of Big.
I can't believe Shush lived. I feel like he was flashed for 10 seconds. I was sure he was going to get shot in the back, but...
No, Heroic was ready for that, though. We saw them do a gamble stack with 4 players previously. They've been looking for Big to make this kind of a play, and this round, Cadian was even up in heaven behind his teammate, waiting for the utility usage, waiting for the flashbangs to just peek behind it. Good kill. That might actually open up an option for tabseN down low already.
Cadian versus CSGO. Last time it went the way of CSGO, but this time... no connection on either side. And yeah, that forward, I don't think at all Shush is ready for Crimbo to be in there. He was kind of jiggle peeking the first corner, but didn't expect for anyone to be pushed out that far. 40 seconds. tabseN would love a fight down here. If he blows out the window, though, at least we'll let Tessus know that something's happening. But he gets sandwiched in here. Nice shot onto Crimbo. Orb is coming up next. They know that CSGO has it somewhere in this lobby area because it's already had a little bit of a fight with
tabseN down the bomb site.
Yeah, he does. He's behind him. Oh, Tessus, he's boxed in, but still a 2-on-4. 20 seconds left. He's going to try and plant the bomb, but will come off of it, and CSGO's going to be found. It's unfortunate. Big are trying their best to try and see if they can solve that round, but it's not going to be possible. 14-13 instead, and Heroic, they take the lead. And they get to keep that economy alive even further.
Big's had plenty of chances in this game, too. That's going to be the real thing. The real conversation for them is they had their opportunities to really bury Heroic, and they just couldn't find the solution. And now that Heroic's back into it, now that they've got money, they get the advantages back in control. And Keto even coming through, not just looking along the wall. Sometimes tough turning through smoke, obviously. and you're already trying to clear top hut, you're trying to clear rafters, all the different angles in the upper bomb site, and the free kill was right in front of you the whole time.
13-14, and it's big that run out of money. What a heartbreaking game this is going to be either way. Cadian out here with the AWP. The smoke wall is making it difficult to find anyone, but they don't have almost anything to work with here. Now, they've had some shocking rounds in the past, Big, with just the pistols, but how do you get this one? All 5 of them down below.
The one benefit they got at the moment is that it's just TeS's down here. Shush can arrive pretty quickly off contact or off any kind of a sound cue. But if they can eliminate TeS's with any kind of speed, maybe you can swarm in.
Yeah, it is doable. Shush might be too far away to really get there in time, even though he's at the ramp. Man, they need an early kill on him. There's the opening door. That's the giveaway. Good double for TeS's. That slows it down and gives a little bit of time. Shush showing up at the same exact moment. And Farman on his own. No bomb plant going to be allowed this time. Looked like it could have been dangerous, but it'll be 15 on the side of Heroic.
Got to give props over to him. Super impressive the way they've hung in this game. As you said, a bunch of risky, sketchy force buys throughout this second half. They've been playing a lot of rounds that if they lose, their money just disappears. And still been able to overcome the pressure. 2 chances to close it out, and Heroic would like to just get it done and move on.
I'm sure they do not want to play overtime.
This has been stressful.
Quite the battle. Best of 1 game, but we're getting everything we want here. TeS is up at 22 kills, right behind Cadian at 23, so they've got a bit of a duo going on there. What do Big have for us in this round? Tabson is out by that same box that he's been finding a lot of openings by earlier. This time, smoke, and he's going to run straight for it. So he's got a pretty forward position early on. That's not bad. Cadian almost eclipsing one of them there, but he finds 2 and puts the bullet right in between them. Farman with a nice kill on that Galil.
Something to work with for Big. They've got lobby control. They have a 5-on-4. They have yard control as well. Shush missed the initial salvo. Finds a double kill. Brings it right back. Dinked. And now Stown down the vents. He can wait patiently for his time to pounce.
Yeah, if Crimbo gets this kill, it's possible that Stown's going to be there with a really fast flank, so they could be in a little bit of trouble here. 50 seconds on the clock. Shush is very low, and oh, the timing is disgusting. He's going to get that one, but surely traded immediately. And that's the bomb down on the ground now. Lot of trouble here. 2 versus 3. And Big, like you said, they had many chances to put Heroic out of this match and win it right away, but they kept hanging in there with the economy, and now it's Big trying to hang on to the game. TeS is nearly escaping there. Bomb being stopped by the Molotov. He's going to have to go pick it up. 20 seconds. They need this. Searson trying to get his hands on it. They're going to go and get the challenge. He takes 1, but there's a return. And this might not be winnable. 12 seconds on the clock, and I don't think Keto could do anything about it. The bomb is behind him. Yeah. Oh, no. This is absolutely heartbreaking. What a way to lose it at the end. Heroic will find 16 at the end. Nothing that Big could do about it.
It's the last round.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? Even I'm lost a little bit.
Oh, there's been so much. It's just so confusing at the end. They could have won this one, Big.
Yeah, they could
have. The economic lead for like 5 or 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they did. Like I said, they had their chances, and there's been just a few T rounds where it felt like in the mid rounds, things just fell stale.
Yeah.
Like they just stopped on the map, and they didn't really have any plan moving forward. I think that one's going to be real heartbreaking when they go back and watch it and see kind of some of the rounds that were probably in their favor to some degree.
Yeah, good game that they put together, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. And Heroic, they get to live through it. Some force buys, and let's hear from them what they have to say.
That's certainly the right words there, Anders. Live through it, because that was an intense game. A lot of back and forth in that one, Stown. A bit of a tough comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun to play like the first official game after a player break. It's a bit more jitters and stuff like that. But I feel like we had a good T side. On the CT side, we didn't play like we usually do, I would say. But yeah, we managed to close in the end, and an intense game, I should say.
That's what matters, though, right? Getting to close it at the end. But what was going through the kind of the mind of the team, and what was Cadian saying when it was getting back and forth? Because no one was really able to string rounds together.
Yeah, it was a weird game. Like, no one could string rounds together, I should say. I mean, we just tried to keep calm and keep composure. We know what Big like to do, and yeah, we just tried to play our best.
Now, right, the next team you're going to be facing is going up against FaZe. You've got a little bit of time in between all of this, though. How do you feel about going against the #1 team in the world? Do you feel like this little warm-up was a nice bump into it, and you feel like you'd be ready?
Yeah, I feel like this was a nice warm-up game. Yeah, I'm looking forward to play FaZe. They're definitely maybe the best team in the world, I would say, at the moment. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun game.
And how do you think it's going to be any different to the previous times you faced off against them, especially now with Yabi, right? It seems to be sweating him a lot better than what we saw in Cologne.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten more practice in with Yabi, which is really nice. We feel more comfortable than we did at Cologne. And yeah, I mean, it's the best of one against FaZe. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you very much, Dow. Good luck.
The Danes do get it done, but not exactly unscathed, gentlemen, because that was a scrappy affair, to say the least, versus Big.
Yeah, it was extremely scrappy. It came down to a couple of clutches. Of course, we're going to dissect a few examples down the road in that segment, but Heroic had to sweat for it. That wasn't easy in any case, and that's pretty much what we expected, right? A tough game?
Yeah, I'd say so. Two teams who are equal in skill level, equal in their approach as well. We talked about Heroic, how they had their own way of approaching the game. You know, they seem to be like a very structured unit where everyone is knowing what they're doing each round. The same could be said about Big, you know, a very structured unit with Tapson leading the guys. So we got to see a good game of Counter-Strike, a long game of Counter-Strike as well. 16-13, the game took an hour and 15 minutes. All the time much were being used. So as you said, they really had to sweat for it. A game that easily could have gone into overtime.
You were talking about the sort of characteristics of both sides of the equation coming into things, and we heard it just in the winners interview there from Heroic. They weren't exactly feeling too comfortable, you know, coming off the break. This is the first time we're seeing both of these squads kind of taking to the server. Wasn't exactly the sort of cleanest Counter-Strike that we would have expected.
No, it wasn't, but it wasn't in any camp of the equation, Freya. That's the thing. When you come back from a break, I think you end up in situations where positionally you would think a team would convert around. You think Heroic would have that 5v3 on that 4v2, but because you miss some of these 60-40 kills, then suddenly it opens up the whole situation. I think the casters, Anders and Moses, were surprised in a couple of events where someone had the drop on his opponent. But yeah, that's the first game after the break where we were all not exactly precise in our ways, and suddenly a round just turned on its head.
Well, let's go back to the beginning of this game, because we do have an eco play for round number 6. And this was some of a really good T-look from Heroic.
A very crafty round coming out of Cadian and Heroic. I want to give them props right here. You can see the time, that's important, 35 seconds. They take ramp, they trade kills. But again, they have a chronological pressure on them, and Cadian is going to have to find a solution. We also have to salute the patience of Stone, whom we see through that with the X-ray, not giving away his life. He's low HP, he knows he has to bide his time before he strikes. Surson misses a kill, obviously like a pack of wolf, they strong on it, and now Stone comes and he punishes Tapson, who was ready for him. 12 seconds now. Portkito's trying his very best, but he's not going to be able to do it. That was Cadian coming in here with a very tailored solution with 30 seconds left.
But it went both ways, and that's part of the story as well. We saw Heroic win the first pistol round, lose the second force by coming in big. Second half as well, we see Heroic win the pistol round. They almost lost the second round one more time. As you described it, Freya, it was a scrappy game of Counter-Strike, but it went both ways. Both teams were really putting in a fight to it, and sometimes, yeah, we can argue that the scrappy CS come from teams not really winning the duels or playing as, I guess, as clean and structured as you would like to. But sometimes when you have two teams who are equally good, just going toe-to-toe against each other, pressuring each other, you're bound to have scrappy rounds. You're bound to have rounds that are going to dive back from one side to another, and that's kind of what we saw in this game.
Yeah, and another example from that, we do have to bring up that incredible CSGO clutch, because they say silence is golden. It certainly was for CSGO coming into this particular round. Just incredibly well played from him.
I thought this could have been it for Heroic, right? You look at his scoreboard right here, 12-11. It's a very, very important moment in the game, and everything is just falling apart, unfortunately, for the Heroic guys right here. CSGO gets into a 1v2 situation. The bomb has been planted, and look at how he's positioning himself. I don't know why Heroic is not aware that he's potentially in this position, that he potentially could be towards side, but no one is checking CSGO, and he actually ends up winning this clutch without firing his gun, at least killing anyone in this scenario, because it's not really needed. And maybe that's one of the things for CSGO that we've been describing a little bit, the fact that he as a player on LAN, maybe not, you know, as clinical as he is online, but in terms of positioning himself, in terms of playing smart Counter-Strike, he still got it.
Yeah, no, it was an incredibly good look from CSGO, and we saw what went on in the server, but I do want to also hear what went on in the TeamSpeak with this mic'd up moment.
Ich hab's weg.
Double doors, ich leg durch.
Down. Ich hab Sink. Sink down.
Double Door noch einer.
Double doors, double doors.
Zwei.
Double Door. Links und rechts.
Keine Zeit.
Nein! So krass, Rische, Alter. Cold as Eis, Mann. Cold as Eis.
I love that, the calm before the storm of the reactions from the side of Big. You were saying, Jacob, it was maybe a miscommunication from Heroic, though, that Sisson kind of was left on the site.
It's hella messy. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm going to give credit to Sisson and how he played at 1 versus 2. That was very creative, good mindset. But we're on a 4 versus 3 with 10 seconds left before that situation ensues. Kadian is hiding behind the door. He has 10 seconds to put the bomber down, and we have another CT player just offering his life from single. This is how these clutches happen, and this is why it's messy, as we said. Heroic should have never been in that situation. They should have won it nice and easy, clean, 12-12, but they made life a little bit harder for themselves.
It must have been miscommunication. There was nothing in
stress,
the clip.
or panic or something like
stress,
that.
one of the things, right? Nothing in the clip we just saw, and I guess from an outside perspective, it's always easy to say, it doesn't make sense whatsoever here, Heroic, but nothing suggested to me that there wasn't a possibility for Sisson to be in this position. So you'd assume one of the players from Heroic have called him towards the other side of the map, and that's why they didn't attest him. That's why they didn't really thought that it was a possibility for him to be in that position. But as you said, cold as ice from Sisson, he took the opportunity, he made the most out of it.
Yeah, great to see him making those plays on LAN as well. Matthew, you were saying, though, we were kind of maybe fooled into thinking that might be it for Big. That might be the momentum they need to be closing this map out. What happened for Heroic to then be swinging back into this one?
I think Moses did a very good job at the cast to highlight it. Kadian realized that Big was mostly playing throughout the outside, and they started taking so much map control every goddamn round. Every time they were pushing towards inner, every time they were scraping away the map control from Big, and so Kadian just knew what was going to happen. We saw a couple of times the Lurker tried to find the best out of the flankers, but he couldn't. It was always CT-sided in the lobby, and you just constrict all the solutions. Also, big props to Tapson, who I think had a very good start of his T-half, but as soon as he began being silent, I think with him came down the solutions of Big.
That was the problem for me as well, because that's exactly what worked in the beginning of the first half. Tapson on yard, creating chaos for Big and really putting a dent into what Heroic wanted to do. But unfortunately for Tapson, who finished first half with 18 kills, he didn't really pick up the pace in the second half. And to me, that's also a bit of a problem when you look towards Big. Was that too one-dimensional? Did they only have one thing on the T side that actually worked out? Because whenever they tried to go inside, whenever they tried to hit ramp lane in the round, it didn't work whatsoever for Big. So kind of, again, left a little bit disappointed. But then again, first game after the season, so it's way, way too early to judge anything.
Yeah, despite Big narrowly losing out to the Danes on this map of Newt, we do have a few thoughts from Crimbo after that game.
Crimbo, opening game here certainly wouldn't have gone the way that you guys would have wanted it to, but obviously Keo's just come back in. There's a lot of change, right? I spoke to you just before about some of your roles changing as well. How comfortable did you guys feel in that game? Because it was so close and there was a lot of just like back and forth. No one was even stringing rounds together.
Yeah. I mean, it's like not really much changed in the team. It's nice to be back having tournaments and stuff like this. It's the first game of the season. Everything was a bit rusty, I would say. And even on the CT side, if we get a few more rounds or some small mistakes happened on the T side, if they don't happen, I believe we win this game. So, but we look forward to, I really like this new blast system, like that you have one more chance to win versus EG now, and then we can face Heroic or FaZe again. So it's nice to not be out soon.
And just to explain to me, right, because a lot of players talk to me about like rust and just coming back in after obviously the player break. Obviously when you practice, that's one thing, but what's it feel like when you sit down for the first time and going into official? Like, what do you notice where you're like, oh, okay, look, you're getting back into the vibe, I guess?
Yeah, like I kinda, when it started, I kinda felt like, oh, okay, this is how it felt like a few months ago, and the whole team chemistry was on another level. Like on practices, it was 10 times better, and yeah, it's we're getting into it.
That's what it's all about. Now, when you're getting into it, right, the next opponent is going to be EG. Obviously, this team is hard to even prepare for, and it's what Big like to do as well. But do you think a team like that at the moment, the position they're in, you can just play your own game solidly and kind of just out-aim them? Because obviously, they've not really had success in recent times, no matter what roster they field.
Yeah, as you said, it's hard to prepare, but we're just going to play our style, our defaults and stuff like this. And yeah, I mean, our style, like, really doesn't matter if it's a team who we don't know who's playing. It just it can fit everybody, and yeah, we're just gonna focus on us. As you said, we don't have anything from them, but it's no problem, I would say.
Confident as ever?
Of course.
That's my man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, as Crimbo correctly said, of course, this doesn't spell elimination for Big. This is simply seeding, heading into next week's elimination gauntlet, though. But it is incredibly important to see where they will be placing in terms of this group, because that depends on how deep they will be going into the gauntlet and how many chances they will have for survival and to take a place at the 4 finals. Going back to the group graphic that we just saw earlier, though, from a one close game to not a very close game earlier on in the day, FaZe pretty much dominating EG.
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe were very much dominant. There wasn't really a game in that instance. I think EG needed, what, about 19 rounds to put an actual gun rounds on the board. They struggled massively. They had a couple of pistols, a couple of gimmicky rounds out there, but the talent for FaZe, as we see on cameras, was just way superior than EG. Brokey had a field day. He, man, I wish I could do what Brokey does with the AWP sometimes. Maybe one day, Jacob.
Yeah, never, I think. But we got to see the strong relation between FaZe and EG with no doubt. You can argue, you know, that EG woke up a little bit, you know, in the second part of the game. You can also put in the argument that FaZe, you know, knew they already won the game at that point. So we'll have to wait and see for EG. But the coach even believed in it. Vorbo said on Twitter after the game that it felt like they woke up, you know, in the later stages of the game. So hopefully, if that's the feeling internally EG is sitting with right now, maybe, just maybe, they can get double digits against Big.
Yeah, hopefully they will be doing exactly that for the side of EG. But it is time to turn the tables to see FaZe taking to the stage once again. In our winners matchup, they'll be taking on the Danes in just a few. Join us back after the break.
He starts to come back around the corner. Diha's got the defuse if he can't do anything about it. And Diha comes off.
Wait, what?
How does...
Oh, he got the defuse and then killed him.
Oh, and then the animation comes... Okay.
Wow, he just did that.
That was weird timing.
He just did that really fast, yeah.
I didn't like that one bit.
That's actually nuts.
He gets the defuse, then the kill.
How many frames is this?
What? What?
Yeah, that looked so nuts because it was actually instant. He's so confused.
They're tossing all of the grenades at him. He puts out the Molotov. It's a pretty good read right here. And he gets the one on Misuta, but he's going to have to do a lot more back here. He's a one-man army at this point in time. He takes down Magus as well and keeps going. Monesi, he's stolen the round from them. Cyber is on his own now, and he just doesn't know where to find him. Inside of the smoke, trying to bait out that last shot with the AWP, but there's 10 seconds left. And Monesi, what an absolutely godlike round.
A double man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three!
Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again.
11-4, 11 rounds straight, and a dominant overpass CT side.
It's not bad. A kill on a bomb plant with almost nothing at all. What's happening? What is going on?
They think it's down low.
There's no way. No.
They think it's down low. They're not going to lose. It doesn't matter, but...
They're not going to. They're still checking the bomb site. Jason, please.
This can't be possible.
What is happening? Please.
No.
Somebody.
You don't lose this round.
Anybody pick up the phone. They're not doing it. Oh, no. He's holding it. Is there time?
There's time.
There must be
Someone
time.
has a kit.
They have a kit.
Ooh.
Oh, my God.
Let's just let that one sink in for a moment.
Damn.
Clears out that B side. Good read by Nexa, of course. Just, you know, takes the data, assesses it.
Test the data.
I can hear production laughing at me. Everybody's laughing at me, and it's because of you, Launders.
I've got Rain with me now, as FaZe were able to deal with EG pretty easily, I would say. When you come into a game like that, though, right? Obviously, I know you guys don't underestimate them, but could you notice some differences or some things where you go, okay, guys, that we're not on the same vibe as we were before?
Not really. We had actually pretty good practice coming into this tournament. Of course, it's the start of the season, so you don't really know exactly how you're going to be from the start, right? But we had a good game, and everybody played really good. I think Brookie had a lot of highlights, so that's a good sign for the rest of the tournament.
And there was a lot of smiles, a lot of laughter, so things are still looking good. And rightfully so when you guys, not just the #1 team in the world, but achieve so much as well. But have you set yourselves any expectations, though, for what you want to achieve throughout the rest of this year, right? Because obviously, we've got other majors looming, other big events coming up. Do you think you can push this even further?
Yeah, for sure. I think we ended the season on a high note, and I think I speak for everyone in the team when we want to keep it going, right? We're not going to give our stop playing because we won the major in Cologne. We still want to win more, and I think everybody's hungry for it.
And when we're talking about that though, right, redeveloping yourself, obviously what Carrigan works with Robin in order to find the success, how much further can you go in terms of improving? Because when you look at it, right, you even take down Navi in a situation on Cologne where it was super close, but like, it just seems right now, like, how do you go the step further? How do you look into that mind game of it all, right? Because we've always seen this from teams where they can get so far, they look like the very best, but then we see a drop off after these big tournaments.
Yeah, I think it's all about motivation at this point, right? You need to keep grinding, and the amount we played last season was incredible. It was really fun for me to play as well, and with the young kids pushing me harder. So hopefully they keep doing it the rest of this season, and we just got to find new ideas. I think we're one of the teams that come up with the most ideas, and we just got to keep evolving.
Now Heroic, they're coming in with Yabi. They just had a very tight series against Big. I'm guessing you were having a kind of look up and see what they were playing as well, as he's smiling straight away. Do you think they're in a position where they can match up to you guys? Because I would say before the player break, maybe before they made the change, be a closer game, but right now they don't seem to be the Heroic of old.
Yeah, maybe they just got Yabi right before the break, right? So they didn't really have that much time to prepare. I don't know how much they've done in the break. I don't know how long their break has been, but I think they as a team is also going to get better over the season. I think they're going to become a better opponent and a tougher opponent in the season as well.
But do you think they can challenge you today?
Yeah, it's the first tournament back of the year in a best of one, so I think anybody can challenge anyone in this stage.
All right, let's see how it goes, Rain. Thank you very much.
Full force FaZe entering the full groups as they took down EG earlier on today. Now they're going to be turning to face the Danes of Heroic. Perhaps a tougher challenge coming into things. But Pimp, just in case any of the viewers at home didn't manage to catch that EG matchup earlier on today, can you give us a bit of a synopsis of what exactly went down?
Yeah, you didn't miss much, to be completely honest. EG tried to put up a fight. Unfortunately, the skill level between the two teams was too big of a disparity. FaZe came in looking hot. You know, EG ended up winning the first pistol, converting, got to a 3-0 start, and I thought to myself, okay, maybe there's a chance we get a bit of a competitive game. But as Matthew said in this segment we just had, it took EG 19 rounds before they won the first full buy round. So at that point, we already knew that FaZe were going to win. It was just a question of how much. 16-8, I think, is a more than justifiable result on the scoreboard. And for FaZe, nice, easy way to get into the tournament. And as for EG, more of the same old, unfortunately.
This was a warm-up. This was a warm-up for FaZe, right? You know, when you get to the gym, it's been a while since you go there, so you don't want to run instantly. You just go on the treadmill and you walk, because it's just important to get the movement in motion again. Yeah, you don't want to challenge those knees too much.
Expert over here.
See, there you go. That's what you're doing, and that's what FaZe did. They were taking a stroll down Dream Island, having a good old time, just kicking the hell out of EG. That was great. That was great for FaZe. They had a good time.
Yeah, no, they really did. I mean, 3 players plus 20 kills, and a game that didn't really have, you know, too many rounds going into things, and we were really praising on Brokey as well, continuing the form that we saw, looking absolutely dominant before coming into the break.
Yes, we were praising Brokey, and I think that was rightful. I just want to talk about discipline and attitude for FaZe for a second, because I think they are primed to take this tournament easily, or at least these first few days. If you think about what they have accomplished in 2022, you think how they peaked, how they won the major and won in Cologne and all of that. You're coming here and we know the format, we know it's mostly about sitting. You have some of their results right now on your screen. It would be so easy and so humane from FaZe to take these few days easily and to get surprised. And I think this is why this FaZe versus Heroic is an interesting game, because if they slow down just a bit, maybe they might allow the Danes to come back and strike.
Yeah, let's be absolutely honest and transparent about what FaZe are coming in with in this tournament. It's not the major. It's not one of the big tournaments out there. It's not something there where they can, you know, put it on the pedigree next to these results and say, yeah, we're proud of winning the group stages of the fall. We are going to see a FaZe clan, as you said, that is slowly but surely warming up to a second part of the season where the big goal, of course, is going to be a win back-to-back majors. So the fact that they're already now playing some decent Counter-Strike, the fact that they already now have secured the first place on this leaderboard, it's just outstanding, you know, to see how much they've been winning throughout the year. It makes sense for FaZe clan slowly but surely to ease into the season. So don't expect them to play picture-perfect Counter-Strike, but expect it to be good, because FaZe is a fantastic team.
What was that, 5,000 points above the second place?
That's a lot.
On that leaderboard?
A whole lot of
yeah, that's a hell of a lot. I mean, that's why they're already qualified to be going to that World Final spot as well. But when we're talking about their opposition coming up in Heroic, you were saying, you know, they're potentially an opponent that could be nipping at the heels of FaZe if they don't come in, you know, looking full force. I did love that they didn't underestimate EG earlier on as well. Looked like they were really well drilled squad, which we should come to expect from FaZe. But if Heroic do have any hopes of kind of taking down, taming the beasts, what should we be looking at? Are there any signs that we just saw from their first game?
Well, first of all, the first positive I want to put through is Cadian's performance. Because I think when we talk about LAN, when we talk about high-pressure situations, he's one of the few players that has disappointed in the past, has sometimes gone through as a shadow in the game. I think he was very impactful in the first game. I think he had a lot of impact. I think he found a lot of very important kills, and he was one of the main engine behind Heroic starting at this very moment. So does he carry over the same momentum? We see we're going to play the same map they just played. It's going to be Nuke. As an IG, I think that puts him in a good position.
Yeah, I would say so, you know, and you also put in the context of what we just talked about with FaZe, you know, they're trying to ease into the season. You saw Cadian celebrate like he almost won the World Cup, you know, winning a couple of rounds in that game against Big.
DNA, right?
It means, yeah, it's in his DNA, and it means a lot to Heroic. They want to get off to a good start, because what happened for Heroic before we went to the player break was IM Cologne, which we already discussed. There was a bad start with Yabi. So it means way, way more for Heroic to win this game and get off to a good start than it does to FaZe Clan. Not saying that that's something that's going to play into this game or it's an excuse for FaZe. All I'm saying here is that Heroic are top motivated to make a result right here, and that could play into this game.
Well, let's dive a little bit deeper into what we just saw going down on that Nuke versus Big, because Danny does have a few new looks from the Danes that we saw going down.
Yes, that is correct. So Heroic, they just played against Big on Nuke, and it is going to be the next map coming up against FaZe as well. But something that's really cool to actually see is some new innovation. And what we're going to see in this round, so to first understand it, we have to look at it from Sursen's point of view. You see that Sursen is just simply going to go for a left side peek here towards the outside area, a little bit aggressive, doesn't really see anybody, gets a kill from this left side of outside. But the main thing to kind of keep in mind here is actually the fact that he dies from the right. He actually dies from the right rather quickly, if I can get this functioning properly. He dies from the right rather quickly, and you may think that that was actually kind of fast, and the reason it is because it actually is kind of fast, and the reason why is because they actually did a bit of a run boost. So Stan jumps on top of Cadian's head, and they do this run boost to go outside really quickly on top of this box, going along the left side here to be able to catch Sursen completely out of position, just not expecting him at all. Now, there are a couple of things about this run boost to keep in mind. The first one is that it actually circumvents this Molotov here that CTs typically like to throw at the start of the round. So you basically run boost on top of this box here on the left side, so it prevents him from, or allows him to get across that Molotov. And as well, it's timed really well with the smokes that are coming through. So you see that this smoke right here, it basically covers him from being able to cross down towards this right side here. So he has a lot of protection. He's not going to be seen right away. And that allows him to not really be too worried about a CT who might be playing this angle here towards midi. So he's pretty protected as he's doing this run boost. And ultimately that allows him to basically wrap around Sursen here towards red and get outside from a more different angle than was what's typically expected. He goes really fast, and this is all because of this run boost. And this is something that FaZe is going to have to look out for.
Very much looking forward to see if that does play out in the game versus FaZe. Yeah, because some speedy boy plays from Heroic on that last round.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a second to give a shout out to Danny for his composure when technology is messing with you.
Yeah,
real G, Danny. You handled that one really well. If I'm doing that at the segment and the TV starts working, yeah, that's it. I'm gone. I'm just on the floor. I won't know what to do. So shout out to you, Danny. That was great.
Yeah, it's a gimmicky play they have to watch out for. FaZe Clan, we've seen it a couple of times. Technology can be a bit of a bitch sometimes, but to be completely honest, we are in a scenario right now where we also come out of break. So the teams have invented new strats. They have invented new ways of taking map control. And yeah, as much as we want to praise FaZe as being the massive favorites right here, there's no doubt about it. A couple of gimmicky plays can be enough to build up a good T side. So as you said, if FaZe Clan is not ready for this little play or another play they have up in their sleeves, then that can be enough for Heroic to power a win right here. Let's not forget that we are in a best of one scenario. So as said, a couple of gimmicky plays that FaZe can handle, and all of a sudden you have a complete open game.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. I still think you need a strong baseline. You need a strong foundation if your gimmicks are going to be the difference maker, right? You can be Heroic, you can be Cadian coming in here with a couple of funky run boosts or funky smokes that people haven't seen, but if pound for pound you're not matching, these rounds will just be it. These will just be unmatched, unstringed rounds. So I think Heroic have to come with some inner value as well, above some of these funky smokes.
But that's what they always do, right? That's what we've known Heroic to do, right? They are usually a known quantity. I know with Jabi, it hasn't been looking too good, but I'm sure that the foundation of Heroic is still going to shine through. I expect a close game right here. I expect FaZe to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get into another nail biter.
Who do you think is going to be the one to put under the spotlight for FaZe coming into things? Because kind of the narrative surrounding them as a team is there's so many superstars, oftentimes coming together at once. But who are you going to be looking at particularly for Nuke?
Look, we're playing Nuke. Think about Twist. Think about that drop. Think about that drop onto Mini coming into inside. I mean, the man has already written history when it comes to Counter-Strike, the most successful NA player we have out there, and he's going to be my X factor for this game.
Rain, without a doubt, when it comes to nuke. Rain is a fantastic CT side nuke player. He's a guy that can really disturb a lot for the opponents. We've seen it time and time again, the way he controls yard, the way he goes down secret. Twist is obviously a great asset on the T side, but on the CT side, Rain is numero uno.
Yeah, and major MVP no less. Very excited to see him take to the stage for the second time here, coming into the full season on a new map for FaZe that is Nuke, but we've seen Heroic already taking the heat to Big earlier on today. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we are back, it's all going down.
Match of the day is coming up, and this will be a spicy one, no doubt. Jason, how excited are you for this one?
What's that? Sorry.
How excited are you?
I'm very excited for this one. I'm pumped for it, actually. I really liked what we saw at FaZe, obviously, against EG. They had to be just calm and clinical and standard Counter-Strike, and they delivered, played very, very well. Heroic found some very cool solutions in a tough grinding match against Big. So, yeah, this is just like an early test of this this new Heroic roster, and they kind of mentioned, you know, it's been great having a little bit more time to practice with Yabby coming out of the player break and everything like that, and yeah, we just get to see what they're like against the world's best. Anytime you get to see like a FaZe and Avi, the two best teams in the world, play, you got to be excited for that.
No doubt, and I mean the odds weren't that unfavorable for Heroic, considering that they're playing the best team in the world. So that's interesting to think about. Best of one, so you know upsets can happen, and we are on Nuke again.
We're on Nuke again, and obviously, I mean, look, it's an interesting map to take this to, considering FaZe was probably just lounging in the player areas, watching that previous game. Heroic just kind of got, you know, a match where they gotta, you know, certainly work out some kinks very quickly and some of the tactics that they were running and some of the timings and everything with the new player. So interesting to see how that's gonna clash up against each other. FaZe
looked very comfortable in that early game that they had against EG. No one's really surprised about it. So, you know, at the same token, maybe Heroic are feeling a little bit more warmed up. Maybe FaZe have yet to feel the real pressure. So we'll see how it goes when we get into the game. But I'm expecting most people will have picked FaZe for this one.
Yeah, I certainly did. I think that's the smart pick here, is to just kind of go with the favorites, go with the world's best. It's not, I mean, obviously it's not out of the realm of possibility that Heroic causes an upset here, but safe money's over on FaZe.
Well, we're going to find out right now. Best of one is coming up. It's FaZe versus Heroic. And we are once again on Nuke with FaZe on the CT side, Heroic on the T side, and we are not lacking speed. Through the door we go to pop it open. Kerrigan with the one headshot. Brokey with another, and they just all get slaughtered. Trying to come through that squeak door. No entry. It looked like they had so much confidence. They had everything down, but all the kills go to FaZe. Wow.
Again, that first kill is just so important. Kerrigan's the player if he's swinging, or Cadian's the player if he's swinging wide like that. Everyone kind of tracks onto that first player, which gives some space over to the follow-up. The fact that Kerrigan hits this from all the way up in heaven so quickly as well just makes it so easy to just let them out of that choke point. Brokey and Twist and Kerrigan, a huge stack towards that direction, and a shutdown on the pistol round.
Nicely done.
Nicely done indeed.
Gonna be the second round. We'll see some Tech 9s. 3 of them coming out. Scout on Cadian. But yeah, you're right. Those opening kills really do become... I don't know what the stats are, especially in pistol rounds, but I'm guessing the correlation between getting the opening kill and actually winning it is huge in pistol rounds.
Ooh, what a spray down from Rops, handling the angle, plenty of time to reload. Twist has now arrived to make sure they can't close the gap on him. Good damage onto Yabby. Molotov to protect himself. Rops tries to get into a new angle and successfully does it, although some danger. And all that they have to do now is Twist and Rops just back off. Just don't die to this scout. Or push forward and kill him.
Which I guess is the same result if we want to get real technical with it.
Yeah.
Still not dying, so...
True.
Good times. Yeah, a couple of rounds here where they don't lose a single player, so they're going to be feeling good about everything. Third round, though, is coming up, and we'll see if Heroic can start to do just a bit more damage. I mean, even getting a couple here, they've got 0 all across the board. Getting a couple of kills just to make FaZe suffer. We saw in the last game against Big on the same map how much the economy mattered really for both teams.
Especially for Heroic in that second half. That felt really uncomfortable most of that half, and they really just kind of got control of their money right at the end, which is where they kind of blew it up and just ran away to win the map. There's the first kill on the board for Heroic. Cadian with a deke onto Brokey. Stoun's on the roof eating a nade. Struggles.
Yeah, I was going to say. It doesn't really matter. They have the bomb. I think that was an attempt to try and jump the bomb down through the vent and try and get a really quick bomb plant just for the hell of it, but didn't work out. Tessis and Cadian 2 versus 4. Speaking of eating grenades, though, it's kind of a shame that we don't have grenade skins. I mean, if they had one like that looked like an apple or something, I bet people would love it, you know?
Or a holy hand grenade?
Holy hand grenade would be
straight out of Monty Python?
Yeah.
Or Worms? Whichever one you want.
Classic, either way, yeah. They should put that in.
3-0. We're still waiting for the Zeus skins.
Yeah, you're right. There's some that's missing there.
Yeah.
Well, we've got time.
Yeah, I got plenty of time. CSGO tweeted today that the CSGO Twitter account tweeted today that, you know, CSGO's just getting started, which is an interesting phrasing. Rops has dropped down. Brokey holding the angle with an AWP. Ramp room is taken over by Heroic. They've lost a player in the process, and the eternal question of where do you go from here?
Huge play right there. Getting the kill, backing off instantly. No commitment to the fight. Doesn't really need it. Wouldn't expect anything else out of Robs, but let's see the struggle for Heroic now. They got time, but they need the bomb plant, and they needed it without losing anyone else at the moment. Otherwise, they're probably not going to get this round. Robs is being a real nuisance back here. Hard to find and getting another kill, but Tessis, what a follow-up. Twist trying to get through the door and maybe punish him, but he was immediately ready for it, and it's a 3-on-3 here. Rain just got caught. Yeah, he probably should have been dead earlier, but Karrigan is there on the return and just keeps going back and forth. And it'll favor FaZe at the end of it. 1 versus 2 for Stown with no bomb plant.
And no HP. He's got 23 health. If you can find Brokey, maybe you find the equalizing battle who's up in heaven, but this is going to be a tough affair. 38 seconds on the clock as Stown starts to make his move towards underneath heaven. Brokey ready and waiting at the top of the ladder. FaZe have just completely been like, yeah, we don't believe you're going to go for that lower bomb site.
Oh, this is very awkward. Oh, no. Brokey. I don't want to see that from his point of view. He just couldn't see him. Fakes it once, hoping for Karrigan to peek in.
And as you can see, Stown thinking he's going to be coming up vents from the lower bomb site because he's already evacuated. You'll never expect this position at top ladder. Easy clutch for Karrigan.
Still, that's kind of a little bit horrifying. If you're on the heroic side, maybe you'd probably love to win that round, but even if you don't, you get 4 kills in a bomb plant. That's still a lot of damage. Keeps you in the running. Sounds like, wait a minute.
I can't believe Brokey was so committed to the outside play, the wraparound heaven play.
Yeah, it's very interesting. A little bit of a shocking moment for him, but they win the round nonetheless. I think that's all they really care about right now. Technical pause. As we all get a little bit of a break before we head back into it.
A little bit of an early breather.
It's good to see Nuke some more. I still am not bored of this map.
No, this has become a very cool map in recent years to watch played.
Had a couple of different weird iterations. I mean, obviously, we're all so used to it now, having the secret stairway, you know, all the way in front of Yard, but obviously way back when you had to wrap through the garage.
Even at the beginning of CSGO.
Yeah.
That was a change that Volcano made to Nuke to try and kind of fix some of the problems that it was causing in the pro scene to help make it a little bit more, alleviate some of the pressures on the T side.
Yeah. Our good friend Sal.
Good friend Sal.
Much loved, much skilled in the arts of map making.
Yeah.
Responsible for Cash as well.
Yeah, put a lot of impact on Cash. A couple of the maps that he made as well with FMPone that never really saw the light of day either. I remember playtesting a couple of them back in the earlier days of CSGO.
Definitely a cool contribution to the game, now that we're talking about the history. Twist is 7-1, and the desk did talk about it a little bit, how that was something to maybe look for on this particular map. I feel like every map is a good map to look for whatever Twist is doing, but he's having himself a great start. So is Robs, and so is Karrigan at the moment. 4-0 in favor of FaZe. They lost a lot of economy in the last one, and this is a good start. Stown's going to be taking down Rain outside, and it's early on. They can really put some pressure behind this on these outside yards.
Yeah, they were trying to really activate Rain to take a peek through that smoke with the flashbang, and the timing just wasn't there. Odd peek, and he couldn't get away. Nice opening kill from Heroic. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. Due to the fact that some of the early rounds, the first 3 rounds were so dominant, 1 kill for Heroic in the first 3 rounds, there's still a good amount of money on FaZe very early on.
Look at how far back Rops is. Given the fact that there's 3 people on the rest of the map from his side, this is really a deep position to have in CT spawn. You might not be able to help out your teammates that much, and he almost got the kill for it there, but instead, TeSeS will find Twist, and now they know that there's someone in CT spawn, so they know the 2 people that they have to find on the rest of the map. As long as they keep Rops back there, it's going to be interesting. Karrigan, though, trigger discipline. He knows where 2 of them are, but he really wanted more than just the kill. And the greed is maybe ultimately what ends up being his undoing. TeSeS will take down Brokey and Rops. Yeah, well, they know exactly where he's coming from.
Yep, they sure do. And they're not going to let him escape. They want to take all the weapons out of their hands. Good shot from Yabby, 9 HP. Nails it. A lot of very narrow timings there that helped Heroic actually win that round. The flashbang peek from Rain, first of all, was nothing too crazy. Twist was really hovering between the 2 choke points. This one right here gets the dink, but can't find the completing kill. Karrigan's flank, Karrigan's trigger discipline betrays him at the end of the day as well. So FaZe in position to be able to turn that round, and just a few things go against him.
Fucking nice.
And a nice win for Heroic to get 2 on the board. But like we said, still money in the bank of FaZe, so a 3rd attempt at staving off complete economic collapse. It was cool seeing Mahone break that down as well, because we obviously didn't catch it on the live screen in that round that we saw it in the previous one, but we did see them try go for that run boost earlier in that half that had kind of fallen flat as well.
Yeah. And this one, it's not even close.
No, and this one they just missed it entirely.
It's when your parents say we have run boosts at home, and That's the run booster.
Yeah, it's the
stupid meme format. I'm sorry.
That is a very fatherly meme format.
Rain trying to take some shots through, but didn't really work out. This one is close though. Ooh, wow, they are lucky to not have taken any damage from that. But they've all snuck past the entire heroic lineup, sneaking their way down. Twist is there to spot them out, but just with the FAMAS, not the most favorable weapon to try and take the fight with. They also have no more nades at all on the FaZe side, so they almost have to win this battle before it's a bomb plant, or it's going to get awkward.
Oh, this boost. Almost catches Twist. He's going to get around the corner. He's going to be able to challenge here. Oh, that's immediate headshot. Inside of the smoke as well. It's Rops who finds that kill dropping down. And that was very narrow. Heroic almost had the jump on the defense, but Twist and Rops have delivered them back into the round.
With mechanics almost alone. That is so well played. And Shush and Jabby are both going to get caught as well. FaZe, what a strike back. They had almost nothing going for them in that round. That's actually almost in every way a horrible position to be in.
Yeah, Twist was putting a lot of pressure, but him and Rops, the teamwork here, I mean, this first kill is so fast, so important, and then Rops is also coming in. Attention from Tess is taken towards the bomb site and able to get a nice clean win. So, FaZe do avoid the disaster. Plenty of money still.
Yeah, good job.
And it's kind of like a reversal to a certain degree, because remember, that was the challenge that Big was having against Heroic on Nuke, was finding that final round win to reset the economy, to give themselves an easier time, and they could just never get it done. Now Heroic gets their first taste of it.
I wonder when Robs gets the kill after Twist picks up the first one, are they in the control room above him? Because he's falling down at the same time. I almost wonder if the act of falling down saved him. Like, it seemed like it was all so smooth.
I think it was smoked off, to be honest.
Might have been also.
Kaden was in there with an AWP.
I'm curious how much danger he was in. Either way, it was a great couple of kills going their way. 5-1, and got Tessus up there. Yeah, maybe with a couple of kills, but Heroic definitely lacking an output here. We're about 6 rounds deep. Here we go. There's the run boost we're talking about. They're trying to do it. It's down up there close. This is how they caught Searson, I believe, against Big, but they're not going to find anyone outside just yet. Bullet's narrowly missing Stown. He could have been almost killed by that. Down below he goes.
They got the timings down on this run, on this route. Rops is oh, he's been spotted, and Rops is going to win that. That's brutal. What a quick, decisive kill. However, Yabby says, you're the ramp player, so I'm going to take some liberties and push forward. The door's blown open again. Rops in some trouble, and this time he can't handle it, but the rest of Heroic now have to find a way to meet up with him in the lower bomb site.
What a great read from Yabby, though. Absolutely right. He saw that coming in. Now it is relocated. Kerrigan's not even aware of it. That happened so fast, and that probably should have been a kill right there. Kerrigan lucky to be alive. 55 seconds. Bomb being planted on the other side. You can wallbang that, but they can't find the angle, and Kerrigan's going to get traded. Katie in there to pick it up now. 3 versus 3. And a freshly planted bomb. It's not actually done yet. They got to be real careful here. Nice flick from Cadian, taking down Rain, and now Brokey and Twist. 2 versus 3.
It's a save.
It is a save. They have to call it off immediately. Oh, I thought they were going to go for it. What a win for Heroic.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, good defense mounted as well by FaZe. And I think it's partially that smoke on the staircase, partially Brokey not wanting to risk the AWP that forces them back a little bit earlier than they would have liked. Remember, Twist, he got out as well. Looks like Heroic is trying to hunt down one of those weapons. We're going to be just fine. So it's 5-2, 3-round lead for FaZe.
I think it's really worth pointing out. I mean, sometimes when we're just watching the game, we kind of forget that not only getting the kills, but who you get the kill on or who you get killed by can have such an impact, right? And
yes,
pointed out, Rops being maybe slightly out of position was enough for Jabby to create the opening. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised in a way there wasn't some kind of like a layer to that, to have ramp room somehow covered or some kind of information there, so Rops wasn't kind of rotating back to the bomb site in such a blind fashion. But in another world, that play doesn't happen. That's, you know, you can't really make perfection to every single thing that can possibly happen on the map. Rain's pushed up. He's been spotted.
They definitely know.
I don't think he realizes that they know.
Oh, still getting away with a kill. That's very unlikely. MP9 flashed at the same time. No element of surprise at all. Frustrating surely for Stown, because they must have felt like that's a free kill.
Kerrigan saw the shadow on the wall from Tess's, so I know he's calling that over to Twist. Watch for someone to jump around. 2 players in secret. Tess is on the roof outside. Heavy again lurking in towards lobby. Brokey misses a shot narrowly. But at least his presence has forced them away.
Yeah.
Forced them back outside, forced them back towards Twist, back towards Kerrigan's SMG. Commits to the fight. He's brought Shush down very low, and Rops has an aggressive lurk. FaZe shutting down Heroic across the map.
That's a fight you would normally expect Twist to win, but somehow not. Shush, though, very low. Gonna go for the bomb plant here, down below. He had some nades. He could create maybe a little bit more space, but low on health already. They're right on top of him, and they know exactly where he is at the moment. So nice call here. Just fall back. Make sure you get the teammate to show up from behind. He's sandwiched in. Absolutely no escape. He should definitely be dead here. AK, it's a pretty good weapon, but at this range, the MP9 is going to be just as effective with the health that's left. And Rops will take him down. Good recovery. Another good round out of FaZe. I mean, they really managed to win a bunch of duels there. And the fact that Robs, I mean, we talked about him being down below, this time pushing into lobby, which is something that Heroic did against Big earlier.
One little small detail in that, too, is I think FaZe wanted to make that 2v1 super quick. Brokey dropped the AWP because the call was that he was low on health, so he could pick up an SMG. I don't know if he had time to run all the way back, because that bomb timer got relatively deep. They might not have given him the extra 5 seconds to head up the vents. You could see they wanted to press the issue to try and be able to go back and recover it. So Op is still in his hands, but he's got $0.
Yeah, that's a good point. Might have been a little bit expensive at the end. 6-2. It's a solid start right now for FaZe.
What happened to Kerrigan's HP? Did they nade stack through the window? He's down to 22 health. He caught something that he didn't like.
I think probably, yeah, must have almost been a double. We've seen that before, but that's still very effective. Nice throwing. Going to be tossing the rifle back up to heaven and leaving him with the AWP down below.
Playing handball with sniper rifles. Very Danish.
Seems risky. Believe that's one of the rules of any gun range. Don't try and catch the guns if you drop them.
Yeah, actually it is. Yeah, you're right.
Not a good idea.
Rops just tucked in behind the box, the single box at back of ramp room. Nobody to cause a distraction, nobody bait. Here's the footsteps, and he's eliminated immediately from Shush. Brokey might have been caught off guard. Thank God he traded out for the M4 because he needed it. Finds Tessus in the equalizing kill, and FaZe once again scrambling to get down to the lower bomb site.
Twist, he's made a lot of noise. Let's see how active he's being with the calling at the same time. He needs to win this fight, and he will. Taking down Stout, but Jabby's there for the quick return. Rain coming in as well, but another headshot here for the Danish player, and it's going to be Brokey and Kerrigan, both low on health, and in a 2 versus 3, I don't think it's worth it, especially with the money that's left on the FaZe side. They have to be careful. Kerrigan going to get shot at the back, and they can't even save the AWP. This is a really huge, pivotal round here.
Yeah, great round from Heroic, finding the solution. Good kills as well. Rain's lost a couple of those fights down towards control side at those stairs. Can be an awkward fight. He's come out on the losing end a number of times already in this game. So 6-3.
I feel like against Big, Shush he wasn't necessarily top of the scoreboard, but he had some of those rounds with the AK that were just so accurate, you know, 1 or 2 bullets to get a headshot really, really fast. And he did the same thing here in the ramp.
Yeah, nade stacked right at the start from Kerrigan. Nice little damage that makes him a bit nervous moving forward. There's the dink from Tessus that also made this FaZe team kind of save their weapons and not try and go for it in a 2-on-3. So now the question becomes money for FaZe. Twist has 3,200. That's the most on the team. So I have to imagine this is going to be some sort of a weaker buy for FaZe.
Yeah, but it surely has to be. Heroic kind of back in the game again with some of these rounds. Staying competitive, which is what happened against Big. I mean, at the end of it, what was a 9-6 in favor of Big at the first half? Those 6 rounds were somehow just enough for Heroic to build in the second half.
Speaking of 6 rounds, the last 6 have been just traded back and forth between these teams. No one's stringing around together, so going blow for blow at the moment, and that's relegated FaZe to the bye you can see. FAMAS on Twist, SMG on Kerrigan, and Deagles otherwise with that 1 saved M4. And already pressure in ramp room at 1.5 minutes into the round. Heroic showing presence and showing control.
Eagle shots being thrown out, but Rain not able to connect outside. Would have been a huge kill if he could have got it, because that probably means he could steal the AK eventually. The rest of the Heroic team is really far away. But Heroic, no, they're calling it in already, saying there's a lot of pistols in play right now, so let's try and group up and don't throw this one away.
They're looking for any aggression. They're looking for any kind of push, any kind of mistake from the FaZe side of things, because there's been a couple aggressive moves from the defense throughout this half so far. But in a 5-on-5 and without the rifles, FaZe is just hunkering down, turtling into the bomb site. Twist and Rops again to defend. Just one rifle and a deagle.
Shouldn't be enough stopping power, and especially with the nades that are going to be blocking off these windows, you have to assume that Rops on his own with the deagle on the other side just won't be enough to deal with it. And DD's going to get run down. Shush with the kill. 30 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is being planted on the other side. Brokey, he'll pick up one of them, and it's almost worth it if Rain could get there to pick up the AK just to keep the fight on, because they really need the money back right now on the FaZe side.
Yeah, they're not going to get it. This is a save call 100% of the time. Rops and Twist couldn't get anything done.
Can they get the AK, though?
Yeah, that's what Rain's coming over, because this kill happened over in ramp room, so Rain's going to come pick up the rifle. So at least there's some things. They can pass the deagle over, likely to Twist.
Sneaking in. Yeah, it doesn't look like Hero are going to be trying to exit this way anyway, so that's a small victory for the FaZe side. But the fact still is Heroic are back up to 6-4, which is not bad at all. Oh, Tess is going up to the bomb. That's
it's all good. In victory. Welcome to Valhalla.
Yeah, gave it all.
2-round lead. Good on Heroic. Just slowly chipping back into this. Cadian still with a smile on his face. Fist bumps all around.
Still not seeing the same yelling that we saw earlier.
Not quite yet. It's a bit early in the game for that. Although I say that, but he was yelling at like round 3, round 4 in the previous game.
Celebrate when you can, you know? Ooh, Rain, that's a good spam. Cadian, unable to really return that one.
They have control of lobby now. Look at Kerrigan. Bold because of the fact that he only has the USP, will be able to go pick up an op. All of a sudden, FaZe has a couple tools to use. Almost caught on the retreat. Kerrigan's going to hold the line. Oh, Stound better be careful. I think somebody called him back. Wait. Up by Squeaky.
I'm going to try and see if they can counter boost this one. Not throwing the AWP up there. Oh, this is very awkward. Yeah, not quite sure what happened there. Yeah, but you're going to be finding a good time. Jumps off the ladder, and oh my god, Rain. Not quite ready to take that fight. That's a rare fight.
That is an awkward engagement, especially because it took a while for them to find each other. Kerrigan still has to be nervous about a wrap around heaven. So FaZe is in position. They've shrunk the map, and they can have a pretty speedy number of flanks on that 8 bomb site, but they need to have some kind of resistance in the site itself, and Kerrigan, there's no way he's ever going to feel comfortable.
Definitely not, and especially with the health that he has, just 6 points of health left, so he's going to be found by Shush. It's unfortunate, because actually they had set themselves up in kind of an interesting position here, FaZe, but now the bomb is going to be planted, and saving the weapons again probably becomes the main priority here on the FaZe side. AK and M4 so far in hand. It looks like they're going to be able to escape, at least for the minute with them, but that's 5 for Heroic. They're battling back.
Good shot from Rops. Maintain possession of the AK-47. Yeah, they've fought back in a big way. This is phenomenal. Right back into the game oh so quickly. And that's the difference between finding the reset on the CT side and not finding it, as we saw Big in the previous one. Never had any really periods in their T side where they could gain control over Heroic. But here, when you get control of the economy and the money, you can rattle off a few straight. Nuke gets a lot easier. So 1-round lead. It's cut into. Why does he swear in English and speak Danish?
I feel like a lot of Danish culture in general has been infected by, American and British TV. A lot of,
Perfect.
So
that's the way we designed it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Meant to be.
Insidious.
Yeah, we borrow a little bit here or there. Said it was, delicious stuff that he was seeing. So.
Okay. You okay?
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. There has been some real delicious stuff that we've seen out of Heroic in these past few rounds. Quietly moving around the map, not making too many mistakes, playing just solid CS in this little run that they're having. And obviously catching a little bit of a momentum in a period where FaZe doesn't have the tools to fight back appropriately.
Okay, so vi smoker ikke warehouse?
Sorry about smoking the warehouse. Well, either way, I agree. They are playing some really solid Counter-Strike at the moment. 6-5. They could take down FaZe early on here, even if it's a best of one. That should give them a lot more confidence on the heroic side. That's a nice way to get the season started. It's down back here, ready in case there was going to be some aggression. We've seen that at least the one time out of rain with the MP9, so it's not completely uncalled for that they are at least watching it.
And they saw it plenty of times against Big as well, remember?
Yeah, true indeed.
So that smoke warehouse, that little plan that Cadian and Stound came up with during the timeout didn't come to anything, didn't yield them any results.
Molotov and smoke. Try to create a little bit of space here for Stound to work with.
He's going to turn right in through the smoke in towards Mini. That, or he's just going to lurk outside. Here we go. Execute coming in. Stound wants to be the point of attack. Everyone's going to be focused on Door and on Hut. It's Mini where Stound is peeking in to get information. And he's saying, guys, it's mostly clear. You got to watch vents. You got to watch silos. That's about the only two places they can be, but it's too long. Heroic, the other side of the attack, never pulled the trigger because Stound didn't see a fight that he wanted.
That's crazy. What a position for Stound to be in. If you give me that position, I feel like every single time Heroic are going to probably win the round, but you're right, he didn't spot anybody, and instead they get absolutely wiped out. That's so unusual.
Yeah, it really is. But I mean, it's even more unusual. I felt like that the hit from the Hut never actually came in.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because you're right. He can eliminate 80% of the positions in the bomb side. He could say, you don't even have to look there. Don't look there. It's fine.
And, the bigger thing is, as you can see, there's only so long he can stay in that position before that smoke fades, and then he's just compromised, and then he can't really help anywhere. And then he's got to make an awkward decision. So he kind of feels like he got left out on an island there by the delay from Heroic. 2-round lead.
Critical win there for FaZe, though, in terms of recovering their first half and coming out strong into the second half. They needed this one. Their economy has been in a bad place for a long time.
What's funny is when they win rounds, it feels like FaZe win with like 4 players alive, 5 players alive. They had a great run where nobody died to start the half. They gave them some early economy to sustain some of those losses. Heroic did have to battle pretty hard to grind that away, but back to another victory for FaZe where 4 people were alive after all is said and done.
Bring a little bit early on that spray. Not going to be able to connect with anyone. Carrigan's down below to catch. Possibly Stound if he's going to keep going. Could be an interesting fight there. Yeah, we flash, but not panicking with a response either. So doesn't really reveal himself in that position. 50 seconds on the clock, and they seem like they're setting up in the position that they want to be in eventually. Back into the lobby we go. Bomb is on TESS, quite a bit back. And down to 40 seconds. They're cutting it low already. This is making me very nervous.
Yeah, it is. And you got to deal with Rops on top of the boxes. He's good for 2 at least in this position. Shush and Yabby to lead the way. There's the first. Oh, but he turns. A follow-up flashbang coming in. Rops couldn't hold the angle. No smokes for any of these windows, so Kerrigan's got a chance. Cuts down Yabby on the entrance. And now Tessis has to shuffle in. 18 seconds. And he takes a really shallow dive down the ramp, puts Kerrigan in an awkward spot, but he still managed it well. 1 from behind, eventually taken down, but time is the enemy, and Brokey's making a play. Stound in a 1v2, and he can't win if Twist just hides.
Yep, 4 seconds. He's gonna get caught right there. Either way, don't think you're gonna put the bomb down, so close round, but just, you could almost see that coming. I mean, at 40 seconds, if the bomb is basically in T-spawn and you have to navigate that whole way, doesn't take a lot. Even this kind of a small slowdown, you know, 3 seconds lost here or there, and maybe 10 seconds lost just to this fight against Kerrigan altogether. It's too much. But they do some damage. No bomb plant, though. Second timeout being called now from the Heroic side.
And this is where even the damage you've done is kind of neutralized by the fact that FaZe had such a strong win in the previous round, right? It's not going to be any kind of a labored buy. It's just going to be one more solid buy, but an important round for the rest of this half if you're Heroic out of this timeout. This is going to kind of dictate who's going to have control moving forward into the final few rounds. Final 1 round.
It's getting there.
Yeah.
They're going to be forcing it to. We asked about this when they were playing It's Big. They did it a number of times. It's not that it has to be a bad thing, but it should, you know, you do this now. If you lose this round, you could end up playing the 15th round with almost nothing to work with at all on the T side. So got to be a bit careful. That's almost a kill onto Rain, but
That's
They
probably
stood on top of each other.
That's probably the worst outcome that could have happened for Heroic. Is not only you lose a player with barely doing any damage to Rain, but you've also have Cadian who's just limping with 12 HP. Rops, that's a very deep pre-aim, and the barrel gives away the game. So equalizing kill found. Rain sees one on top of the roof, but Kerrigan's here to shut down ramp room.
And they lose down in the meantime. A minute and 10 seconds. Tessus to pick up the 1 kill, but Rain and now Brokey to add to it. Leaves Tessus on his own, and a bomb plant right now would be so important for Heroic. They really need the money. They're in trouble, not even gonna get close to possible, as Brokey will take a 2nd kill of the round. And FaZe might come up with a pretty good half here either way. They look like they're in a great position, even if they've been struggling a little bit.
Oh, it's outside of that one stretch.
Yeah.
Outside of that one little stretch for Heroic, they were able to rattle off these 4 or 5 rounds in a row off the back of a strong economic advantage. This has been all FaZe, 9-5. And as you mentioned, this final round from Heroic is going to be pistols and armor. Tech 9s, Deagles, plenty of utility to work with.
Well, let's see. Surely going to be one of those contact type rounds where you're hoping to knock out some early defender and just keep going from there and never really slow it down. Can't rush straight away because there are a lot of grenades that are going to be landing in all of those choke points, so you kind of have to wait it out a minute, but eventually you have to assume that they're going to go for it. Just waiting for the right cue. Twist. Jiggling back and forth there with a grenade in hand. Trying to limit his exposure and make sure that if they do come for him, he could toss out the nade and just try and live for as long as possible. Yeah, Molotov in hand, so might get tricky. There it is. Maybe a little bit early. Goes a bit deep, too. They're going to run right through it. Shush with the headshot. Rain back here, fighting for his life, and does a great job, actually. Huge double, but eventually they're still going to win the fight for the bomb side. Robson, Kerrigan, 2 versus 3, and Kerrigan going to be found all on Robson. He goes down. Oh, wow. Heroic pulled it out at the end. That's a really weird round to win.
Yeah, rabbit out of the hat. That deep Molotov really ruined Twist's day. Either way, nice round to grab right at the end of the first half. We're headed to a break, and we'll be right back with the conclusion of this 3rd map.
So we have 0 points, thank you.
Great question, because I don't even know it myself.
I don't even know if it's right.
Great success.
If I could buff a weapon, which weapon would I choose?
I wrote it really small.
3, 2, 1, up.
Is it up?
Yeah.
I put Krieg.
Now it makes sense, yeah.
I put it because of your tweet.
Yeah, I know. I realize now.
What's my best highlight? Great question, because I don't even know it myself. Kind of hard to answer, I guess.
I think. Really?
Oh, I haven't wrote anything. What? My head's not working so good right now.
Just choose one.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the one that I actually think is best. I don't know. I'm just gonna put some random highlight. It's not even the best highlight.
Okay,
so
then I lost.
How do you know what's the best highlight? I don't even know which one.
I don't know, then just, you need to know your best highlight.
Did you say USP 3K?
No.
Yeah, definitely not the best one.
Then why do you ask?
No, I'm just asking.
Cheating now. You must take away your points. Take away points from the other game.
Okay, ready?
That's 2 against MIBR. What do you put?
I put 1v3 versus G2 on 14-15. It was in Pro League Finals.
Nice. So we have 0 points. Thank you.
That was a good guess.
Who do I think is the better CSGO player? Me or you?
It has to be out of 2 of us.
Yeah, me or you.
Yeah, I already know what you wrote from how you wrote it.
3, 2.
Yeah, you wrote yourself.
We need points, bro. I knew you're gonna put me. We have 1 point.
Too nice, apparently.
No, I would put you if you had more than 0 points. No, more than 1 point. Since we have 0, I have to put
true.
Me.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm trying to win.
Yeah. I understand.
I would never put myself.
I can help you win.
It's just a trick question, I said. Okay.
If there's one meal, the last meal in my whole life.
There's no way I'm getting this.
I don't even know what I would eat, though. Well, I'm vegetarian and vegan. And some of the things that I would like to eat again are things that I should not eat again.
It's last meal anyways.
All right, last meal? Oh, wait, I actually know.
Yeah, I probably didn't get through. 3, 2, 1. Burger.
French toast.
Yeah, okay, dude. I'm not from America. If If I could bring any CSGO map back into the pool, what would it be?
We are back once again. Second half is coming up. It is the third game of the day. There's much more Counter-Strike to come, but similar scoreline as to the one against Big. They are down 3 rounds already going into the second half. They need a strong start here on the CT side.
Yes, they do. Let's see if they're going to get it. FaZe taking a slow pistol on. Heroic pressed the issue, had a squeaky door rush in the first half that got shut down. FaZe taking a much more measured approach. 2 Molotovs, a smoke, and 2 flashbangs as well. And here it comes.
Yeah, that could be real interesting in a pistol round. Oh, opening from Brokey, taking down Stound, and he's going to keep going. It's a double, and now they're hunting for Shush. He has no shot at it. They came from every angle there. Tessus and Cadian, it have to be a miracle for them to recover this bomb site.
Yeah, I don't even think they're going to go for it. Why would you, to a certain degree? They might come in and check and see if they can get a quick kill and make it happen. No kid on either one of them, and Kerrigan's got Cadian's follow up the ladder, and that should seal the round. That shot from Brokey, like, what are you supposed to do if you're that defender? That's so fast.
I don't think there is anything to do. I really need to see Tessus get that last shot. Did he just drop straight down and shoot him? I hope we can get that replay. Headshot onto Brokey as well, but yeah, there's no chance of even recovering this one. What a nice, powerful punch at the start of the second half here. FaZe back in huge lead.
Nothing too crazy tactically. I don't even think that really had anything to do with the utility either. I think that was just a banger of a shot from Brokey.
Sometimes that's all you need. I mean, especially in pistol rounds, right? You can get away with a lot. Like,
oh, peace. What are you? Like, there is no chance. And Yabby with the dualies is just trying to pick up the pieces and turn that corner. Ooh, that's cool. SWAT team.
Nicely done. 4-round lead. We gotta see a little bit of a pressure coming up from Heroic. Second round from us seems to be becoming more and more popular.
Yeah, if you're gonna buy and you got the money for it, it's rock and roll, baby. See what it can provide. So 3 players headed outside, 2 players for FaZe in the lobby at the moment. Rain is leading the way. There's the smoke wall put up, Molotov towards Secret, so FaZe taking no chances in this round so far.
It's at least like a generation and a half of viewers that have never seen the Max 7 on HUD. JW Snacks shotgun play on this one.
True. How did he miss that? Did he blink?
Possibly. Yeah, his brain skipped a beat and that was it.
We've all been there. We've all been there. Cadian with a nice shot with the 5-7. Twists. Got to be careful about that smoke. Yabby's lying in wait. We yet to be seen what Heroic's going to think about this round. If they want to go for it, if they want to just line up for some exits and take weapons away.
Should be unwinnable, especially with this squeak door position up at the A-bomb site. It's such a quick wraparound, so don't think they're going to be able to win it. It's a great flashbang setup there. Twist running for his life. Brokey trying to recover the situation. They're going to lose another one, but Twist has got his armor, his rifle back out, and also his vision back, so at least he could stand and fight. Cadian gonna try and escape out here with a Mac 10, so it's an expensive round, but FaZe will win it.
Yeah, they made it costly, Heroic, so admirable. And I think Cadian's hoping and praying that he can run in and find an AK-47, and Galil is staying well away from the bomb blast, and he sees nothing. So Mac 10 and 5-7 for him in the next round. He does at least have armor, but another victory for FaZe. Yeah, he must have just blinked or was looking at someone else's screen.
That's actually very funny. I like that.
They're normal humans. They're just like us.
I mean, it's, especially when you're playing on LAN, right? Something else that happens a lot of the times, people will look at their teammates' monitors, right? So if you're doing that to check where they are, and that's exactly when it happens, I mean, but it looks funny. Great. Either way, Kerrigan is diving down the vent. Brokey's picked up one of the kills and gonna get hunted down with a enemy Mac 10. So 1-for-1 trade, but really Heroic shouldn't be doing more in this round and maybe getting some kills and doing a little bit of damage. They should be losing this one.
Yeah, and Kerrigan's cutting off rotations down vent, so he's just telling his team to get into the bomb site, plant the bomb, just be cautious in case they're there. Rops is outside looking for fights, which is interesting because he's alone with an AK-47, so if Heroic can find him, there's a nice weapon to bring forward into the next round. Taking their time, FaZe, making sure they don't lose anything. Now that lurk outside turns into a flank towards ramp room. Rop's going to come back and reposition entirely.
If they find Robs and the AK, that might even be like a better goal right now for the Heroic
I think
side.
that's what they're... Look at Cadian. Look at Cadian's position rotating in towards ramp room, and there's one player outside. Stown now searching for him. Rop's almost aware of the possibility, but that's the risk you run. Isolated in that position, AK-47 passed over to Stown.
Yeah, a huge win. Gotta be careful you don't give it back, though. Take down Kerrigan. That's just a Mac 10 loss. That's not really a big deal, but just don't lose any more AKs. That's gotta be the main thing. What a dink. Twist. Almost dead.
I think he...
Yeah, he's like, I don't want this AK. I don't want to give it away to an enemy.
Yeah, he's going to go pick it up after the bomb blast, but he's basically saying, I need to get further away, but I also don't want to run into a CT that's flanking through warehouse. So smart heads-up play from Twist, and he'll recover the rifle.
Genius. I like it. Yeah, because I guess if he runs back and dies at the stairs with it, then...
It's the same thing. You're just giving over another one. It's just playing it safe. 6-round lead for FaZe. They need 4 rounds to close out this map of Nuke. And Heroic's going to get their first real strong fighting chance to fight back.
And the money for FaZe is just not that great at the moment. In the first half, they had some great rounds at the start that gave them a good economic basis. This is a bit different. They've lost quite a few weapons in the last couple of rounds, so have to be careful. Down out here, not seeing anyone up close. Instead, they're sneaking a little bit further away up towards the fence. 3 of them going to make their way down. The other 2 hanging around in lobby. Classic setup if you want to crunch that B-bomb site. Cadian playing an off angle, hoping that there are no flashes coming. Rain walks right into it, but there's an immediate return, so probably still just fine for the T side.
However, nobody's available for Heroic to rotate down to the lower bomb site. Rops lurking inside the smoke is going to hear these sound cues, and that's going to be like, okay, now it's my turn to make a play, but being very, very cautious as his teammates plant the bomb. Twist is going to aggress, so they're going to go pinch towards ramp room. They want to take out this player to open up the avenue for Rops to be involved in the action.
What a smart play. Yeah, communication is on point right now for the FaZe side. Last grenade put out right there. Flash to try and see if they could slow anyone down to the door. There is a single smoke and a kit on Stown, so if they can get close enough, they can put so much pressure on the T side just by putting that smoke on top of the bomb, which, by the way, is really far ticked already, so they need to be fast with it. If they want this retake, they're going to have to do it right now. Time is running out as they get a couple of important kills. Brokey on his own, and they just run them down. Look at how close it is. Even after everything, they get those kills so fast, and they are still... Oh, no! They're still going to lose the round.
Oh,
less than half a second.
That's fine. We're going to give it to FaZe there, but that was an ugly 3v3. That I think maybe they got like lured into a false sense of security because of how deep the bomb timer was, but it feels like that should have been a much more powerful hold in the post plan of the 3v3. Still, half a second away.
Nice! Next time, a little faster, please!
Yep.
Maybe don't tempt fate on that one.
Yeah. He ain't wrong, though. That was very late in the day to get it started. 7-round lead now for FaZe.
And it was late in spite of the fact that they basically killed them all in like lightning speed. So they just needed to start that whole process a little bit earlier. Twist goes down. 13-6 scoreline though. Tess's got to be careful you can get picked off here. Actually, they're doubling up. They're going to swing for it. Surely both at the same time. Robs will pick up. There's actually 3 people at the ramp right now for the Heroic side. And they're crunching the lobby from the other side. FaZe, they've got to be so confused. How is everyone from the CT side here? Brokey gets one, but yeah, it's an unending fight. Rain He could actually win this one. He could turn this into a 1-on-2. Flash does nothing, but the headshot most certainly will. Shush to take him down.
That was the solution.
Aggressive round.
That was the solution. Remember, Heroic had as well against Big in the previous match they just played, was all those lobby crunches, all the time controlling the map on the CT side, and this time FaZe get caught by it. Helps obviously that you get thinned out with this kill through the smoke. Twist goes down for free essentially. That's one less player you have to defend against. This one less set of eyes to watch all the different choke points.
I love that. That's so cute. Makes me happy. 6-round gap still. FaZe gonna put some pressure on, even with the limited economy. AK for Rain. Some pistols upgraded. Could be enough. We've seen that before.
Oh.
Arrogant opening it up with a run down. He almost got caught, but he's gonna try and escape back up, and there's nowhere safe. Stuck between a rock and a hard place.
No, but he's caused so much chaos. He's caused so much chaos. That means Tessa's falls, and there's Yabby. Rain's got an AK-47. Peekaboo, bet you didn't expect that one. And now we have a 4-on-2 out of nowhere.
Classic nuke problem again. You just a little bit of a disjointed defense, and suddenly you have no idea where anything is.
Well, also, like, what an important player to pick off as your first kill if you're Kerrigan, is that player kind of rotating between the upper and lower bomb site through vents. You pick that guy off, and he's kind of a focal point of how it allows Heroic to rotate around the map.
And they're just not even going to get close to retaking this. They're just already backing on out. They don't really have a lot of money either. So there's a surprise for you. Vent diving. Art form, really. Not everyone's mentally built for it.
No.
I like to send other people down the vent. Okay.
Yeah, you're definitely not the guy to go into the vents.
You guys do it.
Yeah. Well, Arcadian quieted down. Exist wants a timeout. We'll talk things over. Oh, the timing of it. Just pushing through a smoke. What a jerk. Ooh. No head armor on that one.
Yep.
And this is Rain catching him off guard with the AK-47. Oh, a jump up. That's a brutal way for 3 players to go down in the same round. Especially a round where you're up against mostly pistols.
We're kind of coming up against an interesting position here where it's possible that FaZe could end up walking away with a really strong, I don't know, like 16-7 type victory, and it'll look like on the scoreboard like, wow, they got blown up. But actually it feels like Heroic have been fairly competitive here. Some critical rounds being won from FaZe.
Yeah, that's probably fair, especially with how close the first half was. I think that's the real issue is so far in the second half, they've only won the single round. It's the CT side that's letting them down at the moment. And I mean, part of that too is, again, on Nuke, so often we kind of fall into a trap of talking about money so much, but it is so critical, and Heroic still haven't been able to get that economy beneath them in any kind of meaningful, consistent way.
Ooh, a couple of tricks being pulled here. Trying to go for the early wall bang, not really finding that one. And outside, they don't want to stick around and fight KD, and he is all the way out here, and I think they have a good read of it. I think they know that something is happening, which for KD also means it's very dangerous to stick around. If they get control of Twinkie and they start to hang around up there, throw nades down on top of you, yeah, that's what he's worried about. He's in a very, very sketchy position at the moment.
KD was just scratching his head with his mouse hand during a live round.
Don't even think about it.
I've never seen anything like it. What if he gets a kill while he's scratching his head? He's still got his finger there for the trigger, you know?
Just more power to him, I guess. I'd love to see that. Oh, flashed in. Looked like that could have worked out, but gonna try and buy a little bit of space. That is even also very dangerous, but he's still living. Shush on top of the hut. The Molotov is not touching him, so when they come running out, he is ready for it. Sometimes those Molotovs just don't spread nearly far enough, and as a result, there's still a CT player up there. Kerrigan trying to repeat the success of the vent dive last time. It didn't work out this one.
Yeah. You only get that once. It's down outside. Rain to contend with. Brokey and Rops shifting way, way back towards T-spawn. They're just going to try and save this one out with 20 seconds on the clock. Everyone backs away. Nothing worked. FaZe didn't get anything they wanted. And if you're Heroic, I think they are kind of pushing into lobby right now, but I almost want to say, like, stop. Just win this round clean. keep all 5 players alive.
Yeah.
Because remember, previously they had that lobby crunch that was so successful. It was like a 4-on-2, and I think they lost 2 players right at the end. So they only got to bring 2 players alive into the next round, and that really, really hurt the money.
That's a pretty good wallbang right there. But yeah, they decide not to try and hunt anything out. Just keep it cool like that. Yeah, this is unfortunate with the Molotov not spraying. You can see Twist is, I mean, that's kind of what he's supposed to do, right? He has to trust in the Molotov. Otherwise, there's no point in throwing it to begin with. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you do pinpoint. I think there's a couple different Molotovs you can throw on top of the hut, and one of them creates that gap that we just saw.
Go. 14-8. That is a nice round for Heroic, that last one. They can keep picking that up. We might have a real fight on our hands once again. Carrigan, not event diving, but all the way out here to catch down. What an absolute playmaker. That's a huge opening.
Yeah, and think of the rounds that think of the plays that he's made to get a couple rounds on the board for FaZe. The vent dive with the Tech 9, now this one outside to get them an opening kill. Let's see if it nets him a victory, but Carrigan's being very aggressive on the map.
Oh, Shush, though, making a play of his own and catching Rops. Very chaotic, what we're seeing here at the later stages of the second half. Tessus is down below. And he has some backup over at the ramp room, but it's got to be a little bit quick here. Brokey opening up the door, and that's going to let them know. Tessus with a huge double, and Twist, surely nothing he could do here. 1 versus 4. He's picked up the 1 kill, but they're everywhere. Almost walks into the nade. That would have been a horrible way to go. Katie in there with a pistol in hand. Good communication and a great round for Heroic.
Yep, back into it. This time they only lose, what, 2 players? So still that money builds up for the CT side, and now this is the last opportunity for Heroic to make a run to close the gap and stay in this game. 5 rounds back, but the CT side finally, really late in the day, starting to heat up, starting to feel like they can get proactive, starting to feel like they can dig into the playbook on this defensive side because of the money that's now available to them.
Twist coming up with 17, Rops at 18, so they got a couple of players way up there. And everyone else, by the way, on FaZe at 14. Nice headshot from Rain.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Here we go again. Buckle in. Brokey looking like he wants to make the run. There's an AWP and an AK outside trained on these positions.
Yeah, so not a fight you should be winning with the Deagle, really, ever. But we've seen it before. That Twinkie position.
That kill comes out so early in the round that FaZe slow playing this is really powerful. You can see Cadian and Shush starting to move a little bit and communicate and probably feeling uncomfortable that they're not seeing anything else. Back towards ramp room we go. And we saw Rops handle this position very well in the first half in a similar round.
Yeah, the spray was so accurate for him, and Tessus is doing a fine job as well. With no utility, plenty of time to reload. Jiggling out a little bit of a bait shot there to trap Carrigan, and backup is coming for him as well. So in a good position either way. Carrigan gonna get the partying headshot, but with 40 seconds, any dream of winning the round here for Brokey probably not going to be possible. Deagle in hand, and in a 1 versus 3.
Is the door open? That's the question. Sound Q is going to give it away. Doesn't really have a whole lot of other options. And as he's clearing to the right, Yabby comes out late on top of Hut. Another round for Heroic. 14-10 now. Here's that opening kill from Rain.
Disgusting, isn't it? Yeah. Not much you can say about that.
Yep. Timeout taken from FaZe. Talking things over.
If you had a Twinkie that was actually the size of the silo in like a real life one,
okay,
how'd you go about it? Like, how would you attack it? Cut like little pieces out of it, or just bite into it?
I think you just bite into it, don't you?
Is that even possible at that size?
You know, it'd be hard for the first 100 bites, I think.
Yeah.
And then you'd get like a chunk out of it enough to really go after it aggressively. But you could probably fall into the filling
and die
and drown.
Someone must have tried to set the world record, making the largest Twinkie.
I think it
sounds like a Texas kind of thing.
It does sound like a Texas kind of thing. Just American kind of thing, really.
25th round. Shush waiting for it. Flash setup. Don't want to commit to it. He did actually try to get back, but caught by Roki. Good awareness from FaZe.
Yeah, you could see they're all lined up as well, looking for that aggression. Heroics found a decent amount of success in this game and a lot of success in the previous game on Nuke. Pressing into lobby. This time it's shut down.
I appreciate just trying to fall back. I feel like sometimes when we see people getting flashed into positions, they don't get the immediate kill they want, and they try to extend their window for getting a kill anyway, and that always backfires, I feel like. So he did really try to escape. They were just so ready for it.
That's a deep aggressive peek from Cadian.
Yes, it is. Tess has gone down, but 3-1 for Stown out here. Carrigan not at all aware. So back into a 3-on-3 with a massive health advantage for Heroic. Gotta be careful here. Twist going down. Still got Robs left alive. Always scary when that's the case. Roki gonna be found as well. So 3-on-3 into a 1 versus 3. Robs obviously with the skill to do that, but failed the jump, which makes his job just a little bit more complicated. Has to go and challenge the AWP again. I mean, if he was looking, he could have been dead right there.
Stown has no idea.
No, he doesn't. Oh no, this could turn into a 1-on-1 right quick. They really don't know. He's gone to check now, so maybe now he's realized and put it together. Okay, summing is up. There's not that many positions he could have been in, so I think they realize now. Oh, ooh, still finding the headshot on Stown. That's ridiculous. And now it's a 1-on-1.
What a sexy 1v1 he's gotten himself into.
He hasn't taken a point of damage at all. Cadian in a lot of trouble. No kit right now, no smoke, and an AWP. He has to eventually go and tap the bomb and try to get Robs to peek him, but he's in so much trouble. Robs has played this perfectly. He's absolutely mind-gamed. Cadian has got no idea, and now he has to run. Robs gets the spray down, and that is an amazing clutch. That is everything that is emblematic of this man's play.
That is so disgusting. What a 1v3. That jump throws him for a loop. They never knew he got into control side. You could see Cadian kind of consider it. I think Stown might have realized a little bit too late, but I think in his mind, he's like, Rob's got the bomb and went back up ramp room, and I have to go investigate like how far away he is exactly.
Which he could have, right? He had the time for it. Ooh, that is a hard round to lose. 15-10. They almost had it 1 versus 3 instead.
And that's at a point where that comeback is really starting to ramp up as well. It's not quite there yet, but you could feel it building, and Rops just stops it stone cold. 5 chances, FaZe, to close this map.
And if that doesn't get you fired up with the FaZe side, nothing will. That's a huge victory. Rain, a little bit of smoke cover. But it's Tess to go down early. Roki able to secure the kill on him, and that's over at the secret stairs. Rain just continuing that secret mission. He's very, very quiet about it. Walking around out here, and obviously you could tell every few steps making a new call to his team saying, well, I'm a little bit further. I haven't seen anyone. This seems like a knockout position for Rain to be in.
Well, another lobby crunch. Another kill found from it. They have control of the map. Broky's not able to connect the shot, but Kerrigan's wrapped all the way around. They've lost the A bomb site in the meantime. FaZe is like, yeah, take lobby. We'll let you have it. We'll take the bomb site. Even trade for us.
Yeah, they've switched position.
Yeah, and it's a 4-on-3 now. Bomb's about to be planted. There's nothing Heroic can do to stop it. They're spread all across the map. They've still got Stown down and lower. He's out at secret. His only real chance is to come rotate up vents. Everyone is split in a different position, and Heroic has to go for it.
They basically swapped into all the CT positions and just put the bomb down. That's so crazy. Cadian trying to fight for his life here. Taking down Brokey. Back into a 3-on-3. But they need every round, Heroic. They can't screw anything up at this point. And just with the AWP, swings wide, but Twist is there. This time in Hut to take him down. And Stown and Shush, they're in a lot of trouble right now. Some quick kills coming through in their favor, but it's a 1-on-1 versus Twist, and he's trying to just jiggle him out of it. Goes for it against Stown, and there's the headshot to bring him down. And 16 rounds on the board for FaZe. They lived through a little bit of a scary moment there, but Heroic just not quite ready to bring down FaZe yet.
I think Heroic was actually putting together a pretty nice CT side there. I think 2 things that really hurt him was obviously Kerrigan's crazy play to walk through the smoke and drop down vents with the Tech 9. That kind of eco round win was brutal. And then obviously the big one is the 1v3 from Robs jumping through that window. Absolutely beautiful performance from FaZe. They're 2-0 so far, and James is down and ready for an interview.
Oh, I've got Brokey with me early on in the tournament. And, well, Brokey, you had a field day and a bit of fun on the first game. A little bit tighter this time around, but it still looks pretty easy for you guys. You feel like you had no rust coming back?
Yeah, we're just playing like it's practice, trying to win all 3 games we have to win here for the seeding, and hopefully it goes 3-0 for us today.
And for you, how's it feeling, right, being back, coming back into it? What did you do during the break? Did you have some fun? Did you enjoy yourself? You relax a bit? Because I know you're very quiet with us, mate, normally.
Yeah, I didn't play CSGO at all during the break, so I'm happy to come back and destroy some people.
Destroy some people, certainly what you're doing. You feel like you get first in the group now?
For sure, we will.
For sure we will. I love it. Berkey, thank you very much.
I think my first thoughts when CSGO came out, it was
CSGO would never become a real game. And
why don't I just taking shots right out of the gate? We've made it 10 years of CSGO since its release, and obviously a lot to talk about over the years, over the decade that it's been with us. Let's get the first thoughts from you guys on CSGO's release, you know, back in the beta days.
I think my first thoughts when CSGO came out, it was I've been 1.6 for a long time, and I played the earlier version of 1.6. It just felt way better. Obviously, coming from 1.6, where there was never an update in the end. It was how it is, nothing changed. Whatever you did in the game was still the same. You tried to figure out new small moves.
My first thoughts when the game came out, played 1.6. Personally, I played it for fun with my friends, that's it. When the game got introduced and when it came out, I wasn't necessarily too hyped about it, but I did try it out.
I actually think I was reliving what happened when Source came out. So I'm like one of these die-hard 1.6 people. Yeah. And when Source came out, I tried it for like 5 minutes and I was like, I'm never playing this game. This is stupid. I'm leaving. I'm back to 1.6.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
It was 2014, and basically every 1.6 Israeli player was playing still 1.6 and no one moved to CSGO, and I was coming to my brother with I had no credit card, nothing, and I come up to him, yo, let's buy CSGO, let's play this game. It looks so much better than CS, and in my idea I was like, finally a game that I could be better than him at.
I was like at a boarding school in Denmark when everything was like starting to be released and stuff like this, so I saw some videos, I saw that show match they played.
Oh yeah, like the mixture of like all the old school American,
yeah,
European stuff.
Exactly, and I heard the comments afterwards and the famous Sonic tweet or whatever it was with that CSGO would never become a real game and stuff like this.
Aged like a fine milk.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the first map was released was Dust, which already to me was a huge warning sign. No one's playing Dust. Why are they releasing it as like the test map? It had
the
fog and particles and cars that were on fire.
I remember feeling like just playing against bots, like just to get a feel for the weapons.
Continues, doesn't just begin. We're halfway through the day here. Group C for the Blast Fall groups. And we look to Big versus EG, both these teams having lost their opening games earlier today. We swapped out Anders and Moses for myself and Launders. And yeah, we got 3 more BO1s, Mo. This one, not the hottest of starts for EG this season, but obviously, you know, it's a very interesting project with the addition of Nealon and Hext, and an unfortunate situation here. Well, it's not that unfortunate. I like seeing Rush, but obviously this was meant to be automatic in the server.
Yeah, I don't think they're unhappy to play with Rush, but they are bummed about the fact that they, you know, were practicing with one team and trying to come back as an organization and make up for some of the darker times. And they kind of have to throw some progress their way to get Rush in, get him up to speed. I think they played with him for about a week. Yeah. But got to have limited expectations, you know, even here versus Big, which is maybe not one of the hardest teams in the group potentially, but still a hard team.
Yeah.
Universally speaking.
Speaking of previous players that have made a little comeback, here's Keto, moved from what was Big Omen Academy back to the main roster, replacing Tizian for this season. But obviously, again, not a stranger to the roster, so cool to have him back. I know Maui will be a happy man. As Keto opens up with 2 kills from ramp, making that P250 look easy. Gets closer towards Hext. Bit of an unknown quantity Hext is on the international stage. Young Canadian player. And he's now down, so nice and easy. This pistol round Biggs. 4 kills, bomb plant, nothing EG can do to stop it.
Yeah, they didn't really stand a chance. What, do you know what part of Canada he's from by any chance?
I don't, actually.
Okay.
No.
Nope. To pass judgment on him.
Maybe it's the prairies. I don't know. We don't.
Yeah,
do we have any
could be a
prairies?
prairie boy.
Not too often. Maybe a Scotia boy.
I was part-time coaching a team with one player from Saskatchewan.
Okay.
Very nice kid.
There are people out there.
He is so nice.
Oh.
And he was really good, but he actually took a break. Aris, come back. We need you.
More the merrier. Big take pistol, and now Big are going to take that B site. And guess what? They're going to take it for free because it's completely understaffed. Evil Genius is going for that mid stack up with their measly pistols. They didn't spend $1 on this round.
Yeah, well, you don't make money by spending it.
That's not true. A wise man once said, scared money don't make money.
Yes. Used to play for EG, actually.
Yeah.
He's from Manitoba.
Manitoba. Underrated Canadian city, maybe. I don't know. Never been there.
Yeah. I have. I don't really have any...
Strong opinions?
No strong opinions.
No? Nothing negative nor positive?
No. But to be honest, as long as it's Canada, it's going to be hard for me to find something negative.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, eh? Sounds like a little bias, bud.
Yes, it is.
Here we have it. EG's first buy. Let's go. Breeze on the A4. Got a few switcher outers. I feel like Magisk has given us the best highlight reel with it so far.
He did make it look viable, but don't fall for it.
Okay.
It was just propaganda. He had a great day.
Can't believe anything you see on the internet nowadays. But believe it or not, Big straight into another A exec, and this time it's going to be, once again, just like last round, free for the most part. No contact. Hell, barely any combat. Cirque starts to fire off in connector, but Hex just gave up a bunch of space, wanted to stay alive, and there comes Keto through that smoke alongside Favin. And then the peek over towards ramp from Nealon gets shut down. That could have been an excellent second opening for EG. They'd have a 5v3, you know, an assault on both sides of the site. But now they're just gonna have to try and press their way through jungle, through that ticket crossfire that Favin suddenly cuts down. 2 clean headshots and an additional kill from Favin. 3 on the round as Tabson lights him up.
Damn. All right. Well, I thought there was a chance if Fang got his kill on the flank because he was very timely with it, but...
Fang?
Yes. Wait.
Nealon?
Oh, Nealon, right. I'm wearing glasses too. That's the funny part. He was super quick with the flank, and they played with low info on A, so it wasn't exactly a counter what Big did, because sometimes you give up the A site purposefully, but they did a lot with the space really quickly, and they checked their flank really quickly as well. So we've got to give them full credit there. Talk to Vorborg just briefly on Media Day about what it's like to coach NA players. He says there's no problem coaching the NA players, but he does extend a bit of sympathy when it comes to having to fly overseas, where most of the CS is in Europe, and recognizing how difficult that is, especially with like automatic having to go all the way back. If it was an hour away or something, it might be a different story. But every team's gonna have to go through some trials. That's just how it goes. Some more than others, for sure.
Ups and downs for EGs over the last season as well. More downs than ups, sadly. Like you said, right? An organization that's trying to bounce back. Nealon did an interview after their first game and came out and just said, I did not expect this EG invitation. Never saw it coming.
That's awesome.
To get invited out to a North American organization. But I think it's a big shot for him.
Yeah, it is. He wasn't on my radar. I didn't really know a whole bunch about him playing for K23. But I think, like, conceptually, the idea of having a European coach and a European IGL, where all the cutting edge of the meta is taking place, I think that's the way to improve NA the most. I think you can improve multiple players having a coach from there and an IGL as well, as opposed to just taking like a star player or someone very good.
Which has really been the formula before.
Yes.
Guys like Pimp, guys like Simple.
Yeah, we almost had Kerrigan. Oh man, we were close.
If only. Breeze knows that experience best, but yeah, this is true. This is one of those times where we bring in an IGL and a coach. A new North American and European fusion cuisine. A fusion of Desert Eagles and 5-7s here for EG. Cirque on the scout. It's now been 5 years that Cirque has been playing in North America. Crimbo comes around that cat corner, spots the shoulder of Breeze and pops him pretty quickly. So it's going to be a tough job for Rush to stop anything at this point. Loses his 2 teammates. You know, those pistols all have to come together like an orchestra, a crescendo of eco kills. Hiding in the corner is going to net him absolutely nothing. Flawless start so far from Big. Easy does it, 4-0.
Yeah, I think the map has been played pretty standard so far, so it looks easy enough for Big. Let's see if we try a new flavor for EG, if they go for an aggressive play early. And it's not that they haven't, they just tried to do something quick in mid. There was nothing there. Went back to a standard retake. Let's see if they can make the map look a bit more asymmetrical. And it looks like Big are just, yeah, they're not going to think about this very much. Go for another potentially quick A hit. Hex playing close to the A ramp smoke, so he'll be the early warning system. And could even potentially, you know, stop the exec before it begins. Oh, boost over top of the smoke. Oof, that's tricky.
Had he pressed closer to that smoke, which is what it looked like he wanted to do for half a second, maybe he could have caught that boost off guard, but instead that little hesitation and fallback finds himself on 44 health. Nealon trying to come over to help him, but Hex is just getting bombarded by utility. Nice delivery. Nonetheless, had a chance at a second kill, but Searson on the M4 pops 2 noggins. And Big are going to catch their breath real quick before they follow through into this A site. They'll have to deal with Cirque holding Jungle Cross. Buys a bit of time for Breeze to get closer towards Ticket, but Cirque burns all the way down to a measly 12 HP. And Rush has no vision whatsoever, but comes over top of the stairs with a double kill. Ooh. Clean. Finally, we get EG with something. A man advantage here. 45 seconds left to finish. Breeze playing on default. Rush stuck on stairs, and the timing there works wonderfully for Breeze as he comes around the corner to give Rush that 3rd kill and EG's first round.
I mean, solid round by Rush, basically. Stopped that attack completely, getting through the smoke on that timing. And then Breeze does the rest, sneaking into the side of default and getting a kill and a half for himself. So this is beautifully done. And again, with how simple and fast Big have been moving, I think it's catching EG off guard a tiny bit, but maybe now they'll change gears. Underclass play.
Quick one from Nealon. Gets tagged up by the grenade. But Crimbo can't throw that Molotov because of the smoke. Searson from M4 to AWP. Now Big are technically, you know, firing on all cylinders.
They want to get him out. Ooh, Big do not peek him from both sides of the box, so he's able to escape. And they're kind of curdled up here in front of connector. It's not a bad place to have 2 players. We've actually seen more teams play 2 top connector, I think, than ever before, and a lot less on cat these days for some reason. But yeah, it's quite a quiet and standard map right now. So if Nealon is here and they don't molly him, yeah, then he has an opportunity as the smoke comes up to get the kill. And wow, he manages to escape. He's getting away with murder.
Yeah, skates right between the 2. Drop low, Breeze. Off top con, 2 clean headshots. Oh, how about 3 clean headshots and a potential for that 4th. Tabson? No, he's got other ideas. But as he comes up from that ramp, he doesn't catch Hex on top of Ticket. So Nealon kind of dodging danger between those Molotovs, and then a very crispy 3K from Breeze.
That's the Breeze we all remember. And I think, you know, a lot of people were calling for Breeze's head. You see a round like this, and you're like, all right, it's easy to call out problems, but what's the solution? How do you replace somebody like this? When he's playing well, of course, Breeze is one of the best North American players, period. So showing his value here. And a nice move by Nealon. I feel like he got away with a lot in that one, so you know, we'll see if he can keep it going. But I like the energy, like looking for info, not playing blind, not asking his team to gamble, rotate around, and also hitting his shots.
So we got the highlight reel moment from Rush. We got one from Breeze. Next up should be Cirque. Bobbin gets out from ramp. He's carrying bomb right now, so it's at the forefront of this push from Big. Hex just got tagged by that sniper, down to 12 HP. Nealon still pushing out the damage, so making things a little awkward, and it's Cirque with first blood. That's one. Bobbin gets by with the bomb. Yeah, still on his back. Oh, insta headshot into Breeze. But now he's so far committed into jungle that it seems like a difficult task to get the hell out of there. So he just delivers that bomb straight to the feet of Rush, and poor Crimbo's 1v3 32 health seems incredibly unlikely.
That took some balls for Rush to just jump into the window like that. He knew exactly where Bobbin was. And that Bobbin was pretty unlikely to move, right? He had teammates in connector. It was kind of scary for him to exit, but he took the risk and made sure there was no play for him to go through the back murder hole, which was open, and into the B site.
I wonder what it was that just kind of magnetized Bobbin further and further through that jungle.
Just no one saw him. So when you pass by triple after sandwich, the last angle you have to worry about the guy on the A site, it's either the reverse of firebox or CT at that thin angle. Once he was there and the smoke is up on con, it's like, you really don't even have a way to stay on the site, actually. It's important to get to a better spot. I think he would have rather not had the bomb.
For sure.
But it made sense in the moment.
Oh my god.
Wow. What a shot.
All right then, Tabson. Searson, wow, he's supposed to get chased down by Nealon, but then a Desert Eagle at the back of the dome, and Crimbo's got himself another sexy 1-deeg. That's 2 in for Big, an uncomfortable 5 versus 3 out of nowhere. I mean, these Desert Eagles don't even have Kevlar, barring Bobbin.
Yeah, so this is actually still winnable, but now the Deagles are ever more comfortable.
And they're so deep through this A site, you know, trying to get back mid, and EG, they were chasing ghosts. They're looking for those fights in middle, but in reality, they've lost the entire half of that A side of the map. Rush finally gets something back for EG, but I mean, God, you must feel like you're surrounded by ghosts at this point. Players turning corners, dying from all directions. If he's able to clear Keto up close, he still has Murder Hold to deal with, plus the player back on ticket, so 3 players pinch in on Rush. And with 1 single armored Desert Eagle, we're talking big with a robbery in mid.
Yeah, those are some great shots. Started by taking out Cirque on the op, right? The top of connector here. It's a pretty insane one from Tabson, right on the money. And then they cover the refrag, so amazing shot from Crimbo. Nealon was like, all right, let's stop this problem before it starts. They know they just killed window. They're going to try to get in window. He could have taken another route and worked back towards window and stayed, but then they had to settle for the 5v4. He said, no, let's not deal with that. They just have pistols, but big or crispy, so 1 chance, 1 hit.
That's a soul-crushing round for EG.
It is.
Just as kind of things started to get going, right? You've got individuals playing well. You've got Big, you know, kind of getting that bomb stuck on Bobbin, so a little crack in the armor perhaps from Big, but I mean, that's a full reset.
Yeah.
Come in with a little curb purchase, so off on Cirque.
It's moments like that you regret kind of not, flashing for the second kill. Someone to flash from A over mid, but it's such a tight timing. Like if they do just try to rambunctiously get into the window, I'm like too late for that. And then the other option is go back to window and wait. But if he doesn't come, then I've just let him escape. So I could see a little impatience from Nealon. I think it's good to have at least one player like that, you know? Bring the Hampus, bring the art.
Killer instinct.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever part of the brain it is that senses danger, you just remove that.
Yes. The pineal gland, maybe?
I don't know, the amygdala?
Yeah.
Prefrontal cortex, perhaps?
Sure. That would be an important one to lose. I think that's where all the stuff that makes us human is, but being human is what makes us scared, and we need to deal with that.
Can't wait till we can choose what to turn off and on.
Yeah.
When's that software update coming?
Yeah, I'm tired of smelling your foot.
Okay, dude. Gangrene over here in the green room. Tabson just waiting on catwalk for anything to happen, but no, Nealon's just gonna play it patient. Cirque goes down, Hexts is next, and Keto, with those couple of kills, clears out that A site nicely. Rush moves over. Nothing to be found. So a 6th terrorist round win for Big already. Only 9 rounds deep, and they're right back in control of the situation. Little half buy doesn't work out for EG. What comes next?
Feels like Big are absolutely in control of the pace and kind of do what they want with it. Doesn't mean that they're going to win, but EG put himself in positions to be ready for that opening duel. Oh, okay, that's another duel. Actually, Cirque loses out in connector. This time, Searson's blind, still hits it. And they get window faster than ever.
Ooh, Breeze doesn't finish off that spray. tabseN comes around the cat corner, Rush playing a little angle, but that one's going to allow for them to walk along the wall.
Uh-oh, they're already through. They're flanking B now.
He hits that dink and just gets shredded by Searson. A chance at a lineup. Hex, he gets the one in the distance. Won't be able to finish the guy up close. And so yet again, Big just doing whatever the... Oh, hold on. We got a player behind him. Hello. Nealon deals with it. Incredibly low keto. 16 health on tabseN. This is a winnable clutch. But with that push, that was supposed to be the end of him. Crimbo, he's the guy who had all the HP for this T-side, and then as he goes with that nade into the windowsill, he finds himself scoped up on and taken down.
Yeah. They're just, they're getting away with everything, so... Yeah, this is another duel, of course, an important one, and the flash comes out, so it hits Searson. He's only half blind, but he's already on the angle. That's the real problem. He's just going to shoot. I guess there's not really a better way for Cirque to play that apart from peeking it from some different angle. But, you know, they threw the utility. That is going to happen sometimes, but it, of course, has a big impact on the round as it moves forward, as we can see.
Desperation starting to sink in.
Yeah, maybe they should consider boosting ladder room at the beginning of the round, because then they cover window and ladder room, and Big have been using window against them so many times now. So even if it wasn't the game plan, I think you need to be malleable, you know, just in case if there's a style that you could use that you feel like is not wouldn't work for you in practice, maybe it's time to bring it back.
Following gun round, we'll keep an eye on it for now. It's just 3 pistols left towards Ticket. The EG OGs in Cirque, Breeze, and Rush. No kit, but a smoke.
And then the other thing is that if players are getting to the bench, another play that we haven't seen yet that I feel like would be very good. So we saw Nealon push underpass to catch the B-ups.
Yes.
That's good. But sometimes jumping out of the window and putting a smoke in underpass and just holding your off angle towards connector, that's a really great way to catch someone doing any fast connector strats. These are 2 things that Big have done a lot that EG have not responded to, except for trying to have Cirque op connector. So there's options for them to try.
I'll go window. The start, you can play short. I'll only flash, okay? You just hold it. Okay, guys, let's focus up. 8-7.
So we sit with high hopes for a little variation, EG. Nealon heading towards mid already, but nobody there to boost him. So Breeze will come around from catwalk instead. Nealon smoked out, immediately throws himself back towards connector. Maybe a little aggression towards A ramp by the looks of things, but Breeze getting caught towards ladder makes things very awkward.
A little sloppy in mid now. This is 3 rounds that they've just lost the opening duel to an op.
And Rush is going to have a lot to deal with here. Already 3 players down on him. Insta-kill, and another round where Big can just seemingly do no wrong.
Yeah.
Keto's not going to stop. Why would he? Tearing him up at the moment. Nealon blindsided. Bomb goes down in a 5v2 where there was never even a chance for the hold.
Yeah, and you can see that's just the whole side of the map, right? With Nealon inside of the window, there's no one else holding it down on Cat. Everybody and their grandmama knows how important that 5v4 is, but when we see how quickly it comes down, it doesn't feel like it should have an impact on the round, but immediately after Big get the kill, they do a strat that complements where they got that opening duel right away. So that's where the 5v4 does have a huge amount of impact.
Thing is too, right? You brought it up. Boosting inside a window. You do that. It's not like Breeze was trying to fight off catwalk. You're just trying to get through the doorway. Gets snipped on the way in.
Yes,
Boost,
exactly.
you're in that spot safely.
But yeah, here's the other thing. I mean, this could be smoked as well, right? Like the Furia style smoke on cat. They could boost up on the signpost, and they can also sneak into ladder room. They can delay, I think, is the big thing. I mean, I feel like a huge priority right now should be try not to die in the first 30 seconds, and then see what Big want to try to do.
Big on fire with the economy and the going the way of Big. Multi-kills are just going to keep coming. Taps it. There it is. Sprays down the second. Breeze out of this one. That's the MP9s in the dirt. Pistols left over. And if Big just want to continue doing whatever the hell they damn well please, not going to be much to stop them. Rush will find a Deagle headshot. Make that a double with the Deagle. But then Keto right there to trade it back in 10-3 in what feels like, what, 6 minutes?
I know. Super fast. Man, now the problems start to compound. It's facing a team that feels like they can't lose. They haven't really even gone that deep with it yet. Okay, Wolf full buy again. Lots of utility, op and play. They can do anything. I really think, you know, mid is where Big have just gone non-stop. So any kind of option towards here is going to be imperative.
Ooh, nice play, Crimbo. We've seen that smoke before from Nealon when he comes through underground.
Yeah.
This time Crimbo doesn't sit back where he wanted to Molotov it. He just barrel stuffs him point blank.
Yeah.
5 versus 4 again in the first 15 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a deflating way to die. So, let's see what they can do from here. Well, they do have ladder room presence this time around.
It's an edge.
But now it leans towards A, of course.
And that 5v4, even, you know, right out of the gate too. So, hold on to ladder all you want. Smoke blocks Hex from doing anything. Some desperate spams through, but Tabson slips off the pole.
Oh, they're so slimy. They've got across the site. Really not fought anybody on A. Everybody's rotated around them. Breeze finds one at least here.
Smokes the fade, trying to continue that fight versus Hex. Ow! What? Does Tabson turn that up into the window? Come on, man. It's Hex's big LAN. You can't do that to him right at the gate.
That's crazy.
Welcome to the big leagues.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that this is just so obvious for Crimbo. And the last round we saw, it's kind of in B defaulting like Axel does, throwing his HE grenade, just waiting for a fast push to come every single time. And here he sees this, like you mentioned, he sees the same smoke that he saw in the past rounds. Okay, what's the other way that he could play it? The funny part is he used the gimmick version of that smoke where you actually push through. Otherwise, it could have just signaled that he's spotting connector or standing at on the mid side of underpass, but he's never actually done that yet.
Hex pinned down by Ticket. Feels like Hex for the most of this half has just been pinned behind smokes or behind cover. Hiding out in jungle. Peeling back towards Ticket. Occasionally we get him inside of ramp, but it's never been enough. Not only from him, but just anybody else, really, right? Big moment from Rush off of the staircase. Big moment for Breeze as well inside of this A site, but barring those 2 big 3Ks from those players, we get nothing really out of Evil Geniuses. A dominant German 12-3 half that EG can't keep up with.
All right, well, sat here with Katie and obviously gonna just have a nice little chat. We're gonna talk all things Heroic and Counter-Strike. Okay, one thing I wanted to get into and talk to you about, because I know we have so many new viewers in Counter-Strike these days, I don't think everyone's fully aware of the entire legend of Cadian or story of Cadian. Because I don't know, like part of me, when I was thinking about your career, thinking about like this conversation was, you know, if you were in a Hollywood movie, you'd be like the hermit in the desert of like some post-apocalyptic world. Like you just weren't, for whatever reason, able to establish yourself in like tier 1 Danish Counter-Strike in the early days of CSGO. And just over your career, just going through the team list, just you've had to play with like you know, not the rejects, but like the unwanted, I guess, which isn't much better, I guess. You even were like outcast into like North America, like the true wasteland for a while. You did like a year over there. So I mean, let's just kind of talk about those kind of early stages, because I don't think people fully realize like the sort of redemption arc and journey that you had to go on to get back to this level. It's taken a long time.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like I had a crazy uprise just when my career like started with the qualification for the very first major, then signed a contract with Mouse Sports. But the thing is, like, for two of the first teams that I played on, like Mouse Sports and SK, I definitely also compromised a lot with like my role, right? I was always the IGL and the AWP. And in these two teams, like at Mouse, Chris J was the AWPer, and in SK, Freeze was the AWPer, right? And I thought to myself that I could easily play like a secondary AWP and that my capabilities with the rifle would be good enough. I think nowadays I would definitely be able to do so in a much better way, but that's also because I'm way smarter at the game now than I was
You're
back
way more
then.
fleshed out as a player. Yeah.
Yes. So like that definitely hurt like on the statistic base a bit, and you all know how it is, especially back then, like young IGL, maybe too much confidence, maybe didn't have the exact way of introducing his philosophies and stuff like this, and not playing his primary role, so his statistics were like 1 or 0.98 or whatever, then you just get cut. And especially when
One team Belk. Ooh, what a shot, Cat. Happy. One's... Nice try, dude.
Two of them are low. One HP.
Ich bin schon gleich
aus.
kurz, ja.
Ja, CT. Der ist Window raus, der ist Küche. Ich bin A-Haus. Der kann nicht saven. Ich hab Küche Cross. Durch! Ein AP.
Ihr beide low.
Nice, auch wichtig, Mann, Alter. Das ist ein Schockgüsel.
I knew that was a nice shot because it was a nice shot, and there were a lot of nice shots coming out of Big across that first half. A 12-3 domination on the T side of Mirage here. Evil Geniuses calcifying into that 4th place in Group C. Only 4 rounds away from victory is Big, and there is 0 signs of Keto slowing down, Tabson slowing down, 19 and 17 kills apiece. EG just can't keep up, but they will try their damnedest to break through into this B bomb site. Start it with a pistol win, and who knows what comes after, but that's
splashes.
a clean couple kills off those flashbangs.
Nicely done from Rush right there. Both players in the site totally blind, and even had Crimbo eat the first one and just chill because he thinks he's good for the second one and gets blind again, so well played.
Util to kick it off. Tabson can't get out from the market. Searson and Keto, 2 versus 5 attempts. And they get cut down by Breeze and Nealon. So a little life left in EG, sure enough.
Yes. B side's going to be a little bit of a climb, but a nice strat right here. And there's that second flash. Crimbo does not know who killed him.
Nice, boys. We needed that.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Rush with the blunt truth. Now, the only thing more soul-crushing would be to lose this follow-up, so you got to be cautious. Anytime Searson's got a scout, Big have a chance.
Shout out to Keto for this 20 and 5 scoreline.
Poor Nealon. Pummeled down to 36 off nades.
Some of those nades as well were things I was wondering, like, we didn't see that in the first. I mean, Tabson was crossing boxes every round. We're not really stopping him in mid.
I don't even know if we ever saw 2 players push up cap from EG CT side.
They only did that pistol round, right, where Nealon went all the way on the flank, or the second round, something like that. But yeah, not that often.
So immediately on this defensive half, Big show a bit more pressure. And it's enough to get them out of there. Nealon, 4 HP. Quick exchange of smoke grenades with a molly in the middle. Hex stays back into the underground. So we're going to get EG grouping up outside of that A site. We got Keto in the bomb site, though. 20-5 Keto, who took his benching from Big, went back down onto the Academy League. Did okay down there. Has come back and destroyed so far this map.
Still got it.
Hanging on. Ready for those headshots, but he misses his chance. Hext and Rush with the entries. Comfortable A site opened up here for EG. So it looks like it's not just a pistol win, but a conversion right thereafter.
Yeah, very clean 1-2. Looked a little scary at first with Nealon eating all that utility damage at the beginning of the round, but he didn't die. And it doesn't... We'll see if anyone dies. Yes, the dualies get one. That's Hex dead in the underpass. One gun handed over. Just a Galil, though.
Might as well leave it on the ground.
I'd rather have the dualies.
Nice deke from Favin. I can't remember. Was Favin also a big Omen Academy kid?
Yes.
Oh, he was too, right?
He was the caller.
Crimbo as well.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Crimbo was the caller.
Okay.
No, sorry. Favin came from Sprout.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Right. So it's Crimbo we're talking about.
Yeah.
Add that to the tally of Academy players here at the Blast Fall groups.
They're kind of both touted as the, best up-and-coming German players that weren't on Big. So cool to see that they both got their chance. And talking about Tizian earlier, I think Tizian's value, it's kind of like a player's player, I guess. Like, he absolutely he knows so much of the utility. He throws so much utility for Big that I think that alone makes him really hard to think about replacing if you ever wanted to. Played for Big forever, right? Through all their biggest wins and everything like that, Tizian was right there. You could argue definitely that Keto, better individual. Hard to say, who moves rounds along faster, and of course, Keto was the first one out. But it doesn't seem unreasonable to try to have Keto in place of Tizian for that reason.
A shot from Searson inside of the ladder room. Hex gets close, deals with Tabson's dualies, and then just crawls right back through the underground once again. Breeze. He gets out from Palace, getting distracted by Keto. Searson not able to get into it until he decides to peek through fire, chop down Breeze, keep this one 3v3. Remember, Galil in the hands of Crimbo. Searson with 2 kills already. And Hex trying to come and join Rush and Cirque, who gets flashed around from Ticket. Favin goes in for a second servings. Cirque's down to 37. He's got to be careful now, pinned in this backside. Hex has to come in and alleviate some pressure, and he's got the utility to do it.
Yes, they both have utility, so they can score this plan if they want to, but right now, Cirque also has to cross back from Firebox, and he's being locked in by 2 players in CT.
They're dumping nades, but they're so much more concerned with Connector, with Jungle.
They have a molly for CT, but he gets across in the flash.
His legs are spotted. Little bit of damage there, but not enough to stop Plant. Now Crimbo moves forward. No kit on this play. Hext going deeper through Jungle and inside Sandwich. Cirque still stands on until Favin catches the trade frag. Little 1v1. Big moment here for Hext. Just got to finish this one off. 47 HP on Favin with a 10-second stick. Hext doesn't peek 5 seconds in. Walking up, he'll find it. Favin comes off with a chance for the shot, but Hex closes what EG definitely need.
Yeah, took his time with that one. And of course, he knew that there was enough time on the clock that it's really unlikely the stick comes through. But after that 5-second mark, no further sounds. Go ahead for the check. So really nicely played by Hext. And yeah, ends up working out. Of course, Favin's just hoping that Hex is in connector. That's why he's looking down on that far out, but doesn't work this time. A couple of good A attacks here from EG in the second half.
Nobody up close, but Hex make sure to clear it. EG gonna lean back here. How proactive do Big want to get?
I'll refresh the smoke on A ramp.
Moments after Cirque comes up and peeks over. Nealon, there's the entry. Ooh, second. As Favin gets chopped down off catwalk. Keto not seen here by Rush. Crimbo extending out from Cat. That'll catch Nealon off guard, so no triple kill for him. And the door is ajar for Big to bring it back. Crimbo's got the timing here. They're not going to be able to get into the B site without him knowing.
Yes. And he did take a fast step where they could probably hear it.
Keto pushing ramp. They know what's up. Tabson's going to get here in time, so Crimbo and Tabson inside sight, 2 versus 3. Rush falls down first. Tabson's dead, but Crimbo's got it. Pistol in his hand, Cirque in the window, and just with that sidearm, he dinks him down to 19. Crimbo, a one-man army at the moment. Keto comes through. That flank connects. Breeze walking up close. Just deal with the pistol, and he can.
Oh my god.
Crimbo, hot stuff on that B-hold.
Yeah, talk to him, Crimbo. That's well done. I think they kind of forgot about him a little bit. I'm not sure if they thought he was way back there on Cat, or maybe they didn't hear the step because it was only 1. But they're also maybe a little bit distracted as Cirque got a kill on Tabs and thought that could have been him. Keto flank comes in, it's over. Cirque doesn't get the refrag from the window as well. That was a big chance. And that's after the Nealon 2K inside of middle. I think no excuse for the rest of this team. They just have to trade. It is answered back in mid, so it's more. I feel like it was more of a 4v3 at any one point than a 5v3, but
all shut down here on this one. Spray up close, Big. That one's just a technicality through pistols. Damn. You know, bringing it back to the Searson conversation quickly too, or excuse me, the Tizian. I do like that, you know, we also know that he's been kept on by Big. I really appreciate the fact that Big, who have been, you know, very committed to this project of bringing back German Counter-Strike, have just accumulated all the pieces. Like you said, Crimbo, Favin touted as the 2 players outside Big to be the best from Germany. Well, now they've got them as well, and they're not going to let Tizian go help anybody else. He is still, from, you know, in one degree or another, a part of this project. With enough pieces, Big just gets better and better. Right now we got 2 pieces pinned under Palace. One of them goes down in Searson, and that opens up the back of Keto. So another chance here for EG.
that was an interesting setup by Big. Up under Balk. Did Searson get flashed off the A ramp? I'm not exactly sure, but look who's here to cover them. Tabson, a 2K. Unanswered, and he's still open.
Siphons it all right back into Big's favor. Hex yet again will get a chance to get up towards jungle. Important round for him, but 48 health.
Wow.
Never even sees it coming, and Big just more and more winning rounds.
Damn. Maybe this game won't be so close.
I'm starting to get a feeling it won't.
I've been saving myself for the comeback.
You always gotta wait.
I think it has been a very teachable map, if anything. But that's another part of it that kind of sours it a little bit, you know, having Rush in. It's not that they all can't learn with Rush, but now they've kind of like got to learn with Rush and then transfer that over to Tim when Tim comes back, inevitably. But he hasn't actually played this match with them.
It's just something else that's going to stall out the inevitable Evil Geniuses formula. Everybody else, you know, prepared off a couple weeks of practice for this start of the season, and Evil Genius is getting left in the dust already, even before they jumped in the server. Tough stuff, but this one's going to go down nice and easy for Big, setting up the rematch versus Heroic. A tight game to start the day in that head-to-head. And opponents that they know oh so well. Cirque and Rush. Galil's in a 2v5. And, you know, silver linings. It's not elimination for Evil Geniuses. They're not getting sent down to the showdown just yet, but it will be that 4th spot in this group, which I think coming into it is what everybody's expecting, regardless maybe of stand-ins or not. Oof. Come on, dude. That's how we're going to do it, Big. Send him home with a whimper. Deagle to the face inside connector, and Big make very quick work of Evil Geniuses, which is exactly what you want to see for Big to set up that game versus Heroic. There's not just been one team, but 2 teams who have run it back from an opening loss to topping the group. And today, Big will try that exact same journey. Started off with an easy first one, but still 2 steps to go. Evil Geniuses will have to wait to see more from them. But for now, we pass this down to James, who's standing by with Big.
Tabson, that was a pretty good game that maybe EG would have had a chance to get into it, but was it as easy as it looked at the beginning? The first half was pretty spectacular.
It was not easy, of course. Like, we gave it our best. We wanted to win the second game because the first game was pretty close, I would say. And yeah, fortunately, it went our way this time. We played pretty decent Counter-Strike, I would say, yeah.
You must have been happy, though, to get Mirage, right? Because that's just been a staple for you guys, that and Dust 2 the whole way through.
100%, yeah. We were very happy with Mirage.
Now, though, this is the important one. That Heroic game was so close. There was a lot of back and forth rounds in it. Could have gone either way. Now you get the rematch against them. How are you feeling? Got a smile on his face.
Yeah, waiting for the revenge, for sure. I'm looking forward to the game, of course.
And do you think it'll be close again? Do you feel like you can give them a run back on that?
100%. I think this time maybe we will have some more luck, I would say. Then we will definitely beat them, but it will be a close game, and again, I would say a dirty game.
A dirty game, okay. We do like those ones as well. But do you feel like now with a couple of games under your belt, you know, that you guys have settled back in, do you feel like you're there?
I think we are getting there slowly, but yeah, playing more games definitely is maybe an advantage maybe. But we will see how we go into the game, and hopefully, yeah, we will make it.
I look forward to seeing it, Tabson. Thank you very much.
Buttery smooth from Big, making it look relatively easy over the North American name. Unfortunately for the NA squad, they will be falling dead last in this group. Not elimination, I just want to reiterate that once again, but the seeding going into next week's Gauntlet, not looking too easy for the side of EG, Matthew.
No, it won't look easy. It won't be easy at all. And also, if you judge the Counter-Strike they've played today, unfortunately, I struggle to imagine them taking it a step forward into the Gauntlet. They were surpassed. They were overcome today by Big. We could see just on a pound-for-pound scale, Kido had a game of his life. He had a good moment. Tabsa had a good moment. EG didn't have the weapon to fight against Big.
The problem for me is not necessarily EG finishing last in this group. I think that was somewhat to be expected. It's the fact that we're now seeing all 12 teams play in this tournament, and EG is the only team not to show any competitiveness whatsoever. Today, they couldn't get anything done. Sure, it's a hard group. Sure, going up against Big is a tougher position. Going up against FaZe, best team in the world, is not going to be easy for EG. But at no point today did I look at the game and thought to myself, okay, with a bit more luck, with a bit more practice, with a bit more time, you guys can be competitive in this format. Unfortunately for EG, it fell very, very flat.
And that's the thing. I feel like we came in with a lot of questions. You know, this new look squad, some new names coming into the fray as well. But the fact that we didn't really get too many answers of just exactly how they're synergizing together, how exactly, you know, this wider EG project is going to be working. We kind of alluded to it. They've got a hell of a lot of players on the roster they can be switching in and out. I just don't feel satisfied with any of the information we got from them.
I just think compared to where the project is right now at its infancy, right, I think it's too hard too quickly for EG. As simple as it is.
Yeah.
You catapult them here at Blast against the best teams in the world. We have Neelan coming in as a new IGL who's going to try to explain his philosophy, to spread his philosophy in the team. We have Hext, which apparently is one of these newcomers, going to take time to blossom just a little bit. It's just too early. There was no way they could match. I would have been flabbergasted if they made it further than that, but yeah. The Gauntlet won't be any easier.
No, it's definitely not going to be easy going forward. Well, you mentioned one of the new additions, Hex. We do have a few words from him after that game, courtesy of Banks.
I've got Hext with me here from EG, and well, let's start with this. Okay, the results is obviously not what you guys would have wanted, but there's circumstances for that. But this is your first Tier 1 event, right? How did it feel just to get there, to sit down initially? When you first got it, what was it like?
I mean, it felt amazing. I mean, I wasn't very nervous, which is what I was surprised about. So, I mean, the environment was very cool. Everything was very cool. It was very hot, though. So.
Yeah, it is a little bit warm and humid when we get it, that's for sure. But I heard something from Cirque. I did an interview with him, and he said you're like mini Ethan, you know? Is that some praise? You happy to hear that?
Yeah, I mean, my mannerisms are pretty similar to his, apparently, so, yeah.
Do you think you're going to match him in game? We're going to get you up to that level?
Yeah, eventually. Soon.
Soon, that's what we want to see for sure. Now, for you guys though, right? Okay, you bomb out here. It's not the end of the world. You then go into the best of threes next week, but you're going to have your full team back by then, right? Automatic's going to be back. What do you see as the key difference between how you played today and what we should expect when it comes with Automatic?
I mean, Rush and Automatic play very different styles. We've also had some practice with Tim, so I mean, it's going to be very good to play with him again. And now we'll get the much-needed experience in matches. So.
And that's what it's about, right, that experience. But how was the experiences in these games for you, right? Obviously, yes, you're losing them, but was there something you were able to take away from it and say, okay, look, I've got a bit more of an understanding of how this level of Counter-Strike feels?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like there isn't that much of a difference between this type of CS and the CS I play at home. I mean, the style we call is very similar. I think I just have to be a little more methodical and slow with the way I play, and then other than that, I feel like everything else is the same.
And the main thing is, right, what I'm getting from you, this vibe, is you feel very confident with it all.
Yeah, I don't know why I have this confidence, but we'll take it.
Hey, you got to take it, man. I'm looking forward to seeing you next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do want some more confidence coming out of EG going forward, of course. So just to reiterate, isn't elimination, it's just a seeding for the Gauntlet going into next week. Definitely going to be a tough position for EG to be fighting back from, though, because this game was pretty dominant for the side of Big, partly thanks to an eco play that we saw at the beginning.
Yeah, I think we should take a look at an eco play we have in this game, unfortunately, for EG. I think the viewers at home deserve to see what we're talking about when we're talking about EG not being ready. You see it right here, Deagle with no armor. Obviously, Tapson hitting a nice shot, but look at Nealon in this position, spotting a player and just headlessly running out right here. He has no idea what kind of pressure that is being applied to middle. He just gets red eyes, wants to get out there, get the kill, gets punished, and all of a sudden, EG find himself in a 5v2 against 5 Deagles with no armor whatsoever. Even if they get a bit of a cosmetic kill, as I like to call them right here, it has no influence in the round whatsoever. There's no way for EG to fight back into this round. CT spawn is completely occupied by all the big players, and they go down in a round that wasn't even competitive, despite them having a full buy. You cannot lose Counter-Strike at this level to something like this. It was just a very silly mistake to make, and especially if you're the in-game leader. You're coming in as the new in-game leader. You cannot allow yourself to lead your team losing by an example like this.
These are the moments we talk about when we say a new team would lack contingency plans and knowing how to react. The move from Nealon right here is the perfect illustration. For the bad, of course, for the worse. He's got a teammate getting one thing from the very beginning, and at that moment he thinks he's got to fully commit to bring it back to a 4v4, completely disregarding whether or not he's got cover from Catwalk. Is there any kind of team play being able to put forward? No, he just rushes it down, FPL style, gets put down, and that's 5v3, and then Big's got the end.
I know we've been putting a lot of the new names to the side of EG under the spotlight, but I do want to reel back to the conversation to some of the old, more veteran players on the side too, because I feel like we've been having this conversation time and time again. Unfortunately, Cirque just not stepping up once more. The last time we saw him playing was at the Spring Showdown. He's had many, many months to sort of be getting back into the groove. I'm not putting all the blame on him, but it's just kind of disappointing when you look back in years gone by and how much of a star he was, how much we were kind of touting him as a hot prospect.
Yeah, how the mighty have fallen. Honestly, I jumped off the hype train, or the Cirque hype train, a while back. I'm gonna be honest. It is a little bit heartbreaking because everyone remembers 2019. Everyone remembers he and Breezy being that 1-2 punch combination that put EG on the map, had them lift trophies. Hell, but I feel like the prescription period is over now. I think he's been missing for far too long. My only hope is that this infusion of new blood coming into EG is going to spark some sort of motivation from him, because from my understanding, when you have the talent that he had and that he showcased at time, it has to be something with motivation, with work ethic, not putting in the hours, not being that dedicated enough. And there's just no space at the top level for a player like that. We know he can do it, but he hasn't been doing it for so long. That's been enough. He has to convince me again.
It's such a wild thought to think that just, a couple of years ago, EG with Cirque on the lineup were the best team in the world. They were number one on the world ranking list, just for a short period during COVID. Obviously farming points over in NA, but still, they were up there, playing some solid Counter-Strike. You're right, we haven't seen Cirque at that level. We haven't seen Breeze at that level for a very long time. And that's just speak about, right? Yeah, you bring in new blood, but at the end of the day, the player himself will have to do it. He will have to go in there first, put in the hours, put in the work ethic, and then get back to the level. Cirque is a fantastic Counter-Strike player, and people who just started watching Counter-Strike 2 years ago maybe not realize that he was once regarded to be, I'd say, a top 3, a top 5 AWPer in the entire world. We just haven't seen that Cirque in a very, very long time now.
Let's flip things over onto a higher note, because I do just want to give some props to Big in this series as well. The fact that we're seeing Keto back on the main lineup for this big squad. He was delivering in spades on this map of Mirage.
Yeah, good to see Keto play well. Good to see Keto go out there and, I would almost say, farm a bit of confidence. It's great that he let loose against EG, right? Gets a feeling that he can contribute a lot to this lineup as well. I think also in the first game against Heroic, he wasn't necessarily playing bad by no means. So the fact that Keto is coming in and being reintegrated to this lineup so quickly is a healthy sign for Big. I think today they've looked solid so far. The game against Heroic was a scrappy one, but that was a hard-fought one. So all the credit to Keto and Tapson for that matter as well. Both of those two players have had a great day so far.
I think it's very important for Keto to have such games very early on in this project, because there's a spin I want to put to this move from Tizian to Keto. I think emotionally speaking, sentimentally speaking, for Big, it mustn't have been easy to remove Tizian. No. We talked about it. They were very open about how he's part of the family. We didn't want to do this, but we had to. And if you're Keto, I think it is in your hands, in your power, to turn this move into something positive, a positive event. Listen, guys, of course it hurts to put Tizian on the bench. Of course we love him, but this is about competition. This is about making a difference. This is about lifting trophies. And Keto, with such performances, is validating Tapson and the staff of Big in their decision. Look what I can do. Look what I can bring. think about how we can push the boundaries with me on the roster again. And I know we're just at the first step of the Blast group. I know, I'm aware of that, but it is very important for Kido to have these games early on.
Yeah, no, we can't underestimate the impact and the importance just mentally as well of these hot starts for the teams and the players on the side. Like you were mentioning the heroic game earlier, though, we did see them playing against FaZe in that upper bracket game. FaZe just looking like the well-drilled machine that we know and love. I don't feel like they've really skipped a beat coming off of this break.
No, they haven't, and we have to commend them because it has been the never-ending theme when it comes to Counter-Strike post-break is that the team that was at the top, the team that was on the mountain suddenly overslept a little bit, took it easy, didn't really play that. Na'Vi is a prime example of a team that sometimes off of a break will struggle. FaZe haven't shown any sign of slowing down. I think they've taken these games very seriously. They've come in with the right attitude, with the right performance, and they are not letting anyone catch up.
The last thing I said before we head into this player break, after them winning Cologne, after them winning the major this season as well, was that I thought FaZe haven't really peaked. I don't think FaZe are playing to 100% just yet, and they were still the best in the world. They were still winning a major. I am slowly but surely starting to think that what we're seeing right now is FaZe establishing themselves as a quantity that's going to be very, very tough. Even Na'Vi in a top shape is going to have a big task ahead of them if they want to beat FaZe, if they want to take them off the crown. I think FaZe has more in the tank. I think it's a team that is still growing. I don't think we've seen the best from them, and we're getting early signs that is also the case. Because normally when you come out of a break, when you've been on the top, you're going to have a slow start, but nothing, absolutely nothing suggests that being the case for FaZe.
They have such a healthy mix of players that you have to think of for the future, but also past glories. We talk about Zerg and his struggles. Think about how Rain was playing before Twist came in, before Robs came in. We had a moment, we as a community, we were maybe demanding his removal. Olofmeister Rain, that wasn't working. He was slowed down compared to his prime years. But now with Twist and Robs back in, suddenly he rises up his own level. MVP of the major, you mentioned it. And you think about the future, Robs, Brokey, Twist. These three, they could stick together for years and years and years if they have the ethic, if they have the dedication and the tuition from Kerrigan as well. That's it, you get the winning composition.
Well, you mentioned Robs. I do want to bring up an incredible clutch that we saw going down on that map of Nuke. And it's just I don't know, the mind games of Robs playing again and again and again. It's just incredible to witness.
Yeah, not everybody can do what Robs is doing right here in this 1 versus 3. It's about decomposing a situation and optimizing every scenario you find yourself in. There is a little bit of a freebie being granted. He misses the jump right there. And this is the composure that we have to talk about, being so cold-blooded. He misses the jump, but by using his movement and his understanding, he completely repositions. Now, he might have found a little bit of a lucky gap because on the side of Heroic, no one seems to be aware that he could have done that move. And then he takes this time. He takes his time. He's being patient. He's provoking mistakes from his opponent. He's also just one of the very best at it.
He is so annoying to play against. We spoke about it in the green room. We see him, how he's constantly, as you're saying, taking time, outplaying his opponents, and always willing to take the long duel. He never stresses a decision. He's always making sure that the other player will have to sweat for it. He's always making sure that the other players will have to put in an awful lot of a big effort in order to just stay into the round. You see this clutch pan out for Robs, and he's winning it, and he's basically killing the game as well right here. Heroic were close, I'd say. It was a back and forth affair right here. You may look at the scoreboard thinking 16-10. Heroic never really were close, but there was a couple of misplays from Heroic. There was a couple of rounds FaZe should have won, and now this clutch as well from Robs. It could have been much, much closer, but thanks to guys like Robs, he just killed it.
If I had to put it easy, I'd say that for most top players, it feels like time is an enemy in Counter-Strike, and time is a matter of pressure. I feel like for Robs, time is his best friend.
Yeah.
He knows how to use time. 25 seconds on the clutch, no worries. 35 seconds on the bomb, I can go around. He uses time against his opponent.
He's a sweaty nerd. Like, honestly, just be completely honest about it. Whenever
I was going to give him a nicer compliment than that,
listen,
but you do you, Pimp.
This is exactly what you face when you're playing FaZe It, when you're playing matchmaking. He's a sweaty nerd, and he's so good at it, right? Always using time to it, and always frustrating to play against, because you know he's hiding behind a corner. You know he's willing to let the clock go down to 10 seconds before anything is happening, and he always gets something out of it.
I can tell Pimp has played a lot against Robs, and
Sweaty
the
nerd.
annoyance is, really coming out full
Extreme.
force from you. Well, at FaZe do net themselves a spot in at that grand final of the group to potentially be taking that Group C crown and the top seed going into next week's Gauntlet. But we need to find them an opponent first, and it comes in the form of a rematch. It's Heroic versus Big, and it's going down after this short break.
I remember being at a tournament, we land and we're hearing this update.
When I think about it now, you know, it's
All you care about is money.
10 years of CSGO, 10 years of CSGO updates. For better or for worse, at times. And that's what we're here to discuss in a little bit more detail.
It's the update that removed the Molotovs slowing people down, and that removed the ability to throw Molotovs across the whole map.
That is a boomer one. Ooh. Yeah.
I went way back in the time machine.
Yeah, that's good though.
Imagine today's game if Molotovs slowed people down.
Yeah.
That'd be a nightmare. Or you couldn't extinguish them, because that was an update too. I don't know if it was the same one.
I think the best CSGO update is always new maps. I think it's always interesting. So yeah, for example, the last time Agent came out and trying to work on that map, I always love when there's a new map. It just throws me into a hole of trying to figure out the maps.
Personally, I wouldn't have liked Train to leave the map pool, but I feel like it's refreshing to get a map that no one had any clue of. People usually want maps to get back into the game, like Tuscan or Cobblestone maybe back.
I think we could start the year in January with a new map every time. I think that would make sense, so people have time before the major to do it, and then people have time in the Christmas break to kind of figure out the map, and the first tournament would be in February to kind of test the waters.
I think the best update, and which is not a specific one, but it's kind of the idea of like bringing new maps to the game, but like putting them inside the map pool, so actual pro players start playing them and learning them. Focus on a new map and like start learning everything, the basics, and see how the meta changes even. Like, I think these are the nicest updates to the game.
I think the best updates are dropping grenades.
You have really cute handwriting.
Thank
what
you.
the hell?
You do.
I
Thank
can't.
you guys.
I can't do that.
I think dropping grenades is really sick because for the first time we start to, I think, like dogpile rolls onto people. And a very key element of CS that is playing utility. And if you are a better utility player than somebody else, now you can kind of shine in that role. At its first release, I remember how kind of controversial it was, and that there were pro players who really weren't having any of it.
I got Exist with me from Heroic, and you're going up for this rematch against Big. But before that, Exist, what I want to touch on is just the fact that when I'm looking at Yabi coming into this team, what are your expectations of how ready you guys feel and how ready you want to be for this level of tournament? Have you had enough practice and enough time?
I think we're getting there. We had a long boot camp just before the break for Cologne, almost like 2 weeks. So we got a lot of practice there, and before this we practiced for like 6 or 7 days in a boot camp. So I would say we're getting there. It's just a matter of time before he gets more and more comfortable in our play style. So yeah.
And in terms of what you're expecting from Yabi, when I looked at him on Copenhagen Flames, especially when you look at the last RMR, he was not only just fragging out, but he was like taking a lot of space, very aggressive. Is that kind of how you want to play him out eventually, or is it going to be a different role for him? Is that why we're seeing maybe less output right now?
No, he's our lurker on most of the maps, and he's in a lot of playmaking situations, positions as CT as well. So we expect a lot from him. That's why we picked him up. He's a really huge talent. From what we can see, what he does in practice, day in and day out, it's like he's super good and super talented. So for sure, we expect more from him.
And in terms of actually getting him fit into the team environment outside of the game, right? Because obviously you've had this core for a long time. We see players come in and go out. What is it you do in particular to try and make it work, to try and make him feel comfortable? Because one thing when I spoke to him, he definitely felt like he felt part of the team straight away. He said it didn't take long at all. So what was that process like?
I mean, I think we have a really good team chemistry. It was really easy for me to get into the team when I joined, like, what is it now, 8 months ago or maybe more.
Yeah, I remember back in Stockholm, yeah.
Yeah, it went really fast for me, and I think Jacob is feeling the same. Kieran is doing a really good job, and the whole like coaching staff and management as well. Everyone is doing a great job to include him, and everyone in the team is included in everything that we do, basically. We do a lot of stuff together as a team. Yeah.
Very nice. That's what we want to hear. Now, the game that you just played against Big, right? It was very close, but I guess in your eyes, probably too close. There were so many chances where it was back and forth, one round, not chaining rounds together. What have you noticed from that to take into this game and just to be better this time around?
I mean, we made a lot of mistakes. There was some, I think we lost a force buy as well. And after the pistol, we lost 3 guns, which is never good. But we always managed to come back the next round or the round after that. So that was really good from us, right? Managed to not tilt too much and come back. So I'm happy about that, obviously. We just have to reduce the mistakes coming forward. Yeah.
Well, hopefully those mistakes do get reduced. Thank you very much, CESGO.
Thank you.
A scrappy affair last time around, and looks like both sides, they want to redo. Nuke coming into the pool once again between Heroic and Big. So, Matthew, just in case any of the viewers didn't catch up on the action at home earlier on today, how would you characterize that game earlier on between Heroic and Big?
I'd say it was a messy game. It was a messy game. We heard it in this interview again with James Banks right here. It was a game with mistakes being made, a lot of clutches, a lot of rounds being turned on their heads. Even though a team had an advantage, they would allow their opponents to come back in. I'm expecting a cleaner game for multiple reasons. First of all, both teams have been playing today. The jitters of the kind of back to the break should be dealt with now. Big just had a beautiful game, full of confidence. Heroic had time to warm up. So I'm expecting something a little bit cleaner.
I think it was a good game. I agree. It was a bit scrappy, but it was a good game. Two teams who are on equal terms, I'd say. Two teams who have a strong foundation. Two teams who have a very strong individual in-game leader in the sense that Cadian had a good game, Tapston had a good game. So a lot of the things you can, sort of like put them up against each other with were kind of even in that regard. So I expect another one of those. My only problem here is that we're going to see Nuke again. And again, we talked about this many times, and we can talk about this many years in the future as well. Once you won on Nuke, right, you're feeling that, yeah, okay, it worked out for us, right? Yeah. We don't have as much to change as the opponents, whereas for Big, you can go in and you can nitpick every single thing that didn't really work out. So I feel like Big have a bit of an advantage going into Nuke now.
Yeah, we've literally only seen Heroic playing on Nuke today as well, which is a bit disappointing because I do want to see what new stuff they've got on the table with Yabby at the helm
Can't
as well.
believe they don't think of us.
Yeah.
And that we want to
entertainment, man. Think of us.
Always at the bottom of the ladder. No one asks us. Why don't we participate in the video? Maybe we should vote.
Maybe we should. Maybe it should be a fan video. I don't know. Maybe a thought for the next season of Blast. Anyway, man on our screen, Yabby, I want to get your temperature check on him so far. I know it's only been 2 maps and it has just been Nuke, but since his addition, what have you been thinking of him?
Look, it's been a lukewarm start for Yabby for sure, and I think CESGO also recognized it in his interview that he isn't delivering quite yet what I would hope he would. And the reason I said I'm not just being demanding just for the sake of it is that the positions that he is playing are play-making positions. Yabby at the bottom of the scoreboard is an issue for the structure of Heroics trying to bring up. Think about Nuke. We're going to have it again. He's playing on that HUD position. He's inside. He's going to be put to the test time and time again. His position, like Cicerado is playing, for example, and he's having multi-kills galore. He's lurking outside as well. So for Heroic and their plan and the pattern of the Counter-Strike they want to play, they need this man to warm up and get comfortable in his position.
I think the graph you're seeing on screen right now is kind of representing what Yabby is all about at the moment.
Like the Swiss Mountains.
He's a bit inconsistent, right? Because we did see him play good events in Copenhagen Flames, then he had a poor event, then a good event. He came in the play-in stages at Cologne, played super well for Heroic. He was one of the highest rated players in the play-in stage at Cologne, got into the main tournament, and then dropped down to become one of the lowest rated players. So I think he's struggling right now to find consistency, finding his role within the team. But as CESGO said as well, it's going to take time. And as I also reiterated earlier on today, the same thing happened with Refresh. I don't think that role he's being put into Heroic is the one they put too much focus on. It's one where you as an individual will have to figure it out over time. Give the kid a couple of months and I'm sure he will bring up the heat.
Yeah, give him time and give him resources. You're Heroic, you've made a conscious choice to pick up Yabby, who in Copenhagen Flames was shining. He was a very strong player. He was one in the pipeline for sure for his future. You pick him up, he's not delivering quite what you're hoping. It's okay. It is okay. Give him time, give him resources. Hell, focus, CESGO and him. Maybe they can work out the demos together. What you want is him to get the output that he's supposed to, because then the rest of the roster, we know there's talent across.
Yeah, I do want to put Starn under the spotlight in this conversation as well, because they're so far a bit of a slow start from the superstar.
He is severely underrated by a lot of people out there, a lot of fans out there. He's not a very outspoken person. He's not a guy that goes out there with big moves, right? But he was the 4th highest rated LAN player in the first 6 months of the year. He is a superstar, not in the making, making, but he's establishing as himself as a superstar. So the fact that Stavn is not playing well is a problem for Heroic. I feel like that's the one superstar they have to throw into the mix, right? When they're playing against teams like Na'Vi, when they're playing against teams like FaZe, you need individual powers. You need someone to be able to step it up and take charge of the game for your team. Stavn is right now, to me, at least the only person who can do that in Heroic. So if he's struggling a little bit and if he's getting off to a rough start, then that could be a problem for Heroic down the line. But again, it's just the beginning of the season.
We've seen two maps. I agree that this Stavn is an issue for Heroic. I also agree that he's one of the best players in the world. I think he's one of the 5 best players we have in the world right now. 100%. But the reason why people underestimate him or underrate him a little bit is that we don't really get to see Heroic in the latest stage of tournaments. The moments where you actually mark and make your legend. The time where people remind of your kills, remember your kills because you're doing on the big stage. Right now, Stavn is one of the best players in the world. He hasn't showed it yet today.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking of you, Cologne. And speaking of the Germans, obviously big on the other side of the server. You were saying it, Pimp, you know, you come off a win on a map like Nuke, you know, you feeling comfortable with that. So do you necessarily see big as favoured coming back into this? Considering they did lose out last time around, and I think going to be things that they're going to be improving coming into this one.
To me, it's a complete 50-50 right here between big and Heroic.
Taking risks today, are we?
Yeah, I'm taking risks. Let's be honest. The first game these two teams played on Nuke as well was a 50-50. It went back and forth. It was a scrappy game of Counter-Strike. Of course, there's some learning to be had from that game, but there's not necessarily something I think that they could change, you know, big time. Tapson was struggling on the T side. I don't expect him to struggle that much on the T side this time around. He's had some learning experiences, so I think both these liners are going to come in with a fresh look on how to play Nuke against each other. That being said, though, Heroic have played it 3 times or 2 times today. It's going to be the 3rd time, so it's hard to invent something new on the fly. So we're going to see more of the same, and then hopefully with a bit more quality.
Well, I'm very excited to get this one underway. But first, a quick break. It is Nuke between Heroic and Big once again, and this time a spot at the grand finals of Group C on the line. We'll be back with all the action in just a few minutes.
And so it seems like revenge might be back on the menu again for the third day running. A team who has gone ahead and lost their opening match decided to try and run it all the way back. But a tight 16-13 between Big and Heroic to start the day on this very same map leads us here yet again. Do you think that Big showed enough versus EG to inspire the belief that they can run it all the way? How about that Keto 20 some odd kills? How about them Tabson headshots?
Yeah, I mean, form is form. Like the game, if the game was closer and they still won, it'd probably have an impact on the way we feel. What do you think?
I think Big will run it back.
Big run it back? Okay.
Yeah, let's get it.
I mean, when it comes to this match, I have no idea. I'm super torn on who will win. I just don't know how much stock to put in the EG game.
I'm thinking this one we get another tight match, right? 16-13 with some really crazy rounds, not the most momentum for either team that whole entire time.
There's two great nuke teams going head to head.
Yeah, this could be, I think this might be this might be the favorite map of the day. This matchup right here, especially the second time around, should get better. Jabby down after 1. 2 guns, 1 kill. Bobbin inside sight, hanging on with that bomb. Here comes Tabson with the headshots. Crimbo's gonna offer us 1. How about 2? Very nice, clean pistol round for Big once they got footing on that A site.
Made him look like EG right there.
Oof.
Oof.
Man, they're still in the building.
Yeah, I feel bad. I just feel bad as like a North American.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, I mean, Complexity beat Navi yesterday.
That was cool.
Can ride that high for a little more.
That's the thing. Now it's lifestyle creep, you know? I expect these results now.
Blame it on the European.
Yeah. They're responsible for everything anyways. Especially pickled things.
Yeah, pickled who knows what. Ooh, little gap on that one. So Stound's on high alert that somebody gets by, but with these pistols and the sharpness that Tabson has been able to offer us so far today, it's looking good for Big outdoors. Inside, different story. Shush connects with the Desert Eagle. I like that. Little flash for himself to peek down beneath. But he's met by smoke, so no vision for Shush. Tabson's getting dangerously close as Shush starts to peel away towards the B site. So Tabson going to ensure that nothing can go too poorly down on B.
Impeccable timing. And there's no real fast way for at.CEST to get down here, so what can Shush do? Ooh, I feel like not a lot. He's in a tight spot.
Pinned into the wall.
Yeah.
at.CEST comes out from wherever the hell he was hiding. We'll see what he can pick up downstairs, if anything. So big 2-0 start on the T side. Smooth start, taking that momentum from EG and pushing it right onto Heroic.
Yeah, does help you get you warm.
Crimbo specifically had a nice turnaround.
Yeah. I really hope, you know, no matter what happens, we see Yabi have a good game. I mean, I feel like I hold Yabi to a high standard. I mean, based on the games that we saw that he played well in, I think the stats have definitely been up and down for him, but we saw great moments from him on the Flames in kind of very clutch moments. Like, for example, when they played against Imperial in that game, there's like vertigo, overpass on the horizon or whatever.
To get to the Antwerp Major.
Yabi just had so many critical moves over and over again. And I mean, that's Imperial. It's not really a team we're talking about right now. But at that moment, they had just beat Cloud9. They were playing really well. And in terms of pressure, that was absolutely the most pressure that the Flames had ever been under. And that's where Yabi showed that like that didn't even matter. Like he was going to play creatively, he was going to play free, he was going to hit hard shots, he's going to be very fast. So that made me a Yabi believer for sure. So looking forward to seeing this kind of roster move worked out. Even though with Refresh, it'd probably be better right now. Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Birthday surprise.
We got another one on the field. Cadian wielding it towards ramp.
Like when we look at the Cologne results, of course, there's no way they would go out in groups if they had Refresh on the team, right? They would have been favorites to make it as far as, you know, quarters, semis, and potentially final. There was even an outside chance they could win, you know, maybe not with FaZe and Navi in the form they were, right? But get close.
Yeah, they're in that conversation.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say they didn't do well with that initial move. They didn't get the honeymoon phase with Yabi.
Down goes the second Zeus, so it's just going to be whether Stown can find one in lobby, and he had a chance, but Keto turns it on him 90 degrees as Big continue to crank up the heat. 3-0 for a T-side nuke start, exactly what you're looking for. The power of Zeus.
Jeez.
Look how it connects.
Yeah, it's a cross of electricity.
Oh, because it...
Wow. Wait, was that
Wait, did it connect to the person above?
Whoa.
We couldn't see him because of the HUD.
Yeah, that's some interesting physics right there. Do physics apply to electricity?
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, man. I probably...
Did they get to the quantum level?
Man, we sound so smart. Yeah, physics apply.
There were two.
There were two.
There was ice.
Already down secret, but met by a smoke, so good utility usage here from Heroic to just kind of cool off what was a pretty bolsterous Big. Throwing themselves at those secret stairs.
Because like the way that electrons and photons behave, that's like quantum, right?
Sure.
So.
Mm-hmm. And then the nucleus. And, you know, it's all about photosynthesis, really.
We can move on.
Please. Cadian sliding into the depths of this B site. But listen, Big have also kind of cooled off, so everybody creepy crawl into the 45-second mark. First kill comes in from Favin. Molly could get dropped on Cadian technically, but so far he's been allowed to hold on to this pocket. Site's actually under question with Tapson coming out decon. No kill for the Danish in-game leader. Now, with no kill, it kind of feels like no chance. So maybe they just let this one slip by, right? First real gun round from Heroic, and you don't want those rifles to mean nothing.
Mm-hmm.
3 potential saves on the cards.
Damn. Well, this helps to save EG's reputation a little bit, you know? If Big just toss Heroic up like they did with Big, or with EG, then we feel a bit better about that loss as a continent.
Misery loves company.
Best map in the game right here.
Nuke?
Yes.
It's a good opinion.
Okay.
Stown hangs on, but so will all 5 players.
We should find something to disagree on.
Oh, I'm sure we could. I'm sure we could, Launders. I didn't like that juice you bought me today.
It was a protein shake.
Too many vegetables.
Yes, it was called the Green Shield.
But I chugged it anyways, because vegetables are important.
Yeah.
So are winning rounds.
Now you're going to live a couple extra hours.
I'm down. Shush has brought in the old Nova. Bit of 12 gauge on that A floor. Excuse me, he's on the hut roof. Big gonna play this one very clumped together. Now we've already seen a lot of emphasis from Big towards those secret stairs, so to see Cadian down there already is a nice look, but he's got to deliver, right? Wasn't able to catch a kill inside that B site last round. Right timing on his peak. You could catch him sleeping. Oh, nice. Finds Tapson, but isn't able to escape. Molotov's layered, and Cadian just burnt to a crisp in an instant.
Yeah. I was going to try to weigh if that was worth it, but there's just not enough guns here, so it might have been, you know, a risk you take only in this situation specifically. So we'll see where these Deagles are at, but it's with everyone upstairs right now. And it doesn't feel like their itinerary says that they're going to end lower. It might be hard to close this out.
Saw it last round. We'll see it again. Big just crawling closer to the B site. It's one thing to stop Tabson finally. He was 8-0 before Cadian clipped his wings. TESS confirms, yes, they are coming here yet again. We'll see what degree Heroic decide to scramble for this bomb site, but by the looks of it, just keep that one M4 in the hands of Stown. Maybe risk the shotgun and the Deagle. Barring a couple of kills, it's looking like a big 5-0 start.
Let's see if they keep going outside, keep working it towards secret. This was very clean, but, you know, not the most resistance. And Yabi will go ahead pick up that M4, which is a nice find. Searson had a big clutch earlier. And I think he still has to kind of cement himself as like, I think he needs a top 20 placing with lands. You know, I think that does matter for Searson. He's obviously insane, but Big do play a fair few online cups and have a lot of online games in their history, and some of their big wins are online. You know, so they still do have to. It's not that they're looked at it purely as like an online team or anything, but definitely still one of the teams that are like better online.
Yeah, it's where their best results have been.
Yeah, like we had Heroic win a LAN this year. We also had Cloud9 win a LAN this year.
Big's turn.
Yes, Big's turn.
Shame it wasn't Cologne.
Yes.
But Big also have this flawless record of qualifying for Blast finals events, right? Whether that's spring finals or fall finals, they always qualify through the group stage. It's a team that we never, ever, ever see at Showdown. So in these moments, right, the studio environments, you know, that's actually the most consistent thing about Big is they're, we always say it, right? Big is best at Blast.
And so they've never gone to the Showdown?
I don't believe so.
Damn.
Even last time it was tight, but they got there.
Right.
I could be wrong. If I am wrong, it's literally one time.
Sure, yeah.
But not more than one. And even that I doubt.
Well, they're on their way.
Whoa, that.
On their way to winning, I mean.
Oh, okay. Acceptable answer. They're on fire with that 5-0. Guns back for Heroic. Full-fledged weapons. No Novas. Shush even has that AK saved from the last round, but he also gets tagged to 56 to start. Cadian not quite in Secret Stairs this time, but I believe Stound's just tucked in the corner of Secret, so not looking for a fight. Just, yeah, holding off and holding and waiting and allowing Cadian to instead hold that deep garage angle.
Yeah, I think they're going to go try back to outside, which I think is really great. Cadian's watching for that mini drop, and I think... And yeah, it's down inside a Secret. This covers a lot of options. I love the setup, of course. Not necessarily weak in any one place. Upper might be more attractive. If they smoked out mini, it might be hard for them to get help, for example. But there's still 2 players here to defend, which is sustainable.
Soon to be 3. Cadian decided to pull off of Garage with those smokes down.
Oh, they are going to move it back.
You said it, maybe A looks good, but they don't pounce on it immediately, and now suddenly Heroic have read into the timing, so they stack up appropriately. Molly's making Cadian uncomfortable. CSGO stops Keto at the very least, and Jabby decides to get aggressive here inside the lobby. Searson's going to cut him down, and it's a quick redirection down ramp where CSGO could have gotten stopped. But Stound gives him cover, and Big rocket back once more.
Wow, this is very confusing. There's actually still enough time to try this, but I don't think they're going to anymore because it's 4v2. Going for the confusion tactic. Because I'm confused.
Well, it started outside, then it went into lobby. They leaned towards ramp and back again.
Yeah.
No opening anywhere.
I can't tell what they were going to, what they wanted the most, I guess. Because they actually looked like they were prepping for outside completely. I don't think they had any inner presence for a second. Then they take it here. They don't get their kill here.
Stound finds one vent.
Yeah. So I guess they are trying to split lower ultimately when they see this rotation. I guess they get confused maybe seeing Stound here and then wondering how many players are downstairs. So they just canceled and went back. And by that point, they just lost too many players. So, okay. Yeah, the setup is very solid from Heroic. I mean, I think 2 of the best spots on CT side of Nuke, the back of Big Garage and Secret, and they use both of them.
Searson saw that.
Just because of option coverage. Yeah, they're copying and pasting Secret again. I like it. Like when we watched the EG game, we wanted kind of an immediate response because Big were doing similar things more than once. Heroic just adapt right there, right here.
Sign of a good team, a cerebral caller, and a strat book with a little depth in it. TESS. There were bodies there, more than one, and Crimbo's got himself a 2K.
Wow, they just trying to clamp down on the lobby with 3 players, but 2 are dead.
That's going to allow for Searson to comfortably hold back towards the trophy room, and TESS just walks right into that scope. So a victim of the Crimbo 2K into this A site. You know, last round they couldn't find an opening no matter where they decided to go. This time the opening comes to them. Heroic get aggressive, pay the price, and Big right back to winning ways for the 6-1 lead.
I think in some sense they outplayed Heroic here because they made it look like they're going outside again, and Stown was in secret. He waited over top of this one way. They finally mollied him again, and there was actually no way for Heroic to be sure that they weren't going to continue outside. So instead, because Heroic do not like playing blind, it's one of the cornerstones of their gameplay, they decided to go for their lobby crunch. They do this a lot, and they push with 2, and Big are waiting for this. They exactly wanted this reaction, and they got it.
Just down, trying to keep that off. Oh,
wow.
Nice shot. We like those. Wasn't even sure which side he flicked to be honest, for a second.
Yeah.
But ultimately, no op saved or move forward. So, Crimbo, let's check this out. Gets caught by the peak, keeps it going. Just saw Jabby's shoulder, so easy, you know, reinitiation.
Pretty nice shot. They actually they're going back towards Squeaky, but they weren't ready for it at that one moment. So just a beautiful shot from Crimbo.
Heroic, everything on the line in this one. There's no op because it wasn't saved and couldn't be afforded. Or could have, but Cadian decides to keep some cash. Searson with the opening. Again, they go to outside, and this time with definitely a faster tempo.
Yeah, huge tempo. They've got here rotations coming down, but if you're Heroic, your #1 fear is over-rotating in this spot. As soon as it goes quiet again, you go, damn it, they aren't rushing. Wow, Big keeping their options open. And now they forced Heroic to gamble.
It's a gamble that could pay off. We see the Heaven presence. Mini's still an option, but wow, okay, Keto. Very clean first one. Sees Stown upstairs when normally he's been elsewhere, so that could be the sign to just really commit down to this B site with bomb, and Favin's got an escort if he wants to go. Crimbo's the insurance policy over towards ramp. It's vent or nothing for Heroic.
Dude, they did it again, man. Yeah, like you said, Stown committed right there in Mustang, or Fur, I guess, specifically. And, okay, Shush makes a good rotation with 2 kills.
Said vent or nothing. Shush decides to slide down it. Oh, a third from Shush. Big impact. A round they have no business winning. A round that it looked like they could have just whimpered through lobby and gone for the save. Instead, Shush decides to silence them. 4 kills when he could have just left, justifiably.
Damn, that was a wicked shot. Part-time oppin'. What do you think?
Done mode. Nicely done, Shush.
This is the emergency moment. Shush is a hero, right? Because if he dies, there's no way they go into this. There's still 2 upper. They got outplayed. When Keto got his kill, that was one thing. But when he spotted a second guy there and then knew there's probably one more, that's another. That's when it was like, that's too much info that Heroic gave over. So Shush saved the day. Still, Big are playing extremely well. I mean, they went for the tempo, fast outside cross, got the Cadian kill early. That was Heroic's main game plan to stop the outside control. So, again, that's one of those rounds that really speaks to a 5v4 advantage. You get an opper down that early outside on nuke. That's when you win 80% of the time. And this, and it doesn't come to fruition. So, it doesn't take away from the fact that Big played very well there. Even if Shush saved it at the end.
Shush, the individual highlight of this map so far. Round-winning play. But you got to follow up with it. Still a critical turning point that could have been had Heroic just lost. What's Keto want to do? Keto absolutely lights out versus EG, bullied them across Mirage.
Yep, and a couple good kills already here on Nuke.
Looking for it here inside the A site. Gets a good amount of spacing. Jabby back site. Uncomfortable, but escaping somehow, some way. Goes all the way back around the smoke. Won't be able to find Tabson as he comes out from Squeaky. Stown is dangerously nearby, and he's going to commit to that one. A double for Stown, and now Crimbo into the 1v4. He's got plenty of time. Bomb nearby, but so many opponents already on top of him that Heroic's CT side now has a chance to bloom.
Indeed. Yeah, their money could have got crushed that previous round. Now they're on their feet. They've got their accounts together. They gotta be feeling good. Good cover from Tessus, and Yabby taking care of himself. getting back through the smoke after eating the second flash, jumping through the smoke again that they used to put out the Molotov that landed backside, and then winning out on his duel versus Keto. That helped stabilize.
Cracks in the big economy. Single deagle here for Keto, and he's dead in an instant. Shush finds himself back on the kill feed. The eyes of Big fall back on outside. Cadian, very comfortable with the angle. Sees the barrel. Ooh, collateral that nearly takes down Searson. The spam from Stound's gonna finish that one off. And now Heroic are starting to hit a slot, hit a groove.
A nice 1-2.
TSS on the NAF. Won't be able to get the better of Crimbo.
No, NAF is the orange box. Oh, specifically very far up, right? It's alpha male behavior. Stand on the orange box.
It's those sloth claws, you know? He can hang on where no one else can.
Right.
Yeah, just shoulder peeking. Whoop. Falls it back. Big left. Trying to find an opening elsewhere. Smoke grenade at least. That gets picked up. One more piece of utility for the puzzle, but dwindling amounts of time makes things weird, and maybe we just start going into the save because, as alluded to, that big economy, it was all in the line right here, right now.
Very impressive for Heroic to get back into this game. So that's the nice combination between a nice individual play paired by good adjustments that end up winning rounds. Cadian wins this with his collateral damage, right, first of all. They try to go for a mid-speed cross this time instead of running all the way. They press up against red. They skip, I think, just the first lurk smoke across, and then they try to throw the fast ones, but Cadian has a really good deep angle.
Counter-terrorists win.
Counter-Strike's 10th birthday. Happy birthday, Counter-Strike.
Hell yeah.
CSGO's 10th.
Did you play CSGO on the day it was released? If I asked you 10 years ago today, what were you doing? Was it playing Counter-Strike?
Yes.
Good for you.
It was a pile of shit. You've come a long way.
Here's to 10 more. It's 2 AKs, coupled with some pistols, but Stound right at it. That's one of the guns already down as well. So Stound's not going to give Big any chance to catch their breath. No room to breathe. Continues trying to fight up close versus Searson. That other AK's in the hands of Crimbo, so solo little ramp play from him. Oof, and the P250 last bullet headshot. That's what a sniper's sidearm can get done. He extends his arms, grabs the M4. Cadian comes clearing the corners inside ramp, but Crimbo is still just waiting for the lobby flank. TSS walking up. He's going to get caught. He had just looked over to the left to potentially clear that deep corner in ramp room. Dink through the wall twice. Jabby so low. And that next one almost finds him.
Can't stand anywhere these days.
German deagles, I tell you.
Yeah, these are like the 1.6 esports deagles on Nuke.
That suddenly evens this out, right? All the damage versus Tabson, like barring the weapon that Tabson doesn't have. Crimbo didn't see that.
Jeez.
A sliver of Cadian on display, and Crimbo doesn't catch it. Molly's going to burn some critical time off the clock, and then Jabby comes back around through lobby. However, little misdirection. We've got Searson inside A site, bombs heading down to B. Searson gets found out, and now Tabson, his only chance is to come up vent, try to get the kill inside of Hut, and maybe get a bomb plant here.
Yeah, he could plant side Tetris, but they have no reason not to peek him.
No, that one gets a little weird, and Tabson's going to pay the ultimate price. Luckily, doesn't die after time.
Yeah.
But also doesn't get the plant here for the money on Big side.
I think he knows he's going to die, but if he goes outside, then maybe they don't kill him and wait till after. It gets a little scarier, so that's why he goes for the plant there. Nice shots here. Oh, nothing more annoying than this.
2 deags to the head. That one was... Woof, they were close. Surely, if you get 2 deagle headshots through the wall, you deserve a kill.
Yeah. I'd die. As far as I can hear, they're using EG smokes, which is a compliment to North America.
But which EG?
They're using Nealon smokes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Current.
Take a look at the top of the screen at the moment, folks. It's been a hell of a turnaround from Heroic. 6-1 once upon a time. Now the Danes find themselves one round away from being on fire. So big open gap outdoors. Down tries to commit for the second kill, but Tabson's got the trade frag very quickly wrapped up.
Yeah, they've interrupted the smoke a couple of times here, so caught him off.
Wow, deep. Keto's gonna walk right into that one. Silver platter for Cadian. Almost falls back into the mini peaks, which could have cost him. Fabins by Vent, Shush catching the kill from above, and that's gonna activate Cadian as he goes hunting for this follow-up. Nicely done. Finding Favin. Tabson outdoors, 3 health, and still able to silence Shush. Cadian's gonna peek into this, and that's gonna be the end of that. Nice 3 kills from Cadian, multiple positions across the map, one of them up close and personal, and Heroic tie this game 6 rounds apiece.
It's a calm game with explosive moments where Big are playing really well and Heroic are keeping up. It's shaping up for a hell of a map here so far. And this is a massive round from Cadian.
Straight to the neck.
Yeah, good zoning here. Molotov into Mini after his first flash, make sure it's safe. And then he tracks down his third and final target as well. So, and then also I think like a core part of the game plan with the outside crosses, that's been quelled completely. So, being pistols now.
Oh, very quick. Gabby regains vision. Won't be able to catch more than that 1 kill. There's life on this one here for Big, but Stown gets through, slides through that smoke, and makes sure he finishes what Shush started. Keto, 1 versus 3. Sliding past that smoke, little gap in it. But 2 players on the other end, and he gets owned. Iced out, finished off, an explosive pistol push attempt, but no gas on that one.
Yeah. I think seeing the Tech 9s there is just symbolic of the fact that, again, Heroic have found some good answers. They actually won 5 straight now.
6, I think.
And full buy again here for Big with Searson on the op. Probably the last time we see that this half if it doesn't work. And where do they want to go? We haven't seen many fast vent drops or ramp hits.
Oh, Crimbo up top. Down by half health.
Oh, they're trying to do Canada.
What's that?
It's the twist. The twist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Apparently Kerrigan has named it Canada.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, be blind as a bat. Big. Haunting outside. Quietly, they wait. Searson hoping somebody sticks their head out.
So the reason you put the squeaky pressure on like that, they drop the smoke in front of it and they throw their nades, blow the door open, is so that the mini guy, there's so much noise that you can drop off the silo, get into mini. But also the mini guy is just tied up because if anybody explodes through it, then he has to look forward. So they tried that tactic, it failed. They didn't lose a player, they did lose some HP. And now they finally get him. So Crimbo dies, the guy who was supposed to come out really fast, but a trade here. On the T side opposite Searson.
Shush gonna keep it committed to the corner. 2 players coming at him now. He's caught in the open. Goes down empty-handed. Mini fight doesn't go the way of Jabby. Even though he hits the headshot. Oh my god, this is clean. Insta kills coming out of Big. 3 in a row, one after another. Even though the headshots are there versus Tabson and Keto, it's just not enough. So Big kind of squeeze in multiple directions. This is going to be a 4v5 into the 4 versus 1, and Cadian gets spotted when he comes out from vent. So Big are not done yet on this T side.
Well, beautiful. Trust in your individuals right there. So we've got one more round left in this half to wrap things up. And it was actually, you know, a good start here for a second. Great shot from Searson. That was a faraway flick. Wow. And then the 2-piece from Keto. Complemented by the entry from Tabson. Oof. Laser sharp. Razor sharp? Sharp.
Very sharp.
Who has less emotions? Exist or Searson?
Searson, surely. Yeah, Searson.
I saw James interview Exist and he kind of smiled a little bit. I haven't seen that from Searson.
I will always remember that time Tabson gets this crazy pistol round at one of the Blast events. Pops off while in the big office. Searson just stayed seated while the rest of the team were all jumping around like madmen. So nothing will defeat that. But
The
speak of the devil,
Mamba
Searson's
mentality.
dead.
Yeah, okay. He's gone.
Done already. 4 kills between Heroic and a lead at the end of the CT side, and that right there is a total stuff on Squeaky. Tabson tries to recover it, but not quite the one-man army that they needed, and then Crimbo just gets owned from above. So yes, sure enough, a small edge for Heroic as they will start their T side after the break.
I couldn't even see him. What the? Let's go flames. To be right now. Window and B.
I might. AC failed the smoke. Can smoke on the right with double swing. Let's double swing. 3, 2, 1. AC left side.
1v1.
Zaibu.
Bomb is not for you.
No kit, man.
Parlez français. Je regarde des faux, je regarde des faux.
J'ai le spawn.
Je regarde des faux, y'a rien.
Je pense qu'il va être côté appartement.
Ouais.
You can play kitchen if you want, bro.
He was 1 HP, yeah? Yeah, I'm playing kitchen.
Ziwu, 1 Can you check from time to time short and be up silly? I'm just hiding.
Yes, I'm checking something.
Attends un peu avant de planter, Kevin, qu'il est ton appartement. Je vois un spawn. Prends bien l'appart, Kematou.
Check again, Ilya.
Planting. He's checking.
Planting.
Tout t'as une mollo.
You have CT.
One CT.
I can flash CT.
TTT, right side. Last, ticket.
Cache toi. Défaut.
Ticket last.
No,
Hiding ticket.
Pas de kit, Kevin. Il t'a vu avec la netcam. Peut-être pas. Nice! Good job.
Sick.
Rushing, I'm blind. I'm Mola. Down. Low. Dead.
You think me?
We can play kinda aggro on ramp, guys. We're 3.
Let's nade sandbags.
Right.
I smoked the one.
I'm picking with you now.
Wait,
dead.
nice. One up, nice.
2 ramp. One more. He's looking Ivan. Nice. Ramp.
Nice.
Wait.
Rush B.
Okay. Nice.
I bait you, Jackie. I bait you.
They're not coming.
They want.
Yeah,
they want. They're in.
That tunnel.
They're in.
I'm flashing the door smoke. I'm going through. Xbox.
One dead. I'm full blind.
Xbox.
2 car.
Tunnel.
Nice. Sick.
Smoked.
Smoked.
Monster.
Noch einer. Ich bin bei dir, lass gehen, oder?
Einer Secret noch. Ihr habt nur einen. Nein, nicht Main smoken.
Kommt.
Da ist keiner
Ich komm
Main.
jetzt mit dir, Nils.
Geh raus, ich kill Amanek.
Main
Ave. Main rechts, low.
Down.
Ich hab Heaven.
Schappe down.
Letzter Main-Spieler.
Ja, der ist unten irgendwo.
Ich hab Schacht.
Der ist perfekt, Er ist simpel. Er ist rund. Er ist auf der Schräge.
Einer kann sterben noch, wir haben sehr viel Geld. Oder was nicht für eine
Hat gutes Spacing zusammen, der Ave.
Kommen Sie.
Links. Untitled. Ich geh rechts.
Der zusetzt.
Nice. Wir haben Doppel, egal.
Ach,
Geil, wir haben viel Geld.
Felt like Big were calling the Krankenwagen at first, but
What's
then ambulance.
Oh, okay.
Turns out it wasn't for Heroic.
I got hit by an ambulance in Germany.
That sounds convenient. At least it was right there.
We almost died. I was in an Uber with James Bardolph and Machine.
Oh my god.
It was raining and it was dark.
Okay, well, Don't do that again.
Yeah, well, they hit me, so.
We'll see if Heroic can start this T side with a little momentum. They get caught trying to push into the lobby, so that's excellent for Jabby and Cadian. Oof, but just as quickly as they get the 2 kills on the advantage, it gets clawed right back. CSGO cerebral as Cadian tries to go for the Goomba Stomp, perhaps. Flies out of heaven to his death. CSGO gets iced out, and now it's going to need to be the Stown 1v3. Point blank, he finds CSGO. Good start. Crimbo towards Decon. Oh, sharp as he needs to be.
Yeah, gotta be hyped about that.
Big picking up both pistols in this BO1.
Not bad. Great shot, CSGO. That's a fast one from Turnpike.
I want to see Cadian get plucked from the sky again, please.
Yeah. It became weightless in that moment.
Look how quickly he just ran outdoors for this. He's ready for it.
Nice!
Why do you make noise when you hit the ground if you go through any objects?
I don't know. Thought we established this. I don't understand science. Quick one. Heroic. 3 MAC-10s. And they've got a bunch of bodies downstairs already. Time to watch Tapson. Stops him on both sides. And then Shush through that smoke catches the straight Deagle headshot. So that's at least the bomb picked up. The FOM is right there with it. Favin, though, not going to let him get away with more than 2. And so Jabby and CSGO, man disadvantage, no bomb control, but at least a minute and 20 to work.
Great angle here for CSGO to hold. In this position, doesn't have to worry about any lurky plays and can hold this for a very long time. He'll spot one. Jabby takes some damage. MAC-10. Not going to be a chance you win that, is there?
No, not ideal.
CSGO knows this. He'll follow up. Actually start to go for the push. It looks like they're going to try to make a line of smokes. Call this the snake strat. And they can try to walk into it and get the bomb. He doesn't get it, though.
Nope, missed it. Second try. Oh, awkward. That was his chance, and his chance is ripped right away, as is the lead. Big to 9.
Yeah, great coverage on the fast tactic here from Heroic. They covered everything. Ooh, the energy's there. It's always nice when you run around like this and taps in leader of the team. Literally and in spirit, bringing that energy.
Perfect positioning next to the double door, right? You see it swing open. Shots are so close, but he's got just enough cover to take that second with him.
Yeah. They can see now a big win on the horizon if they stabilize after this pistol. 2 AKs in play here between Stown and Jabby.
Got B popping off. Brought up that conversation about how big as an organization has just tried to keep every single, positive element of German Counter-Strike in their camp, and got B to the, main coach role.
Yeah, they hired the whole damn country.
Anyone worth their weight?
They need a Schwip sponsor. It's very hard for me to say.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort. Pulled it off. Dink versus Stown's not enough to end him. So one of the 2 AKs here for Heroic. Not a round they're supposed to win. And Tabson, we already saw what he could offer us on this B site. Lines up 2, but Jabby keeping his head down. Pushes Favin into an awkward spot. A second kill from Jabby off that AK. And what do you know? B-site compromised. Just as Big thought things were going their way. Heroic smash him with the double AK buy.
I was just about to say, we need to see a little bit more from Jabby. I think overall, coming off Cologne into the break, I can't help but feel like he was grinding. I feel like he wasn't one of the ones taking like an enormous vacation or anything like that. But I mean, he could have been. And he was entitled to. I'm just saying, from what we understand of that whole team of Copenhagen Flames, some of the biggest nerds in Counter-Strike, grinding out, face it, finding out new things about the meta, pushing everything to its limits. That's the only way to get top 8 of the major with no top 20 players, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, being the core of that team, wouldn't be surprised if he was grinding through the break. But yes, coming into Heroic, this is kind of akin to joining Furia, right? It's the European Furia. And that's a hard team to join. I think that would be the hardest probably team to try to fit into because there is structure there, but there's more fluidity on Heroic than there is in basically any other team in terms of how fast they do things, how many things they do quickly. That comes down to the CT side, but look at the spacing, very good here. Instant trades, but just that right amount of composure. Knows when to slow down.
tempered aggression.
Yeah, he can fall back on his aim. So that's good. They answer back immediately. Mirroring the first half. What do you mean you don't like Schwip Schwap?
Two German Counter-Strike gods in tabseN and God B.
Yeah. If they were Greek gods, they'd kill each other. Or at least try to.
Keeping it all tied up.
Yeah.
9-9.
No investment. So Searson holds on to his money to get his op. Probably going to see some ingenuity on this big spy from the CTs. Set up a few different places outside. Boosting on the top of red. Interesting.
Perfect, in fact.
That's free.
Yes, down just gets rocked. Good chance there for Keto to have caught TESS. But it's going to be a one and done from Keto's rifle.
That's
puts pressure on Crimbo, and he delivers. And unlike the first fight outside, we didn't have to deal with anybody else. Crimbo, it's just a one and done.
I love that position. I mean, when they saw the people outside, it makes sense to do.
Ooh, the timing here.
Yeah, but tabseN misses them, and this works out to his favor for sure.
Hey, look, they're playing around with their grenades, fumbling in pieces, and tabseN's not going to let off that W key. Of course, Heroic have the freedom to run if they want to.
There's zero chance they watch their flank after just being there, so...
They're more nervous that Crimbo's pushed up from ramp, so tabseN not going to milk the moment, just stops Cadian, puts the bomb down. More info being heard here. TESS looking to just escape, wants to scamper into this A site. Both players trying to go squeaky, and tabseN's going to come back, dropping the bomb. If Shush is able to escape with it, maybe he can get a desperate plant, but that's big, winning a round with only 2 rifles.
They were going to buy anyway. They didn't even force it down. They had 2 rifles to work with. Oh my god.
Yo, God B loves Counter-Strike.
Let's go. He is bringing that energy. So I specifically love this angle. We saw Searson play here before, but in this situation, I like it even more because it's great for the walkouts, first of all. If they flash and stuff, you don't have that much cover. So you have to turn if they throw one that bounces deep. But in this spot where they spotted people outside, it's natural to think, okay, try to take some space at ramp, see what's going on there because we didn't see anything outside. So I think a very nice choice from Big.
Good little bit of back and forth here from Big, not letting Heroic sink their teeth into this T side just yet. Crimbo kicks it off with the only rifle here for Heroic. Drops it in an instant. Searson's going to take up the mantle, but he's going to get swarmed. Point blank by the pistols. Now a second gun in the hands of Heroic.
Can we get a replay on that shot?
Joey? Chop chop.
That looks good. Oh, this angle's really good, too. He's got some bait as well.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh.
Crimbo, easy double kill. Now Stound's posting on him, though. So the pistols are dead, but the guns are still alive and kicking. I love that FaZe doesn't just stay back in control, slides into these fights, and Shush likes it, too, because he puts the barrel of the Deke to the forehead of FaZe. Little 1v3 attempt from Shush with 1 kill already collected. It's Keto alone back sight. Oh, that could have been the one. Now Keto's just going to try to buy some time with utility, and Shush ejects through control, potentially up to the A site.
He does have that option, but look who's already here. That is huge from Keto. Well done. Good awareness, man. I mean, he could have stayed there and expected his teammate to go back, but he immediately connected that smoke to Decon. And when he blocked himself off vision, he said, okay, I'm going to get info. Ooh, okay. Oh, wow, okay. Fair play, fair play, fair play.
Nice Deke from Shush.
We are seeing a ferocious Big. The bear is roaring. You know, when we saw FaZe come out of control into that fight, it feels like a little bit like Heroic are fighting Heroic right now, which is kind of a cool look for Big. This is a team we know has always had the utility and everything, but now they don't really have to play like a team that doesn't have the players. They have so much of that next generation talent mixed in with the older generation that's still very relevant and very good. And so, yeah, maybe they should start swinging it, you know, because I think they can keep up. We're seeing the aim be a real problem here for Heroic.
Luckily, money is no longer a problem. Actually, excuse me, spoke too soon. Cadian's still just the P250. What are they doing back there?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
CSGO, not the most comfortable start to the round with all the utility that's kind of sprinkled around him, but oh, as he goes back, Stoun's posted on it. CSGO just kind of getting isolated by all these smokes, Molotovs to start. Aye, yikes! TaBseN recovers that.
I can't believe he swung into that while he was reloading. Wow.
I mean, that's supposed to be TaBseN dead every day of the week.
Yeah, sure.
A graceful recovery. And so, this round's still a live wire. Favin looking for his fights. They're worried about outside, but it's really Squeaky that's getting emphasized here. 2 CTs back sight, op included. Favin gets there in the end, and then gets his second one much cleaner. Shush is the only piece left of this puzzle.
Damn, that rotation is crazy. 2 out of heaven into the upper site with the op as well. They called out Heroic.
Shush gonna be floating around in no man's land. Crimbo trying to spot him. TaBseN dead. Nice shot from Shush.
What the hell?
Last bullet snaps it down. That's huge amounts of damage versus Crimbo. And had he hit that headshot, then Shush is in a position to clutch that 1v4.
Yeah, it's almost over, actually.
Damn.
He goes downstairs, and that's where the committing upstairs is actually a mistake, and there's no way you could read that. That was very close. Nice try, Shush. That shot in heaven looked like an online shot, but we're on land.
Right.
Yeah, last bullet on that.
Just snaps it away. His sixth sense telling him he already had the kill.
Bigger fragging right now.
Guppy is great. Ooh, tough. A little desperate here from Heroic, but Tech-9s are a wonderful thing. It's down from across the room. Oh, but CSGO's not going to let Shush get out of there. And CSGO loves a ramp wall bang.
Yeah. You already got some practice on the jumpers.
Oh, Keto. That's not a comfortable spot to be in. Goes for the wild spray. Tags Cadian down to 53. He's going to call for his 2 teammates to come back into the A site, and Favin point blank. Only good for one of the 2 on Squeaky. CSGO caught with a nade out. Oh, Stoun through smoke catching Keto. He knew he was there. But Stoun's done everything to set up Cadian in this clutch. 4 kills from Stoun. A one-man army from the Tech-9 to the AK to the 2v1 for Heroic. Molly to the backside, meant to make things uncomfortable. TaBseN's got them burning out right into his crosshair. Finds one, does not expect Stoun to be backside, and for that reason, it's an ace for Stoun.
We were calling in Stoun into question on the desk, looking at the stats so far at the groups. It wasn't looking that great. This is the land player of Heroic. Best stats on the year over year. With one hell of a play. Opening duel 1, first of all, of course, in the ace. And then swaps out to all these different guns.
Oh, last bullet on that spray
Every
as well.
single threat dealt with. And he's the reason that Keto smoked himself out, because he showed himself inside a Squeaky. All his teammates die, and it's no problem. And the one final cerebral moment where he doubles up with Cadian on the back of the site. Cadian peeks first so that they don't get both fully cleared. That was actually a move by Cadian to help out Stoun. Let's say he doesn't swing. Then TaBseN will see them both.
Cheeky play from TaBseN, but looked like Shush had caught his ankles as he went into the room. So, huge potential turning point for this Heroic T side. Comes off the back of Stoun and an ace. But Big are happy to just kind of let this one slide by. Favin's got the Zeus.
We had a big individual effort from Shush in the first half that led to 6-7 straight. And then now we've got Heroic pulling off a similar round, destroying the economy here a big. So that clutch is worth 2 already.
CSGO not going to be long for this one. Shush ends that. Heroic are going to play this one very smart, very slowly, clearing out all their corners. Crimbo shouldn't be able to offer much. Shush eventually sees him, and with that, ace site belongs to Heroic. So a one-round game, but it should be a buy right back from Big, seeing as how little they invested in this one.
Yeah.
God, this game is good.
It is
flagged
good.
it. We flagged it before it started as the potential, you know, map of the day.
Yes.
Ooh. The power of Zeus compels you.
They're not watching it.
For I bless thee with electricity.
Who was that? Gandalf or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Whoever you want. Insert wizard name here. Merlin, I think that's...
Yeah, the classic. All right. Yes, the real match begins. It has to be a T-side crawl from Heroic. A little tougher here on Nuke. I think Big are pretty happy to have their CT side of Nuke. It's definitely their strong side. And they will have a good position here where they're probably feeling a little bit better. They know... They have an eye on the money now, too. They have an idea of how much money Big have probably for the rest of the half, if it wasn't already clear. But CSGO does get an op. They have enough grenades. We're actually not seeing a single kit out of Big. So not playing for post plans in this round could lead to exciting things.
Very quiet looking CT setup outside. Utility pressure over top. Crimbo kind of left on his own here.
Oh, we've seen this mini sneak from down in the path. He's getting shot off this angle. He can lurk any number of ways, and this one way, he's used it himself, and they flash him through.
Crimbo gets
he's gonna
down.
hear the drop, yeah. Okay, I mean, Snow can just lock him off now, right? If he wants to re-aggress, he has no advantage to try to do it. It's really hard to... You can't flash down either, and he's just going to fall all the way back, so... A little bit of space one guaranteed here from Heroic.
Looks like Searson's about to get the challenge. Waiting for the ramp hit. Fires blindly. No contact. And now Fire is going to create more space for Heroic. So...
Ooh, that's a lot of space.
But a flank. A flank down on secret stairs, I believe.
Yeah, where's Stown?
Capson's going for Stown. Finds him. And Faven catching Cadian. That was a squeaky peek. So suddenly Heroic, they thought they had a little bit of momentum on both sides of the map, and then they are down to a 3v5 in an instant. 20 seconds means desperation for Heroic as Searson's finally given a chance to line up kills.
Wow.
And while I thought Heroic had hooks in on both sides...
Well, you were right. They did. They had 2 hooks in, and then Tabson caused the disruption. He was the friction that they needed, and he found the right point of attack. Instead of just rotating blindly the upper stack, or to go for ramp to help out Searson in a spot where he already lost it, he went to go deal with Secret so that either Crimbo could take it back and find out that no one was there, or they get the kill. And they also shut down any lower ramp hit or lower hit, and he can also help out and defend lower if they go by other means. And then it came back to Searson, who was allowed to freely rotate upstairs. A ton of space created on that move by Tabson. A great round from Big, and not the first time in this game that Big have won a round where Heroic have had the positional advantage. By a huge margin, I'll say. A last timeout now called from Heroic.
I'm going to add pressure to this situation for Heroic. No more timeouts. Trailing behind Big. And if they lose this map, then when we get to the Gauntlet next week, they will find themselves having to play G2, Vitality, and Navi.
Yeah,
That's their specific run. Whoever loses this map, that's what's waiting for you.
That's a major playoffs run. You know, that would rival the best of them at that point. So that's not where you want to be.
And then let's add even just a tidbit more with, obviously, fall finals being on the line, confirmed in Copenhagen. You know what that means to Heroic. Home soil. Time to crank it up a notch.
Maybe they'll have more fans this time.
Maybe. You can dream. Molly outside the hut. Smoke on the backside. They're going to try to just smash their way through this, and so far, so good. Shush comes through with another.
Wow.
Full magazine emptied by Tabson. No, 1 kill comes out for Big.
Oh, this is a free bomb plant. Is there a possible... Oh! Bomb
No,
gets
it's
stopped
not.
through the smoke.
A second. Taps and taps away. And as he tries to catch Jabby on that vent, he's not going anywhere till Shush puts him to bed. And Crimbo is left. And as he falls down off of this rooftop, he's going to get spotted from Secret. 13 health, never going to be enough. Heroic just swarmed that site like locusts.
That's crazy. What a call. What a call. A brave one to do. I mean, if they lose there, no money. They're going to be saving. And this is a round where CESGO is coming into it with 5 kills, and he gets 2 entries on the upper site. So that's why you got to keep that scoreboard unbound and just play it round by round, because any little bit of impact, especially when the pressure's on at the end of the game, can make a world of difference. And here's one of those plays. Now, it looked like tabseN was going to come through with another X-Factor maneuver after a series of them already this game, but that gets shut down. There's just too many players dead already for that to matter, even though it's 2 frags. So the hype is back. And the pistols are out again for Big.
Hype is back, the guns are gone, and the pressure continues. Another one straight into this A site. Keto's gonna make sure CESGO can only get the one. But Heroic knew what they wanted, and they got exactly what they wanted. Little X Factor here for tabseN as he wraps around the hut. It's down, not quite looking. And now there's the Heaven Peak. Crimbo decides not to. Goes through the fire instead. They're on high alert now, and so not much you can ask of him to deliver there. And Cadian from a distance ties this up. So just like we had it earlier, tight game all the way, back and forth rounds. 3 away from either team's win.
And 2 explosive land calls there to hit the upper side as fast as possible. And we saw them slowly lose an eco round where they went into the outside stack from Big, and Big were anticipating something towards the extremities and tried to set up in a similar way. Upper site was vulnerable, so they, went for scissors twice and they won. And now it's more even kill, but still, this is still a much better buy for Heroic, right? I mean, Big are very low on grenades. They have no armor on CSGO, no kits once again. Oof. Not a single Molotov to slow this round down.
Limitations here, clearly. Luckily, they don't have to slow down too much. Cadian just likes the angle he's posted on. Negligible nade versus Stown. He's going to keep holding, waiting for that secret pop-up. It's Yabby with the opening. Keto's killed. Favin, nothing more than the 1. And then CESGO. You talked about that. 7 kills at one point, and now multiple 2Ks happening inside of this A bomb site in the last 3 rounds.
Yes, 5 kills in total. And 2 of them rifle rounds. And just like that, Heroic are going to be in the lead. There's no way to get back into this. No nades, no armor on CSGO, no kits to work with. Everything to save. And they're being hunted down. And this is one of those important saves, right? This will make a huge difference on this next round. So we want to keep a close watch on the events to follow. Down sussing out all these positions. Wants to come in slowly. Teammates running in behind him, so they kind of blow his cover in this sense, but still, it looks like they'll get a fight.
Trades now, though. Higher potential. Crimbo.
Oh, shot missed.
He needed that one. Did he ever? CSGO, 20 HP as Stown dies to the bomb, and that's the open save on the B site.
Where's the op? Oh, he can't find it. Uh-oh. And he handed that over to the armored player.
Nice pack mentality here from Heroic. Just 3 players side by side.
Ooh.
Look at that recovery.
Man, 4th quarter plays here from Stown. When it matters the most. Him and Yabby. That was huge. And it's just been upper hits.
Yep.
Over and over
3
again.
in a row.
Yep.
And it felt like maybe it wasn't going to be just because of the pacing. Not that they had the utility to slow down a rush if it was coming.
They skipped everything else, but they still threw some of their nades outside to make sure that some vision lines were denied, to make sure there couldn't be any stacks. Clear out the red container first and foremost, and make sure there was no one peeking from secret, and then they went back into it. And they kept it very light. No telegraphable grenades this time. Just as explosive, but mainly on contact. Maybe a single flash in that.
Look at this.
Oh.
Absolute dismal situation for Big. Single M4 on Fob, and he's going to have to go God mode. And if you know Heroic, they don't let off that gas pedal. So immediately we've got Stown downstairs.
How slippery was that? They didn't even see him. No one even shot a bullet in his direction.
No like an eel. Comes up, deals with tabseN. Again, we only expect anything from Favin if Big can catch a kill or two. But Heroic are all over this map. TSS would also love to find some of these fights. Just as quickly as he goes downstairs, he's ready to hit upper.
Now they're getting played with. They're letting him look for more. You know, if he sniffs out a stack and sees even 2 people at the same time, that's just enough. They have so many players left alive. They can hit either place. They're nice and flexible at this moment. Oh.
Do it.
Oh, he's got the spam. Oh, he almost killed him. God damn. And now the upper hit ensues.
Yeah,
it was all a ruse.
1 pistol back sight. Measly USP in the hands of Keto. Nothing he can do about his destiny.
Wow. Unbelievable amounts of clutch coming out from this team to bring this back.
Damn. Not only does Stown continue that momentum this whole entire time, instrumental moments from Shush in the first half. Cannot forget that, right? After that huge start from Big, yeah, we saw the adaptations, but we didn't see the big individual moments until Shush gets his 4K outside of Vent 1 round. That's what allows for Heroic to recover with a 1-round lead in the first half. And then TSS just out of the blue.
Yes. And we can say, I think the best thing we can say about Big, unfortunately, if they lose, is that they won a number of situations where Heroic played incredibly well, and they still got ahead of them. You know, from 3-5 situations to losing huge amounts of positioning on the map. They still found ways back in. That was the best part about all of it. But none of that matters. They don't actually close out the map itself. And now we're burgeoning on that territory. Potentially the last round of the game, Heroic full strength. We haven't seen full nades from Big in the last 5, even when they have been buying. And it's the same story again. CSGO is the only one with a kit. Okay, he gets head armor. This is their best buy. This is the best buy that we've seen so far. They're trying to stand against 4 straight, round 29, and they can defend against this. And it's another explosive call.
That it is. Cadian wants it fast. He gets caught. tabseN point blank. Here's Favin from the rafters. And Big, finally with a buy, finally with a little bit of control. They put a quick end to that hit into the A site. Stown getting shot through the walls. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Except for round 30. This one goes the distance. A slight improvement from their first showing. 2 excellent games of Nuke between these 2 teams. And this second one's not over yet.
Yes, this one's just been fireworks from beginning to end. And there's a chance here, of course, for Big to bring it to OT. And they have every right to. They have the tools now. Again, they come in with their best buy and they win. Maybe it's not a coincidence. They also catch this silo play that they did in the past. And they have exposed the fact that Heroic have relied on the upper hits in the last few rounds to be able to win.
Let's see how fast Heroic want to play it. That last one tried to keep it quick.
I think Cadian tried to spot that cross. Ate a flash, which was perfectly thrown. So CSGO might have a small advantage on the opening engagement.
Yeah, but Cadian has a teammate and CSGO doesn't. Trade potential here from Heroic. Add TSS to that equation. Smoke in front of CSGO, and all of a sudden there's a huge question mark in terms of outdoors.
Not going light here.
tabseN not really looking to come up through secret either. Instead, he tucks back towards the decontamination doors.
Wow. Another kind of contemporary round here from Heroic with the silent outside cross. The L smokes come down. There is no pressure from Big on the cross itself. And we don't even have the early rotation downstairs from Crimbo. They're waiting for upstairs, and CSGO dies?
That's big. Cadian, he lets his teammates move forward, just waits and waits, and then sure enough, ends CSGO. So Big fighting for overtime in a 4v5. It's gonna fall on tabseN. He's point blank, and it is clean. 2 kills at least to recover that man advantage. Yabi's not a part of this lower hit yet, though. And I think they made some noise. He's on high alert.
Oh, his lurk could mean the world, and he can kind of take his time with it, but at the same time, they're even numbers, they're not up, so he can't go that slowly. Oh,
wow.
He just misses them. No,
he comes back.
Favin doesn't look.
And now that's the A site wide open. Yabi makes the call. Heroic makes the redirection. And with utility on his feet, Keto burned to 68 HP. That's a plant back site. Cadian wants more, finds Crimbo, and Heroic surviving the second test from Big. Keto down to the offer as Cadian finds himself 3 kills in round 30. A nice late comeback from Heroic in this T side and the CT side. Big starting strong in each half, but ultimately today is the day of the Danes.
That's tough. You know, when we zoom out from this, it's just a loss. We look at the map itself, Big, they definitely tried their hardest, had a good start, won some great rounds, and had both pistols, and still couldn't do it. What a map from Heroic.
Yeah, and shout out at.CEST, because sometimes it's quality, not quantity. Those 3 consecutive rounds where he's hitting that A site, 2 of them gun rounds, those 2K pop-offs, that's what they needed. A little X factor from at.CEST to give them their second win of the day.
I walked up to Cadian and just went, whew, because that was a close one again, mate. Jesus, you like to make it very difficult on Nuke.
I mean, the temperature here in the Blast Studio is hot, but for some reason it seems to get even hotter when we play. You know, the game is so close, Big is playing extremely well, and it required quite a big comeback on the T side of Nuke.
It really did. And okay, let's look at one thing, right? The turning point there, at least for me and how I viewed it, was when Stown on your force buy, got the ace out there. Obviously, it hyped you guys up again as well. How much did that mean to you guys?
Oh, a lot. Like, I don't think Martin is completely satisfied with how he's been performing in the first 2 games. And it's just so typical Martin, you know, when you really need him, when you really need that extra 5-10%, he's one of those few 2, 3, 4 players in the world who can actually pull that kind of stuff off. So yeah, thank you Martin for creating the chance, you know, for the comeback, but also kudos to the rest of the guys, because making the comeback when the pressure's on, when you're sweating, you're down T-side Nuke, 14-12 or whatever it is, everyone needs to make the correct moves every single step, and my boys did it, so I'm proud.
And now, right, you're going into the rematch against FaZe to try and top the group. Obviously, last time around, it wasn't the Heroic we expected to see. There wasn't too much of a fight in it. They had control. Are you going to choose a different map this time, though, hopefully? You know, you rematched on Big. You know, you're going to rematch again here on FaZe. We can go for something different?
I know my boy Kerrigan, you know, the Batman. He's sitting out there watching the monitor, waiting for what I'm going to say. So I have no words on the veto, but I think it's a good chance, you know. We play against the best team in the world. We want to be up there, and there's no better chance than beating those guys. I think the last one, we lost like a clutch with the defuse, half a second. They won on 2 against Rubs, was some miscommunication by the dead guys. And yeah, I think, you know, I'm not saying that if we remove that, we're going to win, but I'm saying that the game was very close, and I believe we can do it again. So let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. Now, I've got one other question for you, and this comes from the Blast.tv viewers. They get to have a little vote when they're watching on our special platform out here. And it says, where were you 10 years ago? It can be in CS or in life. What were you doing 10 years ago? Because today is the birthday of CSGO.
Like exactly 10 years ago, or just approximately?
If you can remember.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, I remember. No, like, I think 10 years ago, I just started playing. Like, obviously, I was playing Counter-Strike Source before, but I was trying to make my way in the competitive scene. Qualified for the first major at the end of, like, I think it was like September or something, or December, so something like that. But yeah, honestly, I don't know. Like, Twitch chat, where were you guys? No, where were you?
I don't know where they were either. I couldn't remember where I was. You did a good job of it. But overall, let's keep things moving. Let's see how this next game's going to go, because it's the final game.
Despite a hot start from Big coming into both halves, more crucially, more impactfully, it was Heroic that were able to close them out. No revenge on the cards for the German Giants, but man, we said Starn's name and he delivered in spades, didn't he, Pimp?
That was a monster performance coming out of good Martin right here. Cadian said it pretty well. You know, he's one of the few players in the world that you can rely on when it gets down to the nitty-gritty. Had a fantastic showing, not only on the CT side, but also on the T side. I also do want to highlight, I spent the last round behind the Heroic guys, and he was the one who made the call to basically outmaneuver Big. In the 3v3, he said it would have been nice if we go up through the vent and we split inside. He was the one who made the call. He was the one who took charge, and that is what he offers to this lineup as well. People forget it. He is the secondary voice within Heroic. Not only is he by far the best fragger on the team, but he's also the secondary caller. He is, as we said, one of the best players in the entire world.
One of the very best. He changed the course of this game on his own. The Tech 9 round, when he gets the ace, changes the entire course of the game we just witnessed. Storm won that by himself.
Yeah, some incredible moments, some incredible aces coming out of Starn as well. Was it just that, though, that allowed Heroic to be pushing this one over the line? Because Maniac, you were wishing for a cleaner game. I don't think we necessarily got it, but despite that, it was a good game to be watching.
Yeah, look, I got egg on my face, but I'm glad. I'm glad, because this was a messy game. It was a circus of a game. You say, was it only Stam? No, it would be unfair for the Heroic side to say it was was just down. He was obviously one of the main engine of that win. I just think overall, Heroic, once money stabilized, had a better game plan than Big. You can just look at the numbers. They tell the truth. 5-1, 6-1 start for Big on both halves. I think Cadian did a great job manufacturing solutions, and he had his guys with him. Shout out to Connor as well. He mentioned Tessis, who was silent for the most part of the game, but just suddenly, towards the very, very end, found a couple of very impactful kills. Just remember, you can be at the bottom of the scoreboard, but you can still leave your mark on the game.
Found the weakness of Big. Those 3 inside pushes in a row, that was sort of the weakness for Big, unfortunately. And that's where they kind of dropped the ball, because overall, I would give it to Big. They played a good game of Counter-Strike. You talk about the good starts. Sure, that was a big part of the reason why the game ended up being so tense, ended up being so close. But you got to be good enough to get off such a good start. And then once again, I want to highlight tabseN just a little bit. 3 games in a row, he's been playing absolutely stellar Counter-Strike. He's the voice of the team. He's the leader of the team. He recently re-signed a new contract with Big, so he's got to stay there for a long, long time.
They ain't letting him go.
No, I would love to see tabseN in a better team. I would love to see tabseN lifting trophies. No, because that's where he's supposed to be. He is a world-class player as well. Unfortunately, not enough for tabseN this time around, but I still think Big can be proud of the performance they showed today. It was
100%.
very, very close in both their losses.
Yeah, it was kind of heartbreaking for them because we were asking for a better T-side. We only saw 4 rounds last time they faced up against Heroic just a few hours ago. It was a way better start for them as well. And we really do have to give a lot of credit to tabseN, rather.
Of course.
Giving some firepower to them.
Brilliant, once again, on an individual standpoint. Again, the beginning of the game, I think, was the main reason why Big got so many rounds. As soon as Heroic stabilized, you can see they caught on fire as well. So Big still struggled to pierce through the wall once it had been predicted. But I mean, shout out to tabseN. How many times are we going to say this? One of the best fragging IGLs we have out there.
I love how we had a little rumor in the off-season as well. Somebody threw it out into the ether that perhaps he might be joining an org that begins with G and ends in 2.
He's never leaving Big. He's never leaving Big.
Yeah, and literally instantly Big were like, no, 5-year contract for you
they even
and
joked
Gobby
about
as
it.
well. Yeah,
they were trolling,
I love the bait.
Big announcement coming soon.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Dummkopf.
I want to see tabseN lift trophies. I want to see tabseN win.
Well, potentially, this lineup might be doing it. They aren't out of the competition just yet, Pimp. Obviously, they have a bit of a tougher seed going into the Gauntlet. That will be next week. But I do want to hear from Gobby and his thoughts coming off of that game.
I've got Gobby with me, and okay, Big have taken the exit here in 3rd place. Again, though, so close against the Heroic side on Nuke. Do you, as a person who's very smart at Counter-Strike, the in-game leader style of you, do you like the idea of playing the same map again against your opponent like that?
Yeah, normally, yes. I think for the team who lost the first game, is sometimes easier to play the second time the same map. It felt like it definitely that it was easier this time, but still close, of course, yeah.
And when we say close, it was incredibly close, because we look at their first half on the CT side, right? You guys actually did better this time around. You took some more T rounds from them. You're thinking, okay, look, this is nicer overall. Then we come and swap over. We see them on their T side, but you guys had it. You had them pinned down. But all of a sudden, that 4 spy comes out from Stound, right? And probably at that point, you were like, okay, these things can happen, right? Armor, upgraded pistols. But do you feel like that touched you guys at all mentally? Was that a point where you saw anything change within the team?
I would say it would have been definitely easier to win this round, but it was still early in the game, like at least in the second half when they won this round. So we had also won eco round 1. So then I was pretty sure that this is like shipping now towards our side, and I felt also like that we had it. But then they won 2 kind of forced rounds in a row. So yeah, that's why. It broke us a little bit mentally after that round, maybe, but we still gave everything we had. And yeah, of course, it was like if we wouldn't have made so many mistakes, it would have been easier. But probably they will say the same. So that's why it's a close game.
Well, mistakes are made all the time in Counter-Strike, right? It's just about minimising them overall. But what I also want to ask around is just the fact that your progression here at the tournament, the games you've had, it's the first tournament where you've got your full 5. Keto's now back in. Are you happy and confident with the roles and everything you've decided on it? Or have you learned something from this where you go, well, actually, okay, maybe we need to adjust this?
Definitely. I think I learned some things where we could adjust some things. We have some days now where we can work on this kind of stuff. Yeah, like you sometimes see stuff differently in practice, differently in a real game, and we will definitely evaluate what we can do and what we can learn from this, and I think we will learn definitely something out of it.
And that's what it's all about, learning. Now, in terms of learning, you and tabseN, your relationship, your time together from when you were the IGL to now you being on the coach and this side of things. When I interviewed tabseN, he just said it's like a big difference maker. Nothing bad towards the other coaches, but obviously the bond and the experience you have together. How important is that, do you think, in terms of being an in-game leader with your coach? Because I think some coaches have a different style of impact, and yet every time when you call a timeout, we can see a change, we can see a pace change. And it seems like you and Tabson are very good at quickly making that decision.
Yeah, I think we have a good synergy, but of course you need to have a really, really good synergy with your coach. It's definitely something you can have different impact as a coach. Definitely, my impact is most of the time more motivated and like motivation and also in-game stuff.
Okay.
And when I see like Tabson makes a call and I have an idea what to add, maybe I take a timeout then, or if I see something which we should be aware of more. I try to take the timeout by myself, but sometimes Tabson also takes it like, I think we need a timeout. Let's hear what I have to say. Some stuff it's like sometimes very hard to take the perfect timeout and make the perfect call, but we're working on it as well.
Is there ever a time where you guys maybe disagree? You know, you say like, actually, oh no, you'd want to do this, but he wants to run something else? Because obviously, I'm talking about synergy, but obviously not all the time are you going to be aligned.
I mean, not in the timeout, I would say, but outside of the game. Because in timeout, I'm more like, when I have a really good idea and Tabson feels like, yeah, this is like, I'm not saying this because of, like he will listen. But if he has a call and I see like things his way where I can adjust some things in the call where we play kind of his kind of strategy, then he also listens. So there's no disagreeing in the timeout part, but of course outside of the game we have discussions, theory crafting stuff, and this is totally normal, yeah.
And you still have your geeking out moments, you know, where you guys like to try and see what other things you can find in game, new stuff?
Yeah, more or less. It's more like at the moment a lot of stuff is revealed already. Yes. I would say not everything, of course, but we're working on like combining stuff and timings and all the stuff. Yeah, but at the moment it's like putting first the team together, like the roles, and after that these kind of stuff will come out more, I think.
Very nice. Now I also want to ask you, Tuscan, you want to see that come into the map pool?
Of course. That was one of my favorite maps from 1.6, and I would love to.
I really want to see it come in as well. And another thing, while I've got you here, is the fact that the academy team for you guys, we're seeing more and more teams be able to kind of take from their academy team finds with strength. For you guys, you found Crimbo, but he came up into your main roster so fast. Is there some more hidden gems within Germany for you guys to pick from? Because that had always been the problem for the German scene, right? That you didn't have these young players really coming up.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of players from the academy team, even everyone can make it because they're doing very good improvements. And Crimbo maybe was not as long as you think in the academy team, but we had him like an eye on him like 2 years ago already.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and we knew that he will be probably we thought that he could be playing in the main team, but we knew that he was not 100% ready. And even when we picked him up, we're like, okay, maybe he's not ready, but let's put him into the cold water and let's see if he can swim. And he can swim pretty well.
Did he beat your expectations? Because I remember on them first events, right, the huge clutches, the confidence he had, and that's a crazy thing, right? You get some of these young players now where they don't fear who they're playing on the server. They don't care about the names. They're just playing the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's like, I thought he would take more time, but it's getting faster and faster. His role is getting more important for the team. And already it's like he looks like an experienced player, even if he's not as experienced as we or as you think. And this is very important for us. And he's doing a great job so far.
Well, you're doing a great job at the same time as well. Gob, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much for the insight, and we'll keep things moving. Much love, man.
Thank you.
Really great to get to hear some insight from Gobby, particularly on CSGO's 10th birthday, no less. But it's going to be a tough road ahead for Big, because I feel like they've potentially, Pimp, drawn one of the toughest roads going through the Gauntlet next week.
You think so? What makes you say that?
I mean, just G2, Vitality, then Na'Vi, if they manage to get over any of those.
Listen, it couldn't be any worse for Big, especially when you consider they were so close beating Heroic twice, but they weren't quite good enough today. Heroic were the better team, so now they have to do it the hard way. And we know Big, I think Corner said it a couple of times throughout the cast as well, Big have never ever been to the showdown, so there's still something to be said about Big being a bit of an upside dog in this bracket.
And do we really believe that G2 is ready in a best of 3 right now? Are we really not giving Big a chance in best of 3 against G2? I mean, we have seen weaknesses coming from the side of JKS and Core. I don't think it's a done deal.
But then I am doubting the Vitality.
No, of course they won't make it.
Forward.
There's Zywoo over there, Freya.
Yeah, no. I mean, we're not biased over here on the desk at all. I mean, how much stock are you giving in Big to be making it through here?
Quite a lot, I'd say. I think the Counter-Strike they showed today was good. It's one of the teams that haven't really made a big roster change. I know implementing Keto into the lineup again, they even said it's not going to take too much time because he's been there before. So we're going to best of threes. We're still early in the season. I'd expect Big to be competitive in pretty much any given game they're playing. Maybe outside against Na'Vi with Simple. That's going to be a tough one.
Well, we're going to be seeing Heroic taking on FaZe, none other in our Group C winners matchup. Of course, the winner of this one netting themselves the top seed heading into the Gauntlet, potentially the easier route to the full finals in Royal Arena. It's going to be going down in just a few. Don't go anywhere. It's a track we've heard before today, but this time Heroic hoping to remix things up. FaZe taking the W earlier on, 16-10, but Pimper, you're arguing that the scoreline may not be indicative of exactly what played out on the server today.
I mean, FaZe were the better team, and FaZe did deserve to win the game, but 16-10 suggested it was a kind of one-sided game, which I didn't think was the case. There was a couple of rounds, especially a Kerrigan and Chico, where I remember him dropping down the vents and ruining a lot for Heroic. That round goes the way of Heroic, and we all of a sudden have a new scenario. So there was possibilities for Heroic to make it an even closer game. So yeah, 16-10, maybe rightfully so in terms of the scoreboard, but there was plenty of options for Heroic to make it even closer.
Look, I agree. I'm not saying Heroic didn't lose silly rounds against FaZe, but they've lost silly rounds over the course of this day. And I think it is an inherent weakness that they have now as a team. They're not quite yet polished, quite not yet finished. There are mistakes being made, and against a team like FaZe, they'll exploit it.
Well, Pimp, it turns out you and Danny share the same brain, because Mahone has got that exact moment that you were bringing up to break down for us. What are we seeing here, Danny?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you brought that up, Pimp. So this round here is basically just a showcase of how good FaZe are at really manipulating rotations, and this is kind of like a set strategy in my mind. So what we're going to see first here is I just want to lay the context down on Nuke specifically. A lot of the time you talk about, working the outside area, using outside smokes, but more importantly, it's actually more important to consider how do you actually work the door vent area. And this round is a perfect example of that. So first we'll see Kerrigan is going to throw the outside smokes, the typical double smoke set that we're starting to see a lot more commonly nowadays. And they're basically able to put Rain outside. And let's just make sure we remember this for later. So they put Rain outside with those smokes, and Kerrigan comes towards this door position. Now what we see here is that Kerrigan, because he's in this door position, he can actually hear the rotations of the CTs through the vent. That's why this spot is so important, all thanks to the smoke that they threw earlier and Rain crossing towards Secret. Now the more creative thing here is that FaZe, with that, they actually push towards ramp. They're going to pressure towards ramp. You're going to see you're going to see that's what this does to the rotations of Heroic. They push towards ramp. They get Tesses down towards that ramp position, and now Heroic are in a bit of a tough spot, because what you'll see on the map here in a second, what you'll see on the map is FaZe now have this outside position. They now have this ramp position, and typically for the CTs, when you see that they have ramp and secret, it means that it's very likely going to be a B split. But what Kerrigan being here towards this vent position does is it helps counter CTs who try to reinforce that lower site. You'll see that he's able to track Ston, who's going to push, or he's going to rotate down the vents. And this is really good timing, but it's actually very planned. The fact that Kerrigan is able to track this rotation from this door position, he gets that kill. He's now towards this vent position. He spots a second one, and because Heroic have lost their rotator, what ends up happening now is that Tesses, he's forced to actually move up back towards the ramp because they've lost their rotator. It means now that they have to find a way to reaggress and find another way back into the round. And all FaZe do here is they just simply hold for him, knowing that he's probably going to come back up. They get the kill. And then lastly, what we said about Rain earlier, who crossed towards outside, he's now in this spot towards Secret, where he knows now that Yabby, he's got way too much to deal with. He has to worry about the players coming from ramp and the players coming from Secret potentially. And Rain, he just gets his kill on a player just completely unsuspecting. And that's basically how this round breaks down. Once Brokey gets down towards this lower position, it's basically round over in a 4v2. So this is really just an example of how, FaZe, they're really good at constructing these strategies that make use of these different areas of the map where a lot of the time teams like to focus on outside, but it's actually that vent door area that's actually important as well.
Really insightful stuff there, Danny. I'm really looking forward to seeing if, Heroic are going to be a bit more prepared for those strategies coming out, intrigued to see where they're going to be able to handle them a bit better.
They'll have to. As excellent breakdown from Danny. And this also highlights something that is very important for everybody to understand. You could watch this round and make the mistake of thinking this comes down to the timing that Kerrigan finds. You might think this is the only reason they win, because he's got a good timing in the smoke. But that is not the case. It's just a domino that triggers everything, because he's played chess the whole round. He's taken parts of the map with Rain outside, with the ramp push, and all he needs is one of the few elements to go in his favor. And once that happens, that's it. Triggers a reaction, he's in position, and he can close the round. So don't be blindsided by a cross smoke. It's actually a very well constructed round, as Danny was talking about.
That's the stress you're playing under when you're going up against FaZe Clan, right? You misstep one time and you will instantly be punished. I'm a little bit cursed to this video that's going on right now. We don't get Nuke from Heroic. Okay. That is a pleasant surprise, yeah. Inferno between FaZe and Heroic. Heroic is a great Inferno team. We've seen FaZe be more or less unstoppable in periods in the first half of the year on the map of Inferno. So I'm very curious to see what Heroic have planned out here. We've seen Danny give us a few examples already on both teams with new strats, new way of taking map control. I expect to see something like that here on Inferno as well. Two very competitive teams, two very good teams on Inferno. and a great map to hit today.
Well, before we do get into the nitty-gritty of Inferno, I am interested to hear what Robin thinks heading into this final map of the day.
Robin, you guys have so far aced it as coming into the first event. You're going up to play against Heroic again. You already told me that Inferno is coming into play. Are you happy with how that one's going down?
I mean, Inferno have always been good for us, right? And I think Heroic is happy to play another map than Nuke. Yeah, I mean, it was a tough first game against Heroic, but we just have to keep doing what we're doing good and go from there.
In terms of that, do you think the reason it ended up on Inferno, obviously, like you said, you're confident with it, but do you think they're looking at like the first game you played and trying to just take anything away they can in a desperate way to try and get the win?
I think they would be down to play Nuke as well. We had the option to play Nuke or Inferno, so we went for Inferno as it's a comfortable map for us to play.
Yeah. Very nice. And right now, what I'm seeing the guys face, they don't look like they're stressed at all at any point. Everyone seems happy. How's it when you're reviewing what's going on? You're seeing from the I guess the above the eyes of them all.
Yeah, I mean, first tournament though after the break can be stressful. It can be a bit panic, but I think the guys who had the communication is on point. I think we're calm. I think everyone is delivering. So I'm happy to see that, of course.
It makes your life a little bit easier as well.
Well, looks like James is a magician and he took Robin
That was pretty cool. I wanted to go and walk there to see what the hell happened.
James up to his magic tricks again. Yeah, I hope Robin doesn't disappear during the game at least. But Inferno, that is a really curious one to be throwing into the mix, particularly, Robin saying feeling very comfortable coming into this one. I want to get your predictions, guys. Do you see FaZe walking away with this one?
I'm very confident in a FaZe W. I had them as winner of the group. I was just wondering what kind of FaZe we would see in the first few rounds of this event. I think they've already answered my questions. They've convinced me. I think they're playing their good Counter-Strike. It's going to be enough to handle Heroic.
I'll buy the FaZe win, but I think it's going to be a close one. Inferno is always close. Heroic is a decent Inferno team. Yappy is a great addition to this lineup when it comes to Inferno as well. So don't be surprised if it gets into the double digits.
Yeah, Inferno undoubtedly the perfect map to be ending out this Group C, the final map that we will be seeing going down at the first stage of the Blast Premier full groups. It's going to be between FaZe and Heroic to see if the Danes can get revenge over their brethren. Let's see how it goes down after this.
Welcome back, everybody. One final best of one for the initial 3 days of best of ones. We're figuring out all our seeding, and at the moment, it's a tough run for Big, but we'll see where these last two teams slot in. It's FaZe and it is Heroic, and the favorites have to be FaZe.
They are by a huge margin, actually.
Yeah, very quick work of their first two opponents today. One of which was this guy on screen and his team. But having survived that test from Big, we'll see if Heroic can transition that success into a second attempt at taking down some of the world's very best.
Yeah, 3.2 odds for Heroic. Honestly, that's a good bet. Like that's crazy in favor of FaZe in a best of one, and I think it's for sure true. I think most people would agree FaZe should win this. But this early on into the season, it's just kind of surprising how well FaZe are just playing straight out. Like they have kind of every excuse to just be a little bit worse, but they aren't.
Simply not.
They're just not.
You think Inferno could maybe be one of the factors that skew those stats a little more to their favor?
Oh, for sure. That's true. It's just that that information comes so late. You know, it's like I think no matter what, it makes sense that FaZe would be favored. But yeah, Inferno will help that out. So we'll see what Heroic. It's just we don't see them play Inferno that much. So let's see what happens.
Woo. Shush with a quick headshot, and Cadian off the rafters with one. But it's Brokey. It's Brokey with the 2K. A man of few words, but a man of many kills. Plant in the backside, and the retake gets going. We've got no kit on the 3 players currently alive. at.CEST going to try to swing it around short, and he wins that duel. So suddenly, Twist's feeling a little more isolated. He's got his best friend Brokey behind him. Comfortable inside of the pit, especially with a gush like that. Twists knows he should win that duel, finishes the kill. Brokey to the clutch. 1v2 attempt versus Stown, who's now just running desperately towards Brokey. He knows it's got to be a quick kill, point blank, and he'll land that. But what about time?
I don't know. Can he get it?
I don't know.
No, he's no kit. Okay. Yeah. So the bomb will go off. That'll be it. It'll be FaZe up around off the 2 entries. I think that's probably the most important part for Brokey, with the 3 kills in total, of course. Clean tap on lane. Did an interview with Brokey on Media Day where I said, hey, Brokey, what'd you do on the break? And he said, nothing. And he didn't even say nothing. He just literally just didn't say anything. And then I was like, did you play CS? He's like, nope. Tried to play no CS on the break. I was like, oh, did you watch any demos? Like, nope. Just try to get it out of my mind completely. I was like, okay, did you play Fortnite? He goes, yep. And I was like, you didn't play Fortnite? And he's like, nope. And I was like, okay, so what did you do? No answer. So still to this day, which is 3 days later, have no idea what Brokey did on his break.
No clue.
But what we do know is whatever he did worked.
Yeah, that it did. Didn't skip a beat. Ooh, Shush. Runs up through Boiler Room, caught by Rops. At least he took one down before he dies.
You played Roblox?
Do you think I played Roblox?
No, Brokey.
Oh, Brokey.
Not everything's about you.
Sorry. I thought you said you. I don't think so. I feel like Brokey's that kind of guy who plays anything other than Counter-Strike and just goes, shit game.
Yeah.
Switches back to CS.
Just like owns it PUBG and then leaves. All right. Well, still good situation for Heroic. Could be better. I mean, there's no one on the side, so Moto Smoke comes down, Arch Smoke comes down, and then it's kind of actually hard to get back into this. I think we're going to see those cascading over the site right now. Yeah.
Rops, a little uncomfortable. at.CEST actually getting away with the pistol kill just as Gabby does the same. We've got Twist and Brokey again in a 2vx, but this time they're outnumbered. Not quite outgunned, though. They equalize very quickly. Twist's keeping it clean as can be. And then Cadian's going to crawl up on short. Twist's easy does it.
Nicely done. Very sharp. Mauled them right there. Could have lost at every single turn in that situation. They set up Rops to go for the kill, and then he didn't get his. But they still pulled it off.
You seeing this Cadian monitor angle?
No.
Bro.
Is it tilted up?
No, it's... Or yes, it's tilted upwards. But, like, severely. You'll see. We'll get it back.
Like he's looking down at it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how you should have it.
It looked more steep from the other angle.
I got you.
Either I've been fooled or I lied to you guys, but it looked extreme. But yes, that is how it should be. your eyes strain less when looking down. The running theory is because we're hunter-gatherers. You would have been looking at the forest floor for thousands of years.
Trying to find berries and grubs.
Roots. Probably lizards.
Ants.
No, that's the feud of the future.
Feud of future.
We love eating bugs here in Europe.
What kind?
Caterpillars.
They have butterflies in Europe? I don't even know. I haven't seen any. Nothing good over here.
Surely.
You seen any monarchs flying around?
No, those are North American.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, on the brink of extinction. You know, insects go extinct faster than any other creature on Earth at the moment. Fun fact. Or
Good.
scary fact. Really.
Get rid of them.
Get rid of them. Yeah, man. All right. 2 kills, and Stown actually steals one right at the end. So I was thinking nothing noticeable, or nothing notable, but nope, Stown with 1 at least.
Coming off a big map from Stown. You tuned in earlier and you're like, oh, can't wait to watch Stown play. And think, oh, damn, Stown not doing great. Well, if you watched the last map, you saw Stown playing great.
Lights out.
Direct impact on the outcome of that match for sure. With his T-side ace, clutch, and the start of that comeback. 2 ops. So we kick off round number 4. As the other value of Stown. The GOAT hybrid. Which I jokingly said about config. I'm going to give that to Stown.
Gets hit up by Kerrigan's frag, but stays ahead of the fire. Oh, that's a nice nade. Rops gets hit by it hard from boiler into the other entrance of apartments. And they evacuate it. Cadian, ooh, tagged by the smoke grenade. That's gonna give him a gap, maybe? Yeah, he sees the legs. Smidgen of an angle here to work with, but already 2 players across. Brokey has yet to join them.
I think they heard it hit him.
They seem wary of it.
Yeah.
Good kill from Shush at the very least. Yabby gets into the bomb site. Cadian won't be able to find a second because Kerrigan's so quickly there on the trade. Stown, the second op of Heroic this round, has lost track of Kerrigan, who's about to give him the old CT spawn wraparound.
Damn, this is really interesting. Okay, we'll see how this pans out. It's down. He drops a timing. He'll look back, and Kerrigan goes into library. They're clearly looking for each other, and Stown misses his chance, but it still shows the intention that they're going to try to end A.
Still 2 CTs in sight, but it's TESS also in CT spawn. So Robson reigned this time in the 2vx on A site, and Shush very neatly tidies up these last few kills. Shush has been pretty impactful so far this map.
Definitely. And Nuke as well had a big round for himself on the eco in the first half. I like how they peaked Cadian. Just a small thing, but Cadian on the arch angle looking into mid. Brokey peeks him with the op, and typically you wouldn't want to lose your opper, right? But with Kerrigan being closer, if Kerrigan peeks second and gets the trade, he also peeks with tempo and can get into CT. Whereas if Kerrigan peeked first and Brokey got the kill, he wouldn't be able to wrap arch right away.
Nope, no line up there. Yabby wants a little bit more. Good control for Heroic here on Banana, using 3 players to really establish it. But remember, that AK in the hands of Twists, capable. Oh, nice timing. They actually catch Stown trying to go for his jump.
Man, they popped him instantly.
Brokey has an op now. That's a big threat looming on the edge of this B site. TESS waiting for the flash pop, comes wide. Gets a quarter of Brokey off, but now he's just entirely alone behind that new box. Cadian sprinting over through the CT spawn. TESS gonna hold for the time being. He's got a player encroaching close. Sure enough, Kerrigan point blank with the Tech 9. It's Cadian and Shush 2v4.
Oh, very awkward. But Cadian finds an interesting kill. It still seems kind of unlikely that you can go for this, and Brokey finds one way in the back. And that is the value of picking up that op early.
Ooh, and Cadian doesn't get out either. Rain's not going to give him the space. So it doesn't come by way of twists, nor Rops with the Galil, but Brokey finding the better timing and owning Stown top banana.
Yeah, I don't know if they just call for the window flash just because, but they're trying to go through the smoke, and it's right when Stown's trying to set up. He gets into a position, almost hits his shot, and then when they get to the top of the banana, I think the awkward part is that the rotator gets killed first. And then with one player on the site, there's no flashes for him. And that makes it harder for him to fight for himself on quad. So I think FaZe consistently knew they were like winning every single kill.
Nice timing on the spam, but it also takes 50 damage back the other way, so Stown just falls back alongside TSS.
Rob's the landlord up in the apartments, where he always be. Just raising the rent every month.
Yeah, he would.
He would.
Min-maxing, bro.
Yeah.
Molly over top. That's going to make things uncomfortable for Shush. And Cadian blind as ever, but Shush holds on.
Yeah,
he puts out the fire, and then Cadian up above distracts the tees long enough for him to recover.
Wow. And yeah, 2 kills apiece between him and Yabi. And they shut it down inside a middle. And the smoke is really nice with the little gap. So looks sketchy when Cadian couldn't help him out, but he had a smoke for himself. And they left this open, so they wanted to try to duel in this exact way. But maybe they were wrong that they wanted to.
Now the CT side, giving a bit of runway, little leeway. Rops single Desert Eagle.
Good enough.
For 1.
Ooh. No one gets on this half wall.
Yeah, this actually belongs to us. It's like the pyramids, you know, you're not supposed to climb on them.
It's damn tourists.
Cadian's not going to let that little bit of damage stop him nor Stown. Coming around with the AK, there's an opening. Twists and Brokey grabbing guns.
Getting an op.
Trying to move in fast enough, but yeah, Incendiary from TSS just takes all the wind out of their sails.
Woof. Yeah, they cut off that rotation to Khan right there. That would have been it. But, you know, this is the value of taking B control this deep because no matter what, even if they lose it, they lost it so early, there was plenty of time for TSS to make his way over. So now they're going to try to set up on both sides, make sure Banana is the last place that they can survive in. But TSS is taking his time here. Or sorry, Yabi here is taking his time. And we'll see. There is, of course, the option to overextend, and looks like he'll definitely not participate in that.
Twists opping. Let's see it.
They believe there's a timing actually up middle because Yabi went around through ult. But now Yabi is flanking on Banana.
Should be able to secure the bag. They fumble the run boost. Yabi getting closer and closer. He's going to be the end all to this one. Sees both, and easy mow down here for Yabi. Nice patience on the flank. Buys time perfectly, and Heroic get by.
Real good timing. So they've already got FaZe down to 2 ecos, even with FaZe on this lead. Quickly thinning it. Lots of aggressive plays down Banana. They've been good and bad.
Solo A setup out of the gate here for Heroic. Lots of emphasis on Banana, and Stown. Ooh, his head just over top, but Twists can't quite pop it. He burns in the fire instead. Had only a couple of chances.
Call that P-meal bacon. You don't know what P-meal bacon is?
No, I don't.
Oh, you've heard of Canadian bacon, right?
I've heard of the lies. What? Well, they, you know, Canadian bacon is just, it's normal, but...
No, it's a different part of the pig.
Oh.
It's back bacon. It's healthier.
So what?
I've heard of the lies.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I'm
I
referring
haven't seen it for myself.
Did you do your own research? A little jump spot from Stown. It's not much B control, so Cadian decides to head back over. Shush, love it. Pushes through the apartments. Finds FaZe fumbling around. Now they're going to emphasize that arch side instead. 3 players up short. It's them versus Shush, and from the bicycle, he's going to get himself 1 and a lot of damage. Brokey, very low, stuck with that bomb. Kerrigan tries to redirect this, and it's just a shutdown from Heroic. So, just like Big, FaZe get a few rounds at the start of the half, and then Heroic breaking through.
Yeah, and they've got a nice temp. I mean, they're in a good cycle, I should say, with the buy save situation that keeps happening. And that was a kind of a low money. We saw one Galil come out on FaZe, and they kind of put it to bed, so looking good. But this time, everyone has a deagle.
Excellent.
Not just Robs.
If there's any team that I'd like to see with 5 Deags, it's FaZe Clan. Kerrigan at the helm, straight to the meat grinder. 3 CTs set up for the top mid hold. Shush, just an absolute beast so far on this A site. 10 and 4 as he pads the stats versus Deagles.
One kind of weakness is we've seen it is like fast pulse pops, but that's just not something FaZe have done. I just teams don't do that as much in general. But overall, they've been really heavy on mid almost every single time from bracket and from porch. Or sorry, from arch and from porch, or just all of bracket.
Easy does it for Cadian. They're hoping that Heroic makes some kind of hyper-aggressive move, but Heroic just happy to lean back here. Great round for them to even just build this cache.
You know that picture of Cadian bald?
Yes.
That was like Pattian or whatever? Have you ever used Face app to make yourself bald?
Nope. I heard that those apps are bad for you.
Yeah, they download you.
Yep.
You're already out there.
Get some kind of internet disease.
You're literally famous on the internet. It's over for you. You're the first one to...
I wouldn't say famous, but...
All right.
Yeah. But no, I haven't.
I haven't used it on myself either.
I don't want to see what I look like when I'm older. I want it to be a surprise.
Could be tomorrow. You never know.
Not the most inspiring Desert Eagle round out of FaZe.
No.
So they take a pause. Roben doesn't say much. Now that is
kind of like John Hamm.
That
Just
is like
walks around and stares pensively at people.
Yeah, that's like a disappointed father frown.
Yeah, exactly. Like it has the impact. You know he's there. You know what he's feeling.
Here we go. FaZe back on the guns, but it's Heroic with the lead. 5 CT rounds looks good on them. They pick up this 10th round, and suddenly they've got themselves on fire. at.CEST deep nade. Nice amount of damage there. Kerrigan's already down to 70. Pacing's looking quick, though, out of FaZe. How much faster do they need to go? Met by a dog pile of utility, and the bodies aren't far off. It's 4 out of the gate for Heroic on this A side. Nice time flash from Shush.
And they layered those too.
at.CEST looking for a little bit more, extending out, and Kerrigan, lower HP, but still sharp as ever. Cadian's gonna get that trade back. IGL on IGL action. Yabby's next up, and oh, that's Rops. Just popped inside the boiler room.
That is not an easy guy to kill in his favorite doorway. Very sharp shooting here from Heroic, and it's the double aggressions that are paying off the most, especially versus the bracket control. We're seeing FaZe lose the rounds at this point of the map a number of times already. Oh, it's who gets here first. This smoke is actually very bad for the T since it's so poopy. Yeah.
Yabby, the executioner, slides behind both, and sure enough, him and Shush continuing to tear it up on this CT side. They are the top fraggers for Heroic. Good map so far for Yabby.
It is. Looks clean.
Being that guy who keeps coming in from Arch when you've got Shush just consistently on this A site delivering, and then your closest rotator's also owning.
Yeah, you find Good timing. He's just kind of playing his own way as well. And he uses this smoke to perfection, really. That is well done.
So FaZe back into the economic dumps. But early damage. Here it is, a banana test. Roki tagged up to 10 HP, almost dead. Grenade's gonna find him, but Twist's point blank with the Tech 9. Rob's kind of doing his own thing through the apartments. We'll see if he can get some kind of a crack into this A site, maybe. Ooh, Tessa's gonna run the risk. Should be the flash from Yabi, but it's not enough. Twist, having upgraded into the M4, pulls a second player off this B site. Now man advantage FaZe.
Ooh, this is not where you want to let them get back their money. Now, of course, Heroic's money is still good, but FaZe were intending to buy next round, but they have the half buy going on. Jabby back here on quad, up to the plate. Let's see what you can do.
Tries to get out. There it is. Rop's finding his kill towards A site, but the others have all committed to the B, which could have been costly had Jabby been able to do much, but empty-handed. Multiple players here for Heroic, not getting the kills that they needed to in order to get through these armored pistols.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the strongest advantages of FaZe Clan. It's like, again, I'll kind of say this again, but looking at the top 20 list right now, it feels like one of the first times where a team is this dominant and like the best team in the world, but doesn't have a top 5 player technically in terms of the statistics. But they probably have the highest average rating per player in the top 20 of any team between, you know, all the players in your screen, right? I mean, for a while it was like, okay, Twist broke Rop's core, but that's not even counting the fact that Rain just pulled out a major MVP this year, right?
Right.
So, very strong on these pistol rounds.
Rotating door of S-tier performances. Heroic streak comes to an end. FaZe still playing catch-up. Oh, blind.
That was money.
There goes Twists. He's had too much impact in that last round with the Tech 9 into the M4. Cadian's going to put him on ice for round 12.
Heroic kind of remind me of an ant farm with the way that they rotate. Hear me out. The way that they rotate around. Because, I mean, first of all, they're always working together. But they really just all feel like the same player sometimes with their aggressions.
All right.
Really close together and pushing at the same speed. It's always going as well. Like, when do you ever see an ant stand still? Never.
That's actually a great analogy.
So.
That's why they pay you the big bucks. Kerrigan not coming through that smoke just yet. Can't with fire on the other end. No rotate, though, out of Heroic. Cadian and Javi still just floating around towards Arch. And
they deserve that, man.
Be a little something. Stound up close gets shredded. TESS from New Box back into the dark corner. He's got him kind of stalling out for a second, and that flashbang, oh, it's supposed to blind them all. Brokey recovers vision, catches the kill, through the smoke goes Jabby, and this time inside B site, he's got it.
That was clutch.
Consistency in utilities from Heroic to shut him down on B.
I'm glad they won it because I got pretty unlucky with a couple of those frags. Nice clip-offs. But good composure from Yabi as well. I mean, they got their own lucky kill here, but yeah, this is the second one that was unfortunate. Yeah, no, it worked for sure. This kill is nasty. And everything becomes possible with it, in fact. I mean, Cadian back there with the op versus op at quad. I'd rather be the op on site. Solid half here so far from Heroic, despite the slow start.
Get aggressive. Two-man setup in the apartments. Feels like it's been somewhat underplayed from both sides. We've had Shush slide through with a kill on the flank every once in a while, but oh, damn, poor Rops. Rounds the corner straight into the scope of Cadian. Here comes Jabby. But as he goes through that smoke, he's now left Arch open and Kerrigan slides past. Interesting situation here. He's holding for something. Rain point blank gets the kill. It's Jabby's chance in sight to just upend this one. 2 kills. Somehow denying Twists close on boxes. Crossfire set makes things hard for Brokey. Shush back into the kill feed, and a big round from Jabby.
That's the Yabby they hired. That's the one they're looking for. I don't even know how I got that second kill. The swing around default, that's supposed to be him dead right there. Turns it into 3. Lots of clutch moves. This is the best map I've watched with him in the New Jersey so far.
Rain alive for only a millisecond after.
Wow.
That's a great recovery.
Yeah.
Good thing Twists was low at least. Damn, Heroic making a run for that coveted 10-round CT side.
Yes, sir.
Stound's not going to give him a chance to breathe, but as he tries to go over the logs, Kerrigan kicks him out from beneath him. Frag grenade flies by. That's going to tag Twists. Ooh, nicely timed, Kerrigan. CSGO still standing in the open, looking for another fight. Oh no, playing with grenades. He's got a rotator nearby in Cadian, but just that P250, the knives are out. Twists got the kill. Make sure they're dead. A little double tap action for FaZe's 6th.
Oh, I didn't like the hesitation there from CSGO because they just didn't have much to work with, and they got that kill so fast, and they've just been nothing but relentless on Banana. So I'd say FaZe have probably been overall a bit better on Banana in this half so far, like the way they've run rounds. But Heroic have been way better everywhere else. That hall setup and the one time it happens, they get the kill no problem. On brackets a number of times with their crossfire, you know, between Yabby, Shush, and Cadian's out presence all over the map, it's all been working out very well. And I think that reflects very accurately in the scoreline here. But FaZe pull it back with this one win. And again, showing their strength on Banana, just their ferocity. But, you know, the safest option there for CSGO was to, you know, smoke that from safety and then pick up the smoke, or smoke it right away, but not kind of walk out and smoke and try to grab it at the same time.
Played a dangerous game, and here's his reward. Also awkward was this. Jumping Cadian with a pistol out, getting stabbed in the guts by Brokey, but like you said, best performance you've seen in the New Jersey. 17 and 6 at the moment. Shush not too far behind. 1 round left on the T side of FaZe, and they set their sights on top Banana quickly. Kerrigan on the entry, Cadian ready to hold this back. Nade's not going to be a bother. Stound's actually pressed close along the wall as well, so Cadian's going to take a shot, tuck in. Ooh, actually decides to try and press through smoke, and Kerrigan keeps it crisp. 3 other players here, though. Putting those smokes down, ensuring FaZe don't come through just yet. But they're leaving.
Ooh, yeah, they're leaving. They're doing it kind of noisily. And, I mean, look at this. FaZe just run through. They've been loving just getting Banana as fast as possible. I don't know why this is a surprise for Heroic.
Look at TSS. Talking about surprises. So close to the bomb plant, nearly denies it. Rops comes through with 2 kills top mid. Nice lurk. TSS taking Twist's knees out. It's a man advantage for FaZe in a post plant to try and close this T side. Pistol, not quite enough. But there's the mow down from TSS. Regains vision, confirms that Brokey's pinned in this corner. And now that CT smoke blocks off all that's left from FaZe. They're both going to try to spam through. TSS looking for the stick. A second, and he's got it.
Ooh.
Down to the wire as the bullets fly by, and FaZe just can't keep up.
I don't want people to think that was me.
I was kind of trying to anticipate your answer.
Going along with the theme of 10 years of Counter-Strike, we're doing the highlights and the lowlights of Cadian's Counter-Strike career.
Yeah, some tough losses back there.
Let's start with the lowlights. What do you think is the lowlight of Cadian's career?
I put...
You're doing it wrong already.
Just
turn it around.
I'm just going to turn it around. I put being exiled from Danish Counter-Strike, and having to move to America for a while.
Yep.
Obviously, in the end, probably turned out to be a good thing, but I'm imagining at the time that didn't feel great. So that I put as the low light.
Okay.
I mean, mine is kicked from north.
Okay.
I mean, I think yours is really good. Anderson potentially also could be the right one. Okay, we also talked about it in the podcast I had with Jason, where like it was definitely a long path coming back from that tough beginning. And I mean, that was the main reason I went to the US, was because that I didn't have the options in Danish Counter-Strike that I felt like I deserved.
But now that you mentioned that, I realized something else. You did a stand-in. I remember the map. It was on Inferno with Dupree and Device and all those people. I remember you played good on that game, but I remember there was this weird feeling in Danish Counter-Strike. It was kind of like, yeah, he's like pretty good, but he just doesn't have like the right mentality or something like that. There was some feeling of being told that by Dupree and Device and whoever else. Is like that's a really harsh sentence.
Well, let's go from the negative to the positive. I actually, I thought I was gonna put both on one page, so I've really restricted myself to the top half. My highlight of Cadian's career, I put making the semifinals of the Stockholm Major with Heroic. Yeah. I figured, that after everything you'd been through, and then having that team and all the doubts and the controversy and everything on that team and all the eyeballs on you guys going into that event, making the semifinals had to have felt like king of the castle type situation.
I mean, I was kind of trying to anticipate your answer.
Okay, yeah. I thought about going for that one too, but
that
I was like,
the obvious one. Yeah.
Triple. Just step there.
What do you with the smoke?
Triple and runes.
Yeah. Smoking the runes.
That bump.
Up.
He's
holding you.
Smoke. Standing fountain.
He's stuck in ruins still. Robin has him. I have CT now. Careful banana.
Take banana.
CT boat. Last ruins. I'll peek him, Hobby.
Can I get away? You can go back.
Nice flash. This timing. I jump. He's jumping on the wall.
Yeah. This always good timing.
I drop you, Russ.
Thank you.
Or I missed both.
Man, Brokey with more comms in that one clip than all the words he's ever said in interviews.
Our whole interview, he didn't speak as much as that.
FaZe keeping it crisp, a little frantic, but obviously they want this damn win. You can't just let Heroic lead by 3, but that is the situation we find ourselves in as the Danes take to the T side, looking to top Group C here at the Blast Fall Groups.
The power of FaZe, they still have favored odds.
Regardless of a 3-round deficit.
Yeah.
We get a clumping of Heroics players outside of the B site. Majority of FaZe in position here with Rain and Twist as the pillars back site. Kerrigan sits on top of them, trying to keep this bomb site closed. Flash into the middle of the site. That's going to allow for Twist to keep vision forward. He pops Jabby first. Second kill is TESS. And now Brokey takes the boost. So an added variable. Very nice Twist.
Wow.
4 kills from the back of the site. Ice cold hold.
Most North Americans are great from this spot. Iconic moments.
That's all we got.
Yes.
How long does Twist have to play in a European team before we can no longer lay claim to him?
A couple of lifetimes.
Couple lifetimes, kid. Always one of us. Nicely done. Clean headshots to kick it off, and then that 4th one. Exactly. Earl gonna come back, try and bounce in quickly with the force. They don't want to see that lead slip, but nature of the beast. Little underhanded flash from Stown, tries to run that Tech 9 up. Rain, SMG out.
I think we'll see better CT side on Banana specifically. So we, looking back on what we just saw, better ways of dealing with rushes and pop through smokes like we just watched from Heroic trying to do that. But being a little bit more patient about actually taking logs control and throwing that in only sometimes. They got a God Flash, they got 2 more smokes, and they tried to bait out some utility, but they've already attracted the talent of a 3rd FaZe member who started to peel back. It doesn't have a flash for them as well, so good flash.
Oh my god, Rain so blind. And he loses Kerrigan before he really regains vision. Brokey looking for the boosts. Oh, they cut down Rain from underneath.
Wow.
Damn, Heroic. They just burst past Kerrigan. It looked like Rain wanted to fight that, but just blind.
Yep.
Stuck in smoke.
That's why the God Flash is really important. So they locked that down with the 2 extra smokes. They had resources, actually, to make a second exec happen. So things don't go well at first, but they make the most of it. That is a huge round to win. First to touch 10.
And that first little moment where Brokey looked like he was coming to add himself as the 3rd piece of the B-hold.
He didn't even have a flash, though.
Kind of like stutter steps it.
He's kind of like not useful without utility, I think, in that spot. He only had a decoy, if I'm reading it correctly.
What'd you call him?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't even know. It wouldn't. There's no. I was gonna bring the heat and name some other player who's. I'm not gonna do that.
Almost got baited.
I'm better than that.
Look at this one, just finishing off what Cadian started. Little pocket AKs rushing into the B site. Excellent way for Heroic to maintain that 3-round lead. Have an economy advantage too. Potential turning point early in this T side. Got Twist's head stacked on top of Rain, and they're starting to seize a bit of control here on Banana. Nice spot, Robs.
His little treehouse again.
No girls allowed. Shuts down the boilerplate. That's going to stun Heroic for a second. It's been quite some time since they had any eyes on Banana, so now that it's no longer smoke deep, Stown starts to carve out some control.
Sometimes these CTs are settling for just playing up here. Now, MP9 in front. I mean, it's a good spot for it. And Twist in the back insurance policy. But first player gets cleared out and it's down. Oh, takes Twist out as well.
Double. Brokey trying to get over. And Stown hugs the wall up until tree.
Oh, and he heard him use every single bullet. Falling back on the save. Stown is literally hunting them down now.
Oh my God. This guy's bloodlust. Unquenchable. Of course, that's going to keep Jabby on high alert. So they're going to go ahead and try to deny this save from FaZe, which would be fantastic. We know how much they came in, invested, everything on the line here for FaZe, and they are surrounded inside this A site. Big moment here from Kerrigan. Yeah, that'll alleviate a bit of pressure. You can see the other guys start to walk back a bit. That's what's going to allow for the save. Critical moment there for Kerrigan to just take off the pressure.
Sure. Yeah, they'll definitely collapse on the site if not for it, so. Well,
new bomb radius.
It's huge.
He just died in library.
Yeah, he died in library?
Yeah, from a B
bomb. No way. Yeah, I've heard it's completely changed the map, like, for the people scrimming and stuff, just figuring out where you can die from and just, like, how far you have to go and how early you leave and stuff like that. It was the funniest update to come through because, like,
so random.
Literally, no one asked for it.
No, I think it's
and then it's made it more. It's made the map more interesting.
I think it's a sign of things to come.
As in bigger.
It's the trial run, so more maps might have bigger radius.
I think it was specifically a good thing for Inferno because the post plants are so strong.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that's great. I mean, that is insane.
Took a straight piece of shrapnel to the side of the head.
You have to be on Mirage to avoid that bomb. I can't believe they made the circle that big.
I think a bigger one on Nuke would make it interesting, just so you couldn't save like above bomb sites or.
Yeah, it's true. There's other maps where they're not big enough.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think for Inferno, when at first it's like, who asked for this? But you look at it and you're like, this helps make the map a bit better for sure. That's some good HE damage here on Stown.
Hefty. That damage could come through crucially as Twists and Rain are only on the USPs. So those who didn't survive the last round left with bare bones. Oh, nice Nice kill from Brokey. Very quick from the corner, but obviously can't get away because Cadian's locked in on it. Now that exposes the issue that is Rain on the USP. Smoke will give him a chance to grab the gun, though.
Oh, I wonder what happens from this position. I mean, we still got 3 on A and 2 of the guns. Kerrigan's alone on the other side, but we're getting to a point in the round where it might be hard to go back. They still could, though. They still could.
If they do.
Wow, they're grouping halls. Interesting. This should not work, actually. This should be really good for FaZe with this setup. But there is one USP on duty by this door.
Point blank. Twist tries to run in to grab that gun, but more bodies there in position. They try to redirect. Could they catch Kerrigan in mid? There is still time. Kerrigan's going to have to deliver with the Galil. Shush comes around the corner. Easy pickup. Shush is next. Oh, look at this. Cadian, he'll get the trade frag, but now 20 seconds scrambling for that bomb site. It's him versus Rain. An unarmored 5 and 14 Rain, but caught in the open because time is what makes the difference. Plays Cadian's hand right into FaZe's favor.
Yeah, we've seen a few important times in history where someone has pushed the flank a little too soon and then someone's run back. But in this spot, Kerrigan's got the good off angle. They're the ones who feel time pressed and worried, and he's got an advantage, at least for the first kill, and the second one, he probably needed it, so well done from Kerrigan. And I mean, the biggest shout out to Kerrigan for just bringing up his individual form to such a high and consistent level. I think for himself, it's not like overall compared to all pros, but it's definitely enough so that his team can be number one. They don't have to worry about him. He's fragging better than we can remember at many other points in his career.
Yep.
It's made a world of difference.
Hell of a time to do it, right? With the best roster he's ever had around him.
Well, I think that's why it is the best roster, you know, because he takes a lot of opening engagements. He does. Every player is important these days. That's the thing. So it's for him, it's almost never been a question of his teammates. He's always had really good teammates, actually. He's probably the IGL who's played with the most elite players of all time. He's had that. You know, it's kind of fortunate to have had that chance to do it. But I think what we've realized in this past year was it was really never about how many good players you could surround with him if he himself couldn't have some baseline level of performance.
Now he's out here out-fragging Rops and Rain. Major MVP Rain. Down tasked with finding the biggest impact out of the gate, but AK exchanges hands, and now it's at.CEST's job.
That's crazy. 16 health? 60 health, I would have held on to that still. I'm like, nah, I'm not there.
I'm good, bro. I got this. We'll see what else Stown can offer. Now relegated to the Tech 9. They get top banana control at least. And they silently walk it back. So we'll try that A hit again, and Twist just got pulled off of this.
Brokey will rotate to within smokes, and Twist can pick up. And I think it's understood. It's a handshake here from Rock. They can't really throw any kind of crazy fake. So they'll try to do something funny here.
CT spawn under question.
Yeah.
Ooh, drive-by from Stown. Who needs the AK? Kerrigan.
Nice shot.
Chopping off his head, and then Brokey not able to deliver from inside sight, so Rob suddenly more pressure put on him, but he stops that bomb at the 7-second mark, and at.CEST just not going to be able to find much. He'll catch Robs on the headshot peak, but as time expires, at.CEST needing to make sure he stays alive. No one's going to be able to clear him out. A chance to go sprinting at that A site, but FaZe survived the test.
Yeah, nice effort. Maybe a bit ambitious to throw the CT wrap smoke and need to hit A with the amount of time left over, but with the pistols, even just getting kills is kind of nice. But yeah, now we're getting into the deep end here. The 9-11 scoreline. FaZe with the last 2, and another mixed buy for Heroic that they get the chew through.
Sir, last 10 rounds of the map. BO1 only for the top seed of Group C. Jabby's down beneath Robs. Haven't seen, too much hyper aggressions from Robs on these lurks. But he hears the utility usage, so...
I mean, Rob speaks like he's going to die in real life if he messes it up.
Oh, you didn't see that. Should still know what's up. Oh my god, gets dinked for 95.
Youch. But now they're like, okay, well, we got a pit player low.
Let's go get this guy. Tech 9 to the teeth, twists, gets aggressive. Drive by from Shush, who has an AK but was using the Tech 9.
Respect.
Okay.
Can't run and shoot with one of those guns.
Fair point. Now what's left of Heroic, this 3-man grouping.
And let's see, Brokey. No utility, but he is fully healthy. He comes into support range.
Wow.
Well,
a lot of pressure here on Rain.
Yeah.
Not his best game ever, but a good moment to add some to the kill feed. Now we're talking Rops on 5, Rain on 10. Flash doesn't get him the better of Shush, who has found 3 kills this round alone. And we saw Shush with a multi-kill versus Big on Nuke with a headshot to the back of Kerrigan. I mean, he thought he was going to get away with that spam. Stown is standing right in front of him.
I feel like using all your ammo in that situation is it's definitely a good way to elicit a push. Of course, low numbers, so he didn't think they would go for it, but they did, and Heroic will pick up another one. Yeah, they'll break through in an unlikely situation. FaZe were not even done catching up here.
Oof, and Stown survives it.
Wow.
That's an X-Factor round out of Heroic.
It is.
And again, it comes from Shush.
It is. There's been a number of half and low buys from both teams now that have been converted. So full credit to the individual level of Heroic. I was talking about phases, but they can keep up. Just fired that. It's well done.
Feels like Kerrigan could have felt that one coming.
Yeah, he was like, yeah. Yeah. All right.
All right. No. My bad.
Third timeout called, and you're just trying to get your wits about you, win the rounds you're supposed to before you start, playing upside down 40 chess. But at this point, it's every round is scary. Every round is interesting. We'll see if that's actually applies to the CT side of FaZe Clan here. They have an MP7, an MP9, and a Deagle to pair with 2 M4s.
Heroic being shown the door to victory here. Just a matter of getting through it. It's down quickly dispatching of Kerrigan, so one of the M4s out instantly.
Yeah.
Poor Rain whittled down to 52 HP, so a little creep and crawl here from Heroic, and they're going to play it on Arch side. They're going to meet Brokey's Deagle. Doesn't quite hit the mark. Smoke's down as well, so they're looking to envelop this A site. Twists, he gets spammed through on that library smoke. He at least offers a smoke grenade into the bomb site for his teammates to work with, and Rain, sure enough, finding Shush through smoke. Keeps it 4v4. Health advantage Heroic, gun advantage Heroic. Minute 6, Yabby point blank. Oh, Rops, he does damage, but Yabby comes out alive. Twist's gonna be blindsided by at.CEST tucked in Moto. Brokey found out in backside, so step by step, Heroic just gathering all the kills they need for an easy 13th round.
That was quite a nice search. Everything went well. You could see everybody alive. Got a kill here for Heroic. So, as they say, ain't no sitting at the table if you're bringing nothing to it.
That seems fair.
Yeah. I was wondering if the correct play was to bring the... I mean, it's easy, for me, Captain Hindsight, to say don't run the M4 down mid when you've got, a couple of SMGs in a round that you're kind of trying to win.
Yeah.
But I guess the logic is better odds to win your fights and a guy who's going to take the first ones. But it's an M4 that you don't get back. So that is something. Kerrigan goes out first, dies. No one can recover that M4, and they've got worse guns on site to deal with. With actually some decent spots when the attack comes in. So maybe if there were some better guns there, they could have won. But you got to take some kind of crazy risk when it's a mixed buy. It's a kind of a calm Heroic in a winning position, which is not something you see every day.
No longer just a winning position. A very comfortable lead right now. Plus just USPs in this one. 14-9. That's an excellent spot that Heroic are going to find themselves in. On a map where we didn't really know if they'd be able to bring the heat. But that Jabby and Shush CT side certainly helped. A site locked down. Now this T side's been excellent. But apparently USPs are enough. And then Rain couples this with an M4 kill out of alt mid. He's gonna go for that boiler. He drops another.
And some damage. And the Ts have an incentive to stay here with the guns, but the CTs also kind of want to be close to it. There's an alt push coming in. I mean, this is going to be hard to figure out if you're Heroic. They've got quite a puzzle on their hands.
We did just say that Cadian's a good caller. No doubt about that one. How do you get yourself out of this 2v4? Feeling surrounded. It's going to clear right. Love the position from Brokey. Scares the hell out of Cadian and kills Shush. 2 USP frags coming out of FaZe. We just tried to paint this picture that Heroic had an open door for 14. And then FaZe sprinkle in a little X factor. And if Cadian had 100 health, I'd say maybe.
Yeah,
but
the dink, it really stings now.
Damn, Brokey getting dirty outside that library.
You know, his next closest teammate is miles away, so if Cadian susses this out, there's a chance for the plant, and we can go from there, but it doesn't seem like it's on his mind that someone could be in pool. There it is, he grabs it.
Missed shot.
And Bomb Pack can come in. There's no op here. He does have a Molotov.
Yep.
You know what? This isn't impossible. It's 16 health. If he wins it, it'd be massive. Let's see if he can do it.
Cadian, that brain is just pulsing. He's pieced together as much as he can. This angle is going to give him a good chance at just taking Rops' head clean off, but he needs both kills, and he can't take a single bullet back. And that first shot from Twist, right between the eyes.
Yeah.
Big pickup from FaZe.
Yeah. Okay. Nicely done from Twist. Gave no shot. Clean kills and some good ideas. And some good use of the map, you know, everyone working alone, no utility, using, in fact, Heroic's utility against them. And even Brokey holding the sweatiest off angle in CT spawn to get that amount of damage and the kill. And he goes to type in chat, take a shower, kid.
He knows how nasty that one was. All right, then. Game on. Felt like FaZe were going down with a whimper. USPs bring the bang. Heroic hoping to buck back with the 2 MAC-10s and a quick apartments control. We saw them go for that one round where they clumped 3 players in here, but right now it's just the 2. at.CEST escorts Jabby, and then they decide to set their sights towards Banana. Rain gets just nailed by that frag. Maybe the aggressive positioning's not what they want right now.
Seen Heroic use a very similar setup, but this time no high position, which is really important in case they smoke lane, because if they do smoke lane, there's no way you can even cover Arch right now, right? And they can't actually see, I think, aside from Twist off the corner of the porch. Maybe he does have a little bit of space, like Shush did in the first half. But right now, the rotations are extremely slow for FaZe, no matter how early they do it. So a lot of this comes down to the old guard here, Kerrigan and Rain.
MAC-10 so ready to gun them down. Twist's gonna get aggressive. That just feeds a frag to Jabby. And they're not gonna peel back from that B site. Hits coming through. Easy does it. at.CEST MAC-10 killing off what was left of Rain. Poor Kerrigan doesn't offer us much. And now suddenly it seems like Heroic's winning ways continue.
FaZe looked very stiff. Looked very stiff there. I mean, they committed extremely hard early in the round to a setup that had an enormous hole and had very slow rotations and never moved from them, and then played 2 very standard spots on the B site. No flash support, no information, in fact. That was not very like FaZe, I feel like, from the rest of this game if we want to compare it. So I'm not surprised Heroic went off of that. They just chilled on Banana. They let Yabi sit in mid. And because of FaZe's nervousness, they ran down mid a little bit early to try to flank Banana. And that was an easy frag for Yabi. So well done from him, just being patient, but not surprised that Heroic picked that up.
How easy this one was. You said no place for information. That's the closest thing to it. Oh, Kerrigan inside the smoke.
Not a good look here to defend against match point. No, one more try to do that, I should say, before I get ahead of myself. Kerrigan on the MP9. And Brokey up on the op.
Brokey posted. Cadian sending the warning shot downtown.
Whoa.
Robs gets
wait from the back of alt.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Alt mid wallbang into the apartments to catch Rops. That's a big opening. One of his best maps yet for Heroic. He's definitely cooled off and let his teammates catch up, but look at the kill differential for Heroic. I mean, from 16 to 20.
Yeah.
And we know how, you know, leaps and bounds Jabby was ahead of his teammates. This is all of Heroic coming together to take down one of the world's best. On a map where, again, you kind of thought odds sway FaZe, but now Kerrigan.
Yeah.
Tough spot.
This is interesting. Okay, in this position, you can pull the pin on both positions. We can have Twist get his kill and fall off, and Kerrigan push forward and take over lane control if things go right. Their eyes and their minds are on Arch, because if this gets cracked open, that's where they'll have to react by getting back some different space and moving into new spots. And it might actually be a play that works, even if it's pretty risky.
There it is, pressure on Kerrigan, but he's not going to see anybody. It's TSS alone in the apartments. Twist's good off angle for the Arch wrap. There'll be a question around when does TSS come out to help, and oh my god, Twisty gets nothing. Shush just tears through both. Couple of clean headshots, the bomb's planted on A, and that is Heroic. 15 rounds secured, 5 match points to top this group.
They were happy. Yabi got the kill on Rops at the beginning of the round.
That was it.
That's it. They made up their mind at that point. They immediately started organizing towards the A site. After this,
clean.
at a minute 37, I mean, every single bullet.
Yep.
Smell from Rops. He's done that to a couple of people in the past, you know. And so it comes down to this hold, and they just needed everything here. But Kerrigan blind off this play. I thought Kerrigan was going to push towards lane, and Twist drop mini potentially giving them a chance, but either way, no one got anything. So that's match point well earned. Second big map in a row from Yabi.
Shush as well. Mr. Consistency today. Five rounds straight to force overtime from FaZe.
Wow, utility damage. Amazing from Heroic. Still into FaZe's CT side, of course, so they have distinct advantage there. They've already played 15 rounds for themselves. But this could be the last one. Kerrigan's booty looking down the barrel of an MP9 once again.
Ooh, tries to run it around. Okay, this, shall we put the bow on top?
Haven't seen Heroic drop a position like this in some time, but it's still possible.
Damn. A 3-round lead at the end of the half for Heroic. They maintained it. Every time FaZe got closer and closer, Heroic with the rebounds. Couple of B-site falters for FaZe. Even despite that wild round where we get to see Brokey and Twists pick up USP kills, it is still not enough. Not enough to inject the energy nor success into the veins of FaZe.
And a great day for Stown as well. And a great day for Heroic.
Yeah. Very true. Starting the season well.
Maybe we could call this a real Yabi debut. You know, not Cologne. It was too soon.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Needed the summer off. Like you said, probably played all summer.
Yeah.
Made sure to sharpen his sword, and we've seen it. Just deleting Rops through the apartments last round, keeping him occupied here in round 26. The final round of this map of Inferno by the looks of things. A 2v5 retake, far too much to ask. Ock gets up close. Wait on, oh, hold on. Brokey catches 2 off guard. There's one more player close. His teammate's trying to come sprinting over because Brokey scares them all, but then he gets deleted. And so Cadian and Co have topped Group C. Heroic with an excellent day. They lost to FaZe in their first showing, come back on Inferno, and pick up that victory.
That's well done. They got a new performance coach. They got a new player, a new young talent out of Denmark. And everything's going swimmingly. And they take down the best team in the world, kick off the season. And don't be fooled. FaZe were playing well earlier today, so this is an enormous win.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we had a match close between Big and Heroic that would have put Heroic in a weird place where they could have been sent down to the showdown. Spring finals could have been in question, but with these last 2 wins of the day, they find themselves as the top seed of Group C, a single best of 3 victory with potentially 2 chances to lock in a stage here in Copenhagen. Big day for Heroic, strong start for Yabi. Nice to see that improvement from Cologne here to fall groups. And with that, we send it down to James Banks on the floor. Final interview of the day. Let's see what Heroic have to say.
A different map, but certainly revenge that he's very happy with here. A very good performance there on Inferno. And I want to start by looking at your Inferno in the sense that the last few months, the only teams you beat were Finest and MIVR. Not exactly top tier teams, so you've been working on this?
I think if you look before that with Refresh, it was one of our best maps. Then we had Cologne, where we at least lost it to Mouse, and they completely crushed us. But it's a map we've always had big comfort in, and we've won important games on it before, in finals and stuff like this. So for me, we had the decision before the game to, was it gonna be like, are we gonna leave Mirage and Inferno open? And the original plan was Mirage, but my gut feeling said, let's go with Inferno. And it panned out really well. You know, kudos to my boys. One of the things from Cologne as well is that I didn't find my individual groove so much. And that wasn't only in terms of like individual skill, but also the calling. And here the calling felt so natural, and at the end of the day, that's the most important thing for the team, that I'm feeling comfortable, that the boys can trust me, and that I have the gut feeling, and they executed it so well, you know. Jabby, finally, he gets that kind of breakthrough that he's been looking for, so yeah, good job, man.
And another thing there, right, you said about belief. If you don't believe in yourself, right, it's going to affect the rest of the team that has to come off into it. But I'm also going to say on the fact that, did you expect them to go for Nuke, you know, when they had the pick between Nuke and Inferno? Was that your initial thought that they might go back for that?
I think it's always kind of difficult to play the same map against a team that you already played, especially on the same day. So it's always tricky, the same against Big for us, you know, when you just played it a few hours earlier, all the small adjustments and stuff like this. Did you look at their Inferno stats? You know, they are pretty crisp. So I think they felt comfortable having Inferno, but it was a sneaky plan from us.
It definitely was. Now also, just looking at Jabby, right, and the difference you're seeing here, obviously, like you mentioned, it's big and very important for him. But how do you feel overall in him settling in this first big event you've come to here this time around, and you've topped the group?
It feels good, you know. Javi is a good guy. I think maybe outside the game he can be a little bit quiet. In the game he talks a bit more, and that's nice. But he's a good guy, and he has the heart at the right place. And one of the key components that we've been looking at from day one when I took over the in-game leader role in this organization was to build a team where everyone wants to do good for each other, and that friendship is important. Having the moral compass is important, and we just all trust each other. We all want to, you know, jump across each other, give a hero AK for the right guy at the right moment and stuff like this. So, yeah, he's doing good. He's doing good. He's sitting there tweeting, you know. Go find him on Twitter, boys.
And also got to say this quickly, his first map win over FaZe this year. First of many?
I'm not going to sit here and fire Kerrigan and the boys up, you know, so I think this was the only one this year.
He's playing it safe. I can understand that. Let's go over to everyone else out there and close out the rest of the day.
Well, the Danes, they turn out to be the heroes of Group C. They joined the likes of Na'Vi and Astralis as their kings of their respective clans and taking the top seed. As we head into the Gauntlet next week, I am pretty surprised that they were actually able to take down FaZe in that fashion. Very consistent firepower across the board.
Yeah, a very great Yabi Debidu.
That's it. You can leave now.
Can I leave now? It's okay. Have I done enough?
Yeah, you're out. You're off the show.
This is why I'm getting paid. But that kind of joke. See?
That was the best you had?
That's the best.
We have better ones in the green room, actually. I was expecting more out of you. Jacob, are you happy with what Yabi showed? I guess that's what we're talking about.
I'm very happy with everything apart from the joke right here, to be completely honest. Heroic were the better team here in Inferno, no doubt about it. It felt like every single round on their T side, they made it close. There was a couple of rounds, you know, with Tech 9s, with Mac 10s, with limited utility, limited weaponry. They still forced FaZe to either save, to lose the round, or to really fight for it every single time. Even though FaZe got off to a good start, I felt that Heroic were by far the better team here in Inferno. It wasn't even a competition in the second half. That speaks volume to the performance that Heroic put up on the server.
No, I agree. I think the second half told the whole story, and it's a story that we're not used to see to see FaZe being forced into this position of passiveness on Inferno and not finding the information or being punished when they try to find the information. I have this round in mind where Yabi, the man we have on our screen right here, is just waiting top mid, forces Twist to go for information. He gets caught out, and then the B executes happen. FaZe were really stuck in their ways, stuck in their positions. They were too passive for the occurrence, too passive for the occasion, and Heroic win a very, very deserved Inferno.
Yeah, give them an inch and they'll take a mile in classic Heroic fashion. I just want to go back to what you were saying at the beginning of the game, and I guess the beginning of the big game that we saw as well. The fact that most of the time their opponents did have the upper hand in terms of the rounds, the number that they were putting on the board. The fact that Heroic can bounce back in a situation, very impressive from them to have that fortitude.
I'm sure all the stat nerds out there could look into it, but I think Heroic is without a doubt the team who's won the most full buy rounds against other teams in this tournament so far. Their pistol rounds haven't been looking too good. We saw it in this game as well. In the second half, they lose the pistol, instantly fight back, instantly come in with a nice execute towards the B bomb side, win the secondary round, and from that point onwards, they took control over the game. I agree with you, Freya. Despite having slow starts, despite struggling a little bit in the beginning of the games, they still find a way to fight back, and they still look like the better team on the server. It was very, very impressive, and then as we spoke about it, Yabi finally having this breakthrough within Heroic. He was playing well in the play-in at Cologne, struggled a little bit more during the Cologne group stages, but this time around in this game, he cemented himself, and we saw glimpses of what we can expect from him in the future as well.
And it's just the beginning of the path for Yabi and his Heroic adventure. That's what this is. Cologne was obviously a bit complicated, not as smooth as we would have hoped for, but now, and I think this is also why we're seeing such reaction and emotions out of Heroic. They're not only looking for a good seed in the Gauntlet, they're looking for proof of concept of the lineup they have and the team they have formed. And obviously they didn't find that I guess, confidence you could talk about in Cologne, but here, taking a map off of FaZe, being first in their group, that confirms them in the idea that this can work, and these kind of successes early on in the season can make a difference.
Heroic is currently number 14 on the world ranking. That's something Kadian even highlighted going into this game against FaZe. We're number 14, we're playing against the best team in the world. We got nothing to lose, but let's win and take over that number 1 spot. So you're right, Matthew. It is very, very important for Heroic to fight their way back into it. Obviously, they're down in the ranking given to the roster change, given to the bad performance at Cologne, but they're not playing like they're a top 14 team right now. We know Heroic to be a top 5 team, and that's also why they made the roster changes out with Refresh, in with Yabi, because they want to win trophies. And this win right here is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I want to take a look at this Gauntlet as well, because now we do have all the places cemented as we do conclude our final group of this group stage here at Blast Premiere. I just want to ask you guys, who do you think has the toughest route throughout this Gauntlet? Because the teams that we see on the left are just going to be continuing through the brackets that we do see on our screen.
Yeah, so basically what's going to happen is 2 teams per line will make it to the fall final.
Yes.
Right? So the question is, who has it worse? It's kind of hard to say. I guess that the G2 Big Vitality Na'Vi is not exactly an easy one either, because G2 haven't really given us any insurances. We're not sure what we're going to get from them. Big have surprised a little bit. Vitality is still in their debut, their infancy when this Sphinx lineup, and obviously Simple's going to come back to put everyone at ease. So that one is going to be a tough one as well.
Yeah, obviously we see FaZe with that second place result in Group C. They'll be going into the semi-finals of that first bracket that we see on our screens. Would you, I mean, I was expecting FaZe to be placing first in this group. Would you say it's a disappointment, or do you think, you know, it's just for seeding, there's no elimination? Are you putting anything in terms of stock in terms of this game?
Yeah, they're gonna make it anyway. Especially bracket A, let's call it that one. You know, it's not too big of a competition for FaZe. It shouldn't be. Astralis is struggling a little bit. Yesterday they lost to a random mixed team. They're having a tough time qualifying for the RMR even. So if you're FaZe right now, you're still very, very confident that you're gonna make it to the next stages. So yeah, I much rather want to focus on Heroic and saying that was a good start. You know, they came in, as we spoke about, super, super motivated to rinse away the disappointment that was IM Cologne and really get off to a good start here.
One of the themes we had across the beginning of 2022 for FaZe was managing your performance and when to peak.
Yeah.
And let's be real, here right now was not the place to bring your 200% Counter-Strike. They've already secured a second spot in that Gauntlet. They have all the favors of the public and the audience to make it through the Royal Arena. And if they do, then that is going to be the moment to play their game or their A game. They've done it through the beginning of 2022. I see no reason why this would be any different now.
Well, before we do round out the week and the best of ones here at the full groups, let's get a few words from Carrigan.
Carrigan, you suffered a loss at the very end here to take second place in the group overall, but you had a good day up until that point, right? How do you view this game, and what are you looking at in terms of how Heroic performed versus how you guys came into this one?
Yeah, I think we played great so far until I think the last game. I think we had some communication issues. Couldn't really close the rounds, and it was a strange game from our side. It felt like we won more ecos and force buys than weapon rounds, and that not really happened to us before. So maybe it's the start of the season, and we have to get back and forth. And I think it's good we get a loss here to reevaluate how we can play better. But yeah, overall, a pretty decent day. Second or first in group is just seeding and playing. You have to feel we still win 2 best of 3s. So yeah, we'll do our best to do that. But overall, I'm happy about today, but obviously not so happy about the ending.
Yeah, and looking at your Inferno, right, I thought when it comes down to your T size, normally that's why I see a lot of this good success from you guys. Was it just a different error in how they were playing, a change up from what you noticed compared to on their CT side, what they normally do?
I don't think really. I just think there was some of the situation we tried to execute. We were like 5 seconds off page, and the split is not how it's supposed to be, or we weren't reacting to the information we had when we knew that's 2B and 2A. We should just like go for the trades. That's normally what we do. If it's because people have been waiting and tired, or we just a little off, I have no idea. But obviously it happens now and then that we are not on the same page and not reacting and playing the way we're supposed to. But yeah, overall it's fine. It's not like the world end.
It definitely isn't, right? Like you said, you've just got the best of 3s now going forward onto the rest of it. Now, how will you spend your days? Will you take a day off in between this now and wait for your other games? Or are you going to go straight back to full practice? How's it working for FaZe?
I think tomorrow we're going to review the games for today, the wins and the losses, and try to improve that on practice. So we do half-day practice tomorrow, full day Tuesday, and Wednesday I have some media, and we go there to take a day off to either my parents' place on Wednesday, back at it at first day to practice, and then Friday we play, I guess. I don't know really when we play. I guess it's Friday.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm trying to do it in my head now while you're saying that at the same time. But overall, with the best of ones and coming into it and how volatile best of ones can be, would you say you're satisfied with what you saw today?
Yeah, I mean, it's no shame to lose to Heroic. I mean, it's best of one. Everything can happen. Everybody said that for 5 years, right? And we have seen that in other groups as well. But all I'm happy. Obviously, being first in group is always a better feeling. But at this point, I'm not worried. It's still start of the season, and now we have a few days to grind the mistakes. And we came here to finish off qualifying for the 4 finals. If we are top 3 or top 6, it doesn't really matter. We just come here and get the job done. And yeah, we put in a situation now. We have to at least win 1 best of 3 and not lose 2 in a row. If that happens, I'm obviously very unhappy.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that. We don't want to get to that stage yet. But do you think it means a lot to them in order to get that win over you guys like this as well? And do you think that's going to, next time you meet, come into the factor?
Not really. I think it's still a group stage match. It is basically playing for seeding. It's not like they're moving into a semi-final or something like that. But if they are really happy about it, so let them be. I mean, they're a new team, right? It's probably their biggest win so far. But yeah, taking into consideration it's best of 1. It was 1-1 in maps today against them. So yeah. In the end, maybe we meet them in the best of 3. Even though I don't think it's possible. But yeah, doesn't really matter.
We'll see how it goes when it gets to it. Thank you very much, Carrigan.
See ya.
Certainly no rest for the Wicked as it's full practice and preparation heading into those best of 3s next week. But yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments of Carrigan there. I don't think I'm particularly worried for FaZe going through in that second place position.
You shouldn't be. As he said, it's basically playing for seeding. They're slowly but surely going to edge into the season. And I bite my note in the fact that he said they were going to the father of Carrigan to eat on Thursday. That is kind of like a speciality for his teams as well. And I've been there once. His father is one hell of a cook, so I'm pretty sure that the FaZe players are coming in full, first and foremost on Friday, but also ready to play.
Did you receive your invite for this time around? Did they invite you?
God.
Oh, well, maybe we can ask for a little invitation to that
one
very
hell of a
special meal. But before we do that, I do want to hear from somebody else who's making their debut. It's Heroic's performance coach with a few words after that game.
I've got Lasse with me here. I'm going to introduce you guys to. He is the new performance coach here at Heroic. And to start off with, right, you have a hugely successful career. I was telling Katie and I was looking down all your achievements, world champion, European champion. You know what it takes to be a champion, right? But how do you look at the difference between what you had in handball to what you have now here in Counter-Strike? And how different is it for you?
Well, I mean, it's a different sport, but the things you have to be good at is pretty much the same, especially mentally. So I think we have a great group of guys who are very, very confident. So my work gets easier there. But I mean, they are also a group that needs support, and I'm going to deliver that.
When you first got asked about this role and to do this job, how much did you know about Counter-Strike? Were you aware of it? Had you followed it at all? Played it?
Not played it that much, but we watched it in. I played in Germany, handball in Germany, and we had some very long bus rides. And so we watched Counter-Strike now and then. So I was a little bit into it, but I mean the last couple of weeks has been very intense for me. So I've learned a lot, and I think I will strive to get even better. Maybe not playing, but at least understanding.
Yeah. And in terms of that understanding, right? What have you been able to take away from this event? What have you been able to like look at and say, okay, this is what the guys are maybe missing, for example? Because obviously this is a great group stage for them. They've won. They just beat the best team in the world in a best of one. But obviously you're looking at things probably very differently to what we are.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first thing that I'm taking away from today is how they were working with their backs against the wall. Yeah. They were that a couple of times against Big, and I mean, the last comeback they made in the second match was amazing, and that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at how can you keep your cool also when things aren't going right. How can you stay focused, stay on the concept, and I think the guys did an amazing job today about that.
What do you think about Carrigan and his energy and that screaming and shouting that he does? Because everyone's got a different viewpoint on it. So I want to know, as a performance coach, like, when's the right time to do that kind of thing? When you should be saving energy? How do you look at it?
Well, I look at Kadian as an amazing motivator, and I think, like you say, the timing that he has is really spot on. Cool. So I mean, it's always nice to have somebody in your team that can motivate you, and also if you're not the guy that are the most outgoing, then it's nice to have some of the guys that has their back with the motivation at you know, like the sound in the game. It's nice to get the opponent going a little bit.
Definitely is. Well, Lasse, thank you very much. It's been great to meet you, man.
Thank you, you too.
A new performance coach there for Heroic. We'll continue things moving.
Yeah, really insightful to get to hear a bit of the theory behind the wider team of Heroic. And of course, they net the win in our Group C here at the Blast Premier Full Groups. But we do need to round out the day with our CS Money Play of the Day as well. You guys know the deal by now. Head on over to the Blast Premier Instagram to get your votes in. What are the options for the viewers today, Matthew?
We're kicking things off with a Heroic player. We have Peasants with a great pistol round on Nuke, making plays first off with the Glock double kill and then adding two more here. Crisp shots with the USB. He had a quiet game, but he started off very well.
Then we got Clutch of the Day coming out of Rubs, playing a great game on Nuke right here, making sure to keep FaZe in the lead against Heroic. First time around, they're facing a 1v3 where he's completely outplaying all of his opponents from Heroic, planting the bomb, circling around the side, and getting the job done. Very impressive by Rubs.
Closing with one of the most beautiful rounds we've seen so far at the Blast Fall Groups. It's Stone with the ace, kicking things off with a little bit of a Tech 9 play. And look at the scoreline as well. It's 12-9 against Big. That round turned the whole destiny on its head, grabbing the AK, adding two more. They had the information in the smoke. He stayed cool, focused on the concept, as Lasse would say. Ace from Stone. Brilliant play.
Cool, calm, and collected. So many incredible plays going down here on Group C of the Blast Premier Full Groups. But we also need to do our Mersk MVP check-in with the wonderful James Banks. Who else have we got on the cards as a potential candidate now, Banks?
More James.
Oh, we're going to have a look at how it's all been going down because the groups have now ended. So let's take a look at further details of which three players we have here now. So ZywOo's still at the top, but guess who has snuck in? Tabson coming out from this group across 3 maps. He put up some incredible numbers and did the best he could to get Big Clown to that third place spot. Perfecto still sitting there second, only just narrowly, but no one just yet can overtake ZywOo, who helped do massive damage for Vitality to be in the #1 spot. But guess what? When we get to the elimination stage, Simple's back.
Yeah, that is definitely a deadly prospect going forward. Yeah, he's
surprised to win 3 Na'Vi players right there, to be completely honest.
The Banks bias, as always, coming through. But I mean, props to Tabson as well, despite Big going out third in the group. Just shows how impactful the in-game leader for the squad is.
Remained excellent. He's remained excellent as a player. He had great impact. It wasn't enough to push his team towards the finish line, but still a man for whom we always have compliment.
For my money, he's been the best player we've seen in the group stage so far. 3 games, 3 consistent games, and without him today, Big wouldn't have been close to get, to the further stages of these games. So TapSEST has my leading vote right now, but that could quickly change.
He's got the Pimp vote.
That's all that counts, because you were the king of our Betway predictions. So we've got to check in and see if Jacob is still leading the charge. No, he is not. I'm going to get a little bit closer to the screen because Matthew, you are joined
with Bags. How was he possibly the king when I have 3 more points than him?
Yeah,
9,
no,
10,
my maths wasn't
11,
correct.
12.
No.
Listen,
Someone needs to get a
I need to go back to school. But
Could we just make something as long as Jacob doesn't have double digit? He should not be talking on the desk.
yeah, a mute button for Pimp automatically. He's already given himself a mute button.
He's doing
apparently.
a mute right now.
I'm just watching out for the CS. Unfortunate for all of us picking FaZe.
We didn't do too bad. We got surprised by Heroic right there. We didn't do too bad. Today was a better day. Yesterday, I think we all looked like a bunch of clowns, but today was a bit better.
Yeah, no, we're going to have a hell of a lot more opportunities for Pimp to reclaim that crown going forward, as we do have a lot more Counter-Strike going down next week. Of course, best of threes return. We can take a look at the Gauntlet to see exactly how that is going to be playing out for our teams remaining in the competition. Of course, this was just seeding, so no teams eliminated as of yet. But that first setup of games, we're going to be bidding farewell to a team.
Any opinion, Jacob? Anything you want to share? He's still not allowed. He's still not allowed. He's got no opinion. Oh, that's the best time. Can we just keep on the show going?
Yeah, just a Pimp mute switch going forward. Does that mean that you're seeing Heroic going through maybe Pimp? Is that it? Yeah, a nod of the head? That's all it is. He's really not going to say anything. Well done for that one, Maniac. I want to just wish Counter-Strike or CSGO a happy 10th birthday.
Absolutely.
There is no way I would rather be spending a birthday of my favorite game. I think Pimp is just lost for words in this. So we're going to give you some time off. You've got 3 days to chill, maybe regain that voice, Jacob. But make sure you join us back on Thursday at 12:30 if you're in the Central European time zone this summer. We'll be starting our pre-show, and it's going to be OG taking on Complexity to open up our best of threes.
So for me, CS has always been about getting connected with other people, having the same goal, overcoming hardships.
I think I love to play Counter-Strike so much because I'm a really passionate guy.
It's like an accidentally perfect game on some sense.
I think Counter-Strike is the balance between having the possibility of winning on your own, and on the other hand, you have this whole team spirit experiment where you bound with other people. You create something that is bigger than just yourself.
As a sport, it's competition, it's camaraderie, it's legacy, it's about accomplishing.
There's incredible moments of build-up and incredible moments of action. There's incredible moments of achieving something that seems like it should be impossible.
There, Bonnicy is in a lot of trouble. He no-scopes one of them. He keeps going. 10 seconds, he fakes the bomb, spins around, running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick!
They say you have 2 deaths, and the first time is when you die, the second is when people stop talking about you. And it's for that reason that I don't think Counter-Strike will ever die.
Is the love of the competition. It's the competitive drive.
I think we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the community.
I love competing, I love winning, and Counter-Strike gives me the motivation to do so.
I'm living and breathing this game from the moment I touched the game to now.
There's a million games. There's nothing quite like CS.
Let's roll.